All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 986. Can that be done? Can't it? Luke's words were rather presumptuous, but since he and Damon were comrades who had gone through a fight together, it wasn't strange for him to say that. Damon opened his mouth, but couldn't think of a reply. Could he say that Mindy was very mature for her age and no one could rob her, which was why he could leave her home alone without worry? Luke said, also, it's not the holidays yet. Watching cartoons at home on her own isn't good for a kid's development. Damon was rendered speechless. Luke said, I'm just reminding you that Mindy is still a kid. Don't overlook her. Damon could only nod. Luke changed the topic. I heard that you've been sketching recently. Do you want to be an artist, or have you always been one? Damon smiled wryly. I'm planning to, a little. Maybe I'll become a cartoonist in the future. Nothing as grand as an artist. Luke didn't think much of it. It's good too if you don't want to be an artist. I had a case a few days ago that had to do with an artist. It was a good thing I was there. I sent him to a psychiatrist right away, otherwise he would have been sent to prison. Damon was lost for words. You can still talk about it so cheerfully. What kind of conversation is this? After stabbing Damon in the heart, Luke finally talked to him about drawing comics. Damon hadn't officially started his comic series yet, because he hadn't come up with a reasonable concept for the protagonist. Luke chuckled. Just draw Batman. Damon was stunned. But I don't have the copyright. Luke looked at him strangely. Do you think Batman will come asking you for a copyright fee? That is, as long as you're not planning to disparage him. Damon shook his head. Doing it without copyright would be theft. I can't use Batman's fame to make a profit. Luke thought for a moment, then replied, then you can publish a notice in the newspaper and ask him if he would be willing to let you use him to create a comic. Damon was stunned. Can that be done? Luke said, did Batman ever say that it can't? Damon said, he really didn't. Luke said, then it's settled. See how he reacts first. What if you succeed? Damon's expression changed. As an experienced detective, Luke wasn't stupid. He had seen everything of the dark side of the world. Luke was taking advantage of an opportunity here. Batman had helped hundreds of people and had never asked for a reward, nor asked for an appearance fee when he went on TV. Would this superhero, who was so full of justice that he was practically a saint, come out to ask a cartoonist for a copyright fee? At most, he would beat up any cartoonist who simply drew dirty comics of him. All right, that was unlikely. Among some of the pictures which Mindy had found online, a huge amount were of a gay Batman and some Bat-Iron CP, which were pretty popular. These cartoonists had never heard of anyone getting beaten up by Batman for it. Clearly, Batman didn't care about these fan hobbies at all. Looking at Damon's hesitation, Luke said with a smile, if you really make money, then give a little more to charity. Batman should be very happy for you to contribute to charity, right? Stunned for a moment, Damon slapped his forehead. That's right, I can donate, and it'll be fine. He was using the title of a cartoonist just to make his daily life a little easier in the future. He wouldn't be relying on it for his livelihood. There was no sense in feeling conflicted over this. As they chatted, Luke mentioned his new job. Damon and Mindy were both surprised when they heard that Luke had been transferred to NYPD HQ. During the hijacking, the three of them had worked together to take down 5 robbers, and they all knew that the other party wasn't simple. So, the father and daughter were mostly surprised at how sudden this job hop was, and not that he could join NYPD. Luke also casually talked about law and order in New York recently, and told them a little about the aftermath of the D'Amico case. He then talked about the stories that had been going around, and described the bounties on the masked heroes and the large number of assassins in New York. Damon and Mindy naturally knew about this. They had a lot of information sources, but nothing like Luke's precise details. In the end, Luke said with certainty, New York hasn't been very peaceful recently. If anyone wants to cause trouble, they might run into some powerful characters. As far as we know, many gang members have even left New York and gone into hiding. Damon and Mindy looked at each other and rejoiced inwardly that they had been too busy adapting to their daily life recently to go out. In the last few days, Damon had forked out $100,000 as a contribution and $20,000 in tuition fees to secure Mindy's enrollment. After Christmas, Mindy would become a glorious middle schooler, and Damon would become a cartoonist. It was only after everything was arranged that he was able to find time to sketch leisurely. Mindy, on the other hand, watched TV and read at home as she adjusted her biological clock. She basically couldn't stay up all night anymore after she started school. She had to adapt in advance. Both father and daughter, who were adapting to their new life, hadn't paid much attention to the recent rumors in New York's underworld. Now that Luke was giving them this inside information from the police department, they had a clearer understanding of the situation. Damon, who had gotten his revenge, could only mumble to himself, "I'm old. The world has changed too quickly. I should just stay low and be a cartoonist." After chatting for almost an hour, Luke and Selena got up and said goodbye. They exchanged phone numbers, and Luke gave them his address in the Clinton area so that they could keep in touch. Unlike during the hijacking, when both father and daughter had still been obsessed with revenge, they were very willing to become friends with Luke now that they were back to living a normal life. Both father and daughter liked Luke and Selena, and Mindy loved Gold Nugget even more. Gold Nugget didn't have an opinion either way of this little girl. It wasn't like it hadn't been around kids before. There were 5 kids in total in Selena and Luke's families. Compared with younger kids who didn't know how to control their strength, Mindy knew better. Most of the time, she just liked to stroke the furry dog head and look at its honest face. After Luke and Selena left, Damon closed the door. Mindy pondered for a moment. "Dad, can I play with them when I'm free?" Damon thought for a moment, then shook his head. "They're detectives. They don't even have regular holidays, and it's normal for them to be busy all the time. You can go over to play once in a while, but all the time," Mindy put up her fingers in a pledge. "I promise I won't disturb them." Damon rubbed her head. "Don't get your hopes up. When I was a police officer and did manage to come home, all I did was sleep. It's easy to say you won't disturb them, but easier said than done." That was all he said. His daughter was very sensible. As long as she understood Luke and Selena's situation, she wouldn't be rash. Besides, she had to go to school after Christmas. At that time, she wouldn't have the time to bother them. Chapter 987. One has to decide one's own path. Damon didn't really care. He was already past the age of calling up friends, and he had been immersed in drawing recently. If it wasn't because he and Luke had fought together during the hijacking, he wouldn't get too close to the young man. Back at home, Selena sat by the window and looked in the direction of New Jersey. Luke poured 2 cups of hot chocolate and gave one to her. "Are you still thinking about the 2 of them?" Selena took a sip, and the feeling of not being full was finally gone. "Seeing them start a new life, it seems pretty good." Luke said, "It's a personal choice. Look at Dustin. Isn't he still working hard in his 40s? Selena was lost for words. "It's all about personal choice." Luke sat down and looked at the Hudson River and New Jersey. Damon might not have been able to adapt to this life so quickly if he didn't have drawing to focus on. But Mindy, he shook his head. Selena sighed. "That girl is," she paused. She wanted to say, ruined, or twisted, but that didn't seem right. Luke said, "You don't have to watch your words when we're talking." Damon trained a violent little girl into someone who isn't bound by the rules of ordinary people. It's not something to be happy about. Thankfully, he used to be a good police officer. There's no problem with Mindy's understanding of good and bad, it's just that Damon went overboard. Selena looked at him and asked, "What are your plans for her?" Luke shook his head. "I'm just on the sidelines. At most, I'll give guidance when it's necessary. Even if she chooses to be an ordinary person when she grows up, that's still good." Selena found that odd. "Have you never thought of grooming her into becoming someone who can help us? She's not very strong right now, but as long as she has the right equipment, most superhumans won't be her match. I chose this path myself." Luke turned around and looked at her. "You chose to come with me. So, I won't help her make a choice. It's still better for everyone to have control of their own path in life." After a brief silence, he continued, "She'll only come into contact with V, and I won't let her know my real identity. That way, she can quit anytime." Selena stared at him. "So, I can't quit?" Luke smiled. "No, you can quit too. Maybe you can go back and be a ranch owner or something, and raise livestock." Selena frowned. "Huh." Luke patted her head. "Because I don't mind if you know." Selena gave an, "Oh," and quieted down. She picked up the hot chocolate and sipped it slowly, before she looked out the window at the falling snow. Luke didn't say anything else. He sat next to her and watched the snowflakes dance in the sky. After 2 peaceful days, Haley called at noon. "I'm almost done with work. I'll take Molly to view Kilgrave's body today," she said on the other end of the phone. "Okay, meet outside the forensics center at 2 in the afternoon." Luke agreed without any hesitation. "Sure." Haley also didn't mince words. At 2 in the afternoon, Luke and Selena waited for Haley and Molly's family outside the forensics center. When he saw Luke again, Molly's father, Richard, was even more grateful. He immediately took Luke's hand and thanked him profusely, the sly air of a businessman nowhere to be seen. He might be rich, but his home ground was Boston. In New York, the people he knew at most were chefs. It wasn't easy for someone like him to directly contact NYPD for access to the morgue. Also, he would definitely have to owe someone a favor for something like that. Luke, on the other hand, had offered to help without asking for anything in return. Apart from feeling extremely glad that he had met the sort of good police officer that could only be found in the movies, he could only thank him. Molly's mother had been standing next to Molly the entire time. She didn't step forward, but she still looked very grateful. Luke and Selena didn't think much of it. They had been working cases for a long time, and many of the victims' families were grateful to them when they caught the murderer. The reaction from Molly's family could only be considered normal. Luke didn't waste any time. He simply said, "I made an appointment with the medical examiner. We should go in quickly. She doesn't have a good temper or patience." Haley quickly added, "That's right. They have a constant backlog. It's best to do it earlier so that we have more time." A moment later, Luke said to the medical examiner with a smile, "Thanks, Lainey." Lainey waved her hand casually. "It's fine. I have reports to fill out. You know the rules. Call me when you're done." She then turned around and left. Luke nodded and watched her leave. Lainey was Beckett's contact. Although John and the others could also find someone to help Luke, he was too lazy to use these more personal and effective connections to deal with this sort of thing. Beckett had just said that he could look for her if he needed anything, and he had done so without any hesitation. When it came to favors, one had to be in constant contact with the other party. The more times they owed each other, the more trust there would be. For now, he could collect favors without needing to squeeze out too much, and he just used them whenever he needed to. He was too new at NYPD, and nobody would dare ask him to do anything that was against the rules for the time being. Luke waved at Haley, who was at the door, and she brought Molly over. Molly's parents were left outside the door. It wasn't appropriate for them to enter the morgue, nor to be present during Haley's treatment. Only Luke, Haley, and Molly were left in the morgue. Luke had to be there. That was one of Lainey's conditions. Otherwise, she would have to be on hand to prevent anything from happening. Many bizarre things happened in the world, and even more so in the morgue. Things like pulling out a body and beating it up could only be considered a normal incident, and it wasn't uncommon to steal and destroy bodies. There were even more bizarre instances where the deceased's friends wanted to have a farewell party with the body, and would bring champagne and cigars over. Thus, a medical examiner or police officer had to be present during a viewing to keep an eye on the scene. Luke silently retreated to the door and watched as Haley led Molly over to an open freezer. After a fair amount of persuasion, she finally faced Kilgrave's body. Molly, who had been in a slight daze the whole time, reacted violently. She cried and laughed, cursed and punched, then fell to her knees and wept for a long time. Luke simply watched silently. He didn't care about the minor bruises that appeared on the body, and nor would Lainey. After all, Kilgrave's autopsy report had already come out. If all went according to procedure, the body would be buried in a public cemetery if no relatives came forward during this period to claim the body. It wasn't a problem at all for Molly to vent a little now. Luke just quietly memorized what Haley did, including the way she guided Molly with her words and how she adjusted Molly's emotions. Chapter 988. I see through everything. With Haley as a professional psychiatrist in front of him, Luke was able to analyze and understand her way of thinking. He would ask again tomorrow if Molly was getting better, and he would then be able to modify the technique slightly and use it with Jessica Jones. It wasn't that Luke was overflowing with sympathy, but that Kilgrave was a disgusting pervert whose victims were traumatized for life. Since Luke knew that Jessica was also a victim, he didn't mind helping her out. He could also test the effect of combining multiple abilities on mental illnesses. Besides, one of the 3 girls, Stacy, who was in the group of 3, also had psychological issues. Luke would have to deal with this problem sooner or later before he could make further arrangements for them. After all, it wasn't unusual for mental patients to do strange things. He didn't want Stacy to reveal that she knew V. The world was unpredictable. Whoever said that they knew V would definitely suffer. When Haley was done, he mouthed silently to her, "Did it work?" After a brief hesitation, Haley nodded affirmatively. Luke gestured for her to call him before he saw them off. Seeing Kilgrave had engendered the most intense reaction from Molly in this period of time, which was also the most suitable time to treat her. Of course, Haley couldn't waste this perfect opportunity. She had to take Molly back for further treatment immediately. After seeing off Haley and the others, Luke and Selena went to the police station. They had just sat down when the phone rang. Selena picked up the phone and said a few words before she hung up. She then said to Luke, "Go, the boss has summoned you." Luke entered Dustin's office and was immediately told to close the door. As soon as Luke closed the door, Dustin asked, "Did you take care of Aurora?" Luke was surprised. "Why do you say that?" Dustin chuckled as if he had seen through everything. In the end, Luke wasn't in a hurry. He sat down in front of the table and took out a chocolate lollipop. Seeing his behavior, Dustin admitted defeat. He treasured Luke and gave him time to slack off, but he himself still wanted to be promoted. Playing this childish game of, see who gives in first, was only wasting his time. He quickly revealed the evidence. The police department just received a donation of $200,000 this morning, and it was clearly stated that it's to thank you for your outstanding contribution, and as for the department's particular use. Do you know who the donor is? Luke said helplessly, "Aurora." Dustin said, "That's right. I'm the only one who knows for now, but the police department will know in a few days. Be prepared." Luke didn't think much of it. "It's just 200,000. What's the big deal?" Dustin said with a complicated expression. "Luke, you have to know that even when NYPD received the $2 million from the Soderberghs that year, we didn't get a share of the money. Also, the Soderberghs release the donations at the beginning of every year." "What do you think that means?" Luke tilted his head. "Are you saying that NYPD might receive a huge donation next year?" Dustin sighed. "Actually, this donation came at a bad time. If the Soderberghs donate less to NYPD next year, what do you think the higher-ups will think of you and me?" Pondering for a moment, Luke suddenly asked, "How much do the Soderberghs usually donate to NYPD?" Dustin said, "Around $1 million is normal. $1.5 million would be considered great." Luke knew that after getting this 200,000, the NYPD bigshots would probably expect the Soderbergh family's donation next year to increase to 1.5 million. This was the same as someone who usually scored 90 points becoming lazy if he scored 80 points in an exam. He nodded. "It's not a big problem. There's no need to be torn over a couple of 100,000. Next year, as part of Titanium Phone Company's corporate welfare, Jenny would also donate to NYPD, and it wouldn't be just a pitiful 1 million. Luke's true backer had never been anyone else but himself. Dustin opened his mouth, but he could only shut it when he remembered that Luke was a multimillionaire. After all, a $1 or $2 million donation would be spread out over 40,000 NYPD employees, while a certain person had millions in assets. There was no comparison. "You still have to be careful," he said. "If you're not interested in dealing with this family, you should wash your hands of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be getting steak, but only a handful of cow dung." Luke was lost for words for a moment. "Are they the cows?" Dustin pondered for 2 seconds. "Cash cows." Luke was lost for words. Was this middle-aged man's eloquence a result of his personal training with Jennifer? Luke's scalp tingled at Dustin's corny joke. He could only jeer at his boss before he beat a firm retreat. When they left the station, Luke and Selena still decided to go to the villa. After cleaning up today, it would be ready for Robert and the others as they came to spend Christmas with Luke. This place was very close to Luke's new home in Clinton. It would only take him 5 to 10 minutes to get here. The reason he didn't want Robert and the others to stay in his new home in Clinton was because the area there wasn't great. It was fine for Luke and Selena, but it was more dangerous for Robert and Catherine to bring 2 kids in and out. He didn't want Robert, a retired sheriff, to go on a killing spree. He had earned so much money, which was meant to be spent on things like these. He had only just moved to New York, and was quite busy. The next time Robert and the others came to New York for a vacation, they could stay in a manor in Nassau County or further away in New Jersey. Money wasn't a problem. The main problem was that Luke wanted to find a suitable manor and avoid the big scene in New York. Thus, he had to inspect more locations. He couldn't just buy it directly, like this villa. It wasn't dark yet, but they had already tidied up the villa and made sure that it was ready before they went home. Today was the 20th of December. As they drove through the streets, they saw that most of the shops and houses were decorated with colorful lights and decorations. Along with the clean and cold snow, the atmosphere was full of a festive air. After Selena returned home, she didn't go off to train as usual, but started packing. On the 22nd, she would take a plane back to Texas before she returned to Shackelford. Luke was giving her a break from tonight onward. With Luke at the police department, Dustin wouldn't care if Celine slipped off a day earlier. Even if there was an emergency, Luke was enough. The next day, Luke went out with Selena. She, who rarely used her credit card, finally went into swipe mode as she went on a spending spree. Chapter 989. Aha, look what I caught. Selena basically used cash for her daily expenses, otherwise her and gold nuggets, cash stash, would be completely useless. Luke had also asked Jenny to give the phone company's shareholders a small year-end bonus. It wasn't a lot, but Selena had still earned several $100,000. Compared with last year, Selena had too much money now. Naturally, she chose to buy some gifts for her family. The things she bought last year weren't cheap either, but they were all normal household stuff, such as clothes, accessories, alcohol, and home appliances. This year, the gift she had prepared for her father, Mario, was an Audemars Piguet watch from the Royal Oak Offshore Collection, which cost more than $20,000. It couldn't be considered too expensive, however, since Selena was getting her mother, Sandra, a diamond necklace that was around $50,000. But as long as Mario was willing, he could wear the watch all the time. As for the diamond necklace, it was best to leave it in a jewelry box most of the time. Selena had heard Sandra joke before that she would be lucky to own a diamond necklace worth thousands of dollars in this lifetime. This year was a new beginning for the Hayek family. Selena planned to give Sandra a happy Christmas. On the morning of the 22nd, Luke drove Selena, Gold Nugget, and several boxes of gifts to the airport. Mario, the owner of Flourish and Prosper Ranch, promised that he wouldn't be like before, when he wouldn't leave the ranch for a period of time. He would go to Dallas Airport to pick up Selena so that she didn't have to worry about moving her luggage. After seeing Selena off, Luke relaxed. Seeing that it was still early, he called Elena. This girl wasn't going back to France for Christmas this year. She said that it was because plane tickets were too expensive, so she decided to work in New York. Of course, Luke wasn't stupid enough to secretly buy her an all-purpose ticket as a Christmas present. A straight man like that deserved to be single forever. He parked the car at the New Jersey villa and called a rental company to send a Ford Explorer over before he drove to Alina's college. Coincidentally, Alina's college was in North Bergen. A few kilometers north of the college was the fraternity's textile factory. As Luke drove, he contemplated the fraternity. During this period, he would occasionally go to the textile factory in ordinary clothes at night. However, he didn't infiltrate it directly again. Instead, he used the mini drones which he had set up inside as surveillance to gather intelligence. After a long period of continuous surveillance, he obtained a lot of particulars about the fraternity's activities, and the intelligence he had continued to be fleshed out. It was very hard to keep anything a complete secret in this world. It was even more difficult to persevere and not let anything slip. It was inevitable that there would be a lot of loopholes in an organization which had enjoyed hundreds of years of glory. They weren't real dinosaurs, however. Professionals would do a sweep of the textile factory practically every day, including for various electronic equipment. Unfortunately, their detection equipment fell far short of Tony Stark's first-rate goods, and Luke's mini drones weren't found. There were also some leads on the origin of the medicinal bath which Sloane, that sly old fox, had been hiding. Not long ago, the exterminator had let Sloane know that the medicinal bath was about to run out. After that, Sloane had gone out once, and when he returned, he gave the new ingredients for the medicinal bath to the exterminator. Thankfully, the drone had been keeping an eye on the room with the medicinal bath all this time, but if Luke hadn't had Little Snail to help him analyze the situation, he might have missed this clue. When investigating Sloane's trip out this time, the multifaceted system had found traces of him. Sloane, this outdated old man, had used a fake identity and a lot of disguises, but had accidentally been caught by a girl who liked to take selfies. Thus, he was still tagged as a highly suspicious target by the multifaceted system. Little Snail then investigated the possible routes he might have taken, and even more clues proved that it was indeed Sloan. There was also a clear destination for the flight he took under a fake identity, Iquitos in Peru. Luke didn't have time to go to Iquitos himself. He simply found two famous private detective agencies over the internet and paid them to investigate leads on Sloan and also investigate if there were any legends about something similar to a medicinal bath. It was just a small amount of money. It would be best if he could get something, but it wouldn't be a waste if he didn't. Once the origin of the medicinal bath was determined, the fraternity was basically useless. At that time, all Luke had to do was think about how to take down the entire fraternity and earn as many experience and credit points as possible. Taking one last look north of North Bergen, Luke parked the car outside Polland Academy of Art and got out. On the side of the road at the gate, a petite figure was stomping her feet and shivering. When the Ford Explorer drove over, she happened to turn around and walk toward the gate, so she didn't notice it. Luke picked her up and spun her around. "Huh, look what I caught. It's a beautiful girl." Elena, who was still in Luke's arms, burst out laughing when she heard him. "No, I'm just a lost rabbit." Luke put her down and led her to the car with one hand while he patted the snow off her body with the other. "It's a shame that I'm not a big bad wolf, but an animal protection advocate." The girl let him help her clean the snow off and said, "Huh. Shouldn't you say that you're a hunter?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "But hunters usually carry double-barreled shotguns." Stumped for a moment, Elena didn't understand what Luke meant as they went to the car. Putting Elena in the passenger seat and closing the door, Luke returned to the driver's seat and got into the car. The heating was on in the car. Elena took off her beige hat and thick coat and put them in the backseat. She looked at him with a smile. "Are you on break?" Luke shrugged. "Technically speaking, I'm supposed to be at work, but nobody checks up on me." Elena was curious. "Didn't you just come to NYPD? Is your boss so relaxed with you? Wait, were you sent here just to warm an empty bench?" Luke chuckled. "Let me correct your misconception. The bench is cold, but when I'm on the clock, I do have to sit on it. I can't leave no matter how bored I am." Elena asked, "Then how can you skip work? Or are you planning to go back to work after we have lunch?" Luke chuckled. "I'm not going to work today. I have a lot of time to show you the scenery around New York." Elena was happy at first, but then she remembered something and spat at him, her face turning red. It wasn't because she was shy. It was purely because of the heater. Soon, they arrived at Times Square. After parking the car, they strolled around this crossroads of the world. Chapter 990, Chance Encounter, and never started. Situation permitting, anyone who went to New York would definitely visit Times Square. Elena had been in New York for a while. Of course she had been here. However, a place like this could take an hour or two, or even 3 to 5 days, to explore. Luke and Elena weren't really sightseeing, either. They simply snuggled against each other as they walked casually down the snow-covered streets. Most of the people around them were in a hurry. Some were bundled up, some were dressed simply, some were holding cameras, and some were holding titanium phones. Some were passers-by, some were office workers, and some were idle people like Luke and Selena. They moved through the streets at their own pace in mutual, comfortable silence. After strolling around for a while, they lined up outside Shake Shack. Elena had never eaten the burgers here before, because she was too busy seeking out art in New York to waste her time on food. For her, cheap and fast food was enough, even if it tasted much worse. Of course, being with Luke today wasn't a waste of time. Luke and Selena chatted as they slowly moved forward with the queue. Although it was already Christmas Eve and snow was drifting down, there was still a long line, and even more people than usual. However, if they wanted to eat at this place, they had to be prepared to line up, and nobody complained. But Luke also noticed that a lot of people weren't bored in the queue. Many were fiddling with their phones as they subconsciously followed the people in front of them, but their attention was mostly on their phones. All of them were using titanium phones. They only had two things to kill time with, an F2F and a mini game on the titanium phone. As one of the most packed shops in Times Square, Shake Shack was already ahead of most of the other shops, and offered free Wi-Fi. After all, other stores didn't have to deal with queues every day. Offering free Wi-Fi could reduce the complaints of an ever-increasing number of titanium phone users. Here, women could flip through the F2F or upload selfies, and half an hour would have passed before they knew it. It was even more so for the guys, who could play the game, and in the blink of an eye, it would be their turn to order. Elena also took out her titanium phone for a selfie. Luke wasn't in the shot, which was something he and Elena had agreed on long ago. She was just an ordinary girl. If his enemies found her, it would be dangerous if they used her to get revenge. Getting beat up would be getting off easy, she could still be shot in the head. Among the people who had been arrested by Luke, there were countless criminals and their relatives who had dared to attack him, and also 30 to 50 who had dared to shoot him. Elena could only have him resume his old job as a human selfie stick. With her professional composition and color mix, these photos which were taken with just a phone camera became works of art. Given the lack of an artistic bone in Luke's body, he felt that they were on par with the artistic computer screensavers he had seen in his previous life. Also, women could filter their photos to make their round faces oval, but Elena's actual face wasn't any less beautiful. Luke didn't have to worry that he was looking at a photo of an auntie. Suddenly, two people walked over from behind to stand next to them. One of them asked in surprise, "Luke?" Luke turned around and smiled. "Hello, Nikki. And you too, Monica. What a coincidence." The tall and fair Nikki nodded as she observed Luke and Elena. She couldn't help but ask, "Is this your girlfriend?" Luke nodded naturally. "Yes, her name is Elena." The three girls greeted each other politely but didn't say anything else. Luke asked, "Where are you going?" Nikki didn't say anything, and Monica replied with a smile, "Lunch. We just didn't expect to see you here again." Luke was amused. "You just came." The two girls nodded. Luke said, "What do you want to eat?" "My treat." The two girls immediately said there was no need. Luke said with a smile, "You queued up for me last time and forgot to buy your own lunch. Let me treat you this time." Looking at his refreshing and gentle smile, the two girls couldn't refuse. Then, the four of them started chatting. Over the past year, Luke had learned a lot about making small talk with people. Elena wasn't familiar with the two girls, and Luke had no intention of divulging personal information. He just told funny anecdotes. Some sounded a little dirty, but it wasn't meant to be innuendo, and was just for fun. It made the three girls relax and laugh non-stop. When it was their turn to order, the four of them quickly found seats and sat down. The good thing about Christmas was that fewer people would eat out, and most who did would leave in a hurry after eating. Even so, the restaurant was still bustling. The four of them crowded around a small table and continued chatting. Compared with earlier, they had food and dessert, and didn't have to enjoy the cold weather outside. They ate happily for almost an hour before they left. They said goodbye at the door and went their separate ways. Luke and Elena chatted and laughed as they walked to the parking lot. Nikki and Monica, the best friends, stopped after walking a short distance. More specifically, when Nikki stopped and turned around, Monica naturally followed suit. Monica followed Nikki's line of sight and couldn't help but sigh. "You really have good taste. Even if he doesn't like my type, and even brought his girlfriend out today, I have to admit that it's very easy to get along with him." Nikki nodded subconsciously. "Yes." Monica turned her head and looked at Nikki, who looked a little disappointed. "But it seems that he prefers petite and plump girls like Elena. She's also a college student who's majoring in art. She definitely isn't like us who do barbaric sports." Nikki smiled bitterly. "Can't you say something nice?" Monica shrugged. "I can only say it's a good thing you never started. That way, you don't have to be sad." Nikki's slight gloom was shattered, like snowflakes being scattered. "How kind of you to say that. In the future, I'll use that to comfort nerds who can't get a girlfriend." Monica said, "Do you want them to give up in despair and become shut-ins forever?" Nikki said, "Before they self-implode, I'll tell them that you're the one who said those words." Monica. At that moment, Luke and Elena finally disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 991. "Yes, I am the baseball." Nikki slowly turned around and got back on track. "You're right, he didn't even call me once, and when I called him twice, he said that he was busy with work. Now, he has time to go shopping with that girl." Monica was shocked. "You've already called twice. I didn't even call once." Nikki said, "Are you gloating?" Monica was helpless. "You could dream before, but I knew from the beginning that he felt nothing for my type. Am I not even more unlucky than you? He gave me a home run right at the beginning." Nikki. "Huh," Monica said, "Yes, I'm the baseball. I was sent flying with one hit." There wasn't even a chance for me to return to the field. Nikki opened her mouth, but was unable to refute her best friend's metaphor, nor could she think of anything to say to comfort her. All right, let's go buy Christmas gifts. You can't be friends with all the handsome guys. These might be the only 2 times we run into him. Monica pulled Nikki forward and comforted her. As they talked, the 2 girls joined the crowd. Unlike Alina's earlier misunderstanding, Luke really did take her to see the sights of New York City in the afternoon. After leaving Times Square, they went to NYPD HQ to see where Luke did battle. Then, they went to the Brooklyn Bridge and the Hudson River in the southwest to look at the Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island. They didn't take the boat to the island. Taking a boat to the island in this weather wasn't great. They could only wait until the weather cleared up to go. At 5 in the afternoon, Luke sent Elena back to her dorm. However, after parking his car in a parking lot not far from the back entrance, he snuck into the college while Elena was distracting the young security guard. There weren't any strict attendance requirements at the Poland Academy of Art, and since Christmas was approaching, most students left early. Elena's roommate, for example, had already gone on vacation with her nth boyfriend, and wouldn't be back for at least a week. A moment later, Luke finally entered Elena's dorm. Previously, when his sister, Claire, entered USC, he had only looked around the campus and not visited her dorm. So, this was his first time in a college girls' dormitory. Poland wasn't a very famous art school, and the rules weren't very strict either. The decorations in the dorm were quite unique, and the room was full of strange things. Elena's roommate was a New Zealand girl who liked to make friends. She rarely returned to the dorm. Now, the double dorm was practically Elena's personal space. Her roommate would only come back to sleep for a night, or a day. After analyzing the room with his sharp nose for a moment, Luke was no longer worried that his mild obsession with cleanliness would flare up. Elena lived in an international dorm which had a better environment than a regular dorm. It also had its own ensuite, which was very convenient. But this wasn't preferential treatment, since this dormitory was much more expensive than a regular one. Thankfully, Elena had come here on a scholarship. She was a top student in this school, and her fees had been waived slightly. Coupled with the fact that she had a roommate who barely returned to the dorm, her living environment was much better than $1,000 plus monthly rent in New York. Of course, this was New Jersey. Rent wasn't as high as on the Manhattan side to begin with. As Luke surveyed the dorm, Elena had already taken off her coat and was only wearing a thin sweater and jeans. She took out a bag from her closet. "Do you want some?" He turned around and smiled. "Of course." Elena opened the coffee bag with a smile. "Your taste hasn't changed, has it?" Luke nodded and looked at her. Her movements were skillful and unhurried, which were nice to look at. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at him. "Why aren't you talking?" Luke sat down on a chair in front of the window and said with a smile, "I was recalling when we first met." Elena asked, "What's that?" Luke chuckled, "I remember that you invited me in for coffee on the 3rd night." Elena couldn't help but sneer. "That's all you can remember." Luke shrugged. "That was my first trip abroad, and the first time a girl invited me in for coffee. It's indeed very memorable." Elena couldn't help but laugh. She threw something at Luke. Luke caught it and examined it. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "You're actually still growing." Elena spat at him and turned a blind eye to him handling her underwear. Just like that, they chatted and laughed. When the steaming hot coffee was ready, they sat by the window with the coffee in their hands. This habit of Elena's hadn't changed. There was a chair and a small round table in front of the window. This was definitely where she had coffee in her dorm. There were a few books on the bookshelf. There were art magazines, literary works, and, a detective novel. Holding Elena, who was sitting on his lap, Luke picked up the detective novel. "You're still reading this? I recall this isn't your thing." Looking at the darkening sky and the falling snow, Elena chuckled. "Because I want to know what your job is like, right?" Luke put the novel back. "The lead character in this novel is a private detective, and I'm a detective." Elena was lost. "Isn't it all solving cases?" Luke chuckled. "We can use guns to arrest and interrogate suspects, but private detectives don't have the right to do that. But if you like it, you can pass the time with it." Both of them look for evidence, so it's not entirely unrelated. Elena simply hummed in acknowledgement. The night outside the window was getting darker, but the room was as warm as spring. It got dark in New York early in the winter, and the street lamps lit up at 7. Jameson, the new security guard at Polland Academy, walked around on campus helplessly. The old security guard had retired due to illness, and he had just been employed a few days ago. As Christmas approached, he had inexplicably been given the night shift 3 days in a row. As a newbie, he could only accept it. He comforted himself that since he didn't have a girlfriend and his parents were back in his hometown, he could still earn some money by working overtime. The walkie-talkie had crackled just as night fell. Another old security guard on duty at the gate had openly ordered him to go out and patrol. Jameson hesitated for a few minutes in the warm security room, but had no choice but to get dressed and walk out. He was the newbie, after all. Chapter 992. A woman screams in a little bunny shot. Walking down the main avenue on the lawn at the back, Jameson cursed both that bunch of security guards who relied on their seniority in the cold night. There were roughly 2,000 to 3,000 people at Polland Academy, but it occupied a wide area. With Christmas approaching, most of the students had left school for the holidays. The entire campus was quiet, and it felt like a ghost town. Jameson subconsciously glanced at the darkness where the light couldn't reach. He felt that there were shadows everywhere, as if something was hidden there, ready to strike. Fine, it was a reflex for a horror movie fan. The truth was that apart from the rubber baton issued by the school, he had also brought a taser to protect himself. It was a pity he couldn't use it to keep himself warm. Apart from the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, there was only the crunch of his feet on the snow. Jameson sped up and swept the flashlight around. He decided to finish this patrol quickly and hide in the security room, determined not to come out again. At that moment, he reached the dormitory of an exchange student. He could vaguely hear faint sounds. Stunned for a moment, his face suddenly turned pale. It sounded like a woman's voice. There were no words, instead, it sounded like the background music in a horror movie, like a female ghost wailing and struggling. It was intermittent and indistinct, as if it was coming from some dark corner. Jameson's teeth chattered, his legs trembled, and he shivered. Polland Academy was an art school, and didn't lack its share of urban horror stories. After all, artists were more prone to flights of imagination than normal people. Thus, horror stories, real or fake, were born on campus, and there was an astonishing number of them. For example, the girl who sketched the portrait of a witch and died mysteriously after that. Or a couple's fight, which resulted in their death in the dorm. Perhaps what was scarier was the story of the barefoot little girl in a white dress who bled from all her orifices. Jameson shook all over, and his flashlight swung around wildly. Suddenly, he was stunned again. He slowly turned the flashlight back to a window on the 3rd floor of the dorm, only to discover that it was completely dark and empty. But when the flashlight swept past the window earlier, he had seen what looked like a pale woman with disheveled hair, waving at him from that window. At that moment, Jameson's brain seemed to freeze, and he was stupefied. After standing there in a daze for a few seconds, he suddenly realized that the female voice was gone. A strong wind suddenly blew through the trees and the snow around him, like demons descending in a movie. Ah, ghost. He turned around abruptly and ran off. In the room on the 3rd floor, Luke was bent over as he stuck his head out the window. He saw the young security guard look up at the window for a moment before he suddenly ran away. Luke was stunned. What the hell? He hugged Elena tightly in front of him and whispered in her ear, "Is there something wrong with this security guard?" Elena hit him weakly. "He must have seen us or heard me." Luke was confused. "He doesn't have to run off screaming, right? We're not ugly, and your voice isn't unpleasant. Why is he running so fast?" Elena was too lazy to think about it. She simply hugged him tightly. "Shouldn't you think about how to deal with the bunny first?" Luke chuckled. "The bunny didn't call for help when it saw the security guard, so it's doomed now." Elena snorted. "The bunny was shot and can't run anymore. The outcome has already long been decided, it just hopes the process is a little more beautiful." Pondering for a moment, Luke put his chin on her shoulder and pulled her back to the window. "Let's continue watching the snow." Elena nodded reluctantly in agreement. Downstairs, Jameson, the young security guard, was nowhere to be seen. The two of them stood in each other's arms and enjoyed the quiet snow scene. The night was still long. The next day, December 23rd, Luke and Elena stayed in the dorm until past 10. They enjoyed the necessary coffee in front of the snow for a long time before they finally left. As they went out the back entrance, Luke couldn't help but ask a middle-aged security guard in the security room, "May I ask if the young security guard from yesterday is all right?" The middle-aged security guard was stumped. Jameson, puzzled, he asked, "Why are you asking about him?" Luke shrugged. "I saw him running while he was patrolling the campus yesterday. He seems very dedicated, but it's been snowing these days, so." The middle-aged security guard nodded and said, "It's nothing. It's just that the guy likes to watch horror movies. He scared himself last night and called in sick today. He was also very depressed when he said that. Without this newcomer, it would be his turn to keep watch tonight, which was a tough job." Luke thanked him politely and left with Elena. Elena was a little surprised. "You can scare yourself sick. I have some impression of him, he doesn't strike me as a coward." Luke shrugged. "There are a lot of people in this world who like to scare themselves. They watch horror movies even when they don't have the guts, they can only blame themselves if they fall sick." Elena didn't think too much of it. She leaned closer to him and said, "Let's watch a horror movie later." Luke was surprised. "You just had coffee this morning, and you want to watch a horror movie now?" Elena couldn't help but give him a light slap. "Can't we go in the afternoon?" Luke smiled. "Sure, if that's what you want. But are there any horror movies showing during Christmas?" The question was answered soon enough after they had lunch. Nothing. They went to 2 cinemas, but there were no actual horror movies. There were just 2 low-budget thrillers. Looking at the lousy posters and the audience comments which Luke found on a review site, it was clear that these were very mediocre works. They decisively gave up and went in to suffer. Elena was afraid that she would laugh out loud while watching the movie. If that happened, her expectations for thrillers would drop, and she wouldn't have fun watching them anymore. They looked at each other in amusement. Elena said that she didn't want to waste her time searching for horror films, so they were going to continue with their one-day tour of New York. When they left the second cinema, Elena received a call. She picked up the phone and said a few words before she covered the mouthpiece and said to Luke, "Margaret invited me to an art exhibition. She said that it's pretty good, but it's going to end today, and I might never be able to catch it again after this." Chapter 993. Running into Lindsay again. Looking at Elena's conflicted expression, Luke rubbed her head and said, "I'll go along with what you want. I was going to skip work today anyway." Elena smiled happily and patted his chest before she moved her hand away to talk to Margaret. After the call, she gave him an address. Luke got into the car with her and set off with a strange expression. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a building. Luke took the elevator up to the 32nd floor and looked at a familiar sign. He didn't feel anything, and even felt like laughing. Desperation Monroe Peterson Exhibition. The tall blonde, Margaret, was standing next to the sign, wearing a simple and elegant white dress. When she saw Luke and Elena, a bright smile as pure as a child's appeared on her beautiful face. All right, she was far purer than most American middle schoolers. The 2 girls smiled and exchanged greetings. Thanks to Elena, Luke received the same treatment. Elena smiled apologetically at Luke before she was dragged away by Margaret. This pure young widow was already talking non-stop about the artworks that were worth looking at in this exhibition. Luke smiled at Elena, who was still looking at him, and indicated that she could go ahead. The petite Margaret dragged Elena deep into the exhibition hall, where the masterpieces were. Luke wasn't interested in the paintings here. If they were classic works of writing, fine, he couldn't be bothered to understand, nor could he pick out the differences. Even the abstract expressionism, which Monroe's works belonged to, was something he only knew from the cover of the exhibition brochure. He simply walked to the French windows and looked out at New York, planning to wait quietly on his own. The sound of high heels approached, and a young woman's voice rang out not far behind him. "Detective Coulson." Luke turned around and smiled formally. "Hello, Miss Soderbergh." It was Lindsay. She extended her hand with a sincere smile. "Just call me Lindsay. Also, thank you for helping me and Monroe." Luke shook her hand. "Then please call me Luke. Also, that's just my job." Lindsay let go and gestured. "Can I talk to you in private?" Luke looked over and saw Margaret and Elena absorbed in a discussion in front of a painting not far away. Lindsay also looked over and said with a smile, "Margaret and I are friends. She said that she had a friend here. I didn't expect it to be you." Luke chuckled. "I didn't expect you to still be here." Lindsay sighed. "That's why I want to talk to you." Luke raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He simply nodded, and they walked to the rest area in the corner. After they sat down, Lindsay had the staff bring over 2 cups of coffee. She took a sip and adjusted her mood before she said, "Although I just said it, I still have to thank you again." "Luke, Thank you for everything you did for me and Monroe." Luke didn't stand on ceremony this time. He simply nodded and was ready to listen. She definitely had a request. It seemed that Lindsay hadn't brought him here just to thank him. Without any hesitation, Lindsay got straight to the point and talked about her family's conflict with Monroe. After listening for a moment, Luke had a strange expression on his face. He was practically a human polygraph, and could confirm that what Lindsay was saying was basically true. Most importantly, she wasn't lying. If he didn't have this ability, he might have deemed this a case of the Rashomon effect. He could only conclude that this was a classic case of a communication breakdown in the family. Lindsay and Monroe weren't a couple. She just admired Monroe's work. She was young and not as experienced as her father, Jeffrey. On a whim, she went from chasing paintings to pushing people, and became an investor for Monroe. She could also be considered an opportunist. She funded and promoted Monroe's work to increase his popularity, mostly because she wanted to reap huge profits from him, not because of love. In fact, 50% of the profits would belong to her if these paintings were sold. Also, during this process, Monroe could only give suggestions, and didn't have the power to make decisions. It was up to Lindsay to decide who his works would be sold to and for how much. It wasn't hard for Monroe to accept such a contract. Monroe was the typical artist. He didn't care about money at all. What he wanted now was recognition. Perhaps after he received widespread recognition, he wouldn't even need that anymore. And without Lindsay's help, he didn't have the ability to show his work to the world, and there would be no point in him continuing to draw. If it wasn't for the fact that Lindsay was still too green and did genuinely appreciate his work, he would even sign a 90-10 contract if it was handed to him, without even looking at it. This was nothing more than a typical cooperation between a rich heiress and an artist. If Monroe became successful in the future, this story would spread like wildfire. But after a few of Aurora's enemies mocked her behind her back, things got out of hand. After she investigated Monroe's background, she tried to persuade her daughter to give up on her plan to promote Monroe, but she already had doubts about the relationship between her daughter and Monroe. Monroe, who was in his 30s, was really too young as an artist, and being young meant that he most likely had a long life ahead of him. It was common knowledge that an artist's work was only more valuable after he died. The plan sounded like a financial sinkhole. Lindsay, who had always been outstanding since she was young, and who had grown up to be even more calm and rational, suddenly started throwing her own money at an artist, and even said that it was just because she liked his work. Of course, Aurora didn't believe it. This misunderstanding led to an even bigger one, which turned into a family dispute. It wasn't until Luke appeared that the two warring parties were finally pulled apart. Was this a miraculous result? Not at all. He had only used elementary pheromones control, and performed a little experiment with his own abilities, so that the two of them would remember each other's good points whenever they quarreled. Resolving this conflict and experimenting with his abilities was killing two birds with one stone. The mother and daughter, who had been very emotional before, didn't argue anymore. They soon reached an agreement and took a step back. As long as Lindsay didn't have any more brain spasms, this would only be a minor episode in her growth. Today, she was here to wrap things up. When she heard Luke's name from Margaret, her heart had moved, and she stepped forward herself to greet him. When Luke was mentioned before this, she rarely thought of this gentle young detective. But when she heard his name just now, she immediately wanted to meet him and say thank you. From the moment she started talking to him, she couldn't help but pour out secrets that she couldn't tell her friends and family. When eyewitnesses to the same event give contradictory interpretations of it. Chapter 994. Side effects of a new ability. After recounting the family conflict that had been going on for over a year, Lindsay suddenly felt much better at that moment. Most of the uneasiness, conflict, anxiety, and frustration she had been suppressing in her heart had dissipated, and she felt much more relaxed. Looking at Luke, who was still sitting there with a faint smile on his face, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sorry for making you listen to so many boring things. Luke took a sip of his coffee and said unhurriedly, I understand, and you don't have to be too grateful to me. Let me tell you something. I work for NYPD's Detective Bureau, and we received a donation of $200,000 from your family yesterday. Lindsay was stunned. This, Luke said, don't worry. The money wasn't transferred to my account, and my job isn't to raise funds. I just want to say that your parents really care about you. Lindsay sighed. I know. That's something I understand from the last few days. Luke chuckled. As long as the police department doesn't receive any more calls from all of you, then I can say I've more than done my job, and my boss won't press me to do anything. That's good enough. Lindsay smiled bitterly. Sorry to trouble you. Luke waved his hand. I promised your mother that I would talk to you when I had the chance, but I don't think there's a need to say anything now. Both you and they know what your mistake was. It's just that you can't open your heart for now. Putting down the coffee cup in his hand, he continued, it's a blessing to have family that cares about you. Don't cause a bigger misunderstanding over something unimportant. Tell your mother what you told me today. I think she'll understand. Lindsay lowered her head and allowed her long hair to cover her face. After a long silence, she nodded. Thank you, I will. After getting an answer, Luke didn't say anything else. He simply took out his phone and read the messages from Selena. She was already with her family and preparing for Christmas, and had sent a lot of photos. Her siblings and her parents were all busy at the ranch. They all looked very happy. Luke smiled. This was what a normal family looked like. On Lindsay's side, while Luke's words could only be considered something old people would say, she still listened for some reason. Maybe it was because of his attitude, she thought to herself. She raised her head and looked at Luke, who was sitting on the couch, out of the corner of her eye. At that moment, Luke crossed his legs casually. He fiddled unhurriedly with the phone in hand, and the corners of his mouth were curled up as if he was smiling. Unconsciously, Lindsay stared blankly at the image. Luke knew that she was looking at him, but he didn't care. This had happened with many women recently. Unless they ignored him from the beginning, the more they looked at him, the more attracted they would be to him. He had some guesses about this. Perhaps it was because his mental attributes had improved his temperament, but also because his physical attributes had made him more handsome. It could also be a result of elementary pheromones control. The effect of this ability wasn't clear yet, but it wasn't hard to make a good impression on women. Of course, this was just a good impression, or rather, he was pleasing to their eye. A woman who didn't like his type wouldn't change her taste. But if the other party happened to like him, the good impression would be even stronger. He had been hit on more frequently in the last few days, which was very clear proof. That was also the reason why Luke rarely hung around outside for the past few days, unless he brought along a cover, like Selena or Elena. In fact, even with Elena around yesterday, a few bold girls had come up to him to directly ask for his phone number. Luke could only refuse with a smile before he ran off with Elena. Elena was vexed for a long time over this matter. She asked, what will happen in the future? Luke decisively said that he was a picky eater, and wouldn't be dragged away so easily. Naturally, Elena scolded him and beat him up. Half an hour later, a staff member called away the dazed Lindsay. Looking at Luke, who nodded at her before he went back to playing with his phone, she felt at peace. That was right, she had been watching Luke for half an hour. She hadn't become restless, but instead had become more Buddha-like. Of course, this was all thanks to Luke. He had no intention of provoking this big missy. He didn't want to mess with her protective mother either. So, he activated his ability slightly to prevent Lindsay from becoming intoxicated by his beauty, which softened the impact on her mental state and made her more serene and calm, and less impulsive. He wasn't very good at using his abilities, but it was thanks to Lindsay's lack of defenses and resistance that he was able to continually produce this output. Lindsay would probably remain in this Buddha state for a week or two. By then, she probably wouldn't argue with her family anymore, and this could be considered a good ending for Luke's case. Not long after Lindsay left, there were a burst of exclamations and discussions on the other side. After listening for a while, Luke found out that someone had offered $1 million to buy a Monroe painting. Who knew if Lindsay had arranged this herself? In the art market, this sort of trick was too common. It wasn't surprising, and had nothing to do with him. Luke quickly turned his attention back to his phone. At that moment, he was no longer looking at Selena's Christmas photos, but at various files. After his mental strength reached 40, his ability to use fragments of time was even stronger. He could immerse himself in learning and thinking in just a few seconds. He had spent a lot of time playing these 2 days, but hadn't focused entirely on Elena. Elena had slept for almost 6 hours last night, but Luke had only slept for 2. At 2 in the morning, when this future female artist was fast asleep, Luke had already started working overtime. 10 minutes later, a staff member brought Elena and Margaret over. After the coffee was served, the girls finally told him what happened. Luke embraced Elena, who was both a little excited and envious. He heard from her that 2 of Monroe's paintings might be sold. One of the paintings was worth about $1.2 million, which was one of the main artworks that Luke had heard about at the beginning. The other painting was slightly less expensive at $800,000, and was also a main piece. Luke secretly chuckled. If this was how Lindsay operated, then Monroe's mainstream works would carry a $1 million label. In the future, whoever wanted to buy them would have to spend more than $1 million. With a little more hype, the price would become a few $1,000,000, and Lindsay would get half of it. Recalling how Lindsay had inadvertently mentioned that she had almost 100 of Monroe's works, Luke couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The success of the hype, coupled with an appropriate sales frequency, meant that she would be able to earn at least tens of millions. She wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. Chapter 995, Getting Younger the Older You Live. A young girl in her 20s, who relied on her own abilities and didn't borrow too much power from her family, was going to reap huge benefits above board. This would quickly build her confidence in making money, and she would be able to better resist the lure of it, and possibly make fewer mistakes. This was in fact similar to how Luke worked. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Luke looked at Elena and smiled. Seeing how Lindsay operated, it didn't seem hard to make an artist rich. He put his mouth next to her ear. Relax, you should focus on your studies right now. I believe you'll have your own art exhibition one day. Also, that Monroe is already 40, right? Elena was happy at first, but then couldn't help but laugh and hit him lightly. Nonsense. Monroe is only 30. He's not that old. Margaret also chimed in. That's right. He's our senior. He only graduated a few years ago. Compared with Lindsay, Luke was much more casual with Margaret. He said with a smile, it can't be helped. The world is so unfair. He's aging prematurely. Unlike you, you're getting younger the longer you live. Elena can't learn from him. Margaret smiled happily. Ah, really, so you think so too? Luke was stumped. Too. Margaret said, that's what Haley always says. She also says that she envies me for it. Elena giggled and shook as she leaned against Luke's shoulder. Struggling to keep the muscles on his face from twitching, Luke's lips pulled back into a pretty decent smile. So everyone agrees about this strength of yours. Elena shook even harder when she heard that and couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. Margaret was at a loss. Elena, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Did you think of something funny? Elena shook her head painfully, feeling as if someone had flicked on a laugh switch inside her. She couldn't help it. She couldn't help but smile when she recalled Margaret's utterly pleased expression. This silly kid, everyone's clearly saying that you're becoming more and more like a child. And you're still smiling so foolishly. Elena roasted her inwardly. More importantly, Margaret would often say, I've grown up, the way a primary school student would tell an adult that they were already in their second year. When she compared the two scenarios, Elena really couldn't help herself. Unaware that she had become a happy pill, Margaret continued telling Luke and Selena about herself. Her range of activities was very limited. They either had to do with her cousin, or with her teachers and classmates at school. She also had some of the distinctive traits of an artist. For example, she lacked social awareness, and didn't plan to brush up on it. But she was very lucky. Many misfortunes inexplicably become a comedy or a farce in her eyes. For example, some of her classmates had tried pursuing her, but she had used the roses that one person had given her as a sketch prop for the entire class. She had even thanked the unlucky guy sincerely. Another example would be when a teacher tried to hook up with this innocent and beautiful young widow with the excuse of private tutoring. She thought that it was because the teacher was dedicated, and in the end, she called a few classmates over to attend the lesson together. Her classmates were well aware of her naivete, and immediately knew what the teacher was up to. They decisively got involved and even helped report the teacher. The wretched teacher was quickly dismissed. Of course, Margaret didn't know the truth. But Elena knew a lot. She would drop a word or two into the conversation, hinting to Luke that there was more to it, which amused him. This woman seemed to be blessed by heaven. She had blindly married that underworld bigshot, William, when she was still in college, but he really had liked her. Then, William was unlucky enough to piss off Rebecca, and immediately lost his life. A huge inheritance fell on Margaret's head. It had only been half a year since she transferred to this new school, but many of her classmates had already become her protectors, and her smart cousin, Haley, was protecting her as well. Just like that, she happily and quietly lived her life as a winner. It got late as they chatted for a while. The three of them got up and said goodbye to Lindsay. Margaret obediently called Haley and told her that Luke and Elena would take her home, before she was allowed to leave the art exhibition. Without someone she trusted to accompany Margaret, Haley was worried about her going out alone. It wasn't that Margaret didn't have a sense of direction, but that she was too gullible and trusted others too easily. Luke and Selena dutifully escorted the 100-pound kid home before they left. Margaret tossed her bag to one side and kicked off her high heels. She ran to the window and looked reluctantly at the Ford. "Ah, it's fun being with them. I really want to spend more time with them." Unfortunately, Haley had specifically warned her not to disturb Luke and Elena's private time. Margaret was naive, not really stupid. She knew that it was already good of them to spend 2 hours with a single person like her during this holiday. Many couples would be stuck together for the entire day, and wouldn't even leave the house. She suddenly felt a little envious. Sigh, "I wish I had a boyfriend. It would be best if he was gentler, more handsome, and stronger." As she spoke, Luke's figure inadvertently appeared in her mind and combined with the man she was imagining. She stood barefoot in front of the window without moving for a long time. Click. The door opened and Haley walked in, exhausted. She threw her keys into the key bowl, took off her coat and purse, hung them on the coat rack, and put on comfortable slippers before she entered the living room. She wasn't surprised to see her cousin standing at the window in a daze. As someone who had been obsessed with art for a long time, it was very normal for Margaret to be in a daze. Haley went to wash up and came out with a cup of hot coffee. When she reached Margaret, she followed her gaze, only to see the busy street and cars. Taking a sip of her coffee, Haley asked, "What are you thinking about?" Margaret subconsciously said, "Luke." The room fell silent. A moment later, Margaret was suddenly stunned. She slowly turned her head and saw Haley drinking coffee leisurely. She jumped and asked, You, why are you back? It's time to get off work. Where can I go if I don't come back?" Haley was extremely calm. "What's there about Luke to think about? He and Elena sent you back in the afternoon." Margaret blinked her big eyes and nodded hesitantly after a moment. There's nothing to think about." Haley sighed. "Envious, Margaret." Chapter 996. Private conversation between sisters, and gunshots on the street. Staring at her cousin, Haley observed her expression and her movements. "Elena and he are quite compatible, right? So, you want a boyfriend too?" Margaret couldn't help but think carefully for a moment before she shook her head a little uncertainly. No, I just think he's a nice guy. I feel happy when I'm around him." Haley frowned. That wasn't a good answer. Her cousin might be naive, but when she was decisive, it was scary. Nobody in the family had known when Margaret married William Johnson. It wasn't until she asked Haley for help that Haley found out that she was married, and that her brother-in-law, whom she had never met, was dead. But what could they do? As an artist, her emotions weren't logical. "Oh," Haley simply replied, and immediately changed the subject. "How was the art exhibition this afternoon?" Margaret's attention was immediately diverted. She said excitedly, "Sis, someone took a fancy to 2 of Monroe's paintings. They're very expensive." Haley made a light sound of surprise. "How expensive, Margaret?" $1.2 million for Weeping Girls and $800,000 for Cracks in Space and Time." Haley nodded and smiled. "Lindsay did well." Margaret was bewildered. Although it was Lindsay who was holding the art exhibition for Monroe, the paintings had been sold at a high price. Wasn't it because Monroe's paintings were good? Haley wasn't interested in explaining business operations to her naive cousin, or what backing was. For this cousin who was worth hundreds of millions, painting was purely art and had nothing to do with business. However, Haley was slightly affected by this news. A few days ago, Haley had received 2 paintings that were said to be Monroe's masterpieces as a personal gift. She could imagine that the price for Monroe's official works was at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. If these gifts had been at the art exhibition, they would be worth at least $1 million. This woman, Lindsay, was quite good at bribing people. Haley's heart stirred slightly, but the feeling soon disappeared. She wasn't fixated on money. As a psychiatrist, she didn't lack money. After Margaret, the billionaire young widow, came to New York, she had insisted that she would cover all their living expenses. In the face of the $1 million fee which Lindsay had sent over in the form of paintings, Haley was only a little surprised, but she didn't lose her composure. As for Lindsay, they could keep in touch with her, but she had to be careful not to let Margaret get too close to her. Politicians were completely untrustworthy. In comparison, she would rather Margaret become closer with Elena. At the very least, the girl had a good character and could be trusted. Luke, who was driving away, had no idea what the cousins were talking about. He and Elena continued to roam New York. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that they finally returned to Polland Academy. When they arrived in the outskirts of North Bergen, Luke's phone vibrated. The simple external surveillance system on the car had sensed something unusual, and immediately sent a warning. In order for it to be portable and easy to install and dismantle, this simple surveillance system was smaller in size, so its surveillance range wasn't too big. However, it was better than nothing. Slowing down the car slightly, Luke took out his fake phone. An extremely simple electronic map appeared on the LCD screen, and he looked to the left. There were gunshots. They were only 30 meters away. The gunshots weren't very concentrated, but they were very consistent. From the moment Luke had discovered them, there had been 7 to 8 shots fired over dozens of meters, which meant that there was more than one participant in the gunfight. Elena didn't notice his movements, nor did she hear the barely audible gunshots. She continued to touch up the photos on her phone and was about to send a few to him to use as his screensaver. Thinking for a moment, Luke turned the wheel and drove into a nearby neighborhood. Elena raised her head. "What's wrong?" Luke said. "Nothing. I don't want to send you back too soon, or I'll be having coffee again." Elena immediately smacked him, but her lips curled up in a smile. "I need to get some rest tonight. I won't be offering you coffee." Luke smiled and parked the car in an empty spot on the side of the road. He unbuckled Elena's seatbelt and picked her up before placing her on his lap. "Are you sure?" Elena exclaimed. "Ah, what are you doing?" Her eyes were full of smiles. Luke leaned forward to kiss her. Behind Elena, the fake phone had already been placed on the dashboard, and a string of analytical information popped up. At least 5 people had fired, and the exchange was taking place in a luxurious villa 20 meters away. Someone called the New Jersey Police Department about the noise. But a moment later, the gunshots stopped. Clearly, the battle in the villa had ended. Luke released a mini drone from his inventory and gave it instructions to scout out the villa. The mini drone disappeared into the villa through a broken glass door. A moment later, Luke saw a man who was in a mess. He had some flesh wounds on his face and was panting heavily on the ground. There was a man in black lying on the ground with a military knife in his heart. He was definitely dead. Holding the petite yet plump artist in his arms, Luke's thoughts whirled. The man in black with a knife in his heart definitely wasn't a police officer. He was wearing a black suit and had a black hood on. There was clearly something wrong with this mismatch. Thus, he wasn't an agent from SWAT, the Secret Service, or some other departments. The drone continued to roam around the villa, and Luke soon had an eye on all the victims. 12 victims, all in black suits and black hoods, had died in this bungalow. Luke had plenty of combat experience and had fought countless battles. After only a few glances, he roughly understood how the battle had gone. After the men in black suits entered the villa, they were all killed by one man, not a single one escaped. Top expert. That was Luke's comment on the only man still alive in the villa. The drone soon entered a basement. On the screen, there was an 8-pound sledgehammer and broken concrete. Under the floor was an open box with many weapons. That wasn't the point. The important thing was the neat rows of coins next to the weapons. Unlike ordinary coins, they were gold in color. Luke narrowed his eyes. Why did it look like something from the Continental Hotel? Elena exclaimed lightly. "No, not here." With a smile, Luke let go of her and gently stroked her back, indicating that he had no intention of going any further. At that moment, red and blue lights approached from afar, and a patrol car with flashing police lights but no siren stopped in front of the villa. A patrol officer got out and pressed the doorbell. Chapter 997. All big bosses have secret compartments in their basements. Luke frowned, but still took out his gun and rolled down the window. This was New Jersey, but a bunch of people had died in the villa. He wouldn't shoot unless it was absolutely necessary, to avoid the New Jersey police investigating him, but he also didn't want to see a police officer who was just doing his job be killed. On the drone screen, the man got up with difficulty and opened the door. "Good evening, John," the patrol officer greeted him. "Good evening, Jimmy." Noise complaint, John replied calmly. On the drone screen, the pistol at his back hadn't moved. The officer nodded slowly. That's right, noise complaint. Then, he tilted his head and looked in through the gap next to John, only to see the body of a man in a black suit lying on the ground. John also turned around. Luke raised his gun, but just rested it on his half-rolled down window, and didn't take aim. If John wanted to silence the officer, this would be the time. The patrol officer, however, sighed and scratched his head. You're working again, John said calmly. No, just sorting some things out. The patrolman said, wow, I see. Okay, that's it then. Good night, John. He put on his hat and left. His pace was no different from before. From the car, Luke could see that the officer wasn't scared or nervous at all. Instead, he looked like he had expected it. Clearly, the officer knew John's background and wasn't surprised that someone had died in his house. Watching the patrol officer get into the car and leave, Luke put his gun away and rolled up the window. John, who was at the door of the villa, sensed something and looked at the Ford, but the window was already up, and he couldn't see Luke in the dark car. He frowned and closed the door. There might be a passerby in the car who had heard the noise, but since this person couldn't see what was going on in the villa, it didn't matter. Luke worked quickly for a moment before he parked the drone in a corner of the basement and turned it into a fixed surveillance camera. He then helped the pliant artist up and put her back in the passenger seat. All right, I can't wait to go back to your dorm for coffee. Elena spat at him, but there was no objection on her face. The Ford started up, turned a corner, and drove another kilometer. It wasn't far from Polland Academy. Bang, 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 bang. Elena looked to her right in surprise, but couldn't see anything in the distance. She exclaimed, "Is that gunfire?" Luke was a little annoyed. What, again? Since when was New Jersey so lawless? He immediately said, "Lie down and lean closer to me. Don't raise your head." At the same time, he turned off the headlights and slowed down to pull over. The gunshots were too close. In the few seconds since Luke heard the gunshots, more than 100 gunshots had been fired. Luke could already tell that there were at least 5 rifles firing at the same time. Were they crazy? Although this was the outskirts of North Bergen, was it really okay to cause such a huge commotion? John hadn't caused such a huge ruckus at home even when he took on 12 people alone. Could it be an army? Or mercenaries? Thinking to himself, he released the second mini-drone for the night. The drone moved nimbly through the woods and found 10 people who had surrounded a 2-story building. They were firing rifles at the house. Looking at their posture, Luke exclaimed inwardly. These 10 people were also wearing black headgear and black suits, but they were all wearing professional combat uniforms and bulletproof vests. At first glance, Luke saw M4A1s, AR-15s, and expensive HK-416s in their hands. They were all specially modified weapons. Compared with the 12 men in black suits who had died in John's villa, the black combat suits here were the real professionals, and clearly part of the military. No wonder their methods were so simple and crude. Luke murmured to himself as he operated the drone so that it slipped into the house where bullets were flying. 3 black fighters had collapsed at the kitchen door. They were clearly on the same side as the ones outside. One head was stuck in the kitchen door. Another head hung at a weird angle. It was obvious that his neck was broken. The last one was stiff and had an empty syringe in his neck. Luke smacked his lips. Interesting. Elena couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "You're not going, are you?" "It's too dangerous." Luke rubbed her earlobe and said, "Hey, I'm NYPD, not New Jersey Police. I don't have law enforcement power here." Elena was relieved. "Then what are you going to do?" Luke said, "Don't worry, I've already called the police." Hearing the standard reply from Luke felt a little strange, but she didn't say anything. Luke wasn't worried. Clearly, just like John, the residents in this building weren't ordinary people. 3 men in black combat uniforms had already been taken down inside, which meant that they weren't completely unprepared. Luke gently rubbed Elena's earlobe with one hand and had the drone fly around the house like earlier. The drone found an open basement door again. Luke smacked his lips. Seriously, another basement? The drone, however, had already flown in. A moment later, Luke had a strange expression on his face. On the screen, this basement didn't look much like the basement in John's villa, but now, there was an 8-pound sledgehammer on the ground, broken concrete, and an open box in the ground. Apart from the size of the box and the fact that there were no weapons or gold coins inside, This basically was a copy of the basement in John's villa. What a coincidence, Luke murmured. Does every big shot have a secret compartment like this in their basement? Also, do they like to pick up their sledgehammers only when the enemy shows up? What happened next was similar to what happened in John's villa. The 10 combat soldiers that entered the house were wiped out in less than 5 minutes. The barefooted Baldy in pajamas was extremely terrifying. Although his strength and speed weren't exaggerated, he relied on something close to foresight to move swiftly and soundlessly, and 10 men in black combat uniforms delivered their heads to his gun. 1 shot per person. The P226 didn't even need to be reloaded for these 10 combat soldiers. Then, the bald big shot, who was about 50 years old, picked up a backpack and left. After he left, the bullet-riddled house exploded, blowing a huge chunk of the roof off. The Baldy didn't even turn around. He got into his car and left, as if a real man never looked back at an explosion. Chapter 998. A simple bowl of noodles. Watching the Baldy's car disappear around a bend in the road, Luke finally let go of Elena's earlobe. Okay, let's go. Elena was lost. Huh, Luke said, you don't know anything about what happened tonight. Don't tell anyone. Elena. Huh, Luke drove the car and said, the gunshots just now were probably fired by people who do dirty work. Do you know what that is? Elena thought about the movies she had watched. Bad guys who kill people to keep them quiet. Luke nodded. More or less, but they and the people who were attacked have their own rules. Unless it's necessary, they won't cross paths with ordinary people. It's safest for you to ignore them. After a brief silence, Elena suddenly reached out and covered his hand. Do you often face people in situations like this? Pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head. Most of the time, I'm just a bystander in the police department. I usually call SWAT to deal with strong people like these. Elena chuckled. You're lying to me again. She wasn't as naive as Margaret. She thought about what Luke had done when he heard the gunshots. That wasn't something a regular detective could do. He was calm and composed, and could even joke a little. If he hadn't experienced something like this before, he wouldn't be so relaxed. She even felt that Luke had only called the New Jersey police because he was with her. Luke didn't want to be photographed for her own safety, so why would he take any risks when she was with him? Thinking that, she couldn't help but hold his hand tightly. Sensing the change in her mood, Luke didn't say anything. He simply smiled and squeezed her hand in response. The Ford disappeared into the night. At 9 in the morning on the 24th, Luke took a shower and gave Elena, who was still asleep, a deep kiss of farewell, and got a dazed response. Elena had slept late last night, and Luke had woken her up for coffee again at dawn. She had asked for it herself. When she returned last night, she said that she had new inspiration. Since school was quiet during the holidays, she had stayed up to paint, and had plenty of time to sleep during the break. Covering her with the blanket, Luke left Polland Academy. He also dropped off the Ford Explorer rental, took the subway, and then drove back to his villa in New Jersey. When he got home, he asked, Little Snail, did you find out who those people from last night are? Especially the 2 main targets. He had already transmitted the video footage from the drones to Little Snail last night and instructed it to run a check. Sir, the first villa belongs to John West. This is the ID of the first target, but some of his identity documents seem to be fake, so his identity is suspicious, Little Snail immediately explained. As for 7 of the 12 attackers in the villa, NYPD intelligence indicates that they belong to the Russian gang, the Tarasov family. Luke hummed in response. The Tarasov family was an extremely famous Russian gang that was even more ruthless than regular gangs. However, their territory didn't include the Clinton area, and he hadn't had any dealings with them. What about the second target? He asked. That house belongs to Frank Moses. This is the ID of the second target. His identity documents are complete, but a portion of it also appears to have been manufactured, using far more sophisticated means. His identity is also suspicious. Of the 15 attackers, 10 have military service records, 3 are active, and 5 belong to an American security company that has long-term overseas contracts for various military operations. Luke sneered. Mercenaries. Calling them military contractors was putting it nicely. Frankly speaking, they were mercenaries or battlefield hyenas, who often did the dirty work for certain American agencies. The possibility is over 85%, sir, said Little Snail. Give these 2 targets regular surveillance status. Let me know if you have any further information. Listening up to this point, Luke wasn't too interested. He didn't plan to get involved in these two matters for now. He would investigate them again in the future, and if either party could offer him experience and credit points, he didn't mind accepting them. He should first spend Christmas peacefully. After washing his hands, he entered the kitchen and took out the ingredients that needed to be roasted or cured. Putting them into the kitchen appliances, he set the time, then started making breakfast for himself. After thinking for a moment, he decided to just have a simple bowl of noodles and some ordinary twice-cooked pork. Selena had never been very interested in noodles, and would only eat spaghetti every now and then. She also couldn't appreciate Sichuan cuisine like green peppers and twice-cooked pork, and Luke couldn't be bothered to make it just for himself. He was on his own today, but there would be a big dinner tonight. He finally remembered the noodles and twice-cooked pork which he hadn't had in a long time. He searched the fridge and found a box of frozen prawns, a pair of Alaskan king crab claws, a slab of pork belly, and 2 chicken legs. These were the main ingredients. Next were green peppers, mushrooms, cucumbers, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables. After the pork belly was cooked, he cut it into large and thin slices. It didn't need too much oil since he would stir-fry it in its own oil, before frying it with green peppers. It could be said that there were countless cooking methods and ingredients in classic Sichuan cuisine, but its true essence lay in the details and the control of the fire. The same ingredients cooked by a chef and a regular cook were completely different. Luke's dish was slightly better than what one could get in Sichuan. The prawns and crab claws were then fried to a beautiful red color. The chicken drumsticks were cooked and then shredded into thin strips. After pouring a kilo of frozen noodles into a pot of boiling water, he chopped the tomatoes, onions, and mushrooms, and stir-fried them with oil and garlic. He then turned off the fire. At that moment, the noodles were almost done. He scooped them out and poured them into a bowl. He put the bright red prawns, white and tender crab meat, chicken strips, cucumber slices, and vegetables on the surface, before he poured the stir-fried tomato, onion and mushroom mix over them. It was a simple bowl of noodles and ordinary twice-cooked pork. A quick breakfast was done. Selena, who felt nothing for noodles, wasn't here, and neither was the bottomless pit that was the dog head. Luke could enjoy this simple breakfast. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he took out a lemon and cut it open, before he squeezed the lemon juice evenly on the prawns and crab claws in his bowl. The bowl of noodles was mostly a beautiful red, dotted with green ingredients. The plate of twice-cooked pork on the side had green peppers paired with slightly charred yellow meat. The colors complemented each other perfectly. Chapter 999. Old Man's Help, and Career and Study Progress. Luke took a photo of the simple breakfast on his phone and sent it to Selena. Then, he picked up his chopsticks to enjoy it. Selena replied almost instantly. "What did you make? It looks delicious." Luke slurped his noodles and replied to her with one hand, "Noodles and twice-cooked pork." Selena. Luke took another photo so that the noodles were clearly visible. Selena, who was thousands of miles away, gulped and mumbled, "That's impossible. How can the noodles be made like this? I want to eat them." She wasn't interested in the twice-cooked pork, but the bowl of noodles really made her drool. Gold Nugget's ears twitched, and it immediately got up and moved to her side. Looking at the picture on her phone, it drooled and whined like crazy. Selena was vexed. That B***starred Luke tricked us into coming back here while he's hiding in New York and cooking delicious food. Gold Nugget nodded frantically. It saw the prawns, king crabs, and the red sauce. This was definitely its type of dish. Clenching her teeth, Selena sent Luke a message. "When I get back, make me 3, no, 5 bowls of noodles." Luke spat out the prawn shell in his mouth, which flew a few meters to land in the trash can. He was the only one at home, and could finally play this childish game of spitting shells. Luke simply replied to Selena's request. "No problem, you can eat until you throw up." Gold Nugget whined. Selena passed on the dog head's words. Gold Nugget wants the same treatment. Luke decisively refused. 3 at most. Gold Nugget. "Huh, it could count, all right." Selena said, "It's asking why it only gets 3 bowls." Luke said, "Because it'll just keep eating and never get sick. I can't make noodles for it forever." Imagining herself eating noodles for the rest of her life, Selena was immediately firmly on Luke's side. She turned to the dog head next to her and said, I think 3 bowls is enough for you." Gold Nugget whined. Selena said, "No way. I don't want to eat noodles for the rest of my life." Gold Nugget resentfully returned to the kennel next to the bed and continued watching its drama. Forget it, forget it. Don't dwell on it. The best is still to watch TV. It has everything. It comforted itself. On the screen, a wild boar was being roasted until it was dripping with fat. Gold Nugget was going to start drooling again. It had decided, it would make Selena take it out in the next 2 days to roast boar. In any case, wild boars were pests around the ranch, no one would notice if he ate hundreds of them. But the dog head had forgotten one thing. Selena didn't know how to cook, much less do something as advanced as cook roast boar. They chatted for more than 10 minutes before they hung up. It was the 24th of December, Christmas Eve, and everyone would be busy in the afternoon. After breakfast, Luke drove straight to the airport. It was already past 11 by the time he reached the airport. Looking at the flight schedule, Luke couldn't help but purse his lips. Robert and Catherine's flight had been delayed. That was to be expected. It would be strange if flights weren't delayed at Christmas. After all, the winter weather had a huge impact on flights. However, little monkey Claire had flown over from Los Angeles on her own. She had taken a very early flight and had just landed. Luke had arrived just in time. 20 minutes later, Claire appeared not far away. Hearing Luke call out to her, she turned around and immediately ran over with a smile. Luke, Luke, here, here. She ran and then jumped at him when she was 2 meters away. Luke caught her helplessly and carried her over to where she had dropped her big suitcase. This brat had always liked to play with him like this since she was a kid, which was why Luke called her a little monkey. Because of the flight delay, it would take at least an hour for Robert, Catherine and Joseph to arrive. With Claire on his back, they went to the Virgin Atlantic Flying Club in Terminal 4 before he finally put her down. Claire got some biscuits and ice cream, and Luke also got a big glass of ice cream for himself, before they started chatting. Claire's life had been very fulfilling in the past few months, far more than she had expected. Unlike most freshmen who were busy, enjoying their freedom, she had to deal with more new things, and was even busier. But it wasn't for nothing. Shira and her assistant, Mona, were her best teachers. They gave Claire, as a newbie, the most thorough and practical guide to the entertainment industry. They told Claire about the various kinds of rules, some clear, some under the table, and some that were shady. This was all for Luke's sake. Otherwise, veterans like them wouldn't be so devoted to a newcomer. Claire, who was pursuing both her career and studies, spent most of her energy on her new career, but continued to excel in her studies. Everything changed after the California earthquake. Her worldview had done a 180-degree turn after that. Her future plans had also changed drastically. The most obvious change came from the mysterious appearance of that old man, who was only a voice to her, which was that her physique had become stronger. It wasn't just that she was healthy, but she was unbelievably strong. Claire had always loved sports since she was young, and was a semi-professional enthusiast who had dabbled in many extreme sports. She had a better understanding of the limits of the human body. Thus, not long after the earthquake, she discovered something unusual about her body. Her strength, endurance, dexterity and reflexes were constantly improving, and the effects were obvious. What was even more outrageous was that she only needed to sleep for 6 hours a day at most, and could keep up her energy levels for the whole day. Even though she was busy with her studies and her career, she didn't feel tired. Compared with the elites who started studying in earnest after entering university, she wasn't any worse in her studies, but she didn't have dark circles under her eyes. What was even stranger was that she had to eat 3 to 5 times the amount of food she ate when she was in high school every day to maintain her weight. After all, she was a sports enthusiast and didn't have much excess fat. As soon as she lost weight, the first thing that would change was her small bust, and she would lose her soft curves. She wasn't a fanatical bodybuilder, and didn't want to become a muscular King Kong Barbie. The mysterious old man also told her to eat as much as possible, and to ensure that she had a healthy and nutritious diet. In the past few months, Claire felt like she was turning into another species altogether. One weekend in particular, she had gone to bail her friend, Blake, out of a situation, and had knocked out 7 or 8 drunk young men in the club, including 2 members of the boxing team. She hadn't even used half of her strength. If it hadn't been for the mysterious old man's timely reminder, the young men might have all had to be hospitalized for severe injuries. Chapter 1000. Family Reunion. On Christmas Eve, Claire didn't tell anyone about these most secret changes to her body. That was because the mysterious old man had told her, a secret that 2 people know is no longer a secret. Claire agreed with that and chose to keep it to herself. Also, she had officially debuted in the entertainment industry. At Luke's suggestion, she chose a kooky persona for her debut, to ensure that she wouldn't be recognized on the streets in the future. However, instead of the stage name, Xia, which Luke had given her, she insisted on using the stage name, PNK. That was because she liked pink and wanted everyone to be amazed by her. Luke felt a little regretful. His sister was already using a double-colored wig to cover her face, but she wasn't using the stage name Xia. That cut down a lot on his mischief. Anyway, Claire's voice wasn't like Xia's in the first place. It was more like a young girl's voice with a hint of magnetism. He couldn't give Xia's songs to her to sing. Those were his favorite songs from his previous life, but Claire had no use for them. In the end, he could give his sister the catchy song, Call Me Maybe, for her debut. As for Claire's current situation, he only had a rough understanding of it. It seemed she was getting a little famous, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He had done everything he could. If Claire still couldn't take off, then, he would copy another song for her later. In the memories of his previous life, it was the super bubblegum pop that was popular worldwide, which people couldn't forget even if they wanted to, the kind that was played all over the streets for a period of time. If it wasn't that, then it was the classical music which Luke especially liked and listened to over and over again, and which definitely had its merits. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to overcome the language barrier and leave a vivid impression on him. What these two genres had in common was that he had heard them 1,000 times, so he remembered most of the lyrics and songs. If he couldn't remember some of them, he would try to make up for it with his basic vocal sound skill. When he tried singing them again, he would easily remember the original version. With his support, Claire was doing pretty well among the newcomers. Although the audience never saw her face because of her double-colored wig, they couldn't resist being brainwashed by the catchy song, and were very curious about the masked singer. Now, Claire could be considered a C or D-list singer. For a rookie who had debuted less than 3 months ago, this was already a dazzling result. Of course, Claire wasn't too clear on this. Luke had done far more for his sister than she knew, nor was he going to tell her about it. Let her work hard and turn everything into something that truly belonged to her. That would be the best. The siblings hadn't called each other much during this period of time, and had only exchanged voice messages. This time, they chatted happily for almost 2 hours in the VIP lounge. In the meantime, they ate a lot of bread and biscuits, as well as various flavors of ice cream, before their family's flight arrived. The family of 5 was reunited at the airport. It was the first time Claire had been away from her family for so long, and she and little Joseph were so happy that they cried. Luke stood on the side with a smile and took a photo of the siblings who were crying in each other's arms. He showed the photo to Catherine, who hit him a few times in amusement, but didn't stop him. Her stinging eyes also eased with Luke's cheeky behavior, and she didn't cry along with her children. A few minutes later, Robert and Luke, the two big, strong men, were in charge of towing the luggage along. They led the way, and the mother and children chatted as they walked. In the parking lot, Luke got into the driver's seat, Robert sat in the passenger seat, and the three of them sat in the spacious backseat. Robert observed the car for a moment before he asked, "You modified it yourself?" Luke nodded. "I drive every day, so it's best to make it comfortable." Robert snorted. "First, it has to be safe. Second, it has to be practical. Comfort always comes last." Luke blinked. "That's exactly what I did. That's why it's so big. It's safe enough, and can take our entire family." Robert nodded in satisfaction. He was a little worried that Luke's head might be turned by all the money he now had. Detectives weren't rich. They couldn't care less about the value of a car, and had to ensure their own safety first. It was practically impossible for something like a sports car to be bulletproof. Robert was a veteran who had fought his way through hundreds of battles. Naturally, he wasn't interested in such trash. After that, Luke acted like a tour guide and told them about interesting buildings and stories along the way as he drove. This was all information he had memorized during this period of time. He mentioned whatever came to mind, and it didn't affect his driving. Robert was the only one in the family who was a little more familiar with New York. Even then, it was only a little. Catherine had only stayed in New York for a few days on her last trip. Claire and Joseph's impression of New York was limited to film and TV. Thus, everybody listened with great interest. Even though they were stuck in traffic for more than 40 minutes, they didn't feel bored. After dropping his family off at the villa in New Jersey, Luke took Claire to his house in Clinton. Claire went upstairs from the garage on the first floor and looked around the new house, and she was shocked. "Luke, is this your new place?" In the kitchen, Luke put the snacks into a food box and replied casually, "Yes." Claire asked, "Then why aren't we staying here?" Luke said, "This place isn't safe. It's safe inside, but I can't guarantee that it'll be safe when you're out. You're here on vacation. You can't be on edge all the time when you go out, right?" Claire immediately thought of Joseph, who was only 6, and accepted the explanation. She was already very capable and wasn't afraid of poor law and order, but it really wasn't suitable for her weak little brother to live here. Seeing her mumble, Luke threw a cookie at her. Claire reacted quickly and caught it easily. She took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. She directly popped the entire cranberry cookie into her mouth. "Delicious. Did you make this?" Luke said. "What, wait for you to cook? Look at you. I'm almost done packing, but you're not moving anything into the car. Do you want them to starve?" Claire chuckled and immediately stepped forward to help. They soon set off again and returned to the villa on the other side of the river. It soon got dark, and it was the night of Christmas Eve. After enjoying an exceptional meal at home, everybody decided to go to Times Square to welcome the new year. This was something that nobody had experienced before, so they were all excited. Chapter 1001, Luke, you blockhead. It started to get crowded a few blocks away from Times Square. Everybody got out of the car. Robert and Catherine were wrapped around each other as they walked, while Luke carried Joseph, and Claire bounced along next to Luke as they followed the crowd. By the time they reached the crossroads of the world, the streets were already crowded. Claire had seen similar situations many times when she participated in the charity concert. On Luke's shoulders, Joseph opened his eyes wide and looked down at the dense crowd of people. He exclaimed, "So many people." Everybody laughed. Every New Year, Times Square would hold a concert so that the people who came to join the fun wouldn't be bored as they waited. Soon, a singer started to perform on a raised, extended platform. Standing on tiptoe, Claire whispered in Luke's ear, "Guess who's performing this year?" Luke looked at her sneaky smile and didn't have to think. "Shira." Claire burst out laughing and couldn't help smacking him several times. "Can't you be a little more stupid?" Luke said, "If I'm really that stupid, would you still love a big brother like me?" Claire said, "I will. A little stupid is cuter. You're the cutest." Luke chuckled. Claire was stumped for a moment before she responded. "Ah, you're the cutest one." "No, you're the cutest one." Shira appeared. As a veteran diva and Batman's rumored girlfriend, she was suddenly very popular this year. But there were too many people who were bored. As they shouted, the chants changed from Shira to Batman, as if they could summon Batman this way. Unfortunately, they didn't have the bat signal, so it was wishful thinking. Shira, on the other hand, calmly started her performance. She was already used to these people putting her and Batman together. It was useless for her to deny it again and again, and she could only let them kick up a fuss. A moment later, everybody finally stopped fooling around, and started to bob their heads to the prelude. Cheap Thrills, a cheerful and brainwashing dance song, was also a gift to Shira from Luke, for taking care of Claire. Shira's new song, which had been released a month ago, had been at the top of the charts for 4 weeks, and looked like it would stay there for a while. Previously, Shira had relied on Batman and the popularity of the Earthquake charity concert to return to the front line. But with the release of this hit single that had taken first place 4 weeks running, the veteran diva had finally staged a comeback and sealed her explosive popularity this year. At the end of the song, everybody was still bobbing their heads subconsciously and their bodies were still swaying, as if the magic of the music had yet to fade away. Several seconds later, Shira bowed with a smile and left the stage. The cheers gradually rang out, and the most recalcitrant listeners started shouting for Batman again. Shira shook her head with a smile and said something, but the microphone in her hand was already away from her mouth, and the noise was so loud that basically nobody could hear her. Luke, who had elementary sound wave, heard half of it, and filled in the rest. "If he really comes, I'll be happier than all of you." Luke could only shake his head with a smile. Batman was still in hibernation. Also, wasn't Batman celebrating Christmas? He was listening to Shira sing on the spot and celebrating the new year with the other spectators. These people didn't know how lucky they were. These ridiculous thoughts flashed through his mind, but he was still smiling. These spectators were his firm supporters. If he wanted to make a mark in America and turn his popularity into high esteem, he really had to rely on them to carry the momentum. He wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of time in the future for him to slowly complete this plan. In the warm atmosphere, the time reached 11:59 p.m. Looking at the countdown on the big digital clock, everybody started shouting, 29, 28, 10, 3, 2, 1. Fireworks exploded in the sky, and the crowd cheered. 2004 had gone, 2005 had come. The next morning, Claire woke up early and snuck down to the Christmas tree in the living room to open the first Christmas present. Surreptitiously picking up a small, pink gift box, she murmured with a smile, "I wonder what kind of gift that idiot Luke prepared for me this year. I hope it isn't some joke gift like study materials again, or I'll definitely beat him up." She gently shook the gift box, but couldn't hear anything. Taking a deep breath, she reached out to the ribbon tied around the box. Suddenly, she felt that something wasn't right, and she turned around. In an armchair a few meters away, Luke was wearing an earpiece and holding a tablet in one hand while he slowly stuffed an almond chocolate cookie into his mouth with the other. Crack! He bit off a piece of the cookie and chewed slowly. Stunned for a moment, Claire suddenly jumped up and grabbed his neck. "Tell me, when did you get here? What did you hear?" Luke nimbly fended off her attack with both hands. Even as Claire shook him, he didn't forget to take another bite of the cookie. He replied calmly, "I've been sitting here since 6. So, can you explain why you think such a small box might have study materials in it?" Claire said, warily, "Because it's small enough for a USB flash drive, and a USB flash drive is big enough for study materials to take me all the way to graduation." Luke was speechless. This logic was flawless. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Claire fired back with own question. "Why didn't I see you when I came in? You're definitely lying." "I have a special covert technique to prevent being detected," Luke said solemnly. Claire, "Huh." Luke gestured for her to sit down before he demonstrated. "See, it's like this." As he spoke, he raised the cookie to his mouth very slowly and steadily, before he bit off a small piece and chewed slowly. This time, there really wasn't any sound at all. Stunned for a moment, Claire asked blankly, "Are you kidding me?" "I'm telling the truth," said Luke. "If you don't believe me, I'll show you again." As he spoke, he repeated his action. A little head popped out of the bedroom. "Luke, Claire, what are you doing?" Luke was speechless. Claire was speechless. She finally snapped out of her daze, and roared in frustration, "Luke, you blockhead. Joseph saw you right away." She started punching him. Yes, the author combined Christmas and New Year together. Chapter 1002. He's read. Joseph looked at the two who were messing around and didn't understand what was going on, but that didn't stop him from joining in the fun. He smiled and lunged at them. The three of them instantly fell into a mess. Less than 2 minutes later, Catherine was standing at the entrance of her bedroom in her pajamas. Looking at the three guys who were laughing, she asked helplessly, "You're all awake? Then shall I make breakfast?" The three guys continued to laugh, and Luke was the only one who took the time to say, "Okay," before they started playing around again. 5 minutes later, Robert woke up with a dark expression. But when he saw the three kids in the living room who were laughing and making noise, his anger from being woken up early in the morning suddenly disappeared, and he couldn't help but smile. This scene was too familiar. More than a year ago, it had been a common occurrence at home. Now that he saw it again, he realized that it felt like a long time ago. After a while, the three of them finally stopped their childish behavior when Catherine shouted, "Breakfast is ready." After breakfast, everybody left for New York again, led by Luke, the tour guide. It was the same for the next 2 days. Since the police department didn't have any urgent assignments, Luke naturally wasn't dispatched. It was a peaceful Christmas. On the morning of the 27th, Luke took everybody to Chinatown. At noon, they went to the familiar barbecue restaurant to try the local Chinese food. Chinatown was bustling with people. Most of the Chinese in Chinatown didn't celebrate Christmas. At the very least, they didn't regard it as a major holiday, but as a good day to make money. When most restaurants were closed on Christmas, business in all the restaurants here was naturally booming. It was a good thing that Luke had prepared for this, and the boss gave a repeat customer like him special treatment. After Luke paid for the food in advance, the boss of the restaurant reserved a private room for them. Hence, they could come here after they strolled around Chinatown and the dishes would already be ready. After lunch, the whole family wandered around Chinatown again, looking at everything in wonder. In the Chinese gift shop, there were all sorts of dazzling items like Chinese knots, window stickers, electric lanterns, firecrackers, couplets, fortune cards, pinwheels, and kites. Claire and Joseph couldn't get enough. When he saw a store selling candied fruit on sticks, Luke bought some for the whole family. Claire, who was greedy and could eat a lot, even bought 2 sticks each of hawthorns, apples, and strawberries. However, she generously allowed Joseph to have a taste of each of them, but was responsible for demolishing the rest. Just like this, the family had all sorts of trinkets in their hands and didn't forget to munch on the candied fruit sticks. Robert was the most depressed. He chose the apple because it matched Christmas. But he didn't really like sweet things. The apple under the sugar layer didn't taste sweet, and was even more sour. He didn't like sour things either, but he could grit his teeth and bite into it. Luke slowly ate the original candied hawthorn and savored the flavor from his previous life while he observed Robert's vexed expression. Suddenly, Robert looked stunned. With his quick reflexes, Luke immediately looked in the direction Robert was facing, and saw a man and a woman standing in a Japanese shop. Luke raised an eyebrow, and approached Robert. "Do you know him?" Robert turned around and frowned. "You know him, too?" Luke nodded slightly. Just as they were about to walk past the shop entrance, they saw the man take out a roll of tape from his pocket, only to be stopped by the woman. The woman said in a low voice, "Is this what you mean when you said you were going to have a chat? I thought I was the only one who enjoyed this treatment." The man said, "Because it's very effective." The woman was horrified. "His daughter just died. Don't you have any compassion? At least let me try first, okay?" The man hesitated for a moment before he finally put the gag tape back into his pocket and followed the woman in. At that moment, he finally took off his wool hat to reveal a bald head. "Luke. Yep, it's definitely him. 2 nights ago, in a 2-story house in North Bergen, this bald boss had single-handedly killed 15 professional mercenaries with 1 pistol. He was a true blue, violent big shot." Robert, however, looked away and continued to follow Catherine and the others, his footsteps never pausing at all. Luke chased after him, hostile. Robert's lips twitched, and he simply shook his head. He said in a low voice, "That old man used to be my instructor." Luke was stunned. "So," Robert said, "so, stay as far away from him as you can when you see him. This guy has a lot of crap on him. You'll just have bad luck if you get involved." Looking at Luke's thoughtful expression, he sighed and said bluntly, "If there are 100 people who want me dead, there are at least 1,000 who want him dead. No, it should be 2 or 3,000. Luke's lips twitched. "Then why is he still alive?" Robert curled his lip. "If I can survive, it's not unusual for him to survive and retire. In any case, he's red." Luke asked, "What's that?" Robert, "Retired, extremely dangerous operative." He then noticed Luke sizing him up, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Okay, me too, but I'm not as excessive as he is." Luke could only chuckle at that. When the Carlos family had run over to Shackelford to court death, Robert might have only killed a dozen criminals, but that was because Luke beat him to it. After that, Luke had jumped the gun and gone off to clean up the Carlos family in Mexico. Actually, it was just that Robert hadn't found a good excuse to leave town then. Otherwise, the Carlos family would have still been wiped out a few days later. Thus, Robert's idea of excessive was only just slightly less compared with the bald big shot. After thinking for a moment, Luke then gave a simple account of the raid on the Baldy. Robert was unperturbed. "There are too many people who want to silence him. In the end, it'll be even more idiots who are killed by him. If it isn't absolutely necessary, just pretend you never saw him." Luke asked, "What would be considered absolutely necessary?" Robert said, "Like if he was shot in front of you and about to die. That would be necessary." Luke was lost for words. From this, Luke knew that Robert didn't really believe that anyone could do anything to this instructor of his. Maybe a certain someone had been taught a ruthless lesson by this instructor before. Luke couldn't help but smile as he imagined Robert pissing his pants in terror in front of this bald instructor. Robert's back suddenly itched. He turned around and said, "Tell me, what are you thinking about? It definitely isn't something good." Chapter 1003. Look at this. Luke coughed and said, "No, I'm just lamenting that the world is unpredictable." Robert looked at him suspiciously for a moment, before he finally gave up. He was suspicious, but he had no proof. They spent the day in New York City until 5 in the afternoon. Then, they returned to the villa and packed up, ready to go home the next day. After a brief hesitation, Robert pulled Luke outside. Walking along the street in the cold, Robert finally asked, "Did you hear anything about my old friend?" Luke hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. "I only discovered that his real identity is Frank Castle, but his family no longer lives in New York." Stumped for a moment, Robert was silent for a long time. "Then forget it. If he can return to a normal life, that's better than anything else." Luke asked, "Is he very important to you?" Robert sighed. "He saved my life 3 times. He didn't say anything else." Luke naturally understood what he meant. Robert was a very loyal man. Although he was usually rough and straightforward, he always remembered the favors he owed others, and would always return them when he had the chance. It could be said that he was a very righteous man. It was a good thing he entered the army when he was young. If he had joined a gang, he would have been dragged down and killed. Frank Castle had saved him 3 times. This was a life debt, and a connection that couldn't be shaken. Luke could only rejoice that he hadn't divulged the possibility that Frank might be in trouble, or Robert wouldn't be able to rest easy. Luke could only help Robert handle this matter. Without Robert, Luke wouldn't have been able to grow up well until he was 18. There were a lot of nasty stepfathers. It was truly a blessing to meet someone like Robert, who was even better to him than an actual biological father. Although he liked to bicker with Robert, Robert was his family. Robert and Catherine were far more important to him than his deceased parents. They had raised and protected him for more than 10 years, and in Luke's heart, that was stronger than blood ties. After a brief chat, they returned to the villa. Looking at their expressions, Catherine didn't ask any questions. She simply had the two of them help pack. On the morning of December 28th, Luke drove them to the airport early, and they went into the VIP lounge as usual. Although he rarely flew, he had VIP cards for all the major airlines. After sitting for a while, he got up and said that he was going to take a walk. He then went to enjoy the view near the airport runway. In fact, he was doing a safety check with sharp nose and elementary sound wave, which he was starting to become familiar with. It wasn't that he was paranoid, but on Christmas Eve, it was said that there had been a terrorist attack on a plane, which crashed at an airport in DC. As a result, the airports in New York had increased security, but Luke trusted himself more. Suddenly, Selena sent him a short video with a message. "Look at this." Luke thought that she was bored and had sent him a video of the failed chocolate cake that her siblings had made. The cake looked like a pile of sh*t at first glance, and it was rare that something could actually disgust him. However, he still opened the video. It showed the typical Texan wilderness, and then a huge pit. There seemed to be something in the center of the pit, and a lot of people had gathered and were making a lot of noise. Selena was standing on the side as she filmed the pit, and her voice rang out. "Is that a hammer?" Luke was stunned for a moment. This scene felt a little familiar. Then, Selena sent him a series of images and messages. He took a look. She was probably walking along the side of the pit and taking photos as she moved. Her messages read, "A lot of people are here. There are people from the farms and pastures around Shackelford. They're pulling on the thing. It looks like a hammer. They said that nobody can lift that hammer. That hammer looks like it's welded to the ground." Looking at the images and messages, Luke cursed a rare, WTF, out loud, which attracted a lot of attention. His voice wasn't soft at all, but he wasn't in the mood to bother with them right now. He sent Selena a message, telling her to send photos, starting with the hammer and then working her way out. Selena was already close to the hammer, so she didn't think too much about it and did as he said. Less than a minute later, Luke looked at the image in front of him and heaved a long sigh. F***ck, are you kidding me? Is this the hammer? Even as he spoke, he immediately booked a ticket on the same flight as Robert and the others. Plane tickets were tight around Christmas. Thankfully, Luke had plenty of money and a VIP card. He secured the best seat in business class, and then called Dustin to tell him that he was going back to his hometown for a few days. Dustin himself was on vacation. He had only asked Luke to keep an open line, and cheerfully let Luke go. If there really was an emergency, it would only take half a day for Luke to come back. Walking back to the lounge, Luke looked at his family, who were chatting and resting, and said with a smile, "I thought about it. I'll go back home with all of you for a few days." Happy, surprised, everybody was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Claire and Joseph surrounded him and started making a fuss. A moment later, Luke sent Selena a message and told her to take her entire family to Houston. No matter what excuse she came up with, she could say it was a New Year's break for the Hayek family, she had to take everyone out for a few days. Selena didn't ask any questions. She simply agreed and went to make arrangements. Luke, however, pondered how he was going to get his family out of Shackelford. The region around the hammer wasn't safe. Thankfully, Robert was around, and he definitely understood how dangerous certain mysterious incidents could be. Catherine usually didn't say much, but she always had an idea of what was going on. So, the only real problem was his grandpa Drax. It just so happened that the images and messages which Selena had sent indicated that the hammer was in the mountains not far from the ranch. How could he get this hot-tempered old man out of his precious ranch? Luke's gaze soon stopped on Claire and Joseph. It seemed that he could only use his ultimate weapon, fight to the death and act like a spoiled child. Making up his mind, Luke drew Robert and Catherine to one side and explained the situation and danger to them in a low voice. After the incident with the big octopus on the cruise ship, they had a lot of faith in Luke, and easily accepted that another, mysterious incident, had happened again. Chapter 1004, D*MN, It Seems I Missed. The day before, in a massive palace, an old man and a young man were shouting and arguing. A black-haired young man watched them silently. "Your old ways aren't working anymore. We're on the verge of collapse," said the young man. "You're a vain, greedy, and cruel child." The old man interrupted him with a roar. "Then you're an old fool," the young man immediately shouted back. The old man fell silent. A moment later, his voice rang out again in the palace. "You disobeyed the command of your king and brought to the peaceful land and people war and ruin. In the name of my father and his father before, I cast you out." A moment later, only the old man and the black-haired young man were left in the palace. The young man who had been arguing with the old man had disappeared. The black-haired young man couldn't help but say, "Father, you," the old man waved his hand and raised the hammer he was holding to his mouth. He said in a low voice, "Whoever holds this hammer, if he is worthy, will possess the power of a god." Saying that, he threw the hammer. The hammer instantly passed through a dazzling, colorful passage, and swiftly fell somewhere in the universe. At that moment, the old man frowned and mumbled to himself, "Damn, it seems I missed." Then, he looked at the black-haired young man on the side, and decided not to call the hammer back, only to throw it again. Forget it, his aim had just been a little off. For his foolish son, it was just a matter of taking a few more steps. Thinking this, he silently turned around and walked into the depths of the palace. The black-haired young man was left standing there. After a long while, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up into a genuine, devilish smile. At the airport in New York, Luke and his family were already on the plane. He had switched seats with another passenger so that he was next to Robert. During the flight, they talked in low voices and even took notes on their phones. Catherine didn't get involved. She knew that she couldn't help them with what they were busy with right now. Her most important task was to do the logistics and take care of the people who were about to move to Houston. At that moment, she was glad that Luke had made a lot of money in the past year. Otherwise, their family wouldn't be able to afford an impromptu trip like this, much less Selena's family. When the plane reached Fort Worth, Luke called for a Lincoln with a driver. Catherine got into the car with Claire and Joseph and headed east to Houston to make arrangements for their vacation. Luke and Robert, on the other hand, drove their Chevrolet back to Shackelford in the northwest. In the Lincoln, Joseph turned his head in the direction his father and brother had left in confusion and asked, "Mom, why aren't Dad and Luke with us?" Catherine smiled, "Because they're going to pick up a lot of people for you to play with." "Are you happy?" Joseph nodded and didn't ask further. He was smart enough to know that something was going on with the adults. At a time like this, there was no need for him to cause trouble. Luke sped up in the Chevrolet. Robert also took out his phone and called the Shackelford Police Department to get them ready. He and Luke had already come up with the excuse that the police department had received a donation, and the donor wanted to test the Shackelford Police Department's ability to deal with emergencies, so they would be performing an emergency drill. Of course, Luke would be the one paying for it. Part of the money would be given to the police officers as bonuses, and the more outstanding officers would get higher bonuses. Robert specifically explained this to his subordinates so that they would take this matter seriously. Forget an unknown threat or power, they simply weren't as good a motivation as a little money. Hearing the cheers on the other end of the phone, Robert silently hung up. He suddenly sighed. "You probably didn't think of a Situation like this when you made so much money, right? This country runs on money. With money, we can even push that person in DC to serve us, said Luke calmly. Pausing for a moment, he then continued, even if it isn't now, there'll be a next time. Even if it isn't some mysterious incident, it could be an enemy, an idiot, or a lunatic. Most of these dangers can be prevented and resolved with money, so I chose to become rich so that you and Catherine can become rich. This isn't about indulging ourselves, but ensuring that our lives are a little safer. Money is just a tool for our safety. After a long silence, Robert smiled wryly. You're much more mature than I was when I was young. Back then, when they tried to rope me into underground dealings, I actually wanted to say yes. Luke raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're talking about your old comrades. Robert shook his head slightly. He was my boss for a time, and I was just a transfer. Also, they didn't know that I already knew why they wanted me to join them. So, as long as I didn't apply to transfer out, they could only go easy on me. Luke was still curious. What did they do? Robert glanced at him. Use military aircraft to run drugs, at least a ton each time. As long as they bribed the ground crew and the guards at the base, there was no risk for them. You can just say that a box had food and water in it, and take it out of the base. Luke was lost for words, but still shook his head. That isn't a small amount of money. If you joined them, you would have become a millionaire in a year or two, or even a multi-millionaire. You weren't any worse than me when you were young. Robert didn't look happy at all. He simply continued, it was also because of this that I suddenly realized that I might not be doing anything for America as a soldier, despite the enlistment slogans. But I saw a lot of bureaucrats. Not only were they corrupt, they also became big traffickers. I couldn't stand being comrades with people like that anymore. In the end, I got a few old friends to help me out, and I finally retired. He paused for a moment before he said, Frank Castle helped me and had his boss let me go. Luke frowned. Was he involved? Robert shook his head. No, he only knew that I didn't want to be there anymore, and just helped me out. Pondering for a moment, Luke asked, who was that boss? Robert said, Ray Schoonover. He's from the U.S. Marines, but has a lot of connections in the CIA, the FBI, and Homeland Affairs. Luke hummed in response, while mulling in his heart, this is too big a favor. Frank Castle was the person to whom Robert owed the biggest debt. Luke had to pay more attention to his matter. Chapter 1005, Light Hammer. Hammer in the Stone. It was just that it hadn't been long since Robert had asked Luke to look for Frank Castle, not even a month, and the multifaceted system hadn't found any trace of him yet. This person could be considered a professional. If he wanted to disappear, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to find him. But Luke tossed the matter to the back of his mind. He could go back to New York and work on that later. The most important thing now was to get his family and friends away from the location of the Mjolnir hammer. But it had been too long since his previous life, and he had only watched the Marvel movies in passing. He didn't know the details, and had only watched a few of the movies once. What he remembered most was Mjolnir, followed by the Rainbow Bridge and the town that was almost destroyed by the huge android. He wasn't sure who Thor's comrades were, and only remembered that one of them was a woman. He didn't remember the name of the big android that had come to kill Thor. He only remembered that it could shoot lasers. Many of these memories were spotty, and he couldn't base his operation on them. Any mistake could result in death. He didn't want Shackleford to be destroyed like the town in the movies, nor did he want the town residents he was familiar with to die. Marvel movies were always PG-13. This included no swearing, and at most, people would be cut off halfway. Thus, the camera never focused on ordinary people dying miserably. Luke didn't believe that those large-scale battles hadn't involved ordinary people. The ordinary people in the movies were background characters that nobody cared about, but Luke had known the residents of Shackleford from a young age. He couldn't just watch them die. It was now up to Robert to prove himself. For the first time in his life, he had high expectations of Robert's position as sheriff. The years Robert had spent as sheriff weren't for nothing. He was similar to an overlord in Shackleford, and even the mayor had to respect him. Although he had settled down in the town to retire, he had a strong personality and handled things fairly. The residents felt more admiration for him than pure fear or hate. Most people would listen to him. With Robert's subjugation and Luke's money, they should be able to avoid casualties. As the car sped along, It was even chased by patrol officers, who were ultimately left in the dust by Luke's speeding car. Robert just gritted his teeth and grumbled, "Do you want Catherine to be put on the wanted list? This car is under her name." Luke said calmly, "Don't worry. I'll modify its appearance a little when we get back." "They won't find us." Robert asked, "What about the license plates?" "They definitely got the number." Luke was as calm as ever. "I dealt with the license plates before we got into the car." What they saw were different plates. Robert was stunned, but then heaved a sigh of relief. The Chevrolet Camaro they were driving now wasn't an ordinary car. Luke had bought it and modified it before he had it sent to Shackelford for Catherine to use. Catherine had an old Ford SUV before, and Luke had sent over the new car for her birthday this year. The modified Camaro was far safer than most cars, and had better protective measures especially for children in the backseat. As someone who often had to send Joseph to school, Catherine couldn't refuse this gift. It was also for this reason that Luke could easily shake off the patrol officers. Thanks to Luke's elementary driving in the modified Camaro, they reached Shackelford in an hour. After that, Robert stayed in town and began to make arrangements. Luke, on the other hand, drove Robert's F-150 to his grandfather's ranch. It only took Luke half an hour to reach the hills next to Drax's ranch. He got out of the car and walked to the top of a hill, where he saw the pit and the hammer in the center. He wasn't in the mood to waste time here, and he jogged down the slope. On the side of the pit, Selina spotted him and waved at him. After they met up, they walked into the pit. Selina was already explaining her observations in a low voice. "There's definitely something wrong with this hammer. They tried using a pickup and a tow rope just now. In the end, it was the back of the truck that was pulled down." Luke followed her gaze and saw the back compartment of a pickup truck on the ground not far from the hammer. Someone was teasing an unlucky old man with a white beard. "Stan, you should have gotten rid of this lousy car long ago." There were a lot of people here when they reached the center, but they all consciously formed a semicircle, leaving enough room for the next idiot who wanted a go at the hammer. Many people greeted Luke loudly when they saw him. Some of them were from Drax's ranch, some from the surrounding farms, and some were residents of Shackelford. He was Drax's grandson and Robert's son, and had also been a police officer here for half a year. These people were very familiar with him. Luke replied with a smile as he drew closer. Someone immediately shouted, "Oi, make way. Old Bill, move your butt aside. Our little Skywalker needs to use the Force to control this light hammer." Everybody roared with laughter. Other people then echoed the man's words, and the old man who had been pulling on the hammer with a red face stepped aside. Someone shouted, "Little Skywalker, hurry up and pull this hammer out of the stone, and open our eyes." Of course Luke had to give it a go himself. This was a compulsory test for mainstream superheroes on Earth. He stepped forward and pretended to exert force, but in reality, he was holding back most of his strength. Also, his hands were shaking slightly, but not purely because he was trying to lift it. It felt like the hammer had melded with the crystalline ground below it. At the same time, his sunglasses recorded the hammer's reaction. "Ah!" Luke drew out his loud roar. The hammer didn't budge. That was right. This was probably that Mjolnir hammer. 5 seconds later, he shook his head awkwardly and released his hands. "This has to be a prank. Someone must have welded it to the ground, right?" Everybody laughed again. In any case, nobody could touch it. They were just having fun. Luke acted helpless as he and Selina left the circle of people. He said in a low voice, "Go back to Shackelford and arrange for your family to go to Houston. I'll have Catherine receive them. It's best if they stay there for a while." Selina frowned. "How long? If it's too long, I'm afraid they'll come back on their own." Her father, Mario, was a restless person. Chapter 1006. Grandpa, fooled into leaving Luke's side. "We have to wait for the owner of the Mjolnir hammer to appear before we can confirm the time. Let's set it for a week." Selina was slightly relieved, but also a little embarrassed. "That's a little long. I think we'll have to think of a way to keep them in Houston after a few days have passed." Luke said, "Don't worry. We have money. It's not a big deal. Mr. Bobby Max, the company's PR manager, will take care of everything." Selina was stunned. "He can?" Bobby used to be a beast tamer. He was definitely better at getting animals to listen to him than people. Luke didn't explain. He simply said, "He won't be alone. He's also bringing a team from our company here. They're very good at dealing with complicated matters." Selina didn't say anything else. A large-scale adjustment would require a lot of manpower and a professional plan of action. A team would definitely be more useful than one person. She simply continued, I've already asked around the police department and every ranch in town this morning. No strangers have shown up here. Luke frowned. None. Selena shook her head. No, especially that tall, blonde, and muscular man you mentioned, and that strange pattern on the ground. At the very least, nobody in the police department has seen them. Luke hummed and operated his fake phone. I left a few drones at home. They're in the air now. You can link to them at any time. Selena was relieved. She was already used to sending out drones for reconnaissance on their two-person operations, while in the last few hours, she had to rely on making calls and inquiries to confirm intelligence, which wasn't reassuring. With the drones, it would be much easier to search the area around Shackelford. They could also provide intelligence for any emergency situation they might face later. Intelligence was too important. After seeing Selena off, Luke returned to his pickup. When he got out, he had a bag in his hand and some small, inconspicuous items on him. Luke approached the hammer and activated the monitoring devices he had just taken out of his inventory. There were faint gamma rays and constant electromagnetic interference, but nothing else was unusual. Currently, it was like Mjolnir was sound asleep, as unmoving as a mountain. After more than 10 minutes, the devices finished taking readings of all sorts, and Luke drove off decisively. Was Mjolnir important? It was very important to Thor, even his nickname was Brother Hammer. Of course, Luke had only watched the first installment of the Marvel movie. He didn't know how many powerful opponents the God of Thunder had killed with this hammer. It was practically an extension of the god's body, like how the transformation rod and the pretty female protagonist were inseparable. But it wasn't that important to other people. Thor was the owner of the hammer, and according to the simple plot of the first Thor movie, the big android was sent to Earth by Loki just to kill Thor. Only danger followed Thor. The problem was that Thor would definitely come looking for his Mjolnir hammer. Once he came, so would the big android. So, the simplest logic was that most ordinary people were safe as long as they didn't go near Thor. Of course, Luke wasn't going to place his hopes on finding Thor and keeping him away from Shackelford. Sometimes, things developed in a way that completely deviated from the plan. What he wanted to do was prevent any possible accidents from happening. Robert had already dispatched all the police officers by the time they returned to Shackelford. In fact, what he needed to do most was tell the residents of Shackelford not to gather in the town center. As long as the residents were scattered, less lives would be lost if an accident happened. If they really were dragged into the conflict, that could only be considered bad luck. Nobody could say for sure. Shackelford was a ranch town. Most of the residents worked on the surrounding farms, or members of their families did. In places like convenience stores and fast food shops, Robert simply gave them a copy of the security tape and told them to play it on repeat in the store. The staff had to memorize the steps to take in an emergency. He didn't need to explain anything to these people. He just needed to keep them under control, because he didn't have much time right now. The video wasn't complicated. There were only 3 main points. Firstly, don't let the customers run around and get killed. Secondly, tell the customers to hide in a more secure room at the back of the store and not stand in front of the glass window as a spectator. Thirdly, don't come out until they heard the broadcast. In summary, there was only one word for it: coward. In the face of a battle of gods, ordinary people really only needed to cower. At home, Luke made a call to someone he knew at a related department, before he set up an information center at home to receive the signal from the military-grade drones in the sky. At that moment, Drax arrived. When he saw Luke, he asked unhappily, "What's going on? Why do I have to go to Houston? Do you think I can't tell that those 2 kids are acting spoiled?" Luke wasn't too worried about his grandfather. The old man was a veteran who had fought on the battlefield in Vietnam. After a brief explanation, he spread his hands and said, "Catherine is alone over there. I'm worried that she won't be able to control those short-tempered guys, so I can only trouble you to go over." After a brief silence, Drax snorted and put on his cowboy hat. "After saying so much, aren't you just trying to trick me into going over?" Luke's eyes creased as he smiled at the crabby old man. As he walked to the door, the old man just said, "You young people are making a fuss over nothing." Luke simply let the old man grumble as he sent him out to the car. This time, the old man hadn't driven his beloved car, but had come over with Ferreira, the vet. Ferreira asked. Back to the ranch. The old man's face darkened. Go back to the ranch. Go to Houston. I'm giving you a break to enjoy yourself. Happy. Ferreira. Huh, the old man said. Drive. Why are you just standing there? Watching the car drive off, Luke waved goodbye. In the car, Ferreira was still at a loss. Old Drake, when did you learn to joke like Luke? Drax spat out the window and said, I'm serious. Take your wife and daughter with you when you get back. We're going on a holiday. I'll cover food and lodging, and you can go take part in whatever family activities there are. You don't need to pay anything. Ferreira said, I have a thermometer in the glove box. It's for cows, but you can use it for now. Drax. F***CKU. Chapter 1007. Meeting Phil again, and that man is here. Luke was waiting for his first acquaintance. It wasn't the God of Thunder, but Phil Coulson, who was dressed in the standard black suit. Luke's heart skipped a beat when he saw him. This was the true leader of the extras. Whenever he appeared in an important situation, his subordinate extras would die, sometimes all at once, and no one even remembered their faces. Looking at the image the drone had sent of Phil making a call as he stood in front of the pit, Luke called Robert and told him to come back. Robert returned in less than 10 minutes. He had been in town the whole time and hadn't gone far. What is it? He asked. Luke pointed at the middle-aged man with a receding hairline on the screen. Phil Coulson. I heard he's from the FBI's 17th Division. He instantly noticed that when Robert saw Coulson on the screen, a surprised expression flashed across his face, but he quickly hid it. Someone else you know? Luke asked casually. Robert hesitated before he nodded. Sort of. Thanks to his mental strength and multiple skills, Luke was quite good at reading people. He immediately knew that Robert didn't want to talk about it. But Robert definitely didn't have a grudge against Phil, it was more like he was conflicted. For someone as straightforward as Robert, this was very rare. Luke had no intention of probing the relationship between the two. He simply said, I'll go say hi to him, then. Robert was stunned. You know him? Luke finally realized that something wasn't right. Why couldn't he know Coulson? Flegg had been Robert's student, and Robert hadn't acted strangely about it. Recalling his speculation about Phil a long time ago, Luke nodded calmly. I do. I had a few special cases which I passed on to him and his colleagues in the end, so I informed him about this situation this time. As soon as he said that, he realized that Robert felt even more conflicted. He couldn't even hide it anymore. He simply smiled and left. Since Robert didn't want him to know, Luke wasn't interested in forcing Robert to tell him. Just like how he had his own secrets, Robert definitely had his own guesses, but he only reminded Luke to be careful and not get too carried away. As an adult, he naturally had a tacit understanding with Robert. There was no need to expose family secrets, as it might embarrass everyone. For example, when Robert was in high school, he had a thing with Mary, a police officer back then, and almost fell in love with her. Luke hadn't mentioned it at all. That was because bringing up something like this would only affect the harmonious atmosphere in the family. Looking at Luke's back as he left, Robert finally couldn't help but scratch his head. What the hell? What should I do? Even though he had a lot of work to do, he still took out his phone and called Catherine. That man is here. He's probably here about the hammer, but Luke already knows him. They seem to be quite close. Luke had already set off for the hill. 20 minutes later, he got out of the car and nodded at the middle-aged man. It's been a while, Phil. Phil was still in his black suit and tie. He looked like an insurance salesman. He was only slightly surprised to see Luke. He walked over with a smile and stretched out his hand. Long time no see, Luke. Gripping his hand, Luke could sense a lot more things from the strength in Phil's hand and his movements. To put it simply, there was a big difference in how you shook hands when you were being polite or close to the other person. Phil's handshake, hee. Luke smiled bitterly. I came back for Christmas, but I ran into this thing, Luke said casually. The moment I saw it, I thought I should let you know. Phil didn't say that S.H.I.E.L.D. had actually discovered this situation yesterday, and he had rushed down overnight. He simply smiled. Thank you for letting me know. Luke patted his shoulder and let go of his hand at the same time. In any case, I've worked with you several times. I trust you. Phil looked at him for a moment before he nodded slightly. He didn't say anything else, but turned to look at the hammer. What did you find? Luke said, it's constantly emitting electromagnetic radiation. It's harmless, but I don't think it's an ordinary item. Phil hummed in acknowledgement. What do you mean? Luke said, because I tried pulling it out as well. I even tried shaking it, but it didn't even budge a millimeter. This thing should be similar to that invulnerable monster from last time, there's something extraordinary about it. Phil nodded as well. Given the hammer's position, it was impossible for it to not even be shaken. Also, if it was unimaginably heavy and couldn't be moved, it would have crushed the earth below it first. To put it simply, some of the phenomena caused by the hammer were contrary to the physics of Earth. In Phil's experience, he naturally knew that there was only one truth. Luke knew what this truth was as well. Luke continued, I found some information on this thing, so I think it's better to keep my family away from it. Phil was stunned again. Information? S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have any leads, but Luke claimed that he already had information. Luke took out the titanium phone and swiped a couple of times before he found a photo of the hammer. See this symbol? It suddenly appeared for an instant, then disappeared. It's very strange. Phil looked at it. Is it a religious symbol? Luke shook his head. He swiped on his phone a few more times, and switched to another image. Phil, are you kidding me? Because what Luke was showing him was basically similar to a chapter in a book of fairy tales, with a story and a picture that was labeled, for God of Thunder. The same symbol, 3 intersecting ovals, was on the armor of the God of Thunder. Phil couldn't help but look at Luke. Are you sure? Luke's expression was the same as ever as he put his phone away. I'm not sure. I was just looking for clues based on the pattern, but I can't guarantee that the clues are reliable. After all, this is the first time I've seen a hammer like this. Phil was lost for words. In a situation with no leads, this was indeed the only thing they could do. It really couldn't be said that Luke was being ridiculous. Some major discoveries in intelligence work were made in this sort of ridiculous way. Even if they were 99.99% reliable, they were indeed outrageous. Chapter 1008. Treat, and getting to work. Thinking that, Phil hesitated for a moment before he said, can you send me a copy of those 2 pictures? Luke quickly sent him the images. At that moment, Phil took out a smartphone, but it was different from a titanium phone. It was clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already created smartphones for their own use. Luke wasn't surprised. It wasn't like S.H.I.E.L.D. was planning to sell them. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to know about all the components in the titanium phone, it was just a matter of giving a few instructions over the phone. The phone's OS certainly wouldn't be hard for the S.H.I.E.L.D. experts to figure out since the technology Luke used wasn't too advanced. Smartphone technology would become completely widespread by next year at most, and patent rights were the foundation on which cell phone companies made money, so it didn't matter if S.H.I.E.L.D. copied it. In fact, Jenny had already said that several telecommunications companies had joined the wireless network in the past month, and that smartphones would explode next year. It was clear that the people who had discovered the uses of the phone network had already entered the arena, and it was very likely that the American government was involved. Luke had to be more careful with his multifaceted system. There were many surveillance programs online that ordinary people didn't know about. After they were done chatting, Luke looked at Phil and shook his head. Come sit in my car. Phil. A moment later, they sat in the pickup. Phil looked at the surveillance footage on the tablet in front of him and was lost for words. I know you're a techie, but it seems you're quicker than we are. Your skills aren't any worse. Luke grabbed his backpack from the backseat and put it between them. This is cake from home. Have some. Phil hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the cake and took a bite. Who made this? Luke. Me. Phil's eyes widened as he turned around. You know how to make cakes. Luke said, I'm so. If I'm not a detective, I can still make a living by opening a bakery. Phil was stunned for a moment when he heard that, before his expression suddenly darkened, and he even forgot to eat the cake. Luke sensed that something was wrong, but didn't ask about it. He simply said, don't eat rubbish. Convenience store donuts aren't great. As he spoke, he took out 2 bottles of guarana from his backpack and gave one to her. Drink this if there's nothing else. It's natural juice and can help re-energize you. Phil looked at his backpack strangely. Do you always bring so much food out? Luke chuckled. My partner and I both consume a lot of energy, and we like to eat snacks. In order not to get an early stomach ulcer or something, we almost always have food and drinks in the car. Phil immediately turned his head away in embarrassment. Compared with Luke, this middle-aged man was a real embarrassment to the Coulson family. He wasn't even as good at taking care of himself as this kid. Luke didn't sit for long. He talked to Phil for a few minutes before he drove off. He left behind a big bag of cakes and a few bottles of drinks for Phil, and joked that Phil wouldn't go hungry and develop stomach problems here. Phil looked at the F-150 and was speechless for a long while. It wasn't until the F-150 disappeared that he returned to his car. He couldn't help but look at the big bag of cakes and drinks. He seemed a little happy, but also sad. Luke's thoughts weren't complicated. He already long had some guesses about Phil. Until he had concrete information, he didn't want to test his relationship with Phil. They could take it slow. But Phil's arrival made him determined to finish his preparations as soon as possible. Every time this person appeared, someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely die. To a certain extent, this was also a kind of luck, but it wasn't good for his subordinates. Luke didn't plan on getting killed along with Phil's men, so he had to be even more prepared. On his way home, he received a call. Luke picked it up and said a few words. After hanging up, he waited on the edge of a flat plain a few hundred meters from the hill. At the same time, he turned on all the police lights on the F-150. The flashing red, blue and yellow lights were still eye-catching even at noon. Not long after, a series of vehicles appeared in the distance. They turned slightly and drove toward the F-150. A man in a suit got out of the car. Although he was wearing a suit, his red face and rough hands, as well as his rough voice, indicated that he wasn't some cultured gentleman. The man in a suit shook hands with Luke. "Mr. Coulson, everything you want is ready. This is the first batch. Once it's unloaded, they'll go back right away for the second batch of supplies. Do you want to start now?" Luke appreciated a person who cut to the chase. He immediately nodded and took out a blueprint from his backpack. Pointing at the flat land not far away, he said, "Here. Just follow this." The man took the blueprint and looked at it for a moment before he asked in surprise, "This is it?" Luke said, "That's it, but you have to be quick and you can't skimp on quality." The man in the suit wanted to ask more questions, but he suddenly recalled the manager's flushed face and his expression which screamed, "Big business," and he swallowed his words. Even a mutt had brains when it came to making money. The other side had paid, they could only do whatever he wanted. This client had already paid a huge deposit. What was the point of building a pile of building blocks in the middle of nowhere? As long as he gave the money, however, they could even build him a big manure pit. After confirming Luke's plan and that there were no legal issues with building a bunch of blocks here, the man picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Let's get to work." At his command, the heavy trucks behind them began to unload the building materials, which were mainly cement, steel bars, and various machinery. Everything was done quickly and orderly, as expected of an engineering team from Dallas. As the machines rumbled to life, Phil, who was on the hill, heard the noise. He drove over to take a look, then gave Luke a puzzled call. After hanging up, he scratched his head and said, "This kid is just doing whatever he wants on Drax's land. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up?" Suddenly, he thought of something, and shook his head helplessly. That old man can't bear to beat him up. Knowing that it was Luke behind the ruckus, he didn't pay too much attention, or rather, he didn't really want to care. He had already accepted the cake and juice, so how could he care? Thinking that, he couldn't help but eat another cake. This is almost as good as Gloria's. Sigh, saying out loud a name he rarely mentioned, and thinking of another name that he almost didn't dare remember, his expression dimmed again. "If the two of you were still alive, you would be proud of him," he mumbled. Looking at the scorching sun in the clear blue sky, his heart felt empty. Only a lone black car was parked on the hill. Chapter 1009. Highly suspicious target. Luke didn't remain at the construction site next to the hill. Instead, he went home and continued observing the town from the information center, until Selena knocked on the door. Luke had already taken out a bunch of snacks from his inventory. He led Selena over to the couch in the living room, and told her to eat as they talked. Selena was starving. Usually, Luke, her snack supplier, would be around, so she wouldn't feel it. She had been busy for half a day today and hadn't thought of eating at all. Now, she felt that her stomach was burning, and she decisively picked up the snacks on the table and wolfed them down. Gold Nugget had already started on the plate of snacks that had been placed next to the coffee table. After finishing 5 cupcakes and 10 cookies in one go, Selena slowed down and started on the taiyaki. Luke gave her a big cup of hot chocolate to replenish her energy, and also made a cup for himself. Selena took a big gulp of hot chocolate and sighed in satisfaction. She said, I've arranged for my relatives to stay at the ranch for the time being. If anything happens, they'll hide and won't get involved. Luke hummed in response and asked, where's your family? Selena said, I told them to go to Houston and help Catherine with your ranch employee Christmas trip, or whatever. Luke also relaxed. It was heartless, but this was human nature. He could only use all his strength to protect those closest to him, while he could only show everyone else consideration in passing. After talking about the most important thing, they enjoyed a short break. Suddenly, Little Snail's voice rang out in Luke's earpiece. Sir, highly suspicious target detected. At Little Snail's, a surveillance image was projected onto Luke's sunglasses. He saw 4 people standing next to a jeep as they questioned a Shackelford resident on the side of the road. It was 2 men and 2 women. Both women were young and beautiful. One of the men was slightly plump and older, and the other was a tall and strong young man with golden hair. Luke went through his memories of his previous life. The young man didn't look like Xu Jinzhong 1. Why Xu Jinzhong? It was because Luke had only seen the Thor movie once in his previous life, and was a little blind when it came to Caucasian faces. Later, a lot of people made fun of him and said that he wouldn't even be able to tell if Xu Jinzhong himself was the god of thunder. Only then did this give Luke some idea of this person's features. Although this young man didn't look like Xu Jinzhong, Luke still had to check him out. They weren't residents of Shackelford, and had come here at such a sensitive time. Luke couldn't ignore such a coincidence. More importantly, even as a man, Luke had to admit that the blonde was tall, strong, and handsome. However, his good looks were the rough and wild type. This was very similar to the appearance of a certain crown prince. Luke called for Selena and Gold Nugget, who were barely full, before they got into the car and drove to the fast food restaurant in town. Shackelford's town center was very small. When there were no cars in the morning and you floored the gas pedal, it only took 5 minutes to get there. The surroundings were the kind of place that only had one house every few hundred meters. Luke's place was closer to the fast food restaurant, and it would only take him a few minutes if he walked. The car had only just sped up by the time it stopped. Luke took out 2 badges and gave one to Selena. Selena glanced at it. Did Robert give you spare Shackelford's police badges? Luke stuck the badge to his shirt. It's an official badge of honor with our names on the back. Selena flipped it over and saw that it was indeed engraved on the back. Selena Hayek, lifelong honorary officer of Shackelford Police Department. She blinked. You made this for me. Luke chuckled. Did you want Robert to make it for you? He would give you an old one from the police department storeroom at most. Selena was lost for words. Robert was a miser when it came to the use of police funds, which was what made him a good sheriff. They got out of the car and looked at the 2 women who were talking to the Shackelford resident. One of them was 23 or 24, and could indeed be called a woman. She had long brown hair and exquisite features. She was definitely a great beauty. The other one had long black hair and black-rimmed glasses. She looked less than 20 years old, but she was definitely a woman. Luke didn't waste any time. He simply stepped forward and said, Ladies, I'm the sheriff here. Are you in trouble? Despite his words, he trained his gaze on the girl with black-rimmed glasses, and gave a gentle smile. The girl in glasses was stunned when she turned around and saw Luke's face. She subconsciously gave a, wow, before she fell silent. The older woman next to her, on the other hand, looked at him and Selena in surprise. The caliber of law and order in this town was too good. Luke and Selena weren't wearing the usual yellow uniforms of officers, but were in casual clothes. They looked simple and elegant, like young people in a big city. Seeing this combination of good looks and charisma, the woman didn't think she had seen many police officers of this caliber in a big city, but there were actually officers like these in this remote town. Curious, she said, yes, we want to know if anything like a meteorite fell in this area. Just a minute, Luke said, before he turned to the old lady next to them with a smile. Lucy, you're probably in a hurry to go back and make dinner. I'll handle this. Granny Lucy was a thin but very lively old woman, and she nodded with a smile. You're still as hardworking as ever. Come over for dinner tonight. Luke shook his head helplessly. I don't think so. There are a lot of people around. I have to keep an eye on them. You should go out less in the next few days, in case anything happens. Lucy chuckled. It's fine. I'm not scared. Luke smiled wryly. That's right. You're not scared, but I'm scared that you'll sort them out yourself. Stumped for a moment, Lucy then laughed cheerfully. You're such a smart kid. All right, I won't go out for the next few days. I won't increase your workload. Luke gave Selena a look, and Selena immediately went over and helped put the 2 bags of stuff in Granny Lucy's hands into the car. She also carried over an American shorthair cat that had been crouching on the side of the road, refusing to get into the car, and said, Mickey, be good and go home with Lucy to eat canned fish. The American shorthair was very obedient. It didn't struggle as it was placed in the car, and it tilted its head to watch Selena close the door. Lucy got into the driver's seat and waved with a smile before she drove home. Luke finally turned around. Can I ask what you do? Are you astronomy fans? One Hong Kong actor chapter 1010. I'll take you to the hammer. The old man who had been silent the whole time said, I'm Professor Eric Selvig. I mainly study astronomy and physics, and I'm also an astronomy fan. How can you tell? Luke turned his head and looked at the jeep on the side of the road. I don't know many things, but that telescope isn't cheap. Professor Selvig said, as expected of an officer. You're very observant. Looking at Professor Selvig, who had a bit of a scientific air about him, Luke asked decisively, how should I address you? Jane Foster, said the older woman. Darcy Lewis, said the younger woman. Thor, said the tall blonde man with a beard. Luke simply looked at them and didn't act out of the ordinary. He just nodded and said, nice to meet you. There haven't been any meteorites here recently. Looking at everybody's disappointment, he added unhurriedly, but a huge pit appeared in the hills 20 kilometers northwest of town this morning, and there's a hammer in the center of it, like it fell from the sky and smashed a hole in the ground. Stunned for a moment, the blonde man placed one hand on Luke's shoulder. Which way is northwest? Sensing the pressure on his shoulder, Luke was still a little surprised. This strength was far beyond what a regular person had. His smile didn't waver. I'll take you there, or you might head in the wrong direction, since there aren't any road signs. The other 3 were a little surprised. His attitude seemed a little too good. But that was exactly what small-town officers were like. Those with good attitudes were as friendly as good neighbors, while those with bad attitudes viewed everyone as criminals. 20 minutes later, they reached the hill. Luke told everybody to get out, and they started climbing the hill. The 4 of them looked at the construction site not far away and found it strange. Darcy, the girl with black-rimmed glasses, was the most lively. She couldn't help but ask, what are they doing there? Digging for gold, Luke said. No, they're just building a cowshed. Darcy exclaimed, your cowsheds are really unique. Is that a wall? It looks several meters thick. Luke said, they're probably thinking about the load. Darcy didn't know much about civil engineering, so she didn't continue asking questions. The others weren't focused on the construction site, nor did they care why the walls were so thick. It felt like a stone platform. Luke and Darcy walked in front. Thor and Jane walked behind, followed by Professor Selvig and Selena. Luke and Darcy chatted quite happily. At the very least, by the time they crossed the hill and saw the pit, he had learned that she was a freshman at Yale and was studying political science. Even though Luke knew a lot about college majors, he didn't know anything about this particular one. But it was a common major at a place like Yale. That didn't stop him from chatting with Darcy, who didn't seem interested in his profession and was more focused on his private life. For example, what did town officers do every day, and whether they frequently killed people. Luke gave the right answers to the questions, and made the girl laugh. In terms of looks, Darcy was a level lower than her teacher, Jane Foster. However, they had different styles. Darcy had a sharp face but a very normal jaw. Jane's features were more angular. Darcy's mouth was wide and her lips were plump. Coupled with the bright red lipstick, it was quite eye-catching. Jane, on the other hand, had only applied lip gloss to her thin lips, which made her look cold. More importantly, as a freshman, Darcy had a size F bust which beat out her teacher several times over. Of course, that wasn't the main reason why Luke had chosen to chat with Darcy. He could clearly see Jane and Thor flirting with each other. There was no need for him to get in the middle of that. Also, the younger the lady, the less troublesome it was. Darcy wasn't on her guard at all. She simply answered whatever question was asked of her. The freshman was clearly much easier to deal with than the female doctor. A female doctor was a magical creature. A female doctor in her 20s was definitely very intelligent. Thus, Luke had chosen Darcy as his breakthrough point. Dr. Selvig, sorry, Luke would never choose an old man in his 50s as a breakthrough point if he could help it. They had come from New Mexico. They had met Thor while astronomy shots in New Mexico. During breakfast, Darcy had found news and photos of a meteorite in Shackelford on her F2F. Her supervisor and Dr. Selvig had promptly rushed over to take a look. They just so happened to run into Thor, who hitched a lift with them. However, Darcy would occasionally look embarrassed. Clearly, there was more to them running into Thor and giving him a ride. Luke didn't ask any more questions. He simply asked the questions at his own pace. When they reached the top of the hill, the pit was clearly visible, but they couldn't clearly see the hammer in the middle. Their expressions varied, but they were all excited. Of them, Darcy was the most excited. She exclaimed, "Wow," and took out her phone. I'm going to take a photo and post it on F2F. Luke kindly reminded her, "You came here because you saw a photo on F2F. I think it's more meaningful if you at least take a photo with the hammer." Darcy gave an "ah," and clutched her phone to her chest. "That's right, it's useless to take such a long shot." Luke couldn't help but look at her phone and nod. "They're going down. Let's go. I can take a few photos for you later. If I can do better this time, you might be able to keep them." Darcy followed Luke down the stairs. "Do better." Luke reached out and helped Darcy, who had lost her balance. "Generally speaking, the photos I take of other people turn out strange." "How so?" Darcy's face was a little hot, as if she had overexerted herself. Luke let go of her hand and continued down the small path that had just been eked out. "For example, anyone I take pictures of always has their eyes closed, or their heads are turned, or their faces are twisted, so the photos can't be used." Darcy was stumped. "You do it on purpose." Luke spread his hands. "It's precisely because I don't do it on purpose that it seems weird." Darcy shook her head decisively. "That's impossible. We'll give it a try later." "How can there be such a coincidence?" Luke said, "Fine. In any case, you can delete the photos anytime." "Darcy, you're really confident." Chapter 10:11. "Look at my Meow Meow hammer." Luke and Darcy chatted as they walked, and their pace was much slower. Thor directly charged downward. Jane and Dr. Selvig also sped up, completely unaware that the three people behind them were as relaxed as if they were on an excursion. Thor rushed to the hammer, and his excited expression changed as his face turned black. It was only when he got closer that he realized what these mortals were doing to his treasure. It was already hard for him to accept that some of them were trying to pull it out. But some lunged forward, some were biting on it, some were kicking it, and some had even wrapped chains around the hammer to pull it out with a truck. "Foolish mortals, how dare you blaspheme the sanctity of a god's weapon?" he roared as he pushed aside a brawny man who was about to step forward, and grabbed his hammer. "Show them your true strength, Mjolnir," he shouted as he exerted his strength. There was a sudden silence. At the bottom of the pit, which had been as noisy as a playground, there was only the faint sound of the wind. At that moment, Luke and Darcy had just reached the bottom of the pit when they heard the loud shout. Then, nothing, except for Thor, who was pulling hard on the hammer in the center. Everyone else just stared blankly. A moment later, everybody burst out laughing. Even the brawny man who had been pushed aside burst out laughing. "Wow, what did you want to show us? Even your godly strength doesn't work." Darcy gaped and mumbled, "What did he say? Meow one what?" Luke's lips twitched. "Meow Meow hammer. Cute name." Darcy nodded subconsciously. "Sure, but the hammer doesn't look cute." After exchanging awkward words, they continued downward. Thor's face was red. He had used all his strength, but the hammer in his hand was no longer as light as before. It didn't move at all. "Why?" He slowly let go and raised his head to look at the sky. "Father, is this what you wanted?" "Ah." Everybody fell silent for a moment, before they burst out laughing again. Many people even praised him. He should be on Broadway with this acting. Look at how he's given up when he's kneeling. It's like it's real. It really looks real. Hey, have you guys ever been to Broadway for real? You only watch football games and TV shows every day. Stop pretending. It was Dr. Jane who felt sorry for Thor, and had Drive Selvig come forward and bring Thor to the side, where he sat in the back of the open jeep. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "It seems your friend has been traumatized." Darcy smiled awkwardly. "Haha, I don't know him very well." When Thor came back to himself, he saw Jane looking at him in concern. His heart warmed, and he reached out to give her a hug. "Thank you." Jane was caught off guard and was pulled into the hug without any resistance. Compared with Thor, who was more than 1.9 meters tall, she was as petite as a child, and far weaker. Of course, she never thought of resisting. Instead, she patted his strong back and comforted him gently. "It's fine. Sometimes things don't always go the way we hope." As she spoke, she subconsciously looked at that meow meow hammer, and asked tentatively, "What are you going to do next?" Thor looked very dejected and lost. "I don't know." Jane was helpless. "How can I help you? How can I take you away?" Luke noticed their interaction at that moment, and stopped taking souvenir photos for Darcy. Darcy happily took the camera, and her mouth dropped open the moment she flipped through the photos. She swallowed the last word. After all, Luke had helped her out of kindness. Although apart from the clothes, she felt that the person in the photos wasn't her at all. Luke had long expected this, so he turned a deaf ear to the exclamation behind him. He walked over to Dr. Jane and said, "If you want to see this thing, you better hurry up. This place will be locked down very soon." Jane looked at him. "Locked down?" Luke shrugged. "You all know that a strange hammer fell here. Do you think that certain agencies wouldn't? They're in the middle of making a decision, and it takes time to go through the procedure, but as long as they give the order, the people who'll carry it out will be quick." As he spoke, there was a droning sound in the distance. The two black dots in the sky were easy to spot on a sunny day. They were helicopters. In a few minutes, the two helicopters arrived and landed on the flat ground at the edge of the pit. The FBI logo was clearly visible on the helicopters, and the people who got out were wearing FBI uniforms. Looking at the four people next to him, Luke spread his hands. "See, like I said, they'll get here very quickly. Also, I was the one who asked them to come," he added inwardly. A moment later, everybody was politely but firmly driven out of the pit and down the hill. The group of Texan men cursed, but none of them really fought the men in black suits. After half a day, everybody was almost done playing, and nobody could take that thing out, anyway. It was already dusk. Everybody beat it, going back to shovel cow dung, pull out weeds or farm. Seeing Jane and Selvig whispering to each other next to their jeep, Luke asked, "Is there a problem?" Selvig hesitated and didn't say anything. But Jane said, "Here's the thing. We want to stay here for 2 days and do some research. Do you know of any hotels in town?" Luke shook his head. "I'm sorry, but there's only one motel in town. The boss recently went on vacation with his daughter. He won't be back for a few days." Selvig couldn't help but say to Jane, "We can't sleep out in the wilderness, right?" He was giving Jane some face in front of Luke, but in fact, he wanted to say, "If we don't leave now, when will we?" Luke, however, added with a smile, "If you don't mind the noise, you can rest there for a bit before you decide." They looked in the direction he was pointing at, and saw a row of makeshift units next to a construction site not far away. There were 6 of them, and the units were white with blue edges. Vivacious Darcy couldn't help but ask, "Does that belong to the construction site?" Luke nodded. "Yes, this is my grandpa's ranch." Everybody. They immediately remembered that Luke had said that the ranch was building a new cowshed. The ranch belonged to Luke's grandfather, and the workers naturally worked for his grandfather. So, Luke could also be considered a part owner. Jane nodded decisively. "Okay, let's take a break." She needed a buffer of time to convince Drive Selvig to stay. Thor knew mysteries to astronomy which she couldn't let go of at all. It definitely wasn't because she couldn't let go of this tall and handsome blonde man. Definitely not. The translation of Mjolnir in Chinese is, Miao Ni Chapter 10-12, Smooth Procedure, and True Objective. Luke talked to the man in the suit who was in charge of construction and obtained the right to use 5 makeshift units. There wasn't anything for the man to be unhappy about. For this big business, he had brought enough materials and manpower with him, and had also brought the materials to set up some makeshift operation units as was standard practice. But when he got the blueprint, he realized that it was a super simple job. It couldn't even be considered an engineering project, and would be completed by nightfall. As was his habit, however, he still set up some operation units. At the very least, everyone needed a place to drink water and rest for a while. Apart from one unit which was used as an office, he wasn't using the rest. If the big boss who was paying him wanted to use them, so be it. In any case, it didn't make a difference. Jane and Selvig soon went inside to discuss their next move, leaving Darcy to look after Thor in the jeep. Thinking quickly, Luke picked up his backpack and bottles of water from the backseat of his car. He walked over to Darcy and said, "You may have to stay here for a while. Here are some snacks and mineral water for you." Stunned, Darcy watched him put the bag of snacks and the water in the back of the Jeep before she came back to her senses. "I'm afraid I won't be able to finish this." Luke stared blankly, then pondered for a few seconds. "Dr. Selvig and Dr. Jane also need to eat and drink, right?" Darcy finally reacted. She felt that Luke had specially delivered these things to her, but it wasn't nice to say it out loud, so he could only use someone else's name. She nodded quickly. Yes, thank you very much." Luke asked politely, "Can I have your number?" Darcy: "Oh, of course. If you hadn't said anything, I would have asked for yours first." Luke: "Huh." Darcy covered her mouth and laughed. "Haha, I was going to give it too, ha 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 ha." She was so cute. A moment later, Selena curled her lip when she saw Darcy waving goodbye in the rearview mirror. Leading the way, delivering snacks, and asking for contact details. "Aren't you a little too smooth at this? Also, it seems your focus was on the area below her neck and above her stomach." Luke said, "Anyone would subconsciously focus on such an outstanding trait. Between an ordinary person and a bodybuilder, don't tell me you wouldn't focus on the bodybuilder." Selena was speechless. She could be considered half a fan of muscles. She naturally wouldn't be interested in any regular person. Also, she's a crazy F2F fan. Luke concentrated on driving. Selena: "Huh," Luke said, "as a matter of fact, she's a travel blogger. After she got F2F, she moved her travel blog to F2F." Selena got it. "So, you only need to look at the pictures she uploads to know their movements." Luke hummed in response and said, "Although I can monitor them with drones, I can't put surveillance cameras in their rooms. Asking outright would be faster." Selena looked at him suspiciously. "Won't remote radio work?" Luke chuckled. "Do you not understand what's going on between Drive, Jane and Thor?" "I don't want to hear that." Selena was lost for words. Hearing what went on in private between a man and a woman wasn't a big deal, but eavesdropping when you knew you would hear it was truly wretched behavior. These people weren't criminals who had committed heinous crimes, and Luke had made ample preparations, so there was no need to keep them under constant surveillance. Thinking that, Selena dropped the topic. In fact, she was under a lot of pressure in the face of a freshman like Darcy. This freshman was only 18 or 19 years old, but her strength as an F-Cup player could instantly crush the advantage which Selena had always been proud of. This was an extremely rare situation. Also, this wasn't Darcy's only strength. She was at Yale, and had excellent looks. Although she was occasionally scatter-brained, she was still quite lively. She had curves, but she wasn't fat. She was quite outstanding overall. So, when she saw Luke and Darcy getting close, she couldn't help but tease him. But that was it. A certain person had a sense of propriety and wouldn't try anything in a tense situation like this. Luke didn't hide much from her. She had enough strength and qualifications to know about the world of the extraordinary, so he naturally didn't hide the possible origin of the hammer. Selena herself had also observed Thor for a time, especially his physique. In this respect, she and Luke were actually the same, in that they paid more attention to the outstanding qualities of the opposite sex. After Selena was done with her own things, Luke left her in charge of the information center. He also gave Darcy's number to Selena so that she could contact Darcy and send over food, water, and daily necessities. Selena didn't understand the reason for this. Luke, however, had a solemn expression on his face as he pointed at Thor's photo on the screen. "The others don't matter, but don't let this Thor enter Shackelford." Selena: "Huh," Luke said, "do you think I gave those things to them because of Darcy?" "HMPH, it's because I don't want Thor, this troublesome person, to get close to Shackelford." Looking at his expression, Selena finally chose to believe him. He never lied to her when it came to proper business. Luke wasn't lying. Now that he had elementary pheromone control, he didn't need to stick to a woman and send her things if he wanted to strike up a conversation. After that, Luke went to old Patrick's gun store and talked to him for a long time. Old Patrick shook his head at first, then hesitated for a moment before calling Robert. After talking for a few minutes, he hung up the phone and looked at the big check in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he put the check into his cash register. "Fine, come with me. But don't trick me, I'm counting on this store for my retirement." Luke just rolled his eyes. Just become a police officer. At most, Robert will give you some preferential treatment. You just need to worry about the town's security, it's a walk in the park. Old Patrick snorted. Don't lie to me, do you think I don't know what kind of rotten things you have to deal with? It's either a lover's spat, angry neighbors, or sending those drunkards sleeping on the streets back home. I can't stand that. Luke chuckled. Actually, it's because the salary isn't enough for you to go to Knox City to look for a hookup. Patrick glared at him. Nonsense. Do I need money? I've never failed with the ladies in the bars in Knox City. Luke smiled but didn't say anything. Want to compete with me in attracting the ladies? You're just an elementary school kid. A moment later, old Patrick and Luke were moving things back and forth between the storeroom and the back entrance of the gun store. Trolley after trolley of stuff was loaded onto the back of Robert's F-150. Then, Patrick's own pickup was loaded up and covered with a canvas sheet. Chapter 1013. Indeed the right target to approach, Luke said to him as he got into the car. Don't worry. This is Texas. If anything goes wrong, just say that you don't know anything. Old Patrick snorted and got into his car as well to help deliver the goods to Drax's ranch. The truth was that with Robert as the big boss, there was a good chance that something would go wrong, but it absolutely wouldn't be a big problem. As long as he wanted to protect Luke, Robert could make all the evidence defunct whenever he wanted. After dropping the equipment off in Drax's tool shed, old Patrick left. He had no idea what Luke was up to. He wouldn't admit that he was the one who sold him these weapons and ammo. Luke took out tools from his inventory and started modifying the 2 pickup trucks on the ranch. As for getting close to Thor, there was no need. That guy was still an arrogant, spoiled kid, which was why his father had kicked him out. He was even richer than Tony Stark. Tony only had Stark Industries, while Thor was the man who would inherit Asgard. In terms of wealth, he had several times more than all the wealth on Earth combined. That was how rich the ruler of the 9 realms was. It wasn't easy to get close to someone like that. Apart from the Avengers who would go through thick and thin with him, he only cared about Jane Foster. But it was Dr. Jane who fell in love with Thor at first sight, and it was only when they became a couple that she received this treatment. As a man, Luke wasn't qualified to take this path, nor could he take it. The truth was that it wasn't easy to get close to any of the Avengers. Even Banner, who had the best temper, found it hard to control the Green Hulk inside him. If you befriended Banner, at best, there was a slightly lower chance of being beaten to death by the Green Hulk. Trying to gain the trust of superheroes who had been around the block with empty words and for your own gains was just a child's thinking. If you didn't fight together and show enough strength and courage, you weren't qualified to be acknowledged by them. A certain bald director was a typical example. This nominal leader would always be viewed suspiciously and with disdain by the superheroes. He didn't have as much influence with them as Phil. The only heroes this director could directly use were his direct subordinates, Black Widow and Hawkeye. These two had a lot of trust in him after being with him for a long time. This proved that without working together and fighting together for a long time, superheroes couldn't trust ordinary people. Thus, Luke hadn't specially gone looking for any superheroes yet. Doing that wasn't as good as taking part in some battles at the right time to prove his strength and character. Besides, it was safer for his alternate identities to cultivate favor with Thor. Luke quickly got rid of these useless thoughts and focused on his work. This time, he was going to use that big android as an experiment. Naturally, he had to take such a suicidal action seriously. He didn't mind running away if things turned critical. After all, he was neither an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent nor a superhero. As an ordinary detective, he had the right to be scared. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the construction team leader called. "Mr. Coulson, we're done. The rest is just waiting for the cement to dry completely. It can only be tested tomorrow. Do you want to take a look now?" Luke told the man to wait for him, and hurried over. Drax's ranch was only a few kilometers away from the construction site, and Luke got there in no time. After he got out of the car, Luke greeted the man and checked the construction work. They had built thick cement blocks of varying heights. It was too simple and didn't require much inspection. In less than half an hour, Luke nodded and said that it was fine. At the same time, he turned down the offer for 2 of the men to stay behind and test the blocks the next day, and told them that they could all pack up. However, the makeshift units weren't touched, and Luke went with the man in the suit to count the money. The man was also very pleased. He immediately told the construction team to pack up. The dozens of people quickly packed up everything, and the rumbles of the convoy echoed in the early morning of the Texan wilderness as it sped away. The only thing left behind was the project they had worked on for half a day and a whole night. In the makeshift unit, Darcy appeared at a window on the second floor and shouted at Luke in vexation, "Hey, you never said that someone would be drilling holes while we slept." My head was about to explode from the noise. Luke raised his head and smiled. He took out a big box from his car, waved at her, and walked to the unit. He entered a room on the bottom floor. Putting the box on the table, he turned to Darcy, who was now standing at the door, and said with a smile, "It's good to sleep early and get up early. They just finished. From now on, you can sleep until tomorrow morning. There won't be any noise to bother you anymore." Darcy gave a dazed, "Oh, that's good." The drone of the stupid machine was so loud it made my chest feel stuffy. As she spoke, she rubbed her chest in discomfort. Luke couldn't help but wonder if it was the resonance because of her size. He said, "That was a concrete vibrator to remove the bubbles in the cement. It really is annoying, which is why I brought you breakfast as an apology." Darcy asked, "You brought me breakfast?" At that moment, she was only wearing a thin sweater. Her hair was messy, and she wasn't wearing her glasses. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she gave him a nearsighted, sidelong glance. Her expression and movements were like that of a half-asleep Persian cat, and indescribably adorable. Luke didn't explain that he meant all of you, and not just you. It wasn't his fault that Darcy had misunderstood. He simply waved for her to come over. When she went over, he took off his thick jacket and put it on her. Even if this is Texas, it's still cold in the morning in the wild in winter. "Don't catch a cold." Darcy gave another dazed, "Oh," as Luke opened the box, which contained a lot of food. In fact, it was just easy food which Luke had casually stuffed into his inventory, like sandwiches, cakes, cookies, milk, and cereal. Every time he made food like these, he would make more and stuff them into his inventory. A month later, he would throw them all to Gold Nugget. Food in the inventory couldn't keep warm, but it wouldn't go bad. He had performed a test, and even after a month, they were no different from when he first put them into his inventory. It was only because Luke was obsessed with cleanliness, and didn't want to eat food that was a month old, that he got rid of everything by giving them to Gold Nugget. Chapter 10:14, Drive. Jane catches a cold and Thor is detained. The food which Luke had brought for Darcy and the others had been made on Christmas Eve. It was still fresh. Darcy was stunned for a moment. "Wow, so much. I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Luke smiled. "Then go wash up." Darcy suddenly came back to her senses. Thinking of what she had just said, she immediately turned around and ran off. Okay. 10 minutes later, Luke and Darcy sat opposite each other and chatted as they ate. There was a reason why Darcy had been in such a bad mood when she woke up. Last night, Drive, Selvig went crazy and pulled her outside to look at the stars, completely ignoring the fact that she was Dr. Jane's student and not his. Selvig, who couldn't give Darcy any credit, was a super boring person in her eyes. Naturally, she didn't want to pull a night shift with him. What made her even more aggrieved was that it seemed Drive, Jane had dragged Thor into her room last night, and they hadn't come out at all. Darcy had taken the room on the left on the second floor. Drive. Selvig was in the middle, and Dr. Jane was in the room on the right. Not even 5 minutes into stargazing, she had already figured out with her smart brain why Drive, Selvig had dragged her out. After all, stargazing was much better than listening to what was happening on the other side of the wall at night. At the very least, it wouldn't make her feel resentful. She didn't tell Luke any of this directly. But from her expression and her words, Luke had a rough idea. He didn't feel anything about it. That was a hammer. Any girl who ran into a super hormone generator like that wouldn't be able to resist. Fortunately, Darcy's teacher beat her to it, and Darcy didn't have any interest in Thor either, so she was in the mood to chat with Luke. Soon, Drive, Selvig came downstairs as well. He was a little stumped to see Luke, but he still greeted him with a smile. He had a good impression of this helpful and gentle young man. It was a good thing he didn't have a wife, otherwise he would be thinking, it would be nice to have a son like Luke. Half an hour later, Thor came down. Looking at the man whose t-shirt was so tight, Darcy couldn't help but murmur, "I was the one who said that he had a good body yesterday, but Jane, cough. Doctor." Selvig coughed decisively, interrupting the girl's crazy talk. Luke waved his hand. "Thor, Want something to eat? Thor was clearly in a good mood, and went over with a smile. Yes, I'll bring some food upstairs for Jane. Looking at the puzzled faces of the three people in front of him, he remembered what Jane had said. Well, she's sick. I think she caught that's right, a cold. He wasn't familiar with that word, because he had never caught a cold before. All three of them had, watch you spout rubbish, expressions on their faces as they let Thor take away half a pot of coffee and a lot of food. When Thor's footsteps rang out upstairs, Darcy said mockingly, sure she caught a cold. It was definitely because she didn't wear enough to sleep last night, and didn't cover herself properly with a blanket. Doctor. Selvig coughed awkwardly and got up. I'm going out for a walk. He felt suffocated. It wasn't that he also had designs on Jane, but that she was a great researcher, and had now been seduced by a handsome blonde. This was a major blow to Selvig's passion for research. Scientists also needed colleagues to encourage them to move forward. Having colleagues who could keep pace with them was as important as a detective having a partner they could rely on. What was even more depressing was that it looked like there was a little of that going on with Darcy and the young detective. It seemed that this unreliable assistant was going to become even more unreliable. Selvig was afraid that he would have to sleep in the jeep alone tonight to avoid a possible, two-pronged attack. Walking out, he couldn't help but look back at the makeshift unit. Why don't I move to the bottom floor tonight? At that moment, Luke had figured out Jane's plan from Darcy and Selvig. They would stay here for another 2 or 3 days to observe the situation a little more before deciding again after that. When Selvig said that, he looked as if his daughter had been kidnapped. A few minutes later, Luke said goodbye. He told Selvig and Darcy that he was on a ranch not far away. If they needed food, water, or anything else, they could look for him there, while they could stay in this makeshift unit. Selvig sighed when he heard that. This kid was really bright. Darcy waved goodbye reluctantly. Luke had given her his jacket earlier, which had been hiding his body. As a fan of muscles, Darcy was naturally knowledgeable, and her good impression of Luke had increased by at least 20%. Strong, sunny, and gentle. This bro's very attractive. She mumbled inwardly as she watched Luke's car leave. Luke returned to the tool shed on the ranch and continued working. At 11 in the morning, his phone rang. When he picked up, he heard Darcy's anxious voice. Luke, can you help me? Luke said, calm down. What happened? Darcy said, Thor beat up the FBI on the hill, and he's now been detained. The FBI even took our files and equipment. Luke. Why did they take the trio's files and equipment? What was Phil doing? Thinking for a moment, he said, tell Drive. Jane and Dr. Selvig that I'll come over to take a look. Tell them not to act rashly. Darcy was right to look for him. Law and order in a place like this didn't work under the FBI, and the officers here had enough law enforcement power in their own jurisdiction. If necessary, they could go head-to-head with the FBI. The FBI didn't necessarily want to offend local law enforcement. Besides, this was Texas, and the police officers here weren't easy to deal with. Luke drove to the makeshift units, and Darcy immediately ran over. Jane wants to kick up a fuss with the FBI. Dr. Selvig is trying to persuade her not to. I don't know what to do, so I could only ask for your help. Luke put his hand on her shoulder and said, calm down. I'll ask the questions, you answer them. I can only negotiate with the FBI after I understand the situation, understand? Hearing his words, Darcy suddenly felt much calmer, and her inexplicable panic basically disappeared. Luke had used a little elementary pheromone control to calm her down, otherwise panicked as she would be all over her place with her words, and would never get to the main point. Walking up the hill with Darcy, Luke asked about the situation. The situation was clear in just a few sentences. It was because Thor had wanted to see the hammer after breakfast. Who knew if he had wanted to mourn his loss, or if he still hadn't given up on trying to pull it out. But yesterday, when he had been feeling despondent, a large number of people from Phil's side had come, and there were more than 100 of them. They completely sealed off the pit with barbed wire and plastic sheets. Of course, Thor hadn't been able to enter. Chapter 10:15. Sealed ability in beating up the weakest chicken in history, although a certain crown prince had been calm in front of Dr. Jane, his own father had cast him out, and it seemed that Mjolnir had abandoned him. The emotions had long been building up inside him. He could only keep calm for the time being. The negative emotions didn't disappear, but were hidden under the surface in his heart. But after a few words, Thor exploded when the guards at the entrance shoved him again. Almost instantly, he beat the 2 guards to the ground. The alarm rang, and a bunch of guards rushed over. When they saw Thor, they didn't use guns. After all, Thor had Jane with him. No matter how they looked at it, they looked like a harmless albeit meddlesome couple. Killing and injuring civilians wasn't part of the rules. In the end, after beating up more than 10 agents, Thor was still taken down. What was even more unfortunate was that the agents had come to investigate his and Jane's identities, and found the makeshift housing. Who knew what they found? But someone soon. Confiscated drive, Selvig and Dr. Jane's research materials and equipment, saying that they would be returned after a check. Dr. Jane tried her best to argue, but in the end, they took her most important laptop. Hearing that she had important research on her laptop, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline gave her a look, and the FBI agents next to her snatched the laptop away. Dr. Jane couldn't accept this. The laptop had key data which she had been researching for years. Now that her notes and laptop had been confiscated, all the research they had done over the past few years had gone to waste. Darcy spoke very quickly, and the 2 of them walked very quickly. This girl wasn't athletic, and she was already panting before they reached the top of the hill. Seeing that she had to give a running commentary while carrying such a heavy burden, Luke could only help her. Holding her waist, he said, "I'll take you up." Darcy was shocked. "Huh, isn't this a little too fast? Wow, you're so fast." Amused, Luke said, "I'll talk to the FBI later. Work with Dr. Selvig and get drive Jane away. Don't let her cause any more trouble, okay?" Darcy, "Oh, you can do it." As soon as she said the words, she was a little embarrassed. "I didn't mean it like that, it's just that it feels like these FBI agents aren't easy to deal with, so," Luke said, "I'll see if I can talk to someone I know. I can only try, however. After all, I'm just a police officer." Darcy nodded. "That's true, This time, she finally cut herself off in time. It would be too bad of her otherwise, to call him in a panic to help and then roast him for not being able to do anything. Luke didn't mind. This girl had been born snarky, even to herself. With his heart that had been tempered 1,000 times in his previous life, he only found this girl interesting, not to mention that she was very nice looking. After a few words, he led Darcy to the entrance of the containment zone. Not far away, Selvig and Jane were talking. Jane was clearly frustrated as she paced back and forth, her voice occasionally getting louder. But ultimately, she had good manners. Her anger wasn't directed at Selvig, and she was simply raising her voice in agitation. Luke let go of Darcy's slightly supple waist, and gestured at her before he walked over to the guard at the entrance. Faced with the 2 guards who were clearly more vigilant, he didn't approach them. Instead, he took out his phone 10 meters away and called Phil. He hung up after a few words and stared at the 2 guards. Then, the guard suddenly raised one hand to his earpiece as if he was listening to an order. A moment later, he looked at Luke. Name. Luke walked over. Luke Coulson. The 2 guards looked at each other, and one of them gestured. "Follow me. Don't look around and don't run around, or you might be killed on the spot." Luke said, "Got it." A few minutes later, Luke walked into a corner surrounded by plastic sheets. A middle-aged man in a black suit was standing there, looking at the work below. It was Phil. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and waved at the guard with a smile. The guard left. Luke asked, "Are we going to talk here?" Phil looked down at the hammer and nodded. "A little over there." They walked to the corner and talked in low voices. Half an hour later, Luke rubbed his wrist as he was escorted out by the guards. When he recalled the system notification, however, his mood was a little complicated. "System, you have defeated Thor Odinson and received a list of his abilities." Thor's abilities: Elementary Tactical Command, Elementary Cold Weapon Proficiency, Advanced One-Handed Hammer Proficiency, Elementary Asgardian General Knowledge, 50,000 credit points, partially available. What left him in a strange mood was the last, partially available. After spending 50,000 credits without any hesitation to learn this ability, Luke found that it was basically common knowledge, and had practically nothing on the Asgardian technological, magical system like he had imagined. It was like an ancient person from another world obtaining a book titled, A Compendium of General Knowledge of Earth, only to open it and discover that it contained primary school knowledge which everybody on Earth knew. Was it useless? No. It would become more useful to Luke in the long run. Without a foundation, it was hard to understand more profound knowledge, and he still had a chance to obtain more of the latter. After Luke's prodding, the system finally gave him a brief explanation. System: you defeated Thor Odinson, sealed Thor's abilities. Elementary Tactical Command, Elementary Asgardian General Knowledge, 50,000 credit points, sealed, partially available. The incomplete version of general knowledge which Luke had learned hence might have something to do with Thor being sealed by Odin. It was very likely that this knowledge had been sealed by Odin. It was indeed not easy to obtain the abilities of a god. Thinking this, he walked out of the containment zone. The three people who were already tired of talking stared at him. When Luke walked over, Jane couldn't wait to rush over and ask, "How did it go?" "Luke, can they let him go?" Luke chuckled inwardly. It seemed she was even more concerned about the man than her research. As he thought this, he nodded slightly. "They're going to ask Thor a few routine questions, and check over your equipment and files. It might take half a day, so go back to the units and wait." Of course, he couldn't say that he had worn a mask and beat up Thor, the weakest chicken in history, much less that he was ready to throw out a long line to catch a big fish after his talk with Phil. Hearing that, Jane was a little anxious. "Are you sure it'll be alright?" Chapter 10:16. Borrowing your place as soon as Dr. Jane said that, both Selvig and Darcy looked embarrassed. Luke didn't owe them anything, and had always shown them consideration. As soon as Darcy called, he immediately came over to negotiate with the FBI. This couldn't even be called just doing his job. It was purely because he had a big heart and was willing to lend a hand. Dr. Jane's words were very rude. If there really was a problem, she wouldn't be able to solve it. What was the point of asking? Luke, however, wasn't angry. Women in love were brainless, even goddesses who were usually geniuses. He had encountered too many situations like this at work, so he wasn't angry at all. He simply said, "They're an official department, and they have to go through procedure. I know someone, but he can't break the rules for this. Once it's over, they'll naturally release him and return your things. You know how much time it takes to go through procedures, right?" This time, even Jane nodded subconsciously. They were university lecturers, and universities were also very particular about procedures and rules. If they wanted to bypass procedures, that would take extraordinary connections, like being able to get a certain big shot to vouch for them. Luke was just a small-town police officer, not the FBI director. It was already good enough that he could bail Thor out. Selvig was even more aware of the fact that this FBI wasn't the FBI at all, but some more mysterious department. It had only taken Luke half a day to actually convince them to let Thor go. This was already a good result. The four of them returned to the makeshift housing. Selvig persuaded Jane to take a break, and Luke said goodbye. Darcy stopped him and asked in embarrassment, "Hey, can I shower at your place?" Luke, "Huh." Darcy chuckled, "I haven't been able to shower since the night before last. I feel gross." So, Luke was amused. "Okay, take my car." Darcy nodded decisively, then told him to wait for a moment before she let Selvig know, then got into Luke's car and left. Selvig was left standing in front of the makeshift unit with a pained expression on his face. "What are you teachers and students doing? Can't you have some spirit for research? I met countless beauties over the years, but turned all of them down without any hesitation whatsoever. Only then was I able to discover more secrets of the universe. The two of you, the moment you run into a handsome guy, you really sigh." Depressed, Selvig could only sit in the jeep and stare blankly at the darkening sky. He recalled how he had run under the setting sun when he was young. It was his youth that had passed away. On the other side, Darcy nervously borrowed Luke's place for a shower, but nothing happened as she had expected. Luke simply led her to Drax's place and took her to the guest bathroom. He told her that she could take a shower here before he left. Darcy was stunned for a long while, her mind filled with the image of him turning around and leaving without any hesitation. She was a little lost. This script doesn't seem right. But Luke returned a few minutes later. Seeing that she was still in a daze at the door, he put a new towel and an old pair of his t-shirt and shorts in her hands. "There's nothing suitable for you to change into. Wear these for now. They're all clean. I still have something to do. Call me when you come out." Then, he left again. Darcy was lost for words. Where was the lack of control? Where was the fire? What the hell was up with this plot? Was it written by some trash writer? In any case, Darcy went to take a shower. She really did want to take a shower, but she had been prepared to go to the motel in town. It had been almost 3 days since she took a shower, and she felt like she stank. Wait, was that why the handsome officer was quick to run away? She had been about to dry her hair, but subconsciously squeezed out more shampoo and shower gel, and washed herself one more time. An hour later, she came out of the bathroom after drying her hair. Looking around the quiet house, Darcy murmured, "He really isn't here." Disappointed, she put on the clothes which Luke had brought her, and put her own clothes into the big bag which Luke had brought. Actually, she did have a change of clothes in the Jeep, but had forgotten about them when she had asked about taking a shower. How considerate. She couldn't help but murmur as she put on the clothes, before she gave Luke a call. Following Luke's instructions, she walked out of the main house a moment later and went to the tool shed dozens of meters away. As soon as she walked in, she saw Luke in a t-shirt, bustling around under the bright light. Darcy couldn't help but whistle. That body, tisk tisk. Luke was carrying a steel plate when she came in, and most of his muscles shifted with the movement. As a fan of muscles, Darcy could almost imagine the tense muscles under the t-shirt. She couldn't help but gulp. Walking in on this is too much stimulation. Of course, Luke heard her, and he laughed in his heart. Sure enough, lust didn't discriminate between men and women. He put the steel plate in a suitable position and started to reinforce it. Feel better now? Darcy was confused. Huh, Luke said, after taking a shower. I sometimes feel off when I don't shower. Darcy nodded. That's right, I had to wash a few more times before I felt clean. Luke finally couldn't help but turn his head to confirm what clean looked like. Darcy was also walking toward him. He saw that there was a lot of movement under her thin sweater. Pure and natural, guaranteed quality. He couldn't help thinking of those words. After that, Darcy wasn't in a hurry to return to the makeshift housing. She found a chair and sat down to chat with Luke as he worked. Luke didn't mind. What he was doing this time wasn't difficult, and didn't require as much precision as armor. The main thing was for it to be sturdy and durable. Although Darcy was rather surprised by what he was tinkering with, she didn't think much of it after hearing Luke say that it was for an experiment for the Shackelford Police Department. It wasn't hard for officers in Texas to tinker around with strange weapons like these. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, they could even play with armored cars and tanks, let alone this pickup which Luke was modifying. After chatting for half an hour, Darcy's stomach suddenly growled. She was sitting not far from Luke, and they both heard her clearly. Luke looked at her and smiled. Hungry? Darcy nodded. I only had breakfast. Luke dropped what he was doing and said, let's go. I'll buy you lunch. Darcy nodded quickly. Half an hour later, she was a little dazed when she saw the Latin American beauty in front of her. She couldn't help but look at Luke, who was sitting next to the beauty. Chapter 10:17. Be prepared, and facing a battle of the gods. Luke's expression didn't change when he noticed Darcy's gaze. You don't seem to be eating much. Does it not suit your taste? Darcy shook her head. No, Selena's your partner. The two of you are very close. Luke didn't think much of it. That's right, like we wear the same pants. Selena glared at him unhappily, as if to say, since when do we wear the same pants? Luke explained without prompting, it's a saying, it just means that we're very close. Looking at the two communicating with their gazes alone, Darcy nodded blankly. I got it, she was a university student, she could still figure something like this out. Also, these two really were very familiar with each other, they didn't really wear the same pants, right? Tisk, tisk, some strange images involuntarily popped up in her head. No, that's not right. Why am I thinking this? She shook her head and focused on her lunch. After lunch, Luke sent her back to the makeshift housing. Looking at Darcy, who was watching Luke's car drive off, Selvig gave another deep sigh. It had only been 2 to 3 hours since she left, and she had already showered and changed clothes. She was indeed an impulsive youngster. Darcy, on the other hand, mumbled inwardly, does he like me or not? He let me go over to take a shower, but had that beautiful partner eat with us. In the end, he sent me back. What on earth does this mean? For a moment, it was quiet in the makeshift housing. Back at the ranch, Selena was examining the two modified pickup trucks in the tool shed. When Luke returned, she simply asked, what, smitten by the F-Cup player? Luke said solemnly, I don't ask for much, a D cup is already above average. I can also accept a B cup. Selena couldn't help but spit at him, but didn't dwell on it. Jenny was a B cup player, and Luke didn't mind. More importantly, from the look on Darcy's face, Selena knew that nothing had happened between her and Luke. Changing the topic, she looked at the 2 pickup trucks in the tool shed and pointed at one of them. Are you sure you want to use this? Luke nodded. It's better to be prepared. This thing might not be enough. Selena was surprised. This isn't enough. Then what do you want? A ship cannon. Recalling the information he had just received at noon, Luke couldn't help but shake his head. That's a god. The enemy he's facing might not be an ordinary human being. I can't come up with a ship cannon, and even if I could, it's hard to find a suitable opportunity to use it. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. Selena. She didn't think Luke was joking. Given his personality, he never liked to take things easy in battle. He would never leave any loose ends behind if he could tie them up neatly. Also, since he said he wouldn't mind giving it a try, that meant that he had indeed considered it. Thinking that, her expression turned solemn. Are we really going to get involved? What I mean is that if it's a battle between gods, it shouldn't have anything to do with us. Luke sighed. But gods don't consider people's feelings. They fight wherever they want. If they mess around elsewhere, I wouldn't know or care. If they choose to fight here in Shackelford, however, I can only make my own preparations. Selena couldn't think of anything to say. This was her hometown, and her friends and neighbors were everywhere. She wouldn't be able to take seeing the town she grew up in reduced to rubble. More importantly, nobody knew how many people might die. After all, it might be a battle of the gods. If Shackelford was turned into a huge pit, at least 1,000 lives would be lost. Thinking that, she got up and returned to Shackelford. Luke grabbed Gold Nugget by the back of its neck and whispered into its ear, "Protect her. In a critical situation, you can ignore all restrictions, just make sure she survives." Gold Nugget. The past safety rules had never been this relaxed. Luke patted its head. When we're done with everything this time, I'll make you 3 delicious meals when we get back. Whatever you want. Gold Nugget whined and nudged Luke's hand, and wagged its tail as it happily followed Selena. Luke dared to give Gold Nugget such an order because he had enough confidence in himself. With the amount of money he currently had, he could easily take on a completely new identity and live out his days comfortably elsewhere. He could also make up for a lot of other issues. The money he had and the arrangements he had made over the past few months were enough to reduce any repercussions from Gold Nugget and Selena being exposed to acceptable levels. Naturally, he had to release some of the safety restrictions on Gold Nugget. The day passed peacefully. Darcy called in the evening and asked when Thor could be released. Luke simply texted Phil, and then told Darcy that it wouldn't be long. The guards finally brought Thor out at 8 in the evening, and the 4 of them arrived at the ranch around 9. Luke offered to let them use the communal shower at the ranch, and also gave 2 sets of his own clothes to Thor. Luke was now 1.88 meters tall. His muscles weren't as explosive as Thor's, but his clothes still fit. Dr. Jane clumsily took care of Thor. The female genius clearly wasn't very good at taking care of people, but Thor dejectedly let her take care of him as he reverted back to a downhearted state. Luke could only shake his head inwardly. While he was getting food for them, he pulled Darcy into the kitchen. In the end, Darcy didn't know what was going on with Thor. She only said that when he left the FBI base, he looked like he had nothing to live for. Luke was certain that he hadn't been interrogated. Even if Thor's right eye was black, that was from Luke, and that had been in a match, not a one-sided beating. Even when Thor lost back then, he didn't look as depressed as he did now, since he had only lost in this weak body of his. Also, after talking to Luke, Phil wouldn't do something so stupid. Instead, he left Thor to be bait. Of course, what Phil was looking to catch wasn't fish, but a crazy horn bee ****. When the 4 of them returned to the makeshift housing and Dr. Jane and Thor chatted out in the wilderness at night, Thor finally said something. His father was dead. Odin was dead. Looking at Thor's sad expression on the drone feed, Luke couldn't help but rub his forehead. Did Odin die in the movie? That didn't seem to be the case. Although Luke couldn't remember the details, it seemed that Thor had still been crowned prince in the first Avengers movie during the Battle of New York. That meant that Odin was still alive. Odin was the ruler of the 9 realms. It was impossible for his death to go unremarked. So, Thor had been tricked. Chapter 10:18. The difference in heirs. Who was messing around with Thor? Loki. An image of a little Bambi subconsciously appeared in Luke's mind. Alright, it should be the image of a black-haired young man with a horned helmet. It seemed he was the boss dispatched during the Battle of New York, and who brought a bunch of aliens to invade Earth. This guy was also Thor's brother, and seemed to be a sorcerer. He loved to scheme, and tricking his stupid brother was his life's greatest pleasure. What other nickname did he have? Luke thought hard for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Sister G1. The thing that Luke remembered most about Loki was that in the Battle of New York, this god was smashed around by a certain Green Hulk, and finally ended up in a pit, unable to draw breath. As for the rest, Luke really couldn't remember. As for how this guy triggered the Battle of New York, Luke had no idea. It seemed it had something to do with the Tesseract and opening something like a portal. Luke collected his wandering thoughts and started thinking about the current situation. If nothing unexpected happened, drive. Jane and the others should be leaving soon. After all, Thor didn't seem to have any intention of staying here, and Dr. Jane had even less reason to hang around in a makeshift house in the middle of nowhere. It was only because there was something wrong with Thor that Dr. Jane hadn't thought about leaving today, but they should be gone in a day or two at most. That way, Shackelford's state of high alert could be cancelled and everything would return to normal. Given the situation, Luke could follow them for a day or two. He might even be able to run into the android. With Thor drawing the big guy's attention, Luke would be able to more safely test his own ability against Asgard's lethal weapon. Asgard's military power could be considered the top in the universe from all aspects, and would be a very good reference point. Just like how any basketball team, if they went up against a top-tier NBA team, would be able to get a simple and clear idea of their strength. Forget saving Thor, he was Odin's son. The Earthlings would treat him pretty much the same way they would treat the Son of God. At most, Luke would save the ordinary Earthlings caught up in the battle. A man like Thor, who was destined to be king, still had to rely on himself to grow. Back in the tool shed, he looked at the two modified pickup trucks and murmured, "If I don't need you guys, that's good too." He liked experience and credit points, but he absolutely didn't want disaster to fall on Shackelford. Once Thor and the others left Shackelford, Luke wouldn't have to use his main identity to take action. Instead, he would use his strongest and also least known persona, Big Dipper. That would make it easier for him to go all out. It was still better to test the effectiveness of these two modified pickup trucks in Shackelford first. If he really couldn't win, he would run. After all, in the eyes of gods, ordinary people weren't worthy of their attention unless the person could stomp them into the ground. Luke also knew very well that the Asgardians' military might would never come to Earth just for Thor. Ordinary superheroes wouldn't last a minute in a head-on clash against ordinary soldiers of Asgard. The real cheats on Earth would always be the first-line superheroes with the protagonist halos. Everyone else would be completely crushed by the gap in strengths. Therefore, he had no intention of being a savior or some invincible paragon. He would leave that to Thor, the super MVP in this equation. That night, Luke went to the construction site alone. After a day, the cement blocks in the construction site had basically hardened. After all, this was high-grade cement. As for cracks or whatnot, there was no need to worry. It wasn't like this was a real cowshed. Taking advantage of the night, Luke created something like a maze with the cement blocks. It took him almost 2 hours to finish. The purpose of this cement maze was basically to help give him more opportunities and increase the level of security as he completed the test. Even if he didn't use it, it was just a small matter of a few $100,000. He could afford the waste. After returning to the ranch, he rested for 2 hours, then continued working overtime. Only Selena and Gold Nugget were at the Shackelford house. Robert had recently been sleeping in the lounge in the police station, to set an example during the emergency drill. Of course, police officers should go home when they needed to, and sleep when they needed to, as long as they were ready to get up and carry out their duties at any time. The next day, everything was peaceful. When Luke sent Darcy and the others breakfast, the girl said that they might leave today or tomorrow afternoon. The exact time would depend on when Dr. Jane had calmed Thor down. When she said that, both she and Luke got subtle looks on their faces. Looking at the suspicion and self-doubt in her eyes, Luke could almost translate it into one sentence: "Is there something wrong with you, or me? Why aren't you comforting me?" Luke could only sigh inwardly. If it were another time, He wouldn't mind talking about life and dreams with Darcy, a girl who fit his taste so well, but she was Thor's temporary companion at the moment. If things between them got too heated, a huge android that could shoot lasers would fall from the sky, and shoot a laser cannon at them. Crown Prince Thor would probably be fine, but Luke and Darcy, as extras, would become roast chicken. Even if Luke was lucky enough to dodge the attack, and take Darcy while he was at it, he couldn't guarantee that everyone would escape with their clothes on. Hiding naked during battle was something that could only happen in R-rated movies. If Marvel movies played this, it would be a direct 404. As these ridiculous thoughts flashed through Luke's mind, he decisively and immediately pushed the blame on Robert. The police department has been doing drills recently. The officers are very busy, and I'm a temporary recruit. Darcy, on the other hand, wasn't stupid. While she liked to ramble on, she could always get to the heart of the matter. Not long after she nodded in agreement, she suddenly felt strange. But shouldn't the drill be carried out in town? There aren't many people here. Embarrassed, Luke lowered his voice, as if disclosing a secret. Because this is my grandfather's ranch. As an informal recruit, I can't slack off in front of the other officers, so I come here to hide. There are still 7 or 8 people on the ranch, and they still need me to maintain order. Darcy said, so your grandfather is the ranch owner and your adoptive father is the sheriff. You're actually the strongest heir in Shackelford. Luke said with a smile, it's no use. My grandfather's ranch is only average at most. There are at least a dozen other farms that are several times larger than his. Robert is indeed a sheriff, but this isn't a densely populated place. He doesn't have as many people under his command as the leader of a major city division. Darcy thought about it. A town sheriff wasn't very powerful. The owners of small and medium-sized farms in the United States didn't have very high social status, similar to farmers in China. Calling Luke an heir was just a joke. One Loki is translated as Luo Ji in Mandarin. Sister Ji is a nickname the Chinese fandom gave him. Chapter 1019. Band of brothers and sister. Luke chatted with Darcy for half an hour, and casually told her some things to pay attention to in an emergency drill as he used anecdotes to teach her. The most important, 3 points of cowardice, were analyzed logically based on real cases in his detective career. Darcy had no ability to resist a combo of mental communication, basic hypnosis, and elementary pheromone control. When she ran into an unavoidable situation, her first reaction now would be to follow the rules. That could be considered a small compensation from Luke. As long as she was cowardly enough, and instantly stayed far away from Thor, there was little chance of her being unlucky. Luke couldn't do anything else. Darcy had come out to earn credit with her teacher, Drive. Jane. She was also a freshman at Yale, and was under a lot of pressure in her studies. That was why she hadn't taken a break for Christmas, and had followed her teacher out to earn credit. In a place like Yale, there were many examples of people failing to complete their studies and ruining their own futures. Since there currently was no danger, Luke couldn't ask Darcy to give up the extremely important credit. After the information and safety lecture, Luke returned to the tool shed. Today was December 30th, at the end of 2004. It was only the 3rd day of the leave which Dustin had helped him to apply for. If there was no emergency, he could rest for 5 days before going back. Therefore, he wasn't too anxious. After 5 days, he could take it a day at a time, but he would have to return to New York for work in a week at most. If that happened, he might have to use some small tricks to send that super troublesome crown prince to some remote place. In any case, there were a number of sparsely populated places in Texas. A depressed Thor probably wouldn't care too much, while Drive, Jane and Dr. Selvig were also carrying out research. With a huge sponsorship fee, it wouldn't be a problem for them to take Thor a few more rounds around the remote countryside. In the afternoon, Selena's voice came through on their open channel. Luke, look at the sky above Shackelford. Luke instantly appeared at the door of the tool shed and looked to the southeast where Shackelford was. A huge cloud suddenly appeared in the clear afternoon sky. It appeared in the sky not far from Shackelford, then spun like a tornado before it landed on the ground. Luke knew that it wasn't a tornado. A tornado wouldn't travel in an utterly straight line from the cloud to the ground. Little Snail also warned him, "Sir, there's an abnormal energy reaction 10 kilometers southeast of here." He took out his fake phone, adjusted the mid-sized drone in the sky, and looked from afar. Soon, the fake tornado disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. The image transmitted by the drone clearly showed that 4 people had appeared in the location where the tornado had landed. There was a huge circular design with an orderly pattern on the ground. Luke smacked his lips and said, "I'll deal with them. Tell Robert to keep the officers away, just pretend they don't exist." Selena said, "Got it." Luke drove Robert's F-150 to town. A few minutes later, the F-150 sped into town. When it was still a distance away from the 4 people, it slowed down to a normal speed, and drove unhurriedly to the 4 strangely dressed individuals. Luke got out of the car and walked toward the 4 people on the roadside. The 4 of them were asking a skinny old lady questions. Their expressions weren't fierce, but they seemed a little silly. Frowning, Luke walked over and said to the old lady, "Lucy, you're being naughty again." Granny Lucy had a helpless expression on her face. I'm not feeling well. I want to buy some medicine." However, when she saw the same helpless look on Luke's face, she stopped explaining and turned her head slightly. "Fine, I haven't been out much lately. I'm just taking a walk today." What could Luke say? Lucy was his neighbor and had saved Claire. If not for that, he wouldn't have bothered about her going out and wandering around. They didn't have that kind of relationship. He could only say, "All right, remember not to stray too far from home." These few are. Lucy was relieved that Luke didn't nag her. She liked Luke. He was so sensible and handsome, and nice to the elderly. He was way better than her own granddaughter. She quickly said, "They asked if I've seen a blonde guy, but I haven't, so I told them to go to the police station." Lucy blinked at him. Luke was impressed. "Lucy, you're wasted as a housewife." An old granny in her 60s didn't bat an eyelid at the 4 unusual people, and even smilingly pointed them to the police station. If these people were ordinary lunatics, they would be like sheep entering a tiger's den. Shackelford had been under an emergency order for the past 2 days, and there were always more than 2 teams of police officers at the police station at any time, ready to deal with any situation. If Granny Lucy were 20 years younger, Luke would be more than willing to recruit her. Truly, the older, the wiser. He winked at Lucy and said, "Leave it to me, then." Lucy smiled and nodded. "That's good. Remember to give them directions. Oh, boys, and this beautiful lady, this child will show you the way. I'm going to go home and cook dinner for my old man." The 4 of them didn't have any objections. The only woman even smiled at Lucy and nodded to express her gratitude. Watching Lucy walk off slowly, Luke turned around and looked at the 4 of them. They were indeed dressed in very old-fashioned outfits, but they were also fashionable. The 4 of them were wearing something that looked like ancient armor, and were holding cold weapons. It was indeed very old-fashioned, but if the location was changed to some anime expo, they would be very trendy cosplayers. However, these people were probably really ancient, and weren't cosplayers. With a smile on his face, Luke said to the only woman, "I'm a police officer here. May I ask, why are you here in Shackelford?" The only woman among the 4 felt that the young man in front of her was very pleasing to the eye, like a big kid next door. She spoke almost without hesitation. "We're looking for Thor." Luke's smile didn't change, but he thought, bingo. He had been right. These 4 were probably the Crown Prince's comrades. Their main purpose was to buy time for the protagonist and to use their own strength as a reference to highlight the Crown Prince's prowess. Then, they would shout that he was awesome and applaud him. Finally, the Crown Prince and his band of merry brothers and sister would return home together. It was the typical happy ending. Still smiling, Luke asked the only woman among the 4, "Are you his friends?" Chapter 10:20. Meeting again. This valiant woman nodded without hesitation. "Yes, we are Thor's best friends." Pretending to be deep in thought, Luke nodded after 2 seconds. "Can I ask you what he looks like?" The woman replied without hesitation, "He has blonde hair, is more than half a head taller than me, and he's very strong. He probably came here a few days ago." "You mean he was thrown down here a few days ago?" Luke mocked inwardly. After a moment, he nodded. "I did meet someone who looks like your description. And he also said his name was Thor." The bearded man grabbed Luke's shoulder and asked, "Where is he?" Luke immediately grimaced. "Ouch, that hurts." The woman reacted the quickest and slapped the bearded man's hand away. "Are you crazy? Do you want to crush his shoulder?" She then turned to Luke. "I'm sorry, he didn't mean it. Let me see how your shoulder is." Luke, on the other hand, rubbed his shoulder and shook his head. "I'm fine. He didn't use much strength." You stopped him in time. He even moved his shoulder a few times to show that it was fine. The woman was a little surprised, but didn't think much of it. After all, she wasn't the one who'd made the move. She'd only made a general judgment, and the bearded man might not have used as much force on a Midgardian. In fact, the bearded man hadn't used much strength for an Asgardian, it was only a little. Luke's shoulder blade hadn't shattered, but there was a slight fracture. Elementary self-healing and elementary limb regeneration immediately started to take effect. There was a familiar numbing sensation in his shoulder. He easily endured the feeling, which would have been very uncomfortable for an ordinary person, a smile still on his face. How about this? I'll drive you there. Thor is temporarily staying at a ranch outside town, but I'm not sure he's the one you're looking for. The four of them were stumped for a moment, before they were delighted and quickly agreed. A moment later, 3 burly men crowded into the back of the F-150, while the woman sat in the passenger seat, and Luke drove away from Shackelford. Everyone introduced themselves on the journey. It was a pity that elementary pheromone control was only effective on women, so Luke mainly chatted with the valiant warrior Sif. The other 3 burly men, who called themselves the Warriors 3, looked left and right, as if they couldn't understand why Sif was acting so warmly toward a strange little boy. It had to be pointed out that they had been comrades for hundreds of years, and they usually didn't receive this sort of treatment when they talked together. It wasn't envy. If they were envious, it would be of Thor. They were just curious. Perhaps this little fellow was especially likable. The 3 burly men could only think this way when they heard the 2 of them chatting happily. Luke obtained a lot of classified information from Sif. These people didn't seem to have much of an understanding of Earth. It was like how some people didn't know what the situation was like in smaller countries, or perhaps they didn't care. Sif casually revealed a lot of things about the 9 realms. For example, some people in Vanaheim were causing trouble, and things were peaceful with Jotunheim for now. For Sif and the others, this was common news, but for Luke, who had been born and raised on Earth, this was huge information. It was like real-time reporting of recent events. It wasn't quite the same as what he got from Thor, and it was even more different from what Luke remembered in his previous life. Luke didn't remember much about the films in his previous life, and even less about the 9 realm. Even the fact that Asgard called Earth Midgard or whatever was something he only just learned from Sif. Luke could add to the thickness of his files with this information, and give Phil a copy. A certain nosy department on Earth probably needed this information. And if Hydra knew, so what? They couldn't infiltrate Asgard, nor make contact with Asgard. Who was the connection between Earth and Asgard? Except for the people with Thor, there was no one else. Instead, Thor's brother Loki almost destroyed Earth. How could humans be friends with ants? Unless a person had a good impression of an ant, like Thor had of Dr. Jane. But to proactively create this connection, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't do it, and neither could Hydra. Soon, the F-150 stopped at the makeshift house. The impatient bearded man slammed the back door of the car open with his shoulder and rushed out. He rushed in, yelling, "Thor, Thor!" Sif, who had been chatting with Luke, was slightly better. She waited for a second, giving Luke a chance to unlock the door, before she quickly got out as well. The other 2 people in the backseat had already gotten out through the broken car door, and were looking around for Thor. Luke walked to the back and looked at the deformed door that was now barely hanging onto the car. He grimaced. Robert was going to nag him now. At the same time, he was once again sure that these 4 Asgardians were really strong. In a head-on clash, even if he had 40 strength, he wouldn't be able to compare with them. Of course, those who could hang around with Thor would be at least the top elites of Asgard. Luke didn't have to compete with them in terms of physical strength. Everyone had their own strengths, and his had never been physical strength. On the other side, a door on the 2nd floor of the makeshift house burst open. Thor rushed out and looked at the 4 people downstairs with a rare smile on his face. The old friends laughed and hugged each other. Luke told Drive, Jane and the other 2, who had come out of the rooms, that they were Thor's friends. He didn't say anything more. There would be no point if they wouldn't believe him. Thor was nothing more than a very strong human if he didn't pick up his hammer and transform on the spot. It went without saying that a god of thunder who couldn't release lightning was a terrible close combat mage. Before long, the group was in Luke's car once more. They needed a place to talk. The makeshift house obviously wasn't suitable. Luke kindly said that they could go to a nearby ranch where they could eat, drink, and talk. No one had any objections. This time, drive. Jane and Xavier drove their own jeep, and the 4 big Asgardian men were politely invited to ride in the back of the pickup. He didn't want to have to pay for both back doors on Robert's F-150. Sif took the initiative to ride in the back as well, choosing to make merry with her friends. Darcy was able to sit in the front passenger seat of the pickup. At that moment, she was wearing her black framed glasses. From time to time, she would look at the 5 laughing people in the rearview mirror over the top of her glasses. Are they, too engrossed in cosplay? She gulped and asked softly. Words like, shattered the frost giant's head, dug out the dragon's heart, and, tore the monster into pieces, kept floating into her ears from the back of the pickup. Chapter 10:21. Let's be spectators together. These should have been absurd words, but when they came out of the mouths of those people, Darcy felt that they were somehow real. It was a little scary. If it was fake, then these lunatics were too immersed in the act. If they went crazy and treated her as some frost giant or dragon, smashed her head in and dug her heart out, and left her corpse out in the wilderness as a warning to others, that would be too unlucky. If it was true, no, it couldn't be true. The girl in glasses felt her heart pounding. She could only press her hand to it and comfort herself so that it wouldn't beat too fast. Luke patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Even if they're crazy, they're a bunch of insane people with moral integrity. They wouldn't bother to attack a weakling like you." Darcy. "What?" Luke said, "They're warriors, not butchers. You can't fight, so you don't have to worry, since they won't bother with you at all." Darcy. "Thank you for the reassurance." Although Luke's words were weird, she calmed down. As for fighting, she was nothing to them at all. She was just an ordinary freshman and a young lady. It would be abnormal if she had combat power. When they arrived at the ranch, the 5 good friends walked to the big meadow in front of the main house and started talking. They gathered around the long wooden benches in the grass as they talked about something, bellowed from time to time, and hugged and comforted each other. The last basically only happened between Sif and Thor. Luke pursed his lips and adjusted the earpiece in his left ear. "You don't seem to be using any electronic interference devices. Why do you think I can't hear you? Or do you think I can't listen in with an electronic device?" As he was thinking this, Darcy leaned over next to him and whispered, "They won't suddenly go crazy and come beat us up, right?" She was only 1.64 meters tall, and was half a head shorter than Luke. When she leaned in slightly, her head almost reached his chest. Smelling the faint scent of the shampoo on her hair, Luke lowered his head and whispered into her ear, "Don't worry. If you say, 'Don't see me,' in your heart, they'll pretend that we don't exist." Darcy burst out laughing and almost dropped a meat skewer into the pile of charcoal. "Do you think I'm an ostrich?" Luke looked at her and couldn't help but imagine the scene of an ostrich sticking its head into the sand with its butt sticking out. He smiled and said, "Yeah, it doesn't look like it." In this way, almost an hour passed. While he and Darcy chatted with each other, he also recorded the conversation between Thor and others. This was super gossip. It was a cosmic-level family melodrama, and more than that, a super palace drama, although the participants were mostly men. Simply put, Thor's father, Odin, wasn't dead. His conniving brother, Loki, lied. As for the reason, the straightforward bearded Volstagg had already blurted it out. It was a fight for power and rank. Without Thor, Odin's first heir, Loki could sit on the throne of Asgard. Luke didn't overly react to that. This gossip simply confirmed his vague recollections. Loki messing around with his brother fell within the scope of family and palace melodramas on Earth. It was just that the people involved had become gods. Luke smacked his lips and said, "But a fight between gods can be fatal." Darcy had already started eating skewers on the side. Upon hearing this, she casually asked, "Fatal? This roast meat is really spicy. Are my lips swollen?" Luke looked over and saw that her lips, which were oily, were now even fuller. He couldn't help but smile. "Then, should I apply less pepper oil?" Darcy hesitated for a moment before she shook her head. "Spicy is the best. I don't believe that these meat skewers can kill me." As she spoke, she took another big bite, and the entire skewer of meat was sucked into that giant void of a mouth. Luke was lost for words. What a tough character. By the time the group of 5 finished chatting, 5 people and a dog were already sitting in front of Luke's barbecue stand. Luke, Selena, Darcy, Jane, Selvig. Apart from Dr. Jane, who looked uneasy and only drank a bottle of fruit juice, the other 4 people and the dog had been eating heartily for a while. Darcy had long been defeated. Rubbing her bloated stomach, she reverently watched as Selena ate with big, ravenous bites. Luke, no way, it was normal for men to be able to eat. Luke saw the 5 friends walk back, and had heard enough of the drama. He simply told Darcy to serve them, said goodbye to the 5, then went off to do his own thing. Selvig hesitated for a moment, before decisively leaving to go to the jeep to tinker with his equipment. Darcy blinked her big eyes. She was still a spectator despite becoming a server, and continued to watch the show. Unlike Luke, she didn't have an electronic sound collecting system. She had only heard bits and pieces of what the 5 said, and was simply too curious to leave, even when she turned into a maid. After Selena followed Luke into the tool shed, she took out her phone and typed, "Are they really gods?" Luke also typed on his phone, "To be able to live for thousands of years and still fight, and not get gastric, alcohol poisoning, or liver problems after eating and drinking so much, do you think human beings can do that?" Selena thought that it made sense, and was speechless for a time. The 2 of them used their phones, afraid that the guys outside would hear them. Luke had also reminded Selena that these gods were far stronger than humans, and their 5 senses were much keener than Earthlings. They talked via their phones in the tool shed for a while, before Selena drove back to Shackelford. Luke had to keep an eye on these troublemakers, so she had to report the situation to Robert. Looking at the 5 friends chatting and eating meat by the bonfire, Luke couldn't help but look at the darkening sky. The Crown Prince's little brother wouldn't attack at night, would he? The big android in the movie had only appeared in broad daylight. But thinking too much was useless. Thor's little brother wasn't that considerate. It was getting late. Luke arranged for Jane and Darcy to stay in the guest rooms in Drax's main house. Texas was huge, and so was Luke's grandfather's house. There were 3 guest rooms alone, which Drax had set aside for Robert's family. Just nice, they could be used to house these people now. Luke was still in the tool shed, fiddling with the armed pickups. Outside, the 5 friends were drinking happily. The ranch could be short of other things, but not meat and alcohol. The large roast furnace could cook several kilograms of meat in one go, it just took a little longer to roast. There was even a small storeroom specially for beer and whiskey, which was enough for these people to drink for a long time. Chapter 1022, Little Brother, and Night Attack Only Drive. Jane sat on a wooden stool not far away from them. She looked at the 5 chatting people and was a little absent-minded. Suddenly, Luke frowned, and Little Snail's warning came from the speaker next to him. "Sir, a lot of clouds suddenly appeared 2 kilometers southeast of here. There's an abnormal energy reaction, and the energy level is too high to be measured. It's basically the same as what happened this afternoon." Luke reached the door in a flash and looked to the southeast. A huge spiral cloud similar to the one that had appeared during the day was in the night sky. What was different was that at this moment, countless tiny lights were swirling and dancing inside it, like a resplendent nebula appearing in the night sky. The 5 little friends had stopped laughing and were now standing up to look at the magnificent vortex. Luke quietly appeared next to Sif and asked calmly, "Do you have any other companions?" Sif's expression was grave. "No, we came against orders. No one else has the guts to, She turned around in surprise and looked at Luke, wondering why she had answered the question so easily. Luke narrowed his eyes. If they're not friends, then are they enemies? The implication in his words was clear and simple. The 5 friends seemed to have subconsciously understood something, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The bearded Volstagg grabbed the giant axe on the side. "I don't care who it is. I'll chop up whoever goes against Thor." Luke glanced at him. This brother was really tough, as befitting a crown prince's comrade. Out of the corner of his eye, the other 3, including Sif, also picked up their weapons. Although they didn't say anything, their intentions were exactly the same. But Thor wasn't paying attention to any of this. He just looked up at the night sky. The vortex also let out a loud rumble, and a cosmic channel shot straight down, before the vortex completely disappeared in a matter of seconds. Luke put on lenses, which projected the surveillance feed from a mid-sized drone. A huge humanoid object with a metallic luster floated out from the dust at the landing point of the channel, and flew directly toward the ranch. Sif said in a low voice, "It's the destroyer. It's coming for us." Luke suddenly said, "Retreat to the foot of the mountains in the northwest. It's too exposed here." He didn't want to fight this huge android on flat ground without any cover. That would be courting death. Without hesitation, Sif grabbed Thor and ran. She trusted Luke. Although she didn't know why this young man was friendly to them, she was willing to trust him. The 4 young Asgardians picked up their crown prince and ran at an astonishing speed. At that moment, Luke could more directly feel the strength of the Asgardian warriors. Every step that Sif and the warriors 3 took sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. They felt like heavy tanks, but were as fast as supercars, practically leaving afterimages in their wake. Luke took a look, then ran to the tool shed. He didn't plan to directly participate in the battle. It was time to show his true skills. How strong was Asgard's military might? This big android today was the best test. Thor was aggrieved at Sif running with him on his back, but he alerted her, to the left, a little to the left. There are a lot of big rocks there, which will be perfect for battle. Well, to him, the cement blocks were big rocks. In less than 10 seconds, they had reached the temporary housing at the foot of the hill. Next to the makeshift house was the construction site. On the construction site were large pieces of concrete that were scattered around. They were 2 to 5 meters tall. From flat ground, it looked like a maze made of cement blocks. Sif and the other 3 were overjoyed. An empty plain was one of the worst environments. This was more suitable for fighting the destroyer. Volstagg rubbed his butt as he ran and shouted, "I'll show it later." How dare it hit my butt? The thin, middle-aged Fandel, who was holding a rapier, couldn't help but sneer. Be glad your back was turned to the destroyer during that attack, or it might have hit you in the face. Dragging his axe, Volstagg roared, "Nonsense. If I was facing it head-on, it would have been my dick that was unlucky. Go ahead and try it if you dare. I guarantee yours will be cooked instantly." Although they were quarreling, the 4 of them didn't slow down at all. They cooperated with each other and ran in 4 different directions as they approached the cement maze. The thing chasing them had to be coming for Thor, and it was likely to find trouble with Thor as soon as possible. Being with Thor wasn't good for them in launching a counterattack, and there would be more opportunities to attack after they split up. It was only when the 5 friends burst into the concrete maze that the destroyer's massive body arrived. Under the night sky, its face flashed with a large yellow light, as if searching for its target. Luke had already taken the 2 pickup trucks and rushed out of the tool shed to the construction site. Looking at the surveillance feed, he felt a little stressed. The huge android which Sif had called the destroyer wasn't the same as in his memory from his previous life. At least, it would be difficult for a normal person to keep up with the speed of this destroyer. It had fired 2 yellow light beams from its head earlier, throwing Thor's little friends into terrible states. Luckily, Volstagg had reacted fast enough and blocked his butt with the big axe in his hand, avoiding serious injury. The power of this yellow laser beam wasn't simple. When it hit the ground, it created a huge pit. When it swept over the ground, it created a deep trench. What was even more terrifying was that the light beam didn't do purely explosive harm, it clearly melted and dissolved the ground it swept over. Luke didn't want to test himself against that at all. He might die on the spot and be cremated. Rumble, bang, 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 crash. There was an explosion, a shockwave, and the sound of cement cracking. In the face of this group of weaklings, the destroyer didn't hesitate to crash forward, easily opening a path in the cement maze. However, the 5 Asgardian friends were safe. The laser beam from the destroyer's head was extremely terrifying, but it was still unable to penetrate the specially customized cement and steel blocks. With these dense blocks blocking it, its attacks couldn't hit Thor and others directly. So, after smashing its way through the cement pile, it turned a very small semicircle in the air, and the huge body that could stomp the ground into a deep pit and smash the cement maze into pieces turned back to Thor and the others. The bearded Volstagg emerged from behind a concrete block and pointed at the destroyer as he cursed, "Loki, you despicable bastard, you only know how to play tricks. If you have the guts, fight me." The first half of the sentence was fine, but the second half made Luke want to slap his forehead. Do you really think that's the brother? Do you think he'll fight you one-on-one just because you say so? Chapter 10:23, War and Betrayal. But Sif immediately appeared on the other side and shouted, "Loki, it's not too late to stop now. Go back and apologize to the queen." Luke was stunned. Did they think that the scheming little brother was a 3-year-old kid? He had the upper hand now, how could they negotiate with him? However, he immediately understood when he saw the surveillance feed. Sif and the Warriors 3 weren't that stupid. In just 2 sentences, the other 2 people were in position to form a semicircle around the destroyer. They were using their words to adjust their formation so that they could counterattack. Luke's eyes lit up. This wasn't a movie, and the 4 of them weren't just extras, they were the most powerful generals under Thor. In ancient Chinese terms, they were the commanders who served as His Highness the Crown Prince's personal guards, and the strongest when it came to external combat. In their hundreds or thousands of years of life, if they weren't fighting a war, they were preparing for one. How could people like that be as weak as they were depicted in the movies? Of course, the destroyer was even more terrifying than in the movies. Regardless of speed, agility, defense, and long-range damage output, they were all explosive. Apart from the God of Thunder and the Hulk, these almost cheat-like existences among the Avengers, no one else could last more than a few rounds against it. Even the current Tony in Mark II would probably be broken in a few seconds. Thinking quickly, Luke stopped the car. The second car, which was controlled by Little Snail, also stopped, and Luke started surveying the situation from the bushes on both sides. He wouldn't have many opportunities to attack, and now was not the best time. He needed to be patient and wait for the right opportunity. On the other side, the destroyer's face was suddenly covered in armor. From a blob of yellow light to 2 blobs of yellow light that looked like eyes, it looked down at the people opposite it. An androgynous voice sounded from the head of the destroyer. "No, you betrayed Asgard and defied His Majesty's order." The man with the rapier spoke up. "His Majesty isn't dead at all, but you told Thor he was dead. You're trying to usurp the throne." The voice sounded shocked. "Really? How did you know?" Without waiting for a reply, it immediately understood. "That's right, you violated my first order and also disobeyed my father Odin's last order, and secretly came for Thor. This was my father's way of training him, but you destroyed it. You still dare to say that you are a loyal warrior of Asgard? Hee, a group of brainless fools." Sifu and the other 3 had ugly expressions on their faces. Even though they knew that there was something wrong with what the other party said, in terms of order, they had seriously violated the rules. In the past, even if the sky collapsed, Thor would be there to hold it up. There had been no problem with committing a misdeed of this degree. But now that Thor had been exiled, they realized that the problem was really big. Even if the destroyer killed all 4 of them in Midgard today, when Odin woke up, he couldn't say that Loki had done wrong, because they had chosen the road to death themselves. In a palace drama, there was no right or wrong. In the end, it still depended on who held power. That was what determined the fate of many people. Still, they were Thor's sworn friends. They had already been prepared to go against orders and come to Midgard. They just hadn't expected Loki to exaggerate it to that extent. "Loki, is that really what you think?" Thor shouted, suddenly stepping out from behind a concrete block. Shocked, all 4 of his friends tried to lunge at him. Thor raised his hand, signaling for him not to move, and continued, "We grew up together, fought together, and faced so many things together. Are you really lying to me? What happened to Father? Answer me." The destroyer was silent for a moment. "Father's still alive," Loki suddenly said, "but he doesn't want to see you either. He was so angry at your stupidity that he fell into a coma. No one knows when he will awaken, and you know what that means. It's all your fault. You did this to Father." Thor's mood had just relaxed because Odin wasn't dead, when the rest of the words slammed hard into him. Could it really be his fault? He couldn't help but question himself. "So, you deserve it," Loki said coldly. With those words, the mask of the destroyer, which had been silent, suddenly opened again. A huge yellow light instantly glowed, and was about to attack Thor. Volstagg swung the great axe in his hand and slammed it into its face. Bang! The big axe flew far away, as the light beam brushed past a dazed Thor. Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, could no longer hold back his anger. "Volstagg, you traitor!" The big bearded man was even more direct. He raised his hand and made the universal hand gesture. Light lit up the destroyer's face again. "I hereby declare the death penalty for you." In the split second that Loki was distracted by Volstagg, a figure suddenly leapt up from the side and shot straight for the destroyer's head like a cannonball. The destroyer reacted quickly and waved its hand almost subconsciously. The tall figure's reaction was even faster. She twisted in the air and brushed past the giant metal hand. The double-headed spear in her hand suddenly lengthened to 5 meters, and she stabbed it down with all her strength. Creak! Amidst the unpleasant sound of metal being twisted and broken, the spear pierced through the back of the destroyer's head and tore all the way down its entire body and crotch to the ground. The light in the destroyer's face faded, and its body stopped moving. Volstagg cheered, and Thor smiled in surprise at Sif, who was on the destroyer's back, spear in both hands. Well done. For the moment, it seemed like the five friends had won. Luke narrowed his eyes. This destroyer wasn't an ordinary android. It was a magic item created by Odin. How could it be so easy to deal with? He swiftly controlled the pickup truck behind him and drove it forward more than 100 meters, before stopping it outside the cement maze. Little Snail's voice came through the headset. Locked onto the target's head. We can attack at any time. Luke locked onto the target and waited for the order to attack. If the destroyer wasn't that weak, it would be his turn to step forward and perform a small test. Without any hesitation, the warriors three rushed forward with their weapons. Indeed, it was all eyes in the movie. As elite Asgardian warriors at the level of generals, how could Sif and the warriors three think that they had destroyed the destroyer with just one blow? Taking advantage of Sif's successful attack and the fact that the destroyer was down at the moment, the warriors three finally launched a counterattack together. Chapter 1024. Test, and self-destructing in one shot. The rapier of thin, middle-aged Fandral erupted with all its strength as it was wrapped in energy like starlight. The energy turned into countless streaks of starlight that stabbed the destroyer's body like a falling galaxy. The chain of the flail in Hogun's hand extended and emitted white light as he swung it at the destroyer's head. The bearded Volstagg also recovered his great axe. With a roar, he swung it at the destroyer, his axe glowing with red light as it slashed wildly at the huge metal body. Even Sif jumped down and pulled out the sword and shield that was on her back. With a shout, she swung her sword down. A golden arc of light shot out from the tip of the sword and struck the destroyer in the back. Luke, all right, I won't believe in movies anymore. These few individuals didn't even have many scenes in the movie. Now that they were going all out, the damage output was extremely terrifying, and it was even magic or energy damage. There was only one truth: the budget for special effects wasn't enough. That was why this bunch were so third-rate in the movies, and their weapons were no different to what could be found on Earth. Based on what Luke had seen so far, he would be at a disadvantage if he fought them with his 40 strength and 20 dexterity. Of course, that was only limited to head-on battles with cold weapons. What Luke was truly good at wasn't brute force, but a typical attack combo. Although these people had fierce combat power, there was a clear division of labor. Sif had both strength and agility, and balanced attack and defense. She was the stable type, with excellent technique. The man with the rapier, Fandral, was clearly the agile type, with great skill and speed. Hogun with the flail and Volstagg with the great axe were of the strong output type. But Hogun was more selective in skill and timing when he attacked, while Volstagg's great axe was just mindless hacking. Besieged by the four, countless sparks immediately burst out of the destroyer's body, and there was the shriek of metal colliding. It was over. Luke shook his head as he looked at the screen. The battle had only just begun. Apart from Sif's first attack, these subsequent attacks didn't even break the destroyer's armor. Of course, even if the armor was pierced, there might not be anything inside. After all, it wasn't a real android. It was more like a magical version of Asgardian steel armor. Sure enough, in less than 2 seconds, the yellow light in the destroyer's face lit up again, and Loki's cold laugh rang out. Are you done? You traitors are always so incompetent and self-righteous. Bang! A yellow light beam shot out. Fandral's expression changed, and he retreated behind a nearby cement block. A large hole appeared in the cement block, revealing the steel bars and steel plates mixed within. Loki snorted unhappily. That's all you can do? That'll only make your death more painful. The destroyer's body twisted and grew taller. It slowly pulled out the spear, which was the main thing keeping it pinned down. Then, under Loki's control, it spun as it charged forward, its two palms swinging out at Volstagg and Hogun. Clang! Bang! Volstagg was once again sent flying dozens of meters by a swat from the destroyer, landing on the edge of the cement maze. Hogun decisively let go when the head of his flail was caught and he was spun around, but he was still thrown dozens of meters away. At that moment, the destroyer's head lit up again as it turned toward Sif, who was backing away quickly. Sif yelled a curse inwardly. Regardless of whether the laser beam hit her or not, the destroyer had made it impossible for her three companions to return in a short period of time. She would have to bear the full brunt alone. She had no choice but to hold on. She gritted her teeth and raised the shield in her left hand to cover her upper body. Boom! Dwang! Suddenly, Sif's extraordinary vision caught sight of a sharp, thin steel bar flying rapidly to strike the side of the destroyer's head. There was a short but extremely unpleasant sound of metal colliding, which only forced the destroyer's head back less than 5 centimeters. However, the beam it shot out missed its target. Sif exulted and darted back into the concrete maze to buy herself time. She believed that the Warriors 3 would be back soon to back her up. Furthermore, the destroyer's light beam attack needed to power up. She just needed to dodge any physical attacks in those 2 seconds. In Asgard, Loki, who was sitting on the throne, was stunned. What was that? He had never seen anything like it, since from memory, he had never heard of anything that could harm the skin of the destroyer. Frowning, he activated the destroyer's detection system, and immediately saw, dozens of meters away, an overturned pickup truck. He had never paid much attention to Midgardian technology, but looking at the pickup that was practically falling apart, with broken parts in its 4 tilted wheels, it looked like it had self-destructed. I haven't even used any strength and you're already done for. What kind of operation is this? Loki felt it was a little ridiculous. What he didn't know was that this was just a small once-off tool that Luke was using as a test. The pickup had immediately been knocked back by the recoil. Loki sensed that there was no one near the car. Remote control. Frowning, he expanded his detection range, and found a second, intact pickup a few hundred meters away, along with a man sitting in it. Then, he stopped paying attention to this human. An ordinary person from Midgard. Even if he attacked the destroyer for 10,000 years, he wouldn't be able to peel off the least bit of the android's skin. Ordinary humans were just ants in front of a god. The destroyer's attention immediately turned to the Warriors 3 and Sif. These 4 people were the ones who could ruin Loki's plan. Luke shook his head and looked at the mark on the side of the destroyer's head. He now had a very clear sense of Asgard's military strength. The shot which the destroyer took just now was an armor-piercing shell which Luke had modified. It could pierce through the armor of a tank. However, when it hit the destroyer's head, it only made his head move a few centimeters. The destroyer wasn't hurt at all. Thinking about how Odin had thrown this thing into the treasure vault as a guard, there was no doubt about its strength. Ordinary Earth firearms would have the same effect on the destroyer as a primitive man smashing an armored car with a wooden stick. The difference in strength was too great. I should try those less scientific methods, Luke thought to himself as he rubbed the steering wheel and the button to fire. On the battlefield, the Warriors 3 and Sif regrouped, and began their attack. This time, however, Loki stopped playing around so much. Operating the destroyer, he suppressed them in less than 10 seconds. By the time the bearded Volstagg was once again sent flying by a slap across the face from the destroyer, and Fandral, the man with the rapier, was once again forced back by the light beam, the remaining Sif and Hogun were under a lot more pressure. Thor was beside himself, and he roared and tried to rush forward, but Volstagg crashed into him from the side and they rolled together. Loki smirked and muttered to himself, "Haha, this is for pushing me around in the past." Chapter 10:25. The difference between ants, mosquitoes, and fleas. Loki wasn't in a hurry to kill Thor. Simply getting rid of Thor didn't suit his taste. He wanted to knock Thor's comrades around in front of him, and let him taste the pain. Loki had a lot of grievances against his foolish brother. Once he got the upper hand, he would definitely repay the grievances he had suffered since he was young. Luke, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. He stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup sped toward the concrete maze. At that moment, the destroyer had just finished accumulating power again, and was looking at Sif, preparing to heavily injure this most difficult opponent with one shot. Thump, thump. There were 2 explosive sparks on the transparent shield covering the destroyer's face. Bright yellow light suddenly flickered, and the beam's launch was interrupted for 1 instant. Bang! The laser beam brushed past Sif's back and blasted a concrete block, creating a huge hole in it. Loki was taken aback. What the hell? The destroyer had been attacked by something, and it actually affected the light beam. Although it was indeed easier to interrupt the light beam when it was powering up, that was only relative. Without elite combat generals like Sif and the Warriors 3, who had special magic weapons from Asgard and powerful skills, there was no way to interrupt the light beam as it powered up. Just like with the armor-piercing shell just now, the destroyer's head had only been moved a few centimeters, and the normal launch of the laser beam hadn't been affected. The destroyer quickly turned its attention to a pickup truck that had suddenly joined the battlefield. Loki frowned. Is this some kind of magic weapon? Or an intergalactic weapon? For a time, Asgard's second prince had a lot of doubts about this modified Earth M242, commonly known as the Viper 25mm machine gun. But he immediately dismissed his doubts. No matter what kind of weapon it was only a small hindrance. It was far inferior to the weapons of the warriors 3 and Sif. As for the little fly stirring up trouble, he just needed to direct the destroyer to launch a light beam, and the world would be peaceful. It wasn't peaceful yet. Loki froze again. Almost at the same moment that the destroyer fired the laser beam, the pickup truck, which was not particularly fast, also swung around to put a concrete block between them. The laser beam only blasted a deep hole in the concrete block. The pickup truck was still happily driving along the cement road outside. Luke's voice even rang out over the loudspeakers. "Take him down. What are you waiting for?" That was right. The strange entrance of the young detective on the battlefield made everyone present feel extremely out of sorts. It was like an ant jumping out in the middle of a fight between humans to punch one in the face. It was a very peculiar scene. They weren't discriminating against Earth, but it was the truth. For the warriors 3 and Sif, who could easily knock a vehicle over with one punch, human combat strength was really similar to that of ants. Loki was a little better only in that he had already started to feel out of sorts half a second earlier. As the destroyer fired at the pickup, the warriors 3 and Sif immediately came back to their senses at Luke's reminder over the loudspeakers, and attacked again. It was rare for an ant to upset things, but they definitely couldn't count on the ant to bite a person to death. That would be much harder than one of them taking on the destroyer single-handedly. Loki, however, chuckled disdainfully. "The little bug is pretty lively," he muttered. The destroyer ignored Luke's pickup and the 25mm Viper in the back. This thing was like a mosquito against the destroyer. 4 against 1 became 5 against 1. It didn't take more than 30 seconds, however, for everyone to sense that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, the destroyer never gained an absolute advantage again. In these 30 seconds, both sides switched between attack and defense 3 times. The destroyer missed various opportunities and was unable to injure any of the 4 friends. And the reason for this was the rundown pickup which was circling around, and which would fire off shots from time to time. The Viper which Luke was operating was always able to slightly disrupt the destroyer's long-range attack at the most opportune moment. The 4 friends had managed to escape the laser beam 3 times already thanks to the Viper. Without the powerful long-range damage output of the laser beam, the destroyer naturally couldn't kill any of the 4 friends in an instant. Loki wasn't an idiot. The second prince had learned to fight with his silly brother since he was young. However, his fighting style was more covert, as if he was always hiding in the dark. But he often followed Thor to battle, and after hundreds or thousands of years, he had an eye for battle tactics. The small bug on the periphery actually wasn't a mosquito, but a flea which made a person itch, and always at the most crucial moment. It wasn't strong, but it interfered tremendously with attacks. "Then, I'll kill you." Loki's eyes flashed with a cold light at being humiliated by an ordinary person. No, this guy wasn't ordinary. An ordinary person didn't have the qualifications to make a god feel itchy, so this was an extraordinary human being. Hence, it wouldn't be over the top for him to make a move, as if. Loki flew into a rage out of humiliation. The destroyer waved its hands under his control, forcing the warriors 3 back. The destroyer's huge body turned nimbly, both hands covering its face as the light cannon started to power up once more. Loki had learned his lesson. He wouldn't give the little bug any chance to stop the laser beam. Luke was alarmed. With a combo of mental communication, quick reflex, and 40 mental strength, he now had a pretty acute ability to sense danger. In the face of an attack or intent that was a strong threat to him, his brain would reflexively send out a warning. In the face of imminent danger, Luke remained calm. The pickup made a sharp U-turn. The destroyer moved its hands away, and the beam shot out. Bang! Crash! Concrete once again cracked and a huge hole was created. However, the tail end of the laser beam brushed past the tail end of the pickup as both shot in opposite directions. Loki, are you kidding me? This ancient vehicle can actually be used like this. He didn't know that this thing could climb mountains and cross peaks, and even jump onto trains. Paired with Luke's elementary driving, while the modified car wasn't fast, it was extremely agile. Loki had clearly miscalculated with this attack, but he didn't give up, and was going to send the laser sweeping back to catch up to the pickup. However, Sif and Volstagg seized the moment to launch another powerful attack. With a crunch, One of the destroyer's legs was swept up by the huge axe, and its body leaned back. Sif's strong and slender body leapt lightly, and she stabbed the most formidable, divine weapon, spear at the destroyer's face again with all her strength. Poochie. The tip of the spear, which glowed with golden light, pierced through the transparent shield like jello, and pinned the destroyer to the ground a second time. Chapter 1026. God-like opponent, pig-like teammates without pause. The glowing head of Hogan's flail flew through the air on a long chain and slammed into the destroyer's face. Fandrel's figure left a long trail of afterimages as he flew over, his meteor-like sword beam stabbing into the hole which the spear had created. Then, Volstag's great axe and Sif's longsword followed suit as they struck the hole created by the spear with all their strength. The destroyer's body, which had been moving freely, suddenly paused for a moment, and there was a slight explosion in its face. Loki finally looked surprised. You actually injured the destroyer. He hadn't really obtained the right to use the destroyer. He could only rely on the Speargingnur which he was holding to do some basic operations. Apart from the destroyer's own astonishing defense and physical attacks, its other high-end abilities, which included the light beam, were basically unusable. It couldn't even bring out 5% of its overall power. However, such a destroyer was terrifying enough. Loki sneered. Too bad you can't break it. It's a waste. The destroyer was a divine artifact created by Odin. As long as one didn't have overwhelming power, it was as foolish as fighting a war of attrition. As foolish as the few traitors who were struggling on their deathbed. Yes, and that small flea. Loki slightly straightened his back and leaned back in his throne chair. It was just a small problem. He would only be wasting a few minutes at most. Luke, on the other hand, frowned and finally found the time to call Phil. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Your weapons can't even scratch the surface of that android. Phil, it's our duty. Luke was a little anxious. F***ck duty, this is just looking to die. Stay away, the Asgardians can deal with it themselves. Phil was silent for a moment, before he finally relented. All right, I'll wait 5 minutes. But you should get out too. You're not its target. Mind racing, Luke quickly made a decision. Fine. At that moment, Destroyer was being pressed to the ground by the warriors 3 and Sif. This was the best time to withdraw. He was the one who had created this opportunity to counterattack, so this couldn't be considered running away. Secondly, Thor still had a constipated expression on his face. He would probably awaken the power of his ancestors later, and prove again that even a god had to rely on the power of his ancestors. If he didn't leave now, when could he? Luke changed directions in the pickup and sped toward the hill. Immediately, his expression turned ugly. More than 200 meters to his left, 7 or 8 shield black SUVs rushed down the road on the other side of the hill, heading straight for the concrete maze. Luke asked Phil, who was still on the line, "What's going on? Why are your people still approaching?" "That's not under my order." Phil immediately asked his men about the situation. A few seconds later, he said in an angry voice, "It's Sidwell. He's taken 3 teams with him." As for whether or not this agent Sidwell was trying to steal credit or the spoils of battle, Phil didn't say. Luke was too lazy to guess. He said, "Then don't be as stupid as him." "Phil, I'm sorry, but those are my men." If it was just Sidwell, Phil might have given up on such an idiot. But Sidwell also had a dozen SHIELD agents with him, and Phil couldn't ignore them. Luke couldn't help but curse WTF in his heart, but he spoke even faster. Dragging his teammates in at a critical moment like this, it's best for this sort of person to just die. Phil said nothing, and suddenly cut the connection. Luke slapped the steering wheel, his face grim. One shouldn't be afraid of a god-like opponent, but of a pig-like teammate. This was the truth of the ages. Luke was good at being a teammate. Just now, he had simply relied on dozens of shots to create a good opportunity for Sif and the others, and they didn't need to look out for him at all. This could only be described as a miraculous operation. But what was up with that idiot Sidwell? Didn't he understand that a skinny elephant could still crush a large group of ants just by moving its body? Moreover, the destroyer was still a long way from death. This kind of brainless idiot was just serving his own head up on a platter. The most important thing was that he had gone against orders and even brought a bunch of men with him to deliver their own heads. Looking at the surveillance feed, Luke saw more than 20 cars coming down from Phil's side. His mind raced, and the pickup suddenly changed directions and drove into the shrubs. In a few seconds, 7 or 8 SUVs arrived at the turn, separated from him by a hill. Luke gently pressed the fire button. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, rhythmic, consecutive shots sent mud and rocks flying in all directions. The ferocious recoil caused the heavy body of the modified pickup to tremble as it was pushed back. There was the sound of tires screeching on gravel. Luke dialed Phil's number again, and the call went through 2 seconds later. "If you dare come down, I'll burst all your tires." "Phil, this is obstruction of official duty. You'll be charged." Luke chuckled. "I'm sorry, I'm the law around here, and I have the power to deal with emergency situations here. If you have any objections, please contact my superior, Robert, and ask him to call me." Even experienced and calm Phil couldn't help but rub his head. He felt that his hairline would definitely recede another 2 centimeters when he went back after this. Even worse, he couldn't call Robert or charge Luke. So, the dozens of agents which Phil had brought with him were temporarily stuck halfway on the slope of the hill. 2 minutes after Luke left the battlefield, the situation at the concrete maze had changed drastically. Phil and Luke stopped talking almost at the same time and looked at the surveillance feed. When Luke noticed Phil and went to stop him, the Warriors 3 and Sif didn't stop attacking. They knew that it wouldn't be easy for the 4 of them to destroy the destroyer, but they could try to make it malfunction and greatly weaken it. Now was the best moment since the start of the battle. For a time, the 4 of them didn't need to communicate much. They took turns tacitly and continued to pry open the destroyer's head. The destroyer also suffered the greatest damage since the start of the battle. Eve's spear was the only true divine weapon that had been blessed by the Allfather Odin. It was a reward that Odin had bestowed upon her for her loyalty to Thor for many years. It was also the only weapon that could compete with the destroyer. The reason Sif was struggling slightly was because this spear wasn't as high-end as the destroyer. The spear focused mainly on breaking through defenses, and had a slight suppression effect. Destroying the destroyer would require a combination of magic power and weapons. The ensuing explosive offensive power would be able to overcome the destroyer's durability. Chapter 1027, Crazy Sidwell. To put it simply, this divine spear had ample physical attack power, but it didn't have any magic attacks. It was just a support-type weapon. The Warriors 3 and Sif also didn't have strong magic output, and couldn't make up for this weakness. Among all the people present, only Thor, who had once been the god of thunder, had this strength, but this leader was now weak as a dog and could only be a spectator. The drawbacks of not being able to deal enough damage began to show in half a minute. The destroyer gradually recovered from their continuous attacks. It bent its legs so that its feet were placed firmly on the ground. It pulled at the spear in its head, trying to break free from being pinned down by it. Seeing this, the 4 friends increased the rhythm of their attacks. Although it was difficult for the destroyer to move, it still managed to escape from the spear. The moment it broke free, the destroyer recovered most of its combat power again. In an instant, it forced 2 of the Warriors 3 to retreat with 2 slaps, and Sif and the other also decisively withdrew. Without teamwork, they would be easily killed if they fought alone. The weakling, Thor, was nearby. There was no room for error. However, all of these efforts seemed to be in vain. After another major miscalculation, Loki had exhausted his playful thoughts. Far away on the throne in Asgard's golden palace, he even felt his face burn. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't have enough instant damage output, the destroyer would have been seriously damaged, even if it wasn't blown up. He didn't have the ability to repair the destroyer on his own, and it would be difficult for him to do something to Thor now. Realizing that he still had a chance of winning, he finally became serious and controlled the destroyer to attack with full force. In less than a minute, 2 of the Warriors 3 were severely injured and 1 was slightly injured. The severely injured Volstagg and Hogan were beaten until they dropped amidst the concrete blocks and vomited blood. It was Fandral who suffered minor injuries. 1 arm and 1 leg was broken as he fell on the outer edge of the concrete maze. The strongest female warrior, Sif, was in the clutches of the destroyer, who held her up in front of its face. "Look at you, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Where is the person you are protecting so desperately? What is he doing? How is he worth following?" Sif spat hatefully. "He has the courage to go forward, and a sincere and frank heart, unlike you who can only hide in the back and play tricks. Loki, you will never be qualified to be the king of Asgard." But Loki wasn't angry now. The victor did not need to care about the cries of these defeated dogs. He turned to Thor. "Do you think so too, my brother? This is the FBI. Put down your weapons immediately and cooperate with our investigation, a loudspeaker from an SUV sounded. Everyone present turned to look. Even the injured warriors 3 and Sif, who was being gripped by the neck, couldn't help but look over. Where the hell did this idiot come from? Was he blind or dumb? Loki placed a hand on his forehead. The humans of Midgard have really opened my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the destroyer turned its head and its mask opened as a yellow light quickly brightened. A glowing beam shot out. Rumble. The SUV which the shout had come from was blasted 5 to 6 meters away by the laser beam. It flipped in the air and crashed heavily on the ground. In a car behind it, the bald agent, Sidwell, rolled his eyes and roared, "Get out of the car and open fire." With that, he immediately picked up the wireless comm. "Phil, we need backup here. We need backup." Only then did Phil and Luke stop talking at that moment. Phil gritted his teeth, head down. However, before the driver could even step on the gas pedal, he saw flames exploding at the turn in front of him. Boom. The driver paused and said, "Boss, the entire slope next to the road has collapsed. The cars can't get past. Shall we take a detour?" It was one thing to provide support on foot. It would take at least 3 to 5 minutes to run from here to the concrete maze under the hill. And their heavy weapons and ammunition were in the cars. They couldn't give up. What was happening on the other side was too big, and the agents felt that ordinary rifles wouldn't be of use. Only the autocannons on the 2 armored vehicles might be able to fight. Naturally, no one wanted to give up on the armored vehicles and have to attack the terrifying giant android with small pistols. Phil said, "Go around the other side." Luke had already tapped into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wireless comm feed, and knew that something was wrong when he heard the request for help. With a thought, an RPG appeared in his hand, and he instantly brought down the large mud slope next to the road, temporarily blocking Phil's fastest way down the hill. At the same time, he immediately took out his fake phone and started operating it quickly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a bald man in a black suit retreating quickly. Luke narrowed his eyes. What was going on? He couldn't help but recall the scene in some anti-war films where the incompetent officer shouted, "Attack," while running away. After the SUV was sent flying before it landed on the ground, more than 10 agents immediately opened fire. More than 10 handguns and rifles aimed at the destroyer and fired wildly. The flying bullets hit the destroyer. Loki, who had been on guard, was instantly relieved. The bullets fired by these people didn't have the strange effect of the shells fired by the pickup just now. These were ordinary Midgardians. He was instantly annoyed at his cowardice. As a god, how could he act so careful around these Midgardians? The destroyer threw away Sif in his hand, and the cannon in its face gathered power again. A thick light beam shot out and did a diagonal sweep. Boom, boom, boom. 3 cars were hit by the laser beam and exploded instantly. They weren't the thick concrete blocks which Luke had gotten made. Compared with the 2-meter thick concrete blocks with steel plates, the SUVs were so thin that they could explode at any moment. 7 or 8 agents were instantly injured by the broken parts of the cars, and fell to the ground. Luke noticed all of this, but his expression remained calm. While the destroyer attacked the vehicles, the fake phone completed its adjustment and issued an activation command. In the concrete maze, there were suddenly large holes in many of the well-preserved concrete blocks. The black launch ports inside locked on at the same time, and a large number of rockets shot out at the destroyer, who was much taller than the concrete blocks. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of explosions, and the destroyer's upper body was covered in flames. A moment later, the destroyer emerged from the smoke and fire. Other than the fact that its upper body was blackened from the smoke and there were a few scratches, it wasn't damaged at all. Luke was as calm as ever. He had expected that, after the first armor-piercing shell test, this batch of rockets could only be used as a means of interference and couldn't injure the destroyer. However, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nearby who were firing at the destroyer had ugly expressions on their faces. More than 10 rockets couldn't hurt this big android. What use were their small pistols? They subconsciously started to retreat. Their weapons couldn't even scratch the other party's skin. They were just sitting ducks here. Chapter 1028. You love me too, right? They were trained at S.H.I.E.L.D. to do everything they could to complete missions, but they weren't taught to die for no reason. S.H.I.E.L.D. spent a lot of time and resources to train elite agents, and they weren't in the habit of wasting the lives of agents. Phil, who had just come around the other way down the hill, frowned. S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance hadn't picked up Luke's first armor-piercing shell, so they hadn't known how strong the destroyer's defense was. Now that the destroyer was unscathed by the rocket shower, Phil knew that he had no weapons on his side that could deal with the destroyer. "Stop," Phil ordered decisively. Loki frowned and checked the state of the destroyer. He found nothing wrong, so he ignored the inexplicable firework attack and looked at Thor again. "Are these your reinforcements? You've been reduced to relying on Midgardians to save your life. How pitiful." Thor's face darkened as he walked slowly toward the destroyer. "No, they're innocent." Loki grinned wickedly. "But they'll die later, too." "Thor, I know you have complaints about me." Loki, "Hey, of course." "Thor, I know you're unhappy with me." Loki, "That's called contempt." "Thor, but you know how much father and mother love you." Loki fell silent. "Thor, if killing me can make you stop, then come. Let us end this meaningless fight." As he spoke, he had already walked in front of the destroyer. He spread his hands, indicating that he had no intention of resisting, and only looked up at the destroyer's lowered face. The yellow light cannon flashed for a moment, then suddenly disappeared, and the destroyer's facial armor returned to normal. On the side, the three heavily injured warriors 3 and Sif were relieved. It seemed that Thor's words had worked. After a moment of silence, the destroyer turned around, as if to leave. "Thor, Loki, you still love father and mother, don't you? You also love me, your brother, right?" The destroyer's body faltered, and it suddenly turned and swung its arm, sending a 270-degree backhand slap across the face. Dwang! The metal palm slapped the crown prince's left cheek, producing a crisp sound. With Luke's dynamic vision, he could even see how Thor's face twisted and his neck stretched before his body flew dozens of meters like a cannonball. He landed on the grass outside the pile of concrete blocks and rolled for more than 10 meters before he fell to the ground. The four friends, Luke, Phil, looking at Thor, who looked like he was dead. Luke found it strange. Did this count as a protagonist dying from talking too much? Could it be that he had made his little brother so angry that the latter had killed him to silence him? So, Sister G really loved this silly big brother. Was everything that had happened just a love-hate relationship? The absurd thoughts flashed through Luke's mind, but he didn't move. Thor was the protagonist. His father Odin wasn't dead yet, so His Highness the Crown Prince couldn't die. The system also clearly said that Thor was in a sealed state. It wasn't that easy for him to die. The destroyer floated upward as if it was weightless, and drifted toward Thor. Everyone thought Loki was going to give an eulogy, or something. But the destroyer stepped forward again and hit Thor. "You idiot, who the hell loves you?" Dwang! Thor flew dozens of meters again and rolled a dozen more times on the grass. Everyone. So, he was just twisting the knife. The two eyes on the destroyer's visor flickered yellow for a few moments, as if to make sure Thor was dead, before it turned back to the pile of concrete blocks. The faces of the warriors 3 and Sif were filled with despair, but no matter how hard they tried to get up and fight, they could no longer do so with their heavily injured bodies. The destroyer hadn't gone easy on them at all just now, but they hadn't died on the spot because of the strength of their godly bodies. Looking at the four struggling companions, the destroyer scanned them for a moment, before Loki chuckled. The laugh was full of sarcasm. Volstagg growled, "Kill me if you dare, or I'll kill you sooner or later." Loki chuckled again, "Kill you, as if I, Loki, the king of Asgard, hereby announce that you will always be traitors of Asgard, and will not be allowed to return until the day you die." After announcing this decision, he looked at the four angry people and felt extremely happy. "Aren't you very loyal? Then, you will live in Midgard and guard that idiot Thor's grave. I don't know how you will feel when you see his tombstone every day, ha 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 ha." There was the sound of sobbing behind Loki, slightly disturbing his mood. He frowned and looked, only to see a woman crying as she ran toward Thor's body. Further away, the small flea had pulled another woman behind a large rock. Luke looked at Darcy with a pained expression. "What are you doing here? Do you want to die?" Darcy. "Drive." Jane wanted to come. I was afraid she would be in danger. Even if she said that, Luke could sense her curiosity. Only this strong obsession could break through Luke's safety training and make her come to watch the show. But he didn't have the patience or time to coax her now. He only said with a cold face, "The biggest danger is the two of you coming here. Now, shut up and stay still." Darcy stared blankly at the little detective who had suddenly turned tough. She wasn't angry at all. Instead, she exclaimed inwardly, This little brother is so manly now. I can't take it, I love it. On the other side, Loki didn't pay much attention to Luke. After all, he hadn't really been able to damage the destroyer from the beginning. At most, he was an annoyance. Now Drive, Jane, who was still crying over Thor, was more attractive to him. Should I send this strange woman to heaven with a single shot? This thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It definitely wasn't because he found this woman too noisy. Women were too troublesome. Crybaby women were even more troublesome. With a thought, the destroyer's visor opened, and the beam cannon began to power up again. Doctor. Jane didn't notice the movement. She already couldn't stop crying as she hugged Thor. Seeing this, Luke cursed inwardly. This was Thor's girlfriend. If she really died here, it would be hard to say if Thor would still come to Earth. The point was, if Thor didn't come to Earth to become a superhero, how was Luke going to get a complete list of Thor's abilities? Luke pressed Darcy down on the ground and said, "Lie down and don't move." With that, he broke into a run, a barret already in his hand. Bang! The light cannon in the destroyer's face suddenly dimmed. Loki's sneer fell. Chapter 1029. Noisy wind, and a hot man appears. The next moment, the destroyer flew toward Luke. As Luke ran, he yelled, "Thor, Jane is going to die if you don't wake up." The destroyer subconsciously stopped and turned to look at Thor, only to see that the silly brother was still stiff in the woman's arms, and showed no signs of coming back to life. However, Loki hesitated. That idiot wouldn't really get up again, would he? Perhaps he shouldn't have held back at the end of the fight. "Thor, your brother wants to kill your father and mother," Luke shouted as he ran. "Loki, how dare you slander me?" With a thought, the destroyer flew toward Luke again, and the cannon lit up. Bang! Luke suddenly moved sideways, and the cannon brushed past him. Looking at Thor, who still hadn't moved, Luke sighed in his heart. Forget it, let's do it for real. Otherwise, he would be pushed around for the whole night. But the destroyer was closing in on him as he ran. As if the long black barret was in his way, Luke swung it onto his back with his right hand. Loki. Bang. It was the legendary, ambush and snipe, and Luke was using the barret to do it. Luke didn't let go of the barret. Instead, he pulled the trigger. A special armor-piercing bullet curved strangely and hit the destroyer in the face. As he fired, Luke picked up speed and hightailed it out of there. Boom! A white light exploded in the destroyer's face, and instantly turned into a large ball of blue light which spread out in all directions. Boom! A large part of the ground within a 10-meter radius disappeared in the wake of the blue light. The destroyer's huge body suddenly stopped and collapsed, as though its limbs were weak. It fell into the huge pit that had just appeared. Luke didn't even turn around to check the outcome of the attack. He kept running toward the couple in the concrete maze. If Thor didn't come back to life, don't blame Luke for kissing Drive. Jane on the spot to make His Royal Highness jealous. I don't believe that you can still tolerate it then. The detective was mulling over this suicidal notion, when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The wind was blowing. There was always wind in the Texan wilderness at night. However, the wind at this moment brought with it an indescribable sense of oppression, as if something was about to appear. In just a few breaths, the wind grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it changed from a light breeze to a strong wind, and then to a gale. Sand and dust also rose. Everyone's clothes fluttered in the wind as they looked around. The four Asgardian companions, however, had surprised and expectant expressions as they looked at Thor's body. Luke, on the other hand, reacted differently. He looked behind the hill where Mjolnir was. On his glasses, the image from the drone started to flash, and Little Snail warned, an extremely strong electromagnetic interference is occurring at the location of the Mjolnir hammer. One of the SHIELD researchers in the pit with the Mjolnir hammer began to shout, "It's moving. The hammer is shaking. The instruments are detecting strong electromagnetic interference." At that moment, the destroyer, which had fallen into a pit, stood up with some difficulty. The yellow light in its eyes flickered a few times before it finally stomped and jumped out of the pit. For the first time tonight, it was severely damaged and had temporarily lost the ability to fly. It could only jump. Standing outside the crater, the eyes on its mask were like damaged light bulbs, flickering with yellow light. Loki gritted his teeth. "I didn't know you had weapons from an intergalactic civilization." The bullet which Luke had shot at the destroyer wasn't just an ordinary bullet, but a piece of the Predator's technology. After obtaining the ability to assemble and disassemble items in his storage space, he had done more in-depth research on the energy storage system of the Predator's shoulder cannon and the super bomb. After some verification, he invented a super low-quality knockoff experimental version and added it to some of his best weapons. That special sniper rifle bullet was one of them. The special bullet was the equivalent of turning the energy storage system of the shoulder cannon into an energy bullet which would directly detonate. But the small amount of energy stored in the special bullet wasn't enough to seriously injure the destroyer. However, Luke had used elementary annihilation with his sniper rifle. The attack power of this bullet was probably countless times more powerful, and it completely pierced the transparent protective layer over the destroyer's face. The huge energy inside the special bullet entered this gap to cause unknown damage inside the destroyer. Even Loki now didn't know the extent of the damage to the destroyer. He only felt that his control over it had loosened. It was as if the destroyer was now mechanically crippled, pausing at every order given. That damned little flea. Loki looked around angrily, trying to find that human. I won't look down on you anymore. I'll stomp you to death. While Loki was thinking this, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. This wind was a little noisy. Crack. A flash suddenly streaked across the sky behind the hill. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, trembled reflexively. This scene was too familiar. It made him remember his fear of his idiot brother's dominance. You must be joking, he muttered. The destroyer saw a certain idiot, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly raise his hand. Rumble. A series of thunderclaps echoed in the wilderness. The destroyer could even see an object wrapped in blazing lightning charge into the sky from behind the hill. It stopped in an instant, turned, and charged down again. Loki gulped. Mjolnir. Everything happened in less than 5 seconds as the object wrapped in lightning dropped steadily into Thor's hand, like a cat returning to its nest. Boom. The sound and light effects were all on full blast. There was no exclusive BGM, but right now, the wind, lightning, and thunder were the best BGM. Before Drive, Jane could react, she was blown away by a blast of wind and fell into the grass. Fortunately, this could only be considered an aftershock. Apart from cutting a sorry figure after falling into the pile of grass, she didn't suffer any injuries. She didn't care about anything else. As she got up, her eyes immediately found the man. Countless tiny electric arcs wrapped around Thor's body and made him float upward. Mjolnir, which was still raised high, shot out countless dazzling electric arcs. Fish-scale armor appeared out of thin air and started wrapping around Thor's 4 limbs. Finally, a dazzling bright red cloak fluttered behind him. Chapter 1030. A God. I am the God of Thunder. Doctor. Jane was stunned. She muttered subconsciously, "Oh, M.G. Darcy," who was leaning out from behind a large rock in the distance, and Dr. Selvig, who was trying to climb out of some pit, saw what happened, and were equally stunned. Only Darcy muttered, "Is Meow Meow Hammer really that awesome?" Luke was relieved to see the dramatic change in Thor. Fortunately, Thor's father still favored his son. After this experience, Thor was revived on the spot. Loki could only be the little brother for the rest of his life. Ducking behind a mound, Luke put the Barrett back into his storage space and started watching the show. At first, it was the little brother who beat up the older brother. Now, it was the traditional family drama where the older brother would beat up the little brother. Luke, the Warriors 3 and Sif weren't important, they were just extras responsible for shouting, "Thor, awesome." Of course, Luke wouldn't shout, because he wasn't a side character. Loki was only stunned for a moment, before he came back to himself. He subconsciously manipulated the destroyer to attack. As soon as the destroyer's visor opened, the yellow light inside began to glow. Suddenly, it sputtered a few times, before it was cut off, like an engine. F***CKU. Loki cursed inwardly as the destroyer ran at Thor. Thor's raised hand swung down suddenly in a vicious throw, and the hammer in his hand disappeared. Dwang. Just like when Thor had been hit earlier, the entire head of the practically invincible destroyer was jerked around 180 degrees and his huge body flew hundreds of meters away. Thor was no longer depressed. Hammer in hand, the feeling of power rose unbidden. This was a great treasure that had accompanied him in crushing countless enemies. As long as he picked it up, he had nothing to fear. The destroyer, unless Thor's father, Odin, personally controlled it, it was nothing. He raised his hand and opened it. Mjolnir, which had smashed fiercely into the destroyer, stopped and immediately returned to his hand. He grabbed the handle of the hammer and spun it like a propeller. Thor flew toward the destroyer. The wind howled, lightning struck, and thunder rumbled. He, who had become the god of thunder again, charged at the destroyer with a terrifying aura. He had already discovered that the destroyer wasn't in the best of shape at the moment. Someone like him, who had led the Asgardian army in battle for thousands of years, didn't hesitate as he firmly seized this opportunity. In Asgard, on the other hand, Loki had a dark expression on his face. His idiot brother had been revived and was in peak condition, but the destroyer he was manipulating was only half operational. How was it supposed to fight? Unfortunately, it wasn't up to him to decide whether to fight or not. The destroyer had no more light beam, and Thor was no longer under any restrictions. In less than 10 seconds, he had dealt the final blow, as his body turned in the air and he launched downward. The spinning Mjolnir hammer in front of him smashed down on the destroyer like a cannonball. Loki, who was sitting on the throne, subconsciously closed his eyes and turned his head. Then, he felt his connection with the destroyer break. The corners of his mouth twitched. The destroyer was a powerful treasure that could be controlled remotely and wouldn't leak secrets. His heart ached at losing it. However, his brother obviously wouldn't feel sorry for this old thing that had been left in the treasure vault for many years. Sitting on the throne, he pondered for a long while with a gloomy expression. Finally, he made up his mind, and decided to start that plan. Thor, just play with mud on Earth. Without the Bifrost, it would be difficult for Thor and those 4 annoying people to return to Asgard, which worked out well for Loki's plan. With that in mind, Loki rose and quickly left the palace. He would let Laufey into Asgard. Well, he also had to throw Heimdall into a secret prison to prevent that guy from leaking secrets. Luke remained silent. He quietly watched a certain heir put on a show. The process. Thor was revived on the spot. Thor's special sound, light, and CG effects made an appearance. Thor let loose, and Thor took down the destroyer in seconds. The entire thing took less than a minute. But in those few seconds, Luke had gained a good understanding of this MVP of the Avengers. Especially with the destroyer as a comparison, Luke could sense the difference between him and the other party even more. He had fought the destroyer, and so had the warriors 3 and Sif. Hence, it wasn't difficult to come to a conclusion about Thor, who had taken down the destroyer as soon as he opened his eyes. There was no comparison. However, Luke didn't feel any negative emotions. He wouldn't feel inferior or weak. Even if he had the system, he had only been holding onto the thigh of this godfather for a year and a half. How could he compare? Thor had hugged his own father's thigh before he was even born. He was a super 1,000-year-old heir. If Luke could work diligently to harvest credit and experience points for more than 1,000 years, he would also be as strong, or even stronger than Thor. Therefore, there was no need for envy, much less hate. All he needed was time. As long as he had 8 to 10 years, he would be able to walk his own path of power. While Luke was thinking these things, Thor had finished his work and was pulling his girlfriend Jane out of the grass pile. He felt awkward about this little accident. He could only be thankful that Dr. Jane had fallen into the grass and not the cow manure next to it. Otherwise, Thor doesn't know if he could still have her in the future. But there were tactless people everywhere, and in a story, they usually appeared at the end. A bald man who was hiding with several agents in black suits behind an SUV shouted through a loudspeaker, "This is S.H.I.E.L.D. Listen up. Drop your weapons and cooperate with our investigation." Thor frowned. He wanted to smash that blathering Baldy's car with his hammer, but gave up the notion when he looked at Jane in his arms. Jane had to live in this world. It was best if these officials didn't make a scene. Why did Thor understand this? He was the #1 official of the 9 realms. Of course he understood the trouble which came with provoking officials. He had dealt with countless officials who made trouble for Asgard. As someone who had just gone through a family melodrama and suffered a huge blow to his heart, Thor was also beginning to understand the need to compromise. Thus, he said, "I am Thor Odinson, protector of the 9 realms, and the god of thunder of Asgard." Suddenly, a fleet of cars rushed over and came to a stop. A group of agents in black suits came down. Phil had a warm smile on his face, but he said loudly, "Thor, do you remember me? I'm the person with the highest authority here. You can speak to me on any matter." The bald Sidwell's mouth dropped open, but he was unable to respond. Chapter 1031. Communication among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present. Phil was a level 6 with the highest authority, while Sidwell was only a level 4. Also, Phil was the person in charge of this mission, so Sidwell could only be considered a subordinate. The bald agent, Sidwell, wasn't actually brain damaged. It had been his plan from the beginning to cause trouble. He had thus brought a group of agents down here to court death, so that S.H.I.E.L.D. would provoke these powerful aliens. It then wouldn't be easy to resolve the ensuing blood feud. Also, this would frustrate Phil's efforts and hinder Nick Fury's progress. But now that everything had quieted down, Sidwell could no longer stir up trouble. If he acted too overtly, Phil would definitely have him investigated by internal affairs when they went back, which would hold Sidwell back from doing a lot of things. For now, this would only be considered an impulsive act. They had people in internal affairs. He just needed to go through the motions when he went back. He wouldn't even need to admit his mistake. Phil's backer was Fury, but Sidwell's backer was a third of S.H.I.E.L.D., who was afraid of who. Thinking this, he silently shut his mouth. Thor looked at Phil with a much better expression. It couldn't be said that he had a favorable impression of this smiling middle-aged man, but compared with the bald man, at least he didn't hate the former. Even when he had been questioned previously, this person's attitude was only businesslike and didn't insult the dignity of Asgard's crown prince. And this smile, why did it look a little familiar? Thor couldn't help but look at the young man who was pulling his four friends out of the pile of concrete blocks tens of meters away. He then turned around to look at the middle-aged man in front of him, and considered their names as well. After gaining some faint understanding, he immediately nodded. Okay, then I'll be frank, Luke didn't really care what Phil and Thor talked about. Phil was a good person. The only people who hated him were the bad guys. No one in the Avengers really hated him. Even Tony, who was the most arrogant, got impatient with Phil, but not annoyed. This kind of person was most suitable for communicating with others. Luke focused his attention on the Warriors 3 and Sif, especially Sif. Of course, he never considered flirting with her. However, she was the most likely Asgardian person he could establish friendly relations with. Who asked her to be the only woman among the 5 friends? How high was Sif's status? If Thor inherited the throne, she would be the new king of Asgard's most trusted general, and even the king's closest leader of the guards. This was something that many people who watched the movie wouldn't have thought of. However, after Luke met Sif and learned some things, he had some inkling. Also, the moment Sif felt grateful toward him, the list of her abilities would be made available to Luke. Presumably, this female warrior had Odin's protection. It was very unlikely that the system wouldn't be able to read and make her abilities available. She also liked studying a little more than the war general Thor, so she should have more basic knowledge of Asgard. After all, Thor was the future king. The king didn't need to know too much about technology at the middle and lower levels, he just needed to grasp the core of power. As the future king's general, Sif must have more knowledge to be qualified for this position. When Luke placed her on the flat, slanted surface of a concrete block, she thanked him, although her expression was gloomy. Luke simply smiled. No need to be down. As long as you're alive, everything is possible. If you're dead, you have no chance. Sif was stumped. Luke pointed at the destroyer's broken body. That thing was powerful, but you're also strong. You don't have to be discouraged. Sif understood. Thank you. She almost thought that Luke was talking about Thor and Dr. Jane, who were hugging each other. His words made her subconsciously think, drive. Jane was only an earthling, who would grow old and die in a few short decades. It was indeed unlikely that she would become an obstacle between herself and Thor. However, Luke seemed to think that she was disappointed because the destroyer had injured her. This was a misunderstanding, but it was also a reminder. She and Thor had a long road ahead of them still. She really didn't have to rush. Luke then brought out the Warriors 3. These 3 were a little more wretched, but that was all. In just a few minutes, they had recovered a little from their heavy injuries. At least, they no longer looked like they were about to die. Volstagg even patted Luke's shoulder. Kid, you have the heart of a warrior. Although you're weak, you're a qualified warrior. Feeling the bones in his shoulder crack, Luke said with a bitter smile, go easy on me, or I won't be able to keep my shoulder. Volstagg was stumped. Hogan, who had been the first to be brought out and laid down, laughed out loud. This kid isn't bad, he's good with words. Fandral limped over with Luke's support, using his sheathed sword as a crutch. He's not only brave, he's also smart. Without him tonight, the destroyer would have taken us down in no more than 2 minutes. In terms of brains, he can be your teacher. Luke was still smiling. That's probably because I'm too weak and can only use my brain. A strong man like Thor can defeat all his opponents as long as he faces them head on. When he said that, the warriors three nodded in unison. That's right. They all felt that this child's words were really good. Luke smiled. These three and Sif were Thor's friends and hardcore fans. It was better to praise Thor in front of them than to praise them. After settling the four of them down, Luke looked at Darcy, who was cowering behind a concrete block, and waved at her. She hesitated for a moment before she ran over. Is there anything I can help you with? Although she said that, her eyes kept sizing up the four people lying on the ground. Luke said, It's fine, I was just telling you that you didn't have to hide. They're Thor's friends. They won't mind if you look at them. Daisy chuckled, and sure enough, her sidelong glances turned into a full scan. Fandral was the one with the most romantic soul in the group. He laughed at the remark. Your little girlfriend. Luke shrugged. A friend. She's Drive, Jane's student. After hearing that, the four stopped paying attention. Just pretend that the Midgardians who had no combat power and had nothing to do with them didn't exist. As they were chatting, on the other end, Thor and Phil soon came to an agreement. Thor, who had recovered his divine powers, was full of confidence. He had fought in the 9 realms for countless years, and had learned many tricks of diplomacy. More importantly, Asgard was always the one that dominated. He didn't need to care too much about the other party's thoughts. All he needed to do was couch his purpose in florid language, then make the other party accept it. The fact was that he didn't have any requests of Phil, and even showed him a lot of goodwill. Apart from being blunt and not discussing anything, everything else was fine. Phil didn't have any opinions either, and even if he did, he could only hold it in. Chapter 1032, How to quickly summon the Rainbow Bridge. Fortunately, Thor's request was very simple. He only told them not to make trouble for Dr. Jane and the others, and offered an alliance in exchange. What could Phil say in the face of such a good thing? Of course, looking at Phil's very familiar smile, and then at a certain young man who was looking after his friends not far away, Thor casually added another name to his exemption list. After explaining this small matter, the overbearing Thor didn't give Phil a chance to argue anymore. He just said to his 4 friends, to the Bifrost. Then, Mjolnir turned into a propeller, and Thor flew off with Dr. Jane. Everyone traded looks. What moving PDA? Luke called out to Phil and asked him to bring the Warriors 3 and Sif over. Of course, Phil wouldn't miss the opportunity to see the Bifrost with his own eyes. He personally drove the 4 friends to the southeast. Luke took Selvig and Darcy with him as he drove their jeep over. Forget his pickup truck, there was a 25mm Viper machine gun on it. Driving the pickup in front of a group of SHIELD agents wouldn't be appropriate. Although Phil was the head of these agents, there was no need for Luke to bring trouble down on himself. They still didn't know what that Baldy Sidwell was up to. By the time Phil arrived with the 4 friends, Thor had been talking to Dr. Jane for a while, and their mouths parted reluctantly. The 4 friends walked over to Thor, and he gently pushed Drive Jane out. Wait for me to come back. Dr. Jane slowly stepped back and nodded slightly. I'll wait for you. When she walked out of the huge circular pattern on the ground, Thor raised his hammer. Heimdall, take us back. As the cold wind blew, everyone held their breaths and waited for the magical rainbow bridge to descend. Especially Drive Jane, who could finally witness a real version of the Einstein-Rosen bridge which she had been working on. Her heart pounded. Even Luke was intrigued. Thor didn't come to Earth that often, so there naturally weren't many opportunities to see the rainbow bridge up close. 5 seconds later, Thor, who was the focus of everyone's attention, was still standing there with his hammer raised high. His 4 friends also looked up in surprise. Thor waved the hammer again, and lightning flickered faintly, like an electric signal. Heimdall, did you hear me? Take us back. The scene remained silent. 5 minutes later, Darcy couldn't help but yawn beside the jeep. Maybe this Heimdall stepped out for a midnight snack, she muttered, or he's flirting with some barmaid. Beside her, Luke said in a low voice, I think their bars are different from ours. It probably isn't that easy to pick up girls. Darcy. Then what do we do now? Just stand around here like idiots. Luke pondered for a few seconds. How about, we sit and wait? Darcy. Good idea. The 2 of them then snuck into the front seats of the jeep, ready to fight a battle of attrition in comfortable positions. Luke took out a lollipop from his pocket. Do you want one, Darcy? Yes. The morning sun rose over the horizon, once again illuminating the wild grassland. The dew which accumulated on the tips of the blades of grass sparkled. The fresh air made one feel very good. Luke texted Selena with one hand as he stuffed a cookie into his mouth with the other. The bonfire on the side had already burned out, and only faint smoke slowly drifted out. The several small tents scattered around were relatively quiet. Further away were the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' tents. Thor and the others had no plans to go over there. Even when Phil said he could specially set up a tent for them, no one went. Nobody liked special service agents. What made Thor and the others even more depressed was that last night, a certain crown prince had shouted for half an hour, but the legendary Rainbow Bridge never opened. After that, Thor yelled once every hour. He shouted himself hoarse until 4 o'clock in the morning, before he took a break. Actually, Thor didn't sleep the entire time. He just talked to Dr. Jane in the small tent in the circle. The 4 friends also had a tent each, and they slept inside the circle. That way, once Heimdall opened the passage, they could be transported back. Luke had provided the tents. There were a lot of these sorts of camping tents at the ranch. With just a phone call, he got the workers staying at the ranch to send a large car over. They even brought food, water, and drinks. Everyone had a bonfire barbecue party during the first half of the night, and only returned to their tents to rest after that. In Luke's opinion, it wasn't a big problem if Thor couldn't return for the time being. He had recovered his divine powers in Mjolnir, and was capable of long-range attacks and defending himself. No one on Earth could stop him anymore. This was how much of a cheat this godly heir was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luke chatted with Sif and the Warriors 3 again, and learned that Heimdall could see anywhere in the universe. That might be an exaggeration, but no matter where Thor was on Earth, Heimdall just needed to take a few glances to find them. So, Thor didn't have to wait around here. The only reason they were here was because this had once been a teleportation point. Heimdall didn't need to search for them and it would be easier for him to hear Thor's call here. But now that Heimdall wasn't responding, it didn't make much of a difference whether Thor waited here or went elsewhere. Thor's group was full of energetic, exuberant warriors. It wasn't practical for them to foolishly guard a deserted field. So, before everyone went to sleep, Thor had made the decision to wander the world. This was Dr. Jane's suggestion. Since Thor couldn't leave for the time being, there was no point in staying in one place. He might as well check out the North European myths about Asgard. Phil firmly promised that S.H.I.E.L.D. would cover all trip expenses. It would take quite a sum of money to build a relationship with Thor, this prince of an alien empire and future king. Of course, Phil wouldn't be stupid enough to try and save money. While chatting, Luke asked Sif and the Warriors 3 to cover for him and say that the heavy weapons which had been used in the battle last night were theirs. This way, even if everyone knew that it was nonsense, they nevertheless had no choice but to accept Asgard's conclusion. The 4 friends agreed readily. After all, Luke didn't gain anything from them. Instead, he had helped the downtrodden Thor, helped the Warriors 3s and Sif fight the Destroyer, and finally saved Drive Jane. Given their personalities, this request was nothing. Luke also secretly called Phil over via text to talk without anyone else knowing. He didn't say much, and only warned him, "You have to be especially careful. There's something wrong with that Baldy, Sidwell." Chapter 1033, Tycoon. Second chance to modify. Phil frowned. "What's going on?" Luke said calmly, "A detective's intuition. I get the feeling that this Sidwell guy is somehow hostile to you and me. It would make sense if you had killed his wife and son or cut off his future, but it makes no sense at all for him to be hostile toward me." Phil was silent for a moment before he nodded slightly. Although Luke's intuition wasn't reliable, he was willing to believe it. A detective who had killed more than 200 armed criminals on multiple occasions had reason to trust his intuition. Sometimes, a person's intuition was similar to a superpower. Also, Luke had indirectly prevented most of the agents from joining the battlefield tonight. Although Phil had been furious at the time, he now knew that Luke had done the right thing. It was just that Phil couldn't do it himself. He didn't have a close relationship with Sidwell. They just happened to be working on the same assignment this time. Phil trusted Luke more than this colleague he wasn't familiar with. After hearing Luke's warning, he pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "I'll make sure you're not involved at all. Don't mention this to anyone else, not even our agents." Luke nodded. "Thank you." When Sidwell ran over, he had already called out the name S.H.I.E.L.D., so it was meaningless for Phil to hide his real identity from Luke. However, Phil planned to classify Luke's deeds in this case as level 8 information. The best would be if it was made top secret at level 10. That way, it would only be seen by one person. Phil, of course, had no right to judge what level 10 information was, but Nick Fury could. Also, Thor had already said that Luke had to be protected. Then, Fury could choose to keep their interaction with Luke hidden as a trump card. The rest could only be discussed later. With that in mind, Phil took the pork roll and sausage which Luke gave to him, and returned to his tent. As he sat down in a chair in a corner and ate the food on his plate, his gaze fell on a certain shiny bald head. What was wrong with this guy? When it was almost noon, Thor and the others left. Selvig and Darcy got into their own jeep and prepared to head back. Dr. Jane and Thor went together, and Phil from S.H.I.E.L.D. took a group of people with him to be their guide and provide various services. There were no wishy-washy people here. Even in the wilderness drive, Jane and Darcy were hardcore researchers. Once they made a decision, they no longer tarried. Next to the mess of a concrete maze, Luke sent off one large group of people and welcomed another. At that moment, the concrete maze and hundreds of meters around it had been completely sealed off by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor, the rich and unmanageable godly heir, didn't care much about the destroyer which he had smashed up, and directly left. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't pass over this scene of an alien battle. They decisively sealed off the area for a few hundred meters. A large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers wearing protective suits entered the site. Luke only took a few glances before he drove back to Shackelford. Looking at the big pieces of junk in his storage space, the corners of his mouth curled up. It was great to meet a godly heir. Last night, he had found an opportunity to talk to Thor, and had casually asked what to do about the remains of the destroyer. Thor's mind was now on returning to Asgard, and he answered absent-mindedly, "I've destroyed it, it's now a pile of junk. If you like it, take some back as a souvenir." However, a certain crown prince muttered in his heart, "I broke it into pieces. Instead of repairing it, it would be easier to build another one." The materials for making the destroyer weren't particularly rare in Asgard. The real problem was that it required Odin's handiwork. Now that Odin was in a deep sleep, what was the point of wasting effort to repair this thing? The truth was that the destroyer could be considered an outdated product. Odin had long stopped using it in battle, and had just placed it in the treasure vault as some sort of souvenir. And in Asgard's treasure vault, there were a lot of things more precious than the destroyer. It was impossible to care about it. Except for the fact that Odin might be sad, there was no benefit in taking back something that had turned into scrap metal. Thor, who was used to being rich, naturally abandoned it. Luke smiled when he heard that. If the owner didn't want it, then it belonged to no one. He didn't need to take out that large pile of remains in his storage space. This was his spoils of war when he rescued the 4 friends from the concrete maze after the battle. In order to study Asgard's magical creations, Luke had stealthily collected the remains from under the collapsed concrete blocks. However, Luke didn't want the system to judge his actions as stealing and deduct his points, so he simply communicated with the owner, Thor. In the end, the Crown Prince was as open as ever. In just a few words, the remains of the destroyer were given to Luke. More importantly, there was a system notification. System: fragments with runic symbols have been detected. Can be converted into 50,000 points or used to modify the inventory's functions. Please choose. Convert points, modify inventory's functions. Luke had been through a lot, so he was calm at this prompt, as if. Although he didn't express his joy outwardly, the selection prompt was like a kitten that continued to scratch at his heart. The last time, after absorbing Blackheart's wicked thoughts, the inventory had been modified. Since then, he had discovered that he was able to operate the items in his inventory with great precision. This ability was actually very powerful, but he had only ever used it as a research tool, and in battle. Now, there was actually a chance to modify the inventory's functions again. How could he not be tempted? Fortunately, he was still more rational, and he resisted the urge to hurry up and try it. He hadn't forgotten that he had been too anxious in Houston when he chose to modify the inventory's functions. The inventory had gone on strike for half a day, leaving him with no choice but to spend the night guarding the small plane in the wasteland. Besides, the remains of the destroyer didn't belong to him. When he tested the system at the very beginning, 5 credit points had been deducted for his unlawful acquisition of $5 from someone else. Then, how much were the remains of the destroyer worth? If high-level magic items could be sold on Earth, and the system adopted the highest premium, Luke felt that his points would run into the negatives. He had no plans of finding out what it was like to have negative points. Fortunately, basic psychology and long-term experience working on cases gave him the space to perform, and his pretty good relationship with the 5 friends also made things easier. Thor didn't disappoint, and gave a perfect answer. Chapter 1034, Harvest and Aftermath. Once again, Luke's willpower was put to the test. He chose to put this big reward off until he left Shackelford and returned to New York. The gains after exercising patience were always sweeter. It was just like when a hungry person, who originally despised fried rice, would say, "How delicious." The difference was that Luke was certain that the remains of the destroyer absolutely weren't ordinary fried rice, they were definitely delicious. The remains could be converted into 50,000 points, which was more than double the total of 20,000 points for Blackheart's wicked thoughts. He looked forward to seeing what new functions would be added to the inventory. That was Luke's biggest gain from fighting the destroyer. As for the experience and credit points, they weren't much. System: destroy the destroyer, save the residents of Shackelford and SHIELD agents. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 10,000. Total credit: 10,000. Contribution rate: 30%. Express plus 3,000. Credit plus 3,000. Host's experience: 53,300. 300,000 credit: 81,000. He had earned 3,000 experience and credit points just by playing support. This exceeded his expectations. However, he had less than 100,000 points, and the credit points required for Thor's abilities would easily be thousands or tens of thousands. That advanced one-handed hammer proficiency cost 2 million points. Luke suddenly felt that he was too poor. His only consolation was that he had never considered using the hammer as his main weapon. Secondly, this ability was grayed out. He didn't have enough authorization to learn it. Instead, Thor's elementary abilities and lower were lit up and available. Obviously, Thor and Tony, these two heirs, were children of destiny, and could be said to have overflowing luck. Luke passed the day with complicated feelings. After seeing off Thor and the others at noon, he told Robert what happened last night. SHIELD naturally made him sign a non-disclosure agreement again, but Luke didn't think it was a good idea to hide it from Robert. After all, Shackelford was where the hammer had fallen. Also, as a retired Red agent, Robert couldn't be considered an ordinary person. If he knew what was going on, he would be mentally prepared for anything that happened in the future. There was no need to stop the ranch employee Christmas tour in Houston. It would only cost a little more for them to play for a few more days. It would be dangerous if Thor and Loki were for some reason to suddenly turn back and fight it out again in Shackelford. Thus, as long as the ranch employees were willing, they could continue playing before coming back in a few days. In particular, Luke secretly asked Catherine to have Claire and Joseph keep Drax occupied for a week. If the stubborn old man came back now, he would realize that not only was there a rundown concrete maze on his ranch, but even half of the main house he lived in had disappeared. When Thor fought the destroyer, it was unfortunate that he had attacked it in the direction of the main house, which was Y Drive. Jane and Darcy had arrived on the scene so quickly. When Thor successfully smashed the destroyer to pieces with a final blow, he blasted out a huge crater in front of the main house. The rocks and earth that was sent flying, along with the broken pieces of the destroyer, had brought down part of the main house dozens of meters away. The only thing that Luke was glad about was that the section that had been wrecked was the kitchen, dining room, toilet and bathroom, which didn't contain anything important. The most critical workshed was fine, and Drax's precious pickup, which was parked inside, was safe. If the car was gone, the stubborn old man would probably explode when he came back. He would make an exception and give his grown-up grandson a spanking like he was a little brat. Don't assume that wasn't possible. When Robert had discovered that the back door of the F-150 had suffered a tragic fate, his expression had turned ugly. Of course, he had never once hit Luke. But this was just a car door. Drax's temper was worse. He treasured his self-modified pickup even more. If the entire car was gone, Luke would probably be beaten up. That was the reason for Luke's complicated mood. He quickly finished dealing with the aftermath in Shackelford, then left for Houston in the afternoon with Selena. The two of them had to go over so that their families would be reassured. Luke also had to give his grandfather a little warning in advance, in case the stubborn old man exploded in anger. Before nightfall, the two arrived in Houston and found their families having dinner. Today was the 31st of December. The tour group was having a hotel buffet. Those who were full could go off to have fun together later. They were all adults, and could do whatever they wanted. Luke and Selena's arrival delighted everyone. Dinner was extended by half an hour, before everyone took part in the New Year Eve celebration in Houston. After a night of fun, everyone went home. Luke booked a room for himself, while Selena asked to share a room with Claire. On the first day of 2005, Luke and Selena bade farewell to their families early in the morning and boarded a flight back to New York with Gold Nugget. Back at his house in Clinton, Luke called Dustin and told him that he was back. Dustin just said that he got it, before he hung up. The moment Luke stepped into the house, he selected the option to modify the inventory. As expected, his consciousness was kicked out again. The inventory's functions were sealed once more during the upgrade. After finishing this most important task, Luke relaxed. He had done all that he could. There was no need to worry about the rest. That itch naturally disappeared, and was replaced by an indescribable sense of lightness. After making himself a pot of pu'er tea, he sat by the window and looked at the heavy clouds outside and the snow falling in New York. He was in a very good mood. He was finally home. He handed all the data he had recorded over the past few days to Little Snail for analysis. He sipped his black tea and took out some snacks, before calling for Gold Nugget. One person watched the snow while one dog watched its TV show. Both enjoyed themselves. As he watched the snow, Luke reviewed and summed up the previous battle in his mind. The destroyer really was very strong, and ridiculously so. Even the special armor-piercing shell at close range could only scratch its skin a little. Its movements were extremely fast and agile, and it was strong enough to tear down a building with its bare hands. In addition, it also had the ability to hover and fly, and had a long-range laser beam attack. This was a cheat-level boss. But Luke was able to successfully complete his experiment, so the outcome wasn't bad. By adding elementary annihilation to the Viper machine gun's ordinary armor-piercing bullet, he was able to interrupt the destroyer's light beam because the bullet damaged its transparent defense. In gaming terms, bullets with elementary annihilation dealt more damage than -1. In the end, Luke was able to deal a pretty critical hit with the Barrett sniper rifle. Chapter 1035. New case on the Tarasov family. To put it simply, if the destroyer was a boss with 10,000 HP, Luke would have taken at least a few hundred HP from it. This was the damage from a combination of elementary annihilation and predator technology. This was an attack method which Luke had invented himself. His sleepless nights hadn't been for nothing. But that was all there was to it. Compared with Thor, who wiped out the destroyer with one big move, this attack really wasn't enough. However, Luke had enough confidence. His mental strength was only at level 40, but the power of elementary annihilation would increase as his mental strength increased. Secondly, elementary annihilation was just an ability which he had developed. It had only been half a year since he obtained this ability. He would definitely be able to obtain more abilities in the future. At that time, who knew how many more powerful abilities he would be able to develop? If he had some sort of space portal ability, he could directly throw the destroyer into some corner of the universe. Forget it. He didn't have much hope when it came to magical abilities. Until now, the only ability he had which was a little like magic was his elementary telekinesis. His other abilities were all extensions of his physical attributes. Perhaps, he would only be able to learn spatial abilities once his mental strength could twist time and space. His attitude toward this sort of ability, which he had an extremely slim chance of acquiring, was that if he got it, he could only consider himself lucky. Thinking otherwise would really depress him to death. In summary, the results were acceptable, the future was promising, and he was currently a weak chicken. Of course, this was a conclusion based on the destroyer. If it were some other superhuman on Earth who had faced the destroyer, there was a 99.99% chance that they would have been instantly incinerated on the spot. Most superhumans wouldn't survive even a few seconds in front of the destroyer. One shot, and they would be reduced to ashes. In the afternoon, Luke got busy again while Selena trained. At night, he told Selena about the destroyer and Asgard, and the two of them talked and analyzed the various details of Thor's arrival. The first day of the new year passed in a peaceful and productive manner. On the morning of the 2nd of January, Luke looked at his inventory, which was still being modified and couldn't be checked. It wasn't too unexpected, and instead, he was pleasantly surprised. This should be a good thing. Perhaps, the longer it took, the stronger the inventory's functions would be. After breakfast with Selena, they showed up at HQ half an hour early. After giving the snacks to Connie as usual, this female detective who was in charge of gathering and analyzing intelligence suddenly asked, "You don't know about John yet, do you?" Stumped for a moment, Luke immediately shook his head. "We went back to our hometown for the holidays. We were busy with family and things, so we only sent New Year greetings by text to everyone. We only just got back to New York yesterday." Connie nodded and pushed the box from Luke and Selena into a corner behind her. She took a bite of her cranberry cookie and said in a low voice, "You should go and say hi. He didn't have a good Christmas break." Luke was stumped. What happened? Connie looked sympathetic. He took a plane to DC on Christmas Eve to reunite with his ex-wife and daughter, but Luke and Selena both recalled that there seemed to have been a plane crash on Christmas Eve. They were shocked. His ex-wife and daughter didn't. Connie seemed to understand what they were thinking, and quickly shook her head. No, they weren't on the plane that crashed, but the plane they were on was also in the air for a while, and only made an emergency landing when it was about to run out of fuel. However, John's injuries aren't light, yet he insisted on coming to work today. Luke scratched his head. That's dangerous too. John's luck. The three people present couldn't help but sigh. Last Christmas Eve, John had gone to Los Angeles to look for his wife, only to encounter a robbery at Nakatomi Plaza. The couple had almost died. Would it be like last time? Was John's Christmas Eve jinxed? Luke and Selena pondered this, but before they could see John, Dustin got hold of them first. While Luke, Selena and Connie were talking, Dustin came in from outside and took out a cookie from the paper bag that was on Connie's table. "Cranberry." Connie promptly gave him another bag. "This is almond and walnut." Luke said decisively, "There's plenty, take both." Dustin occasionally had difficulty choosing, so Luke simply saved him time. After a brief hesitation, Dustin put the cranberry cookie back. "We'll see in the afternoon." Watching the three of them go to Dustin's office, Connie smacked her lips and said, "Boss, you're very particular." As Luke had said, he always had plenty. There was enough to give everyone in the department a portion. However, on days when not everyone was in the department, there would be 30 to 50 extra portions, which were given to the detectives who worked overtime. No one deliberately took more. When they were hungry and wanted to eat, they would go to Connie and get a portion. Dustin didn't mind getting another portion, but he would rather wait until the snacks were distributed in the morning and then come back in the afternoon, since he didn't want to break the rule. Connie had nothing to say to that. It was good to have such a boss. Luke didn't close the door when he entered Dustin's office. Dustin's expression today wasn't serious. Clearly, there was a case, but it wasn't a big problem. Sure enough, Dustin poured himself a cup of hot coffee while he ate the biscuits, and said, "The file on the right on my table, are you interested?" Luke opened the file, which wasn't too thick, and read for a moment. "A gang murder." Dustin came back with coffee and sat down to enjoy his breakfast. "Yes, there was a large-scale gunfight at a nightclub last night, and more than 20 people were killed. The patrol officers didn't find any bodies." Luke curled his lip. "What a professional cleanup." Dustin said, "That's what the Tarasov family does in Russia. However, the person they've provoked this time is even more vicious." Luke closed the file. "Should we just do a cursory investigation?" Dustin nodded. "No need to be too thorough in your investigation." Luke nodded. "Got it, let's go." Dustin nodded in satisfaction as Luke and Selena left the office. Even if they handled this case cursorily, it was still the Tarasov family which they had to deal with. Ordinary detectives didn't have enough poise or confidence to handle a major case like this, and would be easily embarrassed. That wasn't a problem, since only the detective involved would know. But if the case was handed to certain detectives, they might really catch the murderer. For example, a certain middle-aged bald man who had come to work today might do something this stupid. It would be troublesome if a certain abrasive detective got into a conflict with the Tarasov family and was killed. Chapter 1036. The Tarasov family's cleanup. After some consideration, Dustin handed the case to Luke and Selena, whom he trusted the most. The two of them were calm and flexible, and had the confidence to face the Tarasov family. As long as the murder case was wrapped up as soon as possible, nobody would pursue it. After all, NYPD didn't need to avenge gangsters. In fact, it was all the fault of the Tarasov family's enemy for being too ostentatious. When the nightclub was at its liveliest last night, he had rushed in and started a massacre. The battle between the two parties had taken place through the bar, the disco, and to the swimming pool, leaving piles of corpses along the way as well as hundreds of witnesses. To put it bluntly, when NYPD arrived, it was a relief to find no bodies. It was good that there were no bodies. Otherwise, this incident would make national headlines. Now, no bodies. If there weren't any bodies, what was there to report? Maybe they were just shooting a movie. On this point, the gangsters were on the same page as NYPD reporters, and paparazzi were the most annoying. Luke and Selena drove to the nightclub in Brooklyn. Selena pursed her lips when she saw the four men in black suits and dark red shirts standing at the door. They've increased the number of men. Usually, there's only two. Luke hummed in acknowledgement. For that opponent of theirs, it's just a matter of pulling the trigger a little more. A single person had charged into this nightclub and killed 20 people from the Tarasov family. This kind of combat ability was quite explosive. However, the Tarasov family had a lot of people, and could afford a few deaths. The two of them stopped the car by the entrance and stood in front of a parking meter. Just as they were about to put in the money, a man in a black suit walked over with an unfriendly expression. "Move your car. Don't block the way here." Selena didn't even look at him as she stuffed 2 coins into the parking meter. Luke calmly took out his badge. "NYPD, we're here to investigate last night's shooting." The man in black frowned. "Didn't someone already come?" Luke took out a card and waved it between his fingers. "The numbers for the chief's office and internal affairs are all here. If you're not happy, you can call them to complain." "Do you want them?" The man in black. No matter how powerful the Tarasov family was, they weren't bold enough to publicly tell NYPD how to handle a case, not to mention that he was just small fry watching the entrance. He didn't take the card. Instead, he turned around and walked back to the main entrance with a dark face. He spoke into his comms. Luke and Selena walked in. It was very quiet inside. When they reached the bar counter closest to the front door and crossed the yellow tape, they both noticed something unusual about the place. Although there were all kinds of things that had been knocked over, and broken wine bottles, there was no blood. Luke's sharp nose detected the smell of bleach and blood. Selena frowned. "Are they destroying the crime scene?" Luke said, "Destroying the crime scene is a much lighter crime than killing people or selling drugs. They don't care." Selena relaxed. Anyway, they weren't here to avenge the gang. If the Tarasovs wanted to clean up, they better do a good job of it. It would also be less hassle for Luke and Selena. The two of them walked slowly around the bar before heading deeper into the club. The sunglasses they were wearing were already collecting information automatically. After combining all kinds of clues, they were able to partially recreate events at the scene. The main character was the fierce person who had killed more than 20 people. Looking at the trajectory of movements and the analysis of the battle that was being projected by the sunglasses, Selena clicked her tongue and said, "This guy is pretty strong." Most of the fights happened at close range. Even though he was outnumbered, it seems he was always faster to react than the others, and hit Tarasov's bodyguards first. Luke nodded. According to some eyewitnesses, Tarasov's men were shot first in the body and then in the head. This guy is a professional. This method is commonly used by mercenaries, but they're used to preparing powerful firearms and adequate weapons. Few of them will fight alone. Selena asked, "So, is he a lone wolf or a hot-blooded killer?" Luke said, "Both. In any case, he isn't afraid of death." Selena nodded. She was already learning the close-range gunfighting skills which Luke had developed. They were similar to using daggers, and very dangerous. One wrong move, and a person could lose their life. Yet this person dared to charge into Tarasov's territory and kill more than 20 people. He truly wasn't afraid of death. No one stopped them as Luke and Selena did one round. However, Luke knew that a lot of people were secretly watching them from various corners. These people had various cleaning equipment on them. They also carried the smell of bleach and blood on them. Before the two of them entered, these people had been frantically washing the floor. They clearly didn't want to rely on NYPD to avenge their dead fellows, but no one stepped forward to stop Luke and Selena. If they pissed off NYPD, and the killer couldn't be found, NYPD might as well just take care of the Tarasov family. That was a possibility. There was no need for the Tarasov family to provoke one of America's largest law enforcement agencies. Luke and Selena left the nightclub less than 20 minutes later. The four men in black suits at the door watched as the two of them got into the car and left. Then, they used the comms to inform their comrades, "The two cops are gone." You can continue with the cleanup. Selena asked, did you find any leads? Luke asked, you want to look for this super killer? Selena nodded, then shook her head. I'm just curious. I want to know who he is, but that has nothing to do with solving the case. Luke knew that she was just intrigued. Since she was learning gunfighting, she was very interested in the close combat skills used by this super killer. Luke said, if we run into him, I'll point him out to you. As he spoke, they drove east. Luke was going to the laboratory in Nassau County today. They could stay there for a few days, and he would do some post-battle analysis and research. They drove for a while, the car passing by the courthouse in Brooklyn and entering a less populated area. Bang 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 bang, there was the sound of gunshots nearby. Frowning, Luke drove the car in the direction of the gunshots. Selena was already putting on her bulletproof vest. If it was a normal shooting, she and Luke had special close-fitting bulletproof vests. However, automatic weapons were clearly being used in this gunfight, and wearing a bulletproof vest with the NYPD logo on it would effectively dispel suspicion if they got involved. As Selena put on her bulletproof vest, Luke stopped the car in a suitable location. Only then did Luke put on his bulletproof vest. Selena had already sent out a drone, and she immediately said, it's at the church. This guy is pretty fierce. As Luke buckled on his bulletproof vest, he looked at the drone feed on the screen, then gave a light exclamation of surprise and slowed down. Selena asked, what's wrong? Luke said, check if the people in the red shirts are from the Tarasov family. Selena immediately inputted the command and asked, did you notice something? The way Luke suddenly relaxed meant that he definitely knew something. Chapter 1037. Super Killer, and consulting a professional, Luke drew a circle with his finger, indicating for her to adjust the position of the drone. Look here, didn't you just ask who that super killer is? Pay attention to that man in the suit attacking the Tarasov family. That's him, Selena. What? She looked at Luke suspiciously, but immediately refocused on the battle. How do you know that? Luke said, it would be strange if it wasn't him. The day before Christmas Eve, when I was sending Elena back to school, the Tarasov family sent people to a house in New Jersey owned by someone called John West, whether to silence him or for revenge. However, he killed all 12 of them. So, what happened at the nightclub and what's happening here might be a personal grudge. There was no need for a super killer like John West to incur hatred with a troublesome force like the Tarasov family unless it was a personal grudge that was hard to resolve. However, it had been more than a week since the attack which had happened before Christmas. Not only were the two sides causing a ruckus, it was getting bigger and bigger. This was probably a very deep enmity. Luke recalled the information on John West. It seemed that his wife had died of cancer not long ago. This was information that could be looked up at the hospital. John also didn't have any children. This probably wasn't about something that the Tarasovs had done to his family. Could it be that it was John who had done something to the Tarasov family? That was possible. Selena suddenly warned him, there's a sniper. Luke nodded and looked at the screen. A man on a rooftop was holding a gun. Just by looking at his posture and the silencer on his gun, one could tell that he wasn't an ordinary player. After some thought, Luke didn't say a word. He didn't even bother to contact the police front desk via the radio. The killer was up against a gang, and as a minor NYPD detective, he had nothing to do with either party. Why should he get involved? With the two detectives simply watching from the sidelines, the battle was short and intense. The man in the suit was astonishingly strong, and was the one to initiate the attacks. The Tarasov family had already lost 7 or 8 people. At that moment, a fellow driving an SUV crashed into another car and sent it spinning. John, who was standing next to the car, was caught off guard, and was sent flying as he was hit by the car. The people of the Tarasov family immediately rushed forward, preparing to get rid of this terrifying fellow. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the air. The person leading the charge jerked, and he fell to the ground with a hole in his head. Bang! A second gunshot rang out. The second person tried to dodge to the side, but blood burst from his chest and he fell to the ground screaming. Sniper! Another person shouted. The 4 or 5 people who were charging forward decisively retreated and ducked behind a car, out of the sniper's firing range. John, who had been sent flying 7 to 8 meters away, struggled to get up. He crawled into a car not far away and started it up. His right hand was severely injured from that earlier collision, and he couldn't even hold his gun steady. Several of his ribs seemed to be broken. Even if he didn't run, he wasn't able to fight, and could only wait for death. How could he die before he found the guy who killed his dog? Hence, John drove off without hesitation. No one from the Tarasov family dared to chase after him. Snipers in a city environment were too dangerous. Moreover, both the snipers' shots just now had connected. He definitely wasn't a second-rate player. No one wanted to go out and become a third corpse. They could only hide behind the car and call for help. Luke and Selena, on the other hand, saw from the drone that after John drove away, the sniper on the roof immediately packed up and ran off. He had no intention of keeping the criminals occupied. "What now?" Selena asked. Luke smiled at her eagerness and shook his head. No, we're not Tarasov's thugs." Selena sighed regretfully. "What should we do?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Let's follow him. We can talk to Mr. John West tonight, and you can spar with him." Selena chuckled. "Wouldn't that be bullying him?" Luke curled his lip. "It was already very good of me not to get rid of both sides on the spot." Of course, when he was investigating the scene at the nightclub, he suddenly had another interesting thought. He needed to go back and consult Kincaid, the professional. The two of them quickly followed the fleeing John West, all the way to a hotel. Looking at the old building at the intersection of two roads, Luke narrowed his eyes. Interesting. It's this place again." Selena was also enlightened. "No wonder. He really is a hitman." Luke nodded and drove away from the hotel. After they drove for a while, Selena asked, "Then, should we go in tonight?" Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. "That's the New York branch of the Continental Hotel. We can't act too brashly." Being brash meant losing a lot of benefits, such as experience and credit points. A super killer wasn't enough to disrupt his rhythm and deal with the Continental Hotel ahead of time. Following his initial plan, Luke went to the lab. After seeing the super killer John, he now made some of his plans, which had been on standby, a priority. But this plan still lacked the most important prop, and he needed more time to do research. For the next 2 days, Luke did research and Selena trained at the laboratory in Nassau County. Luke called Kincaid and sent him a photo of John West. "Is this the John you were talking about?" Kincaid immediately sent an affirmative answer. "Yes." "Did you provoke him?" Luke chuckled. "What's his full name?" "John Wick. He's known as the Boogeyman." "Of course, he wasn't called that at the beginning," Kincaid said. Luke asked, "Are you close to him?" Kincaid: "You could say that. But he could also take a mission to kill me." Luke curled his lip. "In other words, you actually aren't friends at all." Kincaid scoffed. "Although most of his targets are underground, he's killed many innocent people. We're not the same sort, how can we be friends?" Luke nodded. "Okay. By the way, did Sonia give birth to a daughter?" Kincaid: "It's a son." "Wait, why are you asking that?" Luke sighed regretfully. "A little girl would be so cute. A little boy, forget it." Kincaid: "Get lost." After learning from Kincaid the real name of this super killer, John Wick, Luke had a clearer plan in his head. Chapter 1038. New Space and New Case. The super killer John Wick didn't come out after entering the Continental Hotel. He was clearly recuperating. According to Little Snail's analysis, he had extraordinary reflexes and he was extremely proficient in close combat. However, he wasn't much stronger than an ordinary person. He would need some time to recover from his injuries. To some extent, Hitman John was similar to a weak version of Daredevil, but his methods were more professional, ruthless and direct. He was good at using all kinds of firearms, and his lethality wasn't something that Lawyer Matt could compare with. However, this was a small matter. The really important thing was that the modification of Luke's inventory was finally completed on the second day. Luke, who was working, immediately dropped what he was holding and focused on his inventory. The system was as awesome as ever, and didn't give him any explanations at all. After a simple test, Luke found that his control over the items in his inventory hadn't changed much. Where it had taken him 5 seconds before to assemble a gun in his inventory, it now still took him over 4 seconds. This upgrade didn't match the 50,000 points that he had gotten in exchange for the destroyer's remains. But Luke quickly kicked up a fuss, until Daddy's system gave him a hint. After repeated mental efforts, a separate space was created from the original inventory space. The inventory remained unchanged, but it was divided into 2 parts. The original inventory took up 999 cubic meters, while the new independent space was only 1 cubic meter in size. Of course, like the inventory, it didn't have a fixed shape, and its interior was illuminated by natural light. The first thing Luke did was to put a laptop in it as a test. Then he saw the clock on the laptop continue ticking. Luke was stunned for a moment, before he stuffed in all sorts of other things, like food, water, daily necessities, and in the end, even a few bugs, fish, shrimp, and birds. A moment later, he silently sat in the living room with a cup of tea in his hand. His mind was in turmoil. The modification this time was completely beyond his expectations. However, if his guess was correct, then the modification this time was truly very important. Everything needed to be verified with experiments, and many experiments required time. He had to suppress his impatience and verify the attributes of this small space bit by bit. It wasn't until night had fallen that he finally composed himself and tried his best to resist the lure of the changes in his inventory as he returned to work as normal. On the third day, early on the 5th of January, Dustin summoned Luke and Selena to the police station. After telling Luke to close the door, Dustin asked, "Do you have any leads on the case you were investigating?" Luke raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Dustin wasn't a fickle-minded person. He had just said to close the case as soon as possible, but now he was asking if there were any leads. Something must have happened. Dustin tossed a file at him. Luke caught it and flipped through a few pages before he handed it to Selena. "HQ is planning to merge this case with the previous one." Dustin nodded. "That's right. It's another mass murder of gangsters, but there was no one to clean up the bodies this time. HQ has to take care of it even if we don't want to. If this goes on, it'll cause panic among the public." Luke said, "But this wasn't done by the same person, how can we combine them?" Dustin. Luke rarely spoke nonsense when it came to handling cases. Dustin was well aware that Luke only spoke when he was sure of things. Luke said, "There are some things that I can only talk about here. The nightclub belongs to the Tarasov family, and on Christmas Eve, the Tarasov family already engaged in an intense conflict with that hitman from the nightclub. However, the location of this fight was in New Jersey, and there were no bodies, so the New Jersey police didn't file a report." Dustin nodded and didn't ask Luke how he knew that, nor did he worry about the New Jersey police. Luke had been working on the case for 3 days, so it wasn't strange for him to learn more information through his connections. Dustin wasn't interested in probing into his subordinates' sources of information. In fact, the shooting at the church near the Brooklyn courthouse 2 days ago was a conflict between the two parties, Luke continued. "So, this is actually between the hitman and the Tarasov family. And this," he pointed at the file that Selena was reading. "The Irish gang in Hell's Kitchen has nothing to do with either side. The only thing that's similar is the number of deaths and the killer's violent methods. No one saw the assailant, however, so it might not be the same person." Dustin frowned. "Are you taking this case?" Luke nodded. "Of course. It's very likely we won't be able to find anything in these cases. If someone starts pointing fingers, we'll just take the blame. In any case, we don't need a promotion." Hearing that, Dustin smiled. "Rubbish. I'll make it a public case, and you can investigate whomever you want. If you crack it, the credit's yours. If you don't, it's NYPD's problem, and won't fall on your heads. I'm more familiar than you with how this works." He paused for a moment, before continuing, "It's fine if you don't want to be promoted, but don't get complacent. Some people are targeting me, and might come after you for it. Avoid taking any blame if you can." Luke blinked. "Boss, thank you." He knew Dustin wouldn't let him take the fall, but it was fine to do so every now and then. Dustin said impatiently, "Cut the crap and get to work." Luke and Selena stood up. When he opened the door, he heard a voice behind him. "There's no end to the cases. Don't work too hard, and take care of your own safety." This time, Luke simply smiled and waved goodbye. When they went out, they ran into John McClane, who had just entered the hall. The abrasions on this fellow's face weren't serious, but there was the obvious smell of medicine as he approached. Luke and Selena greeted him, and they chatted for a while. Christmas jinx McClane had once again encountered terrorists. What was even more annoying was that the bunch he had run into this time also weren't real terrorists, and were after money again. Of course, in terms of how they operated, these people were no different from the criminals in Nakatomi Plaza. John still managed to take them down even without Luke around this time, but his injuries were a little more serious. Dustin had planned to give him a month's leave, but it was less than a week before the guy got into an argument with his ex-wife. John thus flew back alone. Luke and Selena looked at each other speechlessly. This macho man killed a bunch of soldiers turned criminals and saved his ex-wife, but in the end, they had a falling out. There probably truly was no hope for a marriage that couldn't be saved even after a life-saving rescue. Chapter 1039. This ruthlessness is not that ruthlessness. Luke and Selena could only console John McClane, and they said they would buy him a drink when they were free. They then left for last night's crime scene. When they left the parking lot, Selena couldn't help but sigh. How did he and his wife get together back then? Luke said, "It's easy to get married, but you have to persevere after that. I can only say that they do love each other, but they can't get along." Selena nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the file in her hand. A moment later, she exclaimed in surprise. "Who did this? This is so ruthless." Luke said, "John Wick is still holed up in the Continental Hotel. It can't be him. Let's talk about it at the scene." For the past 2 days, they had been keeping an eye on the Continental Hotel. John was recuperating, and hadn't come out at all. That was the reason why the two of them had immediately confirmed that the new case wasn't the work of John Wick. Selena said, "The MO isn't right either. The assailant used intense firepower through the window and turned more than 10 Irish gang members into civs. This is very different from John Wick's MO. This is what mercenaries do." Luke took some time to look at the CCTV images and nodded. "It's a typical mercenary MO. It's simple and straightforward. What's more troublesome is that he didn't clean up the bodies. That's why it has left a bad aftertaste. It would be strange if NYPD wasn't nervous about such a massacre." When they arrived at the crime scene in Clinton, Luke looked at the warehouse by the river. He got out of the car and said, "These guys are smart. They hid here at the docks. It's possible that they snuck over here by boat. No wonder I hadn't seen them recently." Selena shook her head and sighed. "Why all the trouble? These Irish gangsters were the ones they had beaten up before. It was a pity that while they had managed to escape these poetic kills, they hadn't managed to escape the rain of bullets from a battlefield slaughter. These unlucky sods were even still wearing bandages and plaster as they lay in pools of blood. They could have gone into hiding to recuperate in New Jersey or something, but snuck back here. They had definitely been up to something, but now they were dead." Selena roasted these unlucky sods in her heart. They flashed their badges at the police officers outside and entered the scene. The two of them were shocked to see the mess inside. As Selena avoided the debris and blood on the ground, she asked, "How many bullets were fired?" The file only contained a preliminary report, and the exact number of bullets hadn't been tallied up. She had initially thought that the forensic scientists were slacking off, but she now understood that it was because they were too busy. The number of bullet holes which Luke's sunglasses scanned continued to increase, but soon slowed down. He looked at the number and curled his lip. More than 300 shots. Selena said, "There were a dozen gang members, and each was shot several times. So, the assailant fired more than 500 bullets in one go. Does he think this is the Middle East?" Luke said, "The assailant used a 5.56mm rifle. With that firepower, he was really treating this as a war." He shook his head. This was Manhattan, New York, the center of the world. Doing something like this would cause big trouble. Selena said, "Is that why we ran into a super killer, and now a violent mercenary?" The AI program had reconstructed part of the scene, showing that the assailant had most likely acted alone, hence her words. Luke left the warehouse and walked toward where the assailant had been. After all, anything can happen in Manhattan, New York. As he said this, he couldn't help but think of a particular scenario. Manhattan was the treasured feng shui land, favored by the Free Extraterrestrial Demolition Company. Only guns had been used in the last few years. When the energy cannons and alien warships joined the demolition company in the future, it would be lively. After patrolling the area, Luke didn't find much. The assailant had attacked from outside the warehouse. They were by the river, and the strong wind had long blown away all sense. He wasn't in a hurry. There were many cases where haste made waste. What was most important was time and a meticulous investigation. They returned to HQ and went to Elsa. After listening to what they needed, Elsa just told them to wait for a moment. After making a call, she called them over to take a look at her computer less than half an hour later. Entering the database, she quickly opened up a few numbered documents. "Based on the characteristics you provided, I had Liz check similar cases in the past 2 years, and found these cases from the second half of last year. Take down the file numbers, you can check them yourself when you go back." Luke said with a smile, "We're already here. Boss, Why don't you give us an analysis? Elsa rolled her eyes at him, but she knew that he wanted everyone to keep in contact so that they wouldn't drift apart. All right, since you brought me snacks. She briefly summarized the common points in the cases before she said. The cases happened at different times, and not just in New York City, which is probably why no one made the connection. But you're right, it might have been done by the same group. Luke said, maybe it's just one person. Elsa was stunned. One person? She couldn't help but look at the files on the computer screen. The death toll was more than 20 people. Could this be done by one person? Wasn't there a person in front of her right now who could take down a dozen people on his own? She simply nodded. Apart from the common points you mentioned, they also have one clear thing in common: the Mexican cartel, the Irish gang, and the dogs of hell are big, long-term players in the drug trade, and engage in both mutual competition and cooperation. After a pause, she suggested, you can investigate from this angle. After all, it isn't strange for drug traffickers to have provoked someone. They're too dirty, and have many enemies, it's just that most victims don't have the power to take revenge. Luke nodded. They would be in trouble if they provoke someone more unreasonable than they are. Elsa nodded. What Luke said made sense and was the most likely scenario. After hearing this simple and precise analysis, Luke got up and stopped taking up Elsa's time. Dinner tonight. Liz can join us, and we can talk about what everyone did for Christmas. Elsa pointed at him. You can scram now. Send me the time and place. I'll let Liz know. Luke and Selena laughed and left. Elsa didn't get a holiday. She had worked overtime through Christmas, and hadn't gone back to Miami at all. A certain someone's words were simply rubbing salt into the wound for this old iron lady. Chapter 1040. Suspect, and Foggy's new client. After leaving the intelligence department, Luke received a call from Dustin, then went straight to the 15th precinct. HQ had just received the news that someone survived last night when the Irish gang was wiped out, but that person had escaped. Now, this lucky man named Elliot Grote had brought a lawyer to the 15th precinct to turn state's evidence. Luke and Selena weren't surprised at all. What happened at the police station often contradicted the normal logic of most people. Since most people didn't commit any crimes, they would naturally think that there was something wrong with the brains of criminals who entered the police station themselves. While there were indeed many who had a screw loose, many more had practical considerations. It was just that this was something law-abiding citizens couldn't understand. Was this Elliot Grote trying to turn over a new leaf? Luke simply observed him for a moment from the doorway before he closed the door. This person's heart was filled with fear, despair, foreboding, and many other emotions, but there was no remorse. He was an irredeemable criminal. He just wanted to live, and had no intention of going back on his word. Shutting the door, he looked at the two familiar faces standing by the door, and said helplessly, Foggy, Karen, why are you taking this case? Foggy and Karen looked at each other, and it was Foggy who said, last night, we were playing pool at the bar, and Grote approached us and told us about the Irish gang being wiped out. Luke frowned. Last night, Foggy hesitated, then whispered, this is just a conversation between friends, right? Luke smiled and said in a low voice, of course. It won't appear in any official records. Foggy explained in an even lower voice. In fact, Grote really had no choice but to come to the police station today. He'd been shot last night when he'd gone to find Matt and Foggy. He'd collapsed after only a few words with them. Foggy and the others had to take him to Metropolitan General Hospital, but it wasn't long before the assailant arrived and pursued Grote and Karen out of the hospital. After the two of them had been lucky enough to escape, Foggy and the others had no choice but to send Grote to the police station for his protection. Luke looked Karen up and down in surprise. Are you okay? She was only a girl in her 20s, and it was already very brave of her not to piss her pants when she was being chased and shot at, but she actually managed to escape with Grote. Was she also a potential female warrior? Karen was a little tired, but she was in good spirits. She didn't look like she'd been shot at last night. Karen shook her head. I'm fine. After some hesitation, she explained in a low voice, I think that the person was only after Grote. I wasn't his target. Luke asked, his? Karen nodded. I saw the man who was after Grote. White male, about 35 years old, with a buzz cut, a fierce appearance, and a strong physique. Luke asked, does that mean the assailant was captured by hospital cameras? Foggy shook his head. No. When he entered the hospital, there was a large area with malfunctioning wires and lights. Karen's probably the only person who had a clear look. Luke nodded. Got it, Karen, don't tell anyone about this for now. If the police ask you, just say that you were frightened and can't remember anything. Karen couldn't help but glance at Foggy. Foggy, a Columbia Law graduate, explained at once, it's perfectly normal for a person not to remember anything when they're frightened. You don't have to say anything, but you can also give a statement at the right moment, and it wouldn't be a false statement. He paused, and looked at Luke and Selena awkwardly. Was it too much for him to discuss such petty tricks in front of two detectives? Luke, on the other hand, nodded and said, this case is a little tricky. Karen had better not mention it before there are any major developments. Even if she does, we might not necessarily be able to catch the suspect. Grote should have seen the assailant, right? Foggy grimaced. He said he was frightened, and can't remember what he looks like. Luke spread his hands with a smile. Look at how skilled he is. Where's Matt? Before Karen could say anything, Foggy got an uncomfortable look on his face and forced a smile. He's not feeling well. He's resting at home. Luke's heart skipped a beat when he saw Foggy's expression. That excuse sounded familiar. Was Lawyer Matt injured again? However, he didn't press Foggy for an answer. He simply nodded and said, this case isn't simple. The Irish gang may not be the only victims of the massacre. You have to watch your own safety. Foggy, what's going on? Luke said, after this is personal talk, okay. Foggy reflexively said, okay. I've checked the files. Several gangs have been attacked in similar ways in the past 6 months, and more than 20 people have died. However, the cases happened in New Jersey and Nassau County, so no one connected them, he said. Foggy's eyes widened. What? Don't tell anyone about this. Just keep it to yourselves. Luke nodded. I'll let you know if there's any progress on this case, but make sure you stay safe. Foggy grimaced. But we're representing Grote. Luke looked at him quietly. Then be careful. Don't die so easily. Foggy. Dude, why are you being so serious? My legs are shaking. Just then, a black detective walked over. When he saw the 4 of them, he greeted them one by one. Are you discussing the community reconstruction plan again? Luke chuckled. Hey, hello, Detective Mahoney. Those kids are probably happily doing volunteer work right now. I'm relieved. Mahoney laughed, too. Sooner or later, they'll understand that it's a wonderful and righteous thing. Luke nodded. But I'm here about the Irish gang today. Mahoney glanced at Foggy, who didn't say anything, then said, HQ wants to take the case. Luke shook his head. It's just a matter of understanding the situation. That's why the 2 of us are here. We won't interfere. As he spoke, he glanced at the interrogation room. Mahoney understood that Luke was making it clear that he wasn't going to take the lead in the case. At most, he would just learn a little more about the situation on the side. He was also relieved. Luke and Selena had a good reputation in the Clinton area, and Mahoney was also part of NYPD. It wasn't hard to check their identities as detectives. Luke really didn't want to get into a conflict with these 2 from HQ. The 15th Precinct's image at HQ was already bad enough. Mahoney didn't want to be blacklisted as well. With that confirmed, everyone followed Detective Mahoney into the interrogation room. Chapter 1041. Small lawyer clashing with the district attorney. After entering the interrogation room, Luke and Selena simply stood in a corner and silently watched the others interact with Grote. Mahoney was a capable young detective who, at the age of 26, had just been promoted to sergeant. More importantly, he was one of the few detectives in the 15th Precinct who wasn't corrupt, and he had a hard time at the department. Like Foggy and Matt, he was a local who had grown up in the Clinton area, and had a different kind of affection for the place. It was also because of this that he could maintain his bottom line and not become a corrupt police officer. With Foggy and Mahoney working together, Grote quickly lost his composure and revealed a lot of important information. For example, before this, he hadn't mentioned that there had been a rumor going around the gang members that the assailant was acting alone. Like what Luke said, the person had also attacked other gangs. This Grote was indeed dishonest. It made sense that the assailant wanted to kill him. After more than 10 minutes of questioning, Mahoney went out to answer a call. When he came back, he tossed Grote a prison uniform and threw him into a separate holding cell as a sort of protective custody. Mahoney then motioned for Foggy and Luke to follow him to a corner, and he whispered, the assistant district attorney said he's coming over to take over the case. Luke said, we won't interfere. Mahoney looked at Foggy immediately. Once he proposes a deal, whatever it is, You should agree, otherwise, they'll remember it, and things won't go smoothly for your firm after this. Foggy. Got it, but what do you know about the assailant? Mahoney looked at Luke and Selena. We only learned about this case this morning. We don't know much about the details, Luke said with a smile. Both Foggy and Karen had strange looks on their faces when they heard this. Luke, however, didn't think it was anything to be embarrassed about. He didn't have much of a relationship with Mahoney, so of course, he couldn't casually reveal important information to Mahoney. Mahoney sighed. Initially, the environment in the Clinton area was much better after the community reconstruction. Now that such a bloody incident has happened, I'm afraid everyone's impression of the Clinton area is that it's still Hell's Kitchen. Everyone had nothing to say to that. Mahoney sighed and continued, originally, when people hear the word hero, they think of Batman. When they see Batman and the other vigilantes beating up the bad guys on the news, they're as excited as the Yankees hitting a home run. Now, hey, I'm afraid everyone will have some concerns about heroes. The streets are flowing with the blood of these B***stards because of this guy. The residents don't want another bunch of copycats. Foggy grimaced. Unfortunately, the number of copycats will only increase. Black Mask, Big Daddy, Hit Girl, Smiley Face, Black Cat, how many of them are there? Although most of the copycats are just cosplayers who are a little nuts, these vigilantes aren't doing anything for peace in New York right now, but are creating more security issues. Mahoney shook his head. At that point, he lowered his voice. We are now divided into two factions. One faction believes that these vigilantes have helped a lot and saved the police force a lot of effort. The other faction feels that they aren't any different from those criminals and should be arrested. When he said that, his enthusiasm waned. As a police officer, if he wasn't placing his hopes on these vigilantes, then he was out to arrest them. It really made him feel helpless. At that moment, he saw two people come in, and he pursed his lips. The people from the DA are here. I've got work to do. Foggy, you can go talk to them yourself. Everyone looked over and saw a man and a woman in standard work attire walking over. The person in the lead was a Latin American woman in her 40s, and a black man in his early 30s was one step behind her. Foggy's expression changed, and he turned back to Karen. How do I look? There's no problem, right? Karen looked him up and down and nodded. No problem. Why are you suddenly nervous? That's Samantha Reyes, the DA boss. Luke shook his head. Foggy, you better prepare yourself. I'm afraid she's not here to negotiate with you. Foggy paused in tidying himself up. Huh, Luke said, I heard that she's ruthless at humiliating others. Also, 3 assistant district attorneys were replaced in 2 years, they were all fired after making mistakes. Foggy's face fell. I've heard that too, thank you very much. A person with this kind of reputation didn't sound like someone who was easy to deal with, not to mention that the other party was the district attorney herself. Even though he said that, Foggy calmed his thoughts and walked over with a smile. 5 minutes later, Selena held back her laughter as she whispered into Luke's ear, that fatty Foggy is really bold. He even dares to talk back to the district attorney. And he even called the federal prosecutor to ask about it. Haha, Reyes's face is turning black. Luke nodded. The matter's still up in the air. That was true. Foggy greeted her with a smile, but Reyes had no interest in listening to him introduce himself. After interrupting him, she instructed her assistant to take Grote away. That was right, she had given her assistant the order, and hadn't spoken to Foggy, as if she was certain that this small lawyer would never dare oppose her. In the end, she was slapped in the face. Foggy sensed that the woman was trying to bypass him and take Grote away, and immediately fought back. He raised the legal clause that the DA had no right to interfere with witness protection, and threatened to bring up this violation with the federal prosecutor. Reyes's expression at the time was extremely interesting. Not only was her face dark, it was also full of confusion. She didn't expect that there really would be a lawyer rash enough to dare clash with her. Her actions were definitely against the rules, but most junior lawyers didn't dare clash with the DA, or they would be tormented by the DA's office until they went crazy. American lawyers, the DA and the police tended to be more cooperative than confrontational with each other. Many big lawyers weren't just good at defense, but had a close relationship with both sides. They could easily do things that other lawyers couldn't. For example, where a small lawyer couldn't bail someone out of custody, a big lawyer could. Where a small lawyer couldn't reach a plea bargain with the DA, a big lawyer could. With enough money, a big lawyer could easily get a client out of the police station and scot-free after going through the DA. And it was completely legal. On the contrary, if a lawyer offended the DA, he would be blacklisted by the district attorney's office, and the lawyer would have to exhaust all his energy in every case. Not to mention, most district attorneys had close connections with the police department. After all, one party arrested suspects while the other convicted them. It wasn't unusual for police officers to switch to working for the DA. Foggy acting like this hence didn't make sense. Chapter 1042. A running snail is also useful to describe Foggy's behavior another way. He was courting death. But Luke admired him. Foggy was a good man with a bottom line and a sense of justice. And this district attorney Reyes was anything but pure. Although a person who could sit in that position wouldn't be pure, Reyes's motive for participating in this case definitely wasn't clean. If Foggy was a blank piece of paper, Reyes was a pile of mud at the very least, if not a pile of sh*t. But no matter how pure Foggy was, he could never be a blank piece of paper. Reyes's heart hence couldn't even compare with sh*t, and she stank. Luke also made a note of this district attorney. If Foggy and the others were dealt with in the future, he wouldn't mind looking into Miss Reyes's black history and prodding her. Foggy's firm was useful to him, while Miss Reyes was worthless. It made sense. After being called out, Reyes very reluctantly allowed Foggy and Matt to participate in the case. She could settle scores later, but she really didn't have the guts to use force now. She was going to be a big shot. She didn't want to be pulled down with Foggy. Luke didn't get involved in what happened next. He simply waved goodbye to Foggy and left with Selena. The show was over, so it was time for them to leave. He wasn't afraid of Reyes. The DA wasn't the head of NYPD, after all, and had nothing to do with him. But Luke had learned what he needed to know. He wasn't interested in getting involved in Reyes's business. He could call Foggy when he had time later and find out everything. Foggy was unlikely to keep a secret from a friend for the sake of the overbearing Reyes. After they left the hospital, Luke called Elizabeth and asked her to check the surveillance cameras near Metropolitan General Hospital last night to see if they could find the suspect that Karen had described. If she had any information, she would let Luke know at dinner tonight. Elizabeth asked, "Is Selena the one cooking? Her dishes and desserts are amazing. Even in my dreams, I want to eat them." Luke glanced at Selena and said decisively, "Yes, I guarantee that she'll have made them by the time you arrive." After Luke hung up, Selena couldn't help but ask, "Can you admit that you're the one who makes everything?" "This is hard for me." The main thing was that she was only responsible for eating. She was embarrassed when bringing up the pig swill that she made. However, Elizabeth frequently praised her for her cooking skills and even said that she wanted to learn from her. Fortunately, Elizabeth was too busy to learn. Otherwise, Selena wouldn't know how to react. Luke shrugged. "You're responsible for pressing the buttons on the kitchen appliances today, so you can be considered to have made the food." "Selena, your words make sense. I actually can't retort to that." After a simple lunch, the two of them went to look for private surveillance cameras near the Metropolitan Hospital. They tried their best to get hold of surveillance footage from key locations after the crime last night. Elizabeth could only check surveillance cameras installed by the police. There weren't many of them, and they were conspicuously marked. Anyone with just a little bit of professional knowledge would try their best to avoid them. The truth was that the police surveillance cameras were specially placed around sensitive locations such as banks, fast food restaurants, and jewelry shops, as a deterrent against would-be criminals and to keep the crime rate down. The possibility of the assailant appearing in police footage wasn't high. However, the private surveillance cameras scattered in various discreet corners were difficult to avoid. They might have captured him. As long as Luke brought the surveillance footage back, Little Snail would transfer it to the database for analysis. At 5 in the afternoon, they returned to their home in the Clinton area. Luke was responsible for processing the ingredients, while Selena was ultimately responsible for putting them into the smart kitchenware. The two of them spent less than half an hour cooking dinner. It was more that they were resting and chatting, and made dinner in passing. But Little Snail then sent out a notification. "Sir, a possible target has been identified." "So soon?" Luke was pleased. "You're getting smarter, Little Snail. Do you want to change your name in the future?" Little Snail. "What name?" Luke asked. "Running Snail." Little Snail. "There is no benefit in changing names in terms of efficiency." "Sir, please quickly give an order." Luke said, "All right, let's stick to Little Snail." Xiao Wo. Thank you, sir. Should I display the information on the possible target? Luke said, okay, pull it up. Let me see who it is. When he saw the familiar middle-aged man on the virtual screen, he was stunned. Frank Castle, Little Snail, are you sure? Little Snail immediately threw up another virtual image. This is the image from a surveillance camera outside the hospital before the attack last night. Luke looked at Frank Castle, who had a long satchel on his back and was walking with his head down. Although the person on the surveillance footage was covered up, Little Snail had a very effective identification program. Many factors were taken into consideration to produce an 89% match. The long satchel Frank was carrying clearly contained guns. When he recalled that the assailant had used a shotgun in the hospital last night, Luke couldn't rule out Frank Castle even if he wanted to. Moreover, this guy was an army veteran. These two attacks matched his MO. What a surprise, Luke murmured. Selena also knew that Luke was looking for Frank Castle. When she saw the man in the picture, she frowned as she stuffed a cake into her mouth. What are you going to do? Frank Castle had caused a huge stir last night, and the DA was now on this case. He was actually in a very dangerous situation. If things went wrong, all of NYPD would be hunting him. Luke had Little Snail put away the virtual screen, and he returned to the living room with a plate of desserts. I'll go out in the next few days to look for this old army comrade of Robert's. If possible, I'll tell him to leave New York as soon as he can. The people Frank had killed were gang members who were either drug traffickers or used brutal methods. Luke certainly wasn't going to condemn him for that. However, it was too easy for Frank to be targeted if he stayed in New York. He had to be sent away. Elsa and Elizabeth arrived in the same car an hour later. Only Elsa got drunk at dinner that night. The other three had just returned after going home for the holidays and enjoying themselves. Only Elsa, who remained in New York on her own and worked through Christmas, needed to find a way to relax. Elizabeth then drove Elsa home. What surprised Luke was that Elizabeth had also discovered traces of Frank Castle. However, it wasn't near the hospital. Instead, Frank had appeared on surveillance cameras near the warehouse where the Irish gang had been wiped out. Luke didn't say anything, but asked Elizabeth to keep this information a secret. Elizabeth didn't ask any questions and agreed readily. She trusted Luke completely, otherwise, she wouldn't be so conscientious when it came to a private matter like this. Chapter 1043. Different views and a concussion. At 10 in the evening, Luke and Selena put on their special stealth suits and left the house via the underground tunnel. The first thing the two of them did was to go to lawyer Matt's house. Selena didn't go in as Luke entered through a window. Looking at Matt, who had a pinched expression from where he had withdrawn into a corner, he sighed. Did someone beat you up again? Matt shifted, then immediately relaxed. Puncher. Luke nodded. What happened? The Clinton area had been rather peaceful recently. Apart from Frank Castle massacring the Irish gang and chasing one of them to the hospital last night, there had been no activity from the Hand or Kingpin. It could be said that Luke had sent lawyer Matt's old adversary packing, so why did it look like Matt had been beaten up? Matt shook his head and managed to get to his feet. Luke realized that the guy was listing as he moved, as if he didn't have any balance. He walked over, picked Matt up, and put him on the sofa. He looked at the results of the analysis projected on his lenses and asked, a concussion? Matt, you could say that. I went out last night, ran into someone, and got shot. Luke frowned. Who did it? Matt said, the guy who killed the Irish gang. I followed him around the Metropolitan Hospital last night. We fought and he shot at my head. Luke had a strange look on his face. He hadn't expected that reply. Then why aren't you dead? Matt grimaced. I don't think he wanted to kill me. He just wanted me to stop bothering him. He shot you in the head just to stop you from bothering him. Luke sweated a little. This army comrade of Robert's didn't seem to have a good temper. Was he really not worried about blowing up lawyer Matt's head? Matt said, he knew my helmet was bulletproof. Otherwise, he could have killed me with one shot after he knocked me down, but he didn't. He just left. Speechless for a moment, Luke asked, then why were you looking for him? Matt said, if he messes around like this, he'll wreck the security that has just started to improve. People from elsewhere will also think that Hell's Kitchen is still that chaotic and violent place. I can't let him do whatever he wants. Also, his methods are too violent. I don't think it's the right way to deal with these people. Those traffickers should have a chance to change their ways. Hearing that, Luke realized that it was a conflict of views. In this respect, he was actually on Frank Castle's side. It was a good thing that Matt didn't know what Luke had done in the guise of his other aliases, or he would also try to change Luke's mind. Luke also had no interest in convincing Matt. A life philosophy was worthless. For the sake of money, many people would cross their bottom line. Although it was worthless, it could still make two people who had no conflict of interest become mortal enemies, even if they weren't bad people. That was why Luke had created so many aliases, and none of them had anything to do with each other. It should be easier for Batman to win Matt's approval, and easier for V to win Damon and Mindy's friendship. These superheroes who were far more powerful than ordinary people all had their own pride and values. It was very difficult to make them act against their views. Luke had always been a pragmatist. He didn't care about these people's views. His views were more like that of normal people. If the big baddie died, they deserved it. If the little baddie died, they were unlucky. Ordinary people and good people could help as they saw fit. That was all. He abided by many rules, but he wouldn't let himself be constrained by them. That was because he had a supervisor that was far better at getting to the heart of a matter than ordinary laws. The system. Many heroes didn't dare kill people casually because they were afraid that they would grow out of control. Luke wouldn't. Recently, he even speculated that the way the system judged the host's behavior very likely had to do with the host's own views. Take for example if a regular police officer attacked Luke, only for Luke to kill him. If Luke had deliberately created this situation, his points would be deducted. Although this had never happened before, the system had given him a faint warning when he had thought of this possibility very early on. If Luke happened to hit a police officer with a stray bullet during a fight, the system wouldn't deduct any points. That was because Luke hadn't intended to harm the police officer. To put it simply, the system's criteria for deducting points had nothing to do with the law, but Luke's own heart. The system itself was just a program, and could only talk in terms of logic and rules. To play the law and escape blame, money was all that was needed. To play with the system that was connected to his soul, however, was really too difficult. Luke had no interest in messing around with such a troublesome matter. In any case, he had never thought of killing innocents. Hence, he didn't feel conflicted in front of Matt, and just treated him as a good person. After pondering deeply for a moment, he shook his head and said, "This matter is more complicated than you think. Rest well and recover." Matt said nothing. Sensing his emotions, Luke didn't say anything else. He himself was also a stubborn person, even though there weren't many things that could make him express it. But when he acted stubborn, it was useless no matter what others said. In some ways, Matt was no less stubborn than he was. There was no point in saying more. Soon, Luke left Matt's house. He had just come by to take a look and make sure Matt wouldn't die from serious injuries. Matt only had a concussion. Given his resilience, he would be fully recovered in 3 or 5 days. There was nothing to worry about. After Luke walked out of Matt's door, his figure became a transparent, distorted shadow. After leaping across a few buildings, he met up with Selina and they moved through the Clinton area at night. The search for Frank Castle wasn't going well. Luke and Selina spent 2 nights searching around the gangs, but didn't find Frank. On the 3rd night, Luke left the house without Selina. Selina wasn't like him, and couldn't sleep for just 2 hours every day. She still needed to undertake all sorts of training to strengthen herself. It would be best if she only went out once every 2 or 3 days. Luke didn't wear his armor when he went out alone. He just disguised himself and drove around in a rented car. He was searching for Frank, and didn't need to go too fast. If he slowed down, he might be able to find more clues with sharp nose and elementary sound wave. He started his search in Clinton and then moved to the upper city district in the north, then moved from the south to the north through Harlem, East Harlem, Manhattan Mall, and Washington Heights, before he repeated the circuit again. Stealing and robbery were common in New York at night. Robbing passers-by in 24-hour supermarkets at night was what many hooligans did every day. When Luke encountered some petty theft and robbery, he threw out 1 or several small medals in passing. This thing was better than a gun or a throwing knife in a situation where he wasn't aiming to kill. He could even use some evasive techniques to knock down these hooligans outside their line of sight. That way, Luke wouldn't be too conspicuous and wouldn't leave any trace of having done a good deed as he accumulated experience and credit points one after another. Chapter 1044, The Main Business of a Private Investigator. Even so, Luke was still able to earn 100 experience and credit points in 2 or 3 hours. These points were mainly from Harlem. There was a big problem with security in this area. It didn't have a nickname like Clinton's, Hell's Kitchen, but it had just as many cases of petty theft and fights. For the last few days, Luke had been in the mood to hunt 2-bit creeps, so he would definitely come here. 100 experience and credit points a night wasn't a lot, but if he came every day, he could earn at least 3,000 to 4,000 experience and credit points a month. That wasn't a small amount. More importantly, there was no end to the experience and credit points here. It was impossible to seriously injure all the hooligans through these small scuffles. It wasn't to the point of slapping a person for running a red light, for example. After a few days, a new urban horror legend began to spread in Harlem. Many hooligans said that they had bumped into a ghost at night. Furthermore, this ghost was inclined toward justice, and would knock them out when they were stealing or robbing. Every time, they would wake up after a few minutes. Their heads would ache a little and they would feel a little faint, but they weren't injured. It was as if they had been possessed by a ghost. Of course, these people actually had small red dots on their heads from where they had been knocked out by little metal balls. However, because of the lack of personal hygiene, these people didn't notice the red dots, which made it seem more like a ghost story. Luke wasn't clear on this matter, mainly because this rumor was too low level for Little Snail to collect information on. That night, he went to Harlem as usual. When the car drove past a small street, he frowned and looked at the fake phone on the dashboard, which was feeding him images from the external surveillance camera. He adjusted the camera and saw a person sitting on a fire escape on the 3rd floor, holding a large professional camera and clicking away. What Luke hated the most was being photographed, so he didn't like people snapping away nearby. The surveillance program was very sensitive toward these sorts of covert photographers, which was why it had detected this person. Besides, this was New York after 8 o'clock on a winter night. There were no street lamps on this street. If the flash wasn't used on ordinary cameras, they wouldn't be able to capture anything. Professional paparazzi. Luke's frown deepened. After parking the car in a small alley not far away, his expression changed. He picked up his backpack and walked into the apartment building on the side. The person on the 3rd floor put down the camera, picked up the vodka on the side, and took a big gulp. On the 2nd floor opposite, a burly black man seemed to be thinking about something in front of the window, until he was embraced by a hot black girl. The person couldn't help but take another mouthful of alcohol. "So, this is your main profession?" A faint voice suddenly sounded not far above her head. She spat out her drink. At the same time, she quickly looked up, and saw a figure wearing a grayish-black hoodie walking down the fire escape. She raised her hand and wiped her mouth with her sleeve before narrowing her eyes to size up this person. She recalled that familiar voice, and her expression changed. "It's you." Luke walked down and took off his hood so that she could see most of his face. "Miss Jones, long time no see. You're still as dedicated as ever." Jessica Jones subconsciously looked at the camera beside her and the vodka, and was suddenly a little stumped. How did you find me?" Luke sat down on the stairs next to her and looked at the window opposite. "I was just passing by, but I noticed someone on the 3rd floor with a professional camera. You must know how dangerous my job is. I thought you were taking pictures of me." At this point, he paused and pursed his lips with a teasing expression. "I didn't think you would take on this sort of traditional work." In the room on the 2nd floor diagonally opposite, the man and woman were already leaning against each other, their expressions and actions very intimate. Jessica opened her mouth. "Whatever you say." Luke shrugged, then handed her a bag from his backpack. "Don't just drink. Have some snacks too. Otherwise, your job is very boring." Jessica stared blankly at the Chinese characters on the packaging. "What's this?" "Squid." Luke said, "If you don't like it, this one's fine too." He took out another bag from his backpack and stuffed it into her hands. Jessica looked at the packaging, which still had Chinese words on it. "What is this?" Luke said, "It's spicy. It's fun to eat them when you're bored. They're like spicy chips." As he spoke, he took out a lollipop and unwrapped it. Just as he was about to stuff it into his mouth, he suddenly turned to look at her. "Or, do you prefer lollipops?" In less than a second, there was a third item in Jessica's hand. After hesitating for a moment, she still chose to open the squid, and stuffed one into her mouth. It tasted neither bad nor good, but after taking another sip of the vodka, it was all right. "Want to talk about this job?" Luke pointed at the camera she had placed on the other side. Jessica paused, but she couldn't help herself. "Actually, it's not really a job." "Huh, Luke was confused. Jessica said, "It's kind of personal." Luke looked at the tall and strong black man and asked, "You have a crush on him? But you shouldn't go so far as to take private photos of them." Jessica shot him a dirty look, but she couldn't help saying, "That's not his girlfriend. She's a married woman." Luke said, "So, it is a job." Jessica sighed, and suddenly wanted to tell him everything that had been bothering her. After hesitating for a long time, she dismissed the thought in the end, and changed the subject. "Why is it that after talking to you last time, I now dream less at night?" Luke knew what she was referring to. It was nothing more than a combination of mental communication and basic hypnosis. He had also borrowed the overflow of power from when his mental strength broke 40 to brainwash her. Although it wouldn't cure the root of her problem, it would blunt her mental issues for a short period of time. Luke had come running over to observe the mental state of this test subject and to evaluate the effects of the previous treatment. Furthermore, he had also learned Kilgrave's elementary pheromone control. But he wasn't Kilgrave. Whether it was money or looks, he had ample resources for attracting girls. He only used this ability when handling cases. At most, he would only use a small amount of his power on other women so that they would develop a favorable impression of him. He was very cautious when using it, and Jessica herself was the victim of this ability. Then, what if he used this ability to treat her psychological trauma? Chapter 1045. The village tyrant is dead. Save the village maiden. Luke was fairly certain that no matter how bad Jessica's mental state was, she wouldn't be any worse off after receiving treatment. At the same time, he could also test out the difference between Kilgrave's original ability and the partial version copied by the system. The reason Jessica was so laid back now wasn't because she had a good temper. This woman had been plagued by mental issues for a long time, and it was easier for her to lose control. Once she lost control, she could easily beat someone up. Without the effect of elementary pheromone control, even if she didn't attack him, there was an 80% chance of her turning around and leaving. How could he talk to her like that? Seeing the look of anticipation in her eyes, Luke chuckled and said, "I know a little psychology, and I know about Molly's case and treatment." Jessica couldn't help but ask, "How is she now?" Luke said, "She underwent very effective treatment before Christmas. She should be able to go home and rest soon." Jessica froze. What effective treatment? She didn't think there was any treatment that would work after being tortured by that sadist, Kilgrave. That kind of nightmare would inevitably follow the victim for the rest of their life. Luke rolled the lollipop around in his mouth. "She's much better now that she's seen Kilgrave's body and vented her feelings." Jessica gasped. What? She hadn't expected such an answer, and pressed, "Kilgrave is dead." Luke nodded. "He's been dead for half a month. His body is in the morgue at the forensics center. He'll be buried in a public cemetery soon." Jessica was incredulous. "How is that possible? How did he die?" Luke said indifferently, "He might have been involved in something. Have you heard about the smiling man who appeared in New York recently?" Jessica was stunned. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before she said uncertainly, "I think I heard about this person before. It seems that he's a vigilante who wears a smiling mask." Luke nodded and said, "That's more or less the case. Kilgrave was probably working with a gang, and the gang happened to be the smiling man's target, so he died along with dozens of other gang members." Jessica gaped. She didn't know how to digest this news. Kilgrave died, just like that. That demon-like, terrifying monster had died just like that. At that moment, Jessica felt like a village girl who was bullied by the village tyrant and could only hide in a corner where the other party couldn't see her. But one day, someone suddenly said that the village tyrant was killed by a passerby. After a long pause, she grabbed Luke's arm and asked, "Where's Kilgrave's body?" Luke said, "NYPD's Forensics Center." Jessica abruptly got to her feet and jumped down from the third floor. She landed with a thump, and was about to break into a run. Luke turned his head and said helplessly, "Hey, you don't want your alcohol or camera." This was a professional camera. In his previous life, this thing had been jokingly called, "Poor for 3 generations, a single snap destroys a lifetime." A professional camera could easily cost thousands of dollars. It was rare for ordinary people to play around with this thing. For a private investigator, this was more like a way to make ends meet. Without this thing, how could they take private photos of couples from a distance? How could they make it easy for their clients to file for divorce? Jessica paused. "Pack it up for me. I'm in a hurry." She was going to run off. Luke said, Hey, are you going to force your way into the forensics center? There are police officers stationed there. Jessica said, I'll think of a way. Luke looked at her like she was an idiot. I can bring people in. What other way are you thinking of? Jessica finally stopped and looked up at him. Luke unhurriedly closed the bottle of vodka, put away the snacks, picked up the camera, and jumped. Jessica subconsciously took 2 steps forward, wanting to reach out and catch him. They had been on the 3rd floor just now. Her body was special, which was why she was able to jump down. It wasn't the same for Luke. Luke grabbed the 3rd floor staircase railing with his free hand as he jumped over it. After his feet found purchase on the 2nd floor railing, he jumped again and did the same thing until he landed on the street. He walked over and handed the camera to a stunned Jessica. Did you drive? He asked. Jessica shook her head. No, she had a very strong physique and moved very quickly through the alleys and streets. She didn't need to drive at all. Luke pointed at a nearby alley. My car is over there. Let's go. Half an hour later, Luke brought Jessica to the forensics center. There were fewer people at the forensics center at night, but there were also many people working overtime. As a line of work that was forever lacking manpower, forensic scientists were busier than ordinary detectives. Just like how the police department always had cases to solve, the forensics center also always had evidence to process. There was basically no hope of processing evidence for ordinary cases since it could very likely take months or even a year for the report to be published. In fact, detectives would avoid the need to process evidence if they could. Otherwise, they would have to wait several months for a report to be released. For major criminal cases, the standard process took a few weeks. Unless you had an in with someone you knew, it would be very difficult to get a report quickly. Fortunately, Luke wasn't here to get the report, but he did know someone. After Dr. Laney made a call, Luke took Jessica to the morgue. The forensic scientist who led the way was also very busy. He only noted Luke's name and department before he left. It was just this casual when you had a connection. If you didn't have one, you wouldn't even be allowed in at all. Naturally, Luke owed Drive Laney a small favor this time. After the forensic scientist left, Luke said to Jessica, let's be clear about some things before we look at the body. Jessica nodded silently. First, you're not allowed to destroy property here, especially the freezer and professional equipment. You can't afford to pay for them, nor will you be able to handle the problems that come with it, Luke said. Jessica was stunned. Luke said, if you break the freezer, the bodies inside might be damaged. Repairing the freezer will cost you thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. Do you have that much money? Jessica. She really didn't have that much money. Or rather, she didn't have much money at all. Second, don't beat Kilgrave's body to a pulp, Luke continued. If you do, the coroner and I won't be able to explain it. You'll have to go to jail, too. Jessica hesitated. She really wasn't sure if she could hold back. Chapter 1046. Treatment, wrapping up, and 3 test subjects looking at her. Luke didn't say anything, but silently made a decision. If she went too far later, he would have to stop her. Okay, I'm going to open the freezer now, he said. Come back here. He walked over to the freezer, found the corresponding number, and pulled it out. He beckoned to Jessica again. When Jessica was 2 meters away, he motioned for her to stay put, then opened the zipper on the bag Kilgrave was in. The zipper opened down to the lower abdomen, revealing the obvious Y-shaped incision. It was a standard feature of an autopsy, enough to prove the guy was dead. But Jessica was stunned. Kilgrave's face appeared every night in her nightmares, leaving her to rely on alcohol to numb herself until she passed out drunk. That nightmare-like experience from long ago resurfaced in her mind again. Countless memories flooded her mind in an increasing wave. In the end, there was only the shocked and confused face of a black woman in her 20s and an order next to her ear. Kill her. The next moment, the woman was sent flying by a punch, and collapsed more than 10 meters away. Jessica pulled back her fist, her face blank. Jessica, let's go, Kilgrave shouted from nearby. However, she didn't obey this order. She only stared blankly at the dead woman on the ground. Luke silently retreated behind her and watched as Jessica was lost in her reverie. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, no. At the same time, she punched the freezer. Bang, bang. Luke's mouth twitched as he looked at the freezer drawer that had been knocked askew. I knew this would happen. Sigh, Molly was still the best. The body didn't move even when she hit it. The person in front of him wasn't just a superhuman, She was a superhuman with massive strength and who liked to fight. However, he didn't plan to stop her. Since he had chosen her as a test subject, any property damage that happened during this period could be considered a research cost. In this day and age, it didn't have to cost an arm and a leg to do research. It was just a small sum of money. Jessica began to cry, getting louder and louder until she was finally bawling. Luke remained calm. Crying was actually a very good way to vent. Although excessive crying was harmful to the body, the person in front of him was someone who gargled with vodka every day. Crying out loud would be beneficial to her body and mind. Jessica cried for several minutes, then suddenly stepped forward to punch the body. Luke quickly took a step forward, and Jessica's body tilted. At the same time, he aimed his charged taser at her. Jessica instantly convulsed and fell. Luke put the taser away and grabbed her. He sighed helplessly. Her punch had been aimed at Kilgrave's head. Given how the door of the metal freezer was now askew from Jessica's punch, Kilgrave's head would definitely have shattered. Money wouldn't be enough to deal with the aftermath, and it would be very troublesome. Luke didn't want to clean up after her. But Jessica's condition right now was perfect. Luke helped place her in a chair, and began to use his various abilities to treat her. Half an hour later, he looked at Jessica, who had fallen asleep in the chair, and murmured, "This should do it. Let's see whether the treatment works in a few days." As he spoke, he took out his phone and gave his uncle in Las Vegas, Gilbert Grayson, a call. After he explained the situation and specially confirmed that no damage had been done to the evidence, old Grayson told him to wait for a call. A few minutes later, Luke's phone rang. The person on the other end said, "Luke Colson." Luke said, "Yes, you are, Mac Taylor, from New York's Forensics Center. Gil called me. I need to confirm your situation there." Mac Taylor got straight to the point. Luke repeated what he had said to old Grayson. After hearing the details, Mac heaved a sigh of relief. "You're a detective, how can you do something like this?" Luke didn't get angry, and just said, "If this can help the victim escape the nightmare, even just a little, this can be considered one last value which the body has. After all, the living are more important than the dead." Mac was silent for a moment, before he said, "Wait there a minute. I'll get someone to check on the situation. If what you said is true, you can leave." Luke said, "Yes, thank you. I'll take responsibility for everything, including bringing someone in to take a look at the body." Mac was stumped. He had thought that old Grayson's nephew wanted him to keep everything under wraps. It seemed that this wasn't the other party's intent. This indeed wasn't Luke's intent. They were only here to look at the body. Kilgrave was HQ's case to begin with. If there was an accident, he would just pay for any property damage. He didn't need Mac to do much. He just didn't want to be questioned here tonight and have to write a bunch of reports later. This was just an accident. No one said anything. Going by standard procedure was more annoying. It wasn't a problem to ask old Grayson for help. He was a top forensic expert in America, and most of the forensic scientists he knew were big names in the circle. After getting Luke's answer, the uneasiness in Mac's heart disappeared. He didn't want to bend the rules for anyone, but he couldn't refuse old Grayson's request. Luke had only looked for him to save himself some trouble, which was something Mac could help with. Not long after, the night supervisor of the forensics center came and briefly checked the situation. After noting down Luke's identity and phone number, he left. Luke carried the sleeping Jessica out and put her in the backseat of his car, before he drove to her office. He took the key from her and opened the door. He couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know if it was because this woman was really lazy or because of her poor mental state that she didn't tidy up the place. The office looked the same as the last time he came. There was a lot of trash and empty bottles, and a blanket on the couch. It seemed that as long as a person was single, they didn't pay attention to the details, including the person he was carrying. Mocking her inwardly, Luke set Jessica down on the couch and covered her with the blanket. Squatting in front of the sofa, he muttered to himself for a moment, before finally whispering softly in her ear. At the same time, he finally activated elementary pheromone control to maximize the hypnotic effect. The entire process only took 30 seconds. Even if today's treatment was done, the entire treatment would have to continue for a period of time. It could be a week or two, or even a month. Luke didn't have that much time, and there was no way he would carelessly use elementary pheromone control to treat a mental illness. Jessica could be considered his main test subject. Stacy, of the trio of supergirls, was test subject No. 2. Lastly, Kilgrave's victim, Molly, could be considered test subject no. 3. For the time being, Luke planned to treat them and gain experience in using his abilities. He wouldn't waste a lot of time this way, and could learn to combine his various abilities together. Chapter 1047. Searching far and wide. This wasn't wasted effort. He had come up with elementary telekinesis and elementary annihilation in this way. Experimenting like this now, he might be able to develop a powerful mental ability, or possibly turn a support technique into an attack strategy. A mental ability might not do much as a physical attack, but it was a top-notch weapon against a person's inner psyche, and was far more powerful than firearms. If Luke had Kilgrave's full ability to control both men and women, he would be able to live a carefree life even without the system. That was the best choice for keeping a low profile and lurking behind the scenes. Of course, the system was better. There was no need to scheme against others, just do your own thing and work hard to increase your experience and credit points. With that in mind, he took one last look at Jessica, who was lying on the couch with a smile on her face and drooling. He shook his head and smiled. I hope you're one of the lucky ones. For Jessica, living like this wasn't any better than going insane. The worst was to experience pain and despair while sober. It was the same with Molly, who was also one of Kilgrave's victims. This was Luke's reason for choosing them as test subjects. They were like terminally ill patients. If they couldn't be cured, they might as well just die. The most painful thing was to carry on like this. Of course, it wasn't a glorious thing to make this kind of decision for others. Luke would compensate them in other ways. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a pen and paper, wrote down a message, and stuck it to the gleaming front door. People still needed to be pushed a little, and alcoholics were no exception. Taking advantage of the darkness, he left the office and drove back home. Bang 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 bang. There was the scattered sound of gunshots a little further away. This was a relatively empty area, with nothing to block the sound of gunfire. Luke sped up and approached the direction which the gunshots had come from. If he ran into criminals killing people, it would be a good source of income. If it was criminals fighting each other, it would be a good source of income x2. He really didn't mind earning a few hundred experience and credit points on the way home. When he arrived outside an old car workshop, there was a strong smell of blood. There was even a trail of it which led here from 100 meters away. From the smell, someone must have bled a lot in a truck as they entered this place. Of course, there was even more blood in the workshop. There were at least 7 or 8 people inside. And the battle was over. The gunshots which Luke had heard earlier had been the tail end of the conflict. He released a mini drone from his inventory to fly into the workshop. Looking at the figure on the screen, he was stunned for a moment, before he heaved a long sigh of relief. I've finally found you, Frank Castle. For a moment, he almost wanted to laugh out loud. This matter had almost become a sore spot for him. Luke wasn't omnipotent, and wouldn't necessarily be able to find whoever he was looking for. However, Robert owed the man a huge favor, so Luke absolutely had to protect Frank Castle. He also knew about Frank's huge tragedy. His wife and children had all died one night, and he almost died himself, before he quietly disappeared. Luke didn't dare tell Robert about this at all. He was afraid that Robert would think of making a comeback. Frank Castle was still alive. If there was a grudge, there would be vengeance. The main culprit was still alive. Naturally, if Frank wanted revenge, he would have to do it himself. Luke was confident that he could handle this matter, so Robert could only enjoy the retired life at home with Catherine. Luke stopped the car and walked into the workshop. He even started humming a song. I think I did it again. I made you believe, we're more than just friends. The middle-aged man who was checking the workshop to see if anyone had slipped through his fingers frowned. He suddenly turned around and raised the shotgun in his hand, aiming at the figure walking through the door. But he didn't shoot. The other party had started humming from about 20 meters away. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. Regardless of whether it was arrogance or something else, it was a sign that the other party had no intention of ambushing him. If it wasn't an ambush, then there was something he wanted. Frank had killed countless people, but he wouldn't kill innocents. The man in the gray hoodie stopped 10 meters away and greeted him. I've been looking for you for a long time, Francis Stronghold. Gray Rabbit sends his greetings. Frank Castle's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained cold. Who are you? Luke chuckled. You can call me Puncher. Frank's face darkened, and he was about to pull the trigger. Are you investigating me? Luke said. You could say that. It seems. You need some help completing your revenge. He scanned the bodies of the criminals around him. Correct me if I'm wrong. Frank, what do you know? Luke said, something happened to your family. Boom. The shotgun suddenly opened fire, but Luke dodged it. He said helplessly, hey, I told you Gray Rabbit asked me to help you. Why are you still fighting? Frank, however, had a ferocious look on his face. You only know about this because you're on their side. Boom, boom, boom. All 3 shotgun bullets missed. They hit the surrounding cars with a clatter. Luke immediately hid behind a truck and scratched his head. Of course, he understood what Frank meant. Those who had nothing to do with the deaths of his family couldn't possibly find him, because it had been almost 2 years. Also, Frank's psychological issues were no less severe than Jessica's. Should Luke really switch careers and become a psychiatrist? As he pondered, he jumped lightly off the side of the truck to circle around to the back. And Frank just happened to come around from the front. Boom. The shot missed again, activating a combination of elementary sound wave, mental communication and basic hypnosis. Luke explained calmly, it was Gray Rabbit who wanted to contact you. I investigated for a long time before I found the police department and hospital records. Besides, Gray Rabbit wouldn't hurt your family, right? Frank's hot head felt as if a cup of water had been poured over it. He instantly became much more clear-headed. The record of his military discharge was confidential, and he and Gray Rabbit were part of the same secret unit. It was unlikely that the gangsters who killed his family had the capability to uncover such confidential information. No, those gangsters didn't know his identity, and they weren't inclined to look into it. Otherwise, they would have suspected him long ago. So, it was his mistake. Frank hesitated. Luke continued to talk as he launched his mental assault. At least let me finish. Gray Rabbit said that using his name would save my life. What's up with shooting me right off the bat? Frank hesitated even more when he heard that. Chapter 1048. Calm down a little. Frank was ruthless toward bad guys, but even though Gray Rabbit was a weak chicken, they had gone through life and death together several times and had never betrayed each other. Who the hell are you? Don't talk about Puncher. Those damn guys call me Punisher. You're saying you're not their accomplice? He finally said in a dark voice. Luke was dumbfounded. What? He never thought that there would be a problem here. But Puncher and Punisher had 2 completely different meanings. All right. Why so sensitive? Roasting Robert's old comrade in his heart, Luke said, this isn't my first rodeo. Daredevil knows me too. His father is a boxer Puncher, but it's not like he mistakes me for his dad. Frank was stumped again. You know Red, Luke said helplessly. He's called Daredevil, you call him Red. Fine, Lawyer Matt did recently get a new outfit from somewhere, and it was indeed dark red. However, Frank had just shot Lawyer Matt Red in the head a few days ago. Matt's concussion was probably better now, but there was now a hole in his helmet. Thinking that, Luke suddenly felt that he wasn't too unlucky. Matt had taken a solid shot. He was lucky he wasn't hurt. Frank hesitated even more. He usually didn't hesitate. He had just killed a bunch of enemies, and had run into someone who might be an enemy. The boiling desire for revenge made him not want to believe the other party's words. However, the other party spoke with confidence. Not only did he mention his old comrade, Gray Rabbit, he even mentioned Red. Red wasn't Frank's friend. There was no reason for the other party to mention him, but he had. He had heard a lot about Red's activities from the gang members. Since this person was Red's friend, he might not be a bad person. Listening to Frank's breathing and heartbeat, Luke knew that he had finally calmed down. He continued, "Can we talk somewhere else now?" But Frank was blunt. "No, these miscreants are dead. Just say whatever you want to say." Luke said, "Your name is Frank Castle, right? Calm down. I hacked into the police database and found some clues, but I need to ask you some questions. So, if you want to listen, stay calm." Frank's breathing turned heavy. "Speak. You and your family were attacked together back then, right?" Luke asked. "Yes," said Frank. Luke said, "This identity of yours was very clean. None of your army records were left behind, right?" "Yes," said Frank. Luke said, "Did you know that someone erased your relationship with your family from the police files and turned it into 2 separate cases?" Frank's emotions were in turmoil. What do you mean? He wasn't stupid, but it was difficult for him to control his emotions when it came to his family. It was also difficult for him to analyze it rationally. Even though he knew that Luke wasn't a bad guy, he couldn't help but want to take action, because Luke might be a gang member. Luke sighed and said, if it's just a case of an innocent family accidentally killed by gunfire, why would it need to be covered up? After a pause, he continued, there are at least dozens of similar cases in New York every year. The only difference is the number of casualties. Your wife and children died, but that was just 3 victims. There was no need for NYPD to tamper with the file for a case like this. Frank seemed to get it. His face was horribly dark. Someone from NYPD is involved. What are they trying to cover up? Luke said, calm down. Do you want more clues? Frank took several quick breaths to contain his impending outburst. I'm listening. Luke said, I checked the hospital records. You and your family were sent to Metropolitan General after the shooting, but there's nothing to show that you're related to each other. Also, someone signed a do not resuscitate order for you after your wife and children were declared dead. What do you think that means? Who did it? Frank roared. Who did it? At this point, it was obvious. Someone wanted to cover up the deaths of his family and even wanted him to die with his wife and children. It was very likely that this person was from the police. This was because only someone from the relevant department could sign such an order. Luke said, whatever you're thinking, go out and wait. I need to clean up this scene. Frank's eyes were bloodshot. He threw away the shotgun in his hand and strode over. Tell me who it is. Luke had no choice but to come out from behind the car to meet him. Frank grabbed him by the collar. Tell me who. Luke withdrew his hand and turned off the electric shock function on his glove. Holding the twitching Frank, he said, don't overthink it, this is just to calm you down a little. I'll help you find out who your enemies are. They can't escape, okay? Despite his rage, these words lingered in Frank's mind. A moment later, Luke put him inside the car outside the workshop, and he watched Luke walk back in alone. A few minutes later, Luke got into the driver's seat and handed him a hood. Have you calmed down? Cover your face if you have. I don't want anyone to know that you're in my car. Frank pulled the hood over his head silently. Luke drove west until he reached the Hudson River. He stopped the car in a quiet corner and said, logically speaking, you should have been able to find the information yourself. Why didn't you check it? Frank was silent. For a long moment, I always thought it was all done by the 3 gangs in the park that day, he said sullenly. Pondering for a moment, Luke nodded. There's no doubt they're the murderers. It's true that you killed them, but there were suspicious points in the police and hospital records. Frank gritted his teeth. There were undercover agents. It should have been a sting operation. There were 85 members from the 3 gangs there that day, and many of them were key figures. If they were all captured, a large number of drug traffickers would have been taken down in one go, which would have been a huge coup. Luke was surprised. It seemed that the electroshock therapy had been a good idea. However, he didn't care how smart the other party was. He was only here to help Robert return the favor. Did you find anything else? Frank said, I interrogated some people who were present back then. They said that a big drug deal was supposed to go down. Someone contacted the 3 gangs about a large amount of goods, at least a ton. Luke was surprised. He didn't know about this. Of course, that was also because his only goal had been to find Frank. Chapter 1049, Suspicion, Who is the Enemy? Luke hadn't investigated who had engaged in that 3-way battle in the park. A lot of the information in the police case file had been tampered with. Not only was there very little information, it also wasn't detailed. Rubbing his chin, Luke said, your enemies are the Mexican cartel, the Irish gang, and the Dogs of Hell. The seller who gathered these 3 parties together in the park is also an enemy. The police. Luke actually wasn't certain on this point. It was definitely a huge mistake on the police's part for implicating Frank's family. But it would be an exaggeration to say that the police were Frank's enemy. The police definitely didn't want to implicate civilians. If that happened, not only wouldn't they get any credit, there would also be a lot of trouble. In a normal situation, the head of the operation wouldn't order their subordinates to act recklessly and disregard the lives of civilians. If they were caught, they might even lose their job. The important thing was that the person who planned this operation had to be someone important, like Dustin or a branch chief that had been given the go-ahead. Even the Major Crimes Division of a regular branch wasn't qualified to oversee such a major operation. As the thoughts flashed through Luke's head, he handed Frank a phone. You can contact me with this. Delete the info after you've memorized it. Destroy the phone too. Frank took the phone and said nothing. Pondering for a few seconds, Luke said, I just wanted to find you, so I didn't look further into what happened back then. Take a break for a couple of days. I'll go and see who in the police department was responsible for the case. This person must know more, which might be useful. Frank said nothing and continued to listen. Luke paid it no mind. If you go out and about, it's best to hide your face. Someone saw your face at the hospital, and it's possible that the police will come looking for you. Frank remained silent. Luke asked, "Where should I drop you off?" Frank, "At the intersection up ahead." Of course, it was a careless comment. Luke had no intention of going to Frank's place, either. The man might not necessarily believe him completely. After Frank got out of the car, Luke drove off and gave a huge sigh of relief. Now that he had found Frank, who wasn't planning on disappearing anytime soon, it wasn't a huge problem. The truth was that if he wasn't helping Robert return a favor, he could stop worrying about Frank now. As long as Frank was alive, he was even more terrifying than Robert when it came to compatibility. It wasn't difficult for a person like this to seek revenge. The only thing Luke could do was keep the matter under wraps and make sure that a pile of corpses wasn't left behind every time. So what if dozens of gang members died? As long as they died quietly and no one saw them, they were just missing. It had no impact on social order, and NYPD had no time to pursue the matter. When his revenge was complete, Frank could go wherever he wanted, and Luke could provide him with cash to live a comfortable life. Of course, Frank might not need it. The firearms and ammo he was using were worth at least $100,000. Frank didn't have a job, and he hadn't used his credit card all this time. It was clear where this money came from. When Luke got home, Selena had washed up and was watching TV in the living room. When she saw that he was back, she took a second look. "You found Frank?" Luke grinned. "I found him. He's fine." Selena also smiled. "Then you can relax." Robert had never asked Luke for help before. It would be very unlucky if something went wrong the first time. After washing up, Luke sat down and told her what happened. Selena picked up the tablet and said, "I investigated it before, but I didn't have enough information to verify anything. Now, it's useful." Luke nodded. "Tell me about it." Selena tapped on the tablet, and it projected the content. Although many details of the case were erased, the detectives who handled the case did mention that they belonged to the Organized Crime Control Bureau. The Narcotics Division, however, doesn't have the authority to undertake such a huge operation, nor do they have the ability to tamper with so much information. Luke nodded slightly. Narcotics wasn't weak, but they weren't qualified or capable enough to plan an operation to capture nearly 100 gangsters. Selena said, "And based on what happened over the past few days, I've found a suspect, Samantha Reyes. When this case happened over a year ago, she was still NYPD's bureau chief, and the OCCB was under her authority. Not long after this case, she was transferred and became the district attorney." Luke raised an eyebrow. "It was her," Selena said. "Given her position, it's impossible for anyone to bypass her authority over the OCCB. So, she must know something." Luke rubbed his chin and said, "This DA is very interested in Grote's case. She personally came to take over just a few hours after getting the news." Selena said, "Then there really are too many coincidences. We can look into her." Luke nodded. "Go get some rest. We'll talk tomorrow." He could get Little Snail to look for information first. Anyway, now that he'd found Frank, things were less urgent. The next day was the 10th of January. Jessica woke up from a sound sleep and stretched. She felt lazy and comfortable. She went to the bathroom in a daze, and was sitting on the toilet when her eyes suddenly opened wide and she exclaimed, "Wait, last night, Kilgrave is dead." She paused for a moment, then scratched her head. What happened? In the past, whenever she thought of that person, her entire body would tense up. Now, however, she realized that she seemed to be too calm. Those memories were faded and hazy, as if they belonged to another person. Although she still felt disgust from the bottom of her heart, it felt like she was watching a TV drama. She sat there in a daze for a long while before she collected her thoughts. Although the memories no longer made her feel extremely uncomfortable, she felt that it was better not to dwell on them. She took a quick shower and walked out refreshed. She sat on the sofa and felt a little hungry. There wasn't any food in the fridge. She casually glanced around and saw 2 bags of snacks and a lollipop on the coffee table in front of her. She picked them up and looked at the Chinese words on the packaging. Images of last night on the fire escape came to mind. It seemed that a certain person had given her the 2 bags of snacks last night. She subconsciously picked up the opened bag of squid, and stuffed one into her mouth. Yep, it still didn't taste good nor bad. She finished the bag of squid in a few bites and threw it aside. She opened the other bag, picked out a chip and stuffed it into her mouth. After a couple of chews, she couldn't help but huff. What the hell is this? Why is it so spicy? Are these vodka chips? Chapter 1050. Robbery. Problematic Reyes. That being said, Jessica couldn't help but pick up another spicy chip and shove it into her mouth. She chewed on it and mumbled, "It tastes alright. But why is it so spicy?" She was so hungry that she quickly finished the bag. After washing her hands and coming out, she decided to go out for a proper lunch and get some sun. The weather in New York was good today, which was rare. Light gold sunlight shone through the window, warming the cold air. A moment later, Jessica put on her coat, the lollipop in her mouth. She fumbled with the change on her as she walked toward the gleaming door. Suddenly, she froze. There was a piece of paper stuck on the door. On the large piece of paper, there was only one simple statement. As per our agreement, one of the freezers in the morgue at the forensics center was damaged last night. The estimated maintenance cost is $5,000. Looking at the glaring $5,000, Jessica gulped and took her hand out of her pocket. There were only a few notes in her hand, 2 $10 bills and 3 $1 bills. You must be joking. How can it be so expensive? This is daylight robbery. A frustrated shout rang out at the door. An angry roar suddenly rang out from upstairs. Going crazy so early in the morning? If you're afraid of being poor, why don't you go out and rob someone? B*TCH, I'll rob you first. Jessica roared above her head. Upstairs? Come then. If you don't come, you're the son of AB*TCH. But Jessica was no longer in the mood to argue with the lunatic upstairs. She stared blankly at the piece of paper for a moment, then tore it off, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it to the side. No, I didn't see anything. She was so poor that she could only eat dirt. How could she have so much money? A hallucination. Everything last night was a hallucination. She consoled herself and left the house. On the other side, Luke and Selena left after breakfast to visit some of the officers who had been involved in the three-way battle in the park, but none of them seemed willing to talk about it. The two of them didn't pay it any mind, but they were already monitoring these people's phone records after interviewing them. When they returned home in the afternoon, Selena pursed her lips and said, "It looks like it's clear. 3 of them contacted their old boss, the current DA, Miss Reyes." Luke smacked his lips and said, "We might run into a minor conflict with the DA." Selena said, "She won't be that bold to come after us, right? We're investigating the attack on the Irish gang, it's not her case alone." Even as she said that, Dustin called. When Luke picked up the call, Dustin got straight to the point. "Luke, what case are you working on that you would actually provoke District Attorney Reyes?" Luke chuckled. "Did she look for you?" Dustin said, "She called me and told me to keep my men under control and not interfere with her arrangements." Luke was amused. "Oh, she thinks she's the boss of NYPD." Dustin also smiled, apparently not taking Miss Reyes seriously. "Well, she used to be bureau chief, and has a lot of connections in HQ. Cut the crap and tell me what's going on." Luke said, "It's about the Irish gang. We suspect that it has something to do with a sting operation she was in charge of over a year ago. Something must have gone wrong during the operation. 3 civilians died and 1 was injured." Dustin pondered for a moment and said, "No wonder. She's preparing to run for the city council." Luke was enlightened. "Is she afraid that we'll dig up her dark history?" Dustin said, "That's very likely. What do you think?" Luke thought for a moment and chuckled. "It's fine. We don't have to investigate this case. Aren't you going to run for the city council too?" Dustin laughed. F***ck off. Why would a poor man like me choose to become a council member? Reyes is just shy of getting it, which is why she's so nervous right now." Luke said, "Everyone has dreams. Who knows when they'll come true? I have faith in you, boss." Dustin couldn't help but laugh, too. He cursed and hung up. Selena glanced at Luke and said, "You're definitely not thinking of anything good." Luke said indifferently, "It's the DA, after all. We shouldn't provoke such a big shot, or we'll be in trouble." Selena was still staring at Luke. Luke said helplessly, "Fine, we'll work in secret." Selena finally looked away. "I knew it." Luke shrugged. "We just got here, and the boss is helping us take on the DA. That's too considerate of him. Just treat it as a private assignment." Hearing this, Selena's interest was piqued. Then, Should we go to her house tonight? Luke thought for a moment. It's not like we can't. Whatever other people said, it was better to hear it from the horse's mouth. However, they couldn't make any mistakes in this operation, and had to be careful. It would be best if Reyes herself didn't know. With that thought in mind, the two returned home. Night fell. After dinner, Luke looked at the information which Little Snail had gathered today, and called Foggy about Reyes. How's the Grote case coming along? Foggy lowered his voice. It doesn't look good. Luke asked, what happened? Foggy hesitated, then said, Reyes wants to use Grote as bait to lure out a man named Edgar Brass, an important leader of the Mexican cartel. Luke frowned. You agreed. Foggy grimaced. We had to. Grote's not a good person himself. If he's jailed now, it'll be for 20 years. Luke wasn't surprised. Grote was a scumbag. Don't get mixed up in it. Just stay away. Foggy was silent for a moment. I'm with Reyes right now. The arrest operation she planned has already started. Luke was stunned. So soon? Foggy said, she's in a hurry. Luke nodded thoughtfully. All right, Reyes is in charge, right? Be safe and don't wander off. Foggy. Got it, thanks. Luke hung up and asked, Little Snail, did you trace the location? Little Snail. Close to the docks 2.3 kms north. Luke said, if Selena asks, tell her I had something on, and went out. Very well, sir, Little Snail replied. 2 minutes later, Luke left through the underground exit. He glided over the roofs and quickly approached the docks. The drone had already taken off and locked onto the location of the police personnel. These people all had walkie-talkies, so it wasn't too difficult to find them. Luke frowned when he saw who they were. It was ESU, Special Operations Division, which was the same as SWAT in Los Angeles. Chapter 1051. So, I'm not the only one who gets this treatment. District Attorney Reyes was quite capable. For this arrest operation, NYPD's strongest force was directly mobilized. But I'm not too late, Luke thought. He had already spotted Frank on the feed from the drone. The man was hiding on a raised platform in the docks. At that moment, a large truck rumbled into the docks. The ESU team members who were lying in wait didn't move. They allowed the truck to smash through the metal gates and rush further into the docks, before it crashed into a pile of containers. Luke smiled bitterly. This was going to be fun. A figure quietly popped up behind Frank. It was wearing a dark red battle suit with 2 sharp horns on its head. Who else could it be but Daredevil lawyer Matt? Matt was indeed stealthy. Frank didn't notice him coming up from behind. He raised his hand and threw several smoke bombs while he raised his rifle. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out and instantly hit a container. The ESU members who were retreating with Grote behind the container immediately stopped and ducked down. Frank turned around with his gun and was about to leave, when a dark red figure pounced on him. He instinctively kicked at it. Matt sidestepped the kick and slammed into him. Frank flew through the air and landed on the top of a container below with a loud crash. Matt leapt after him and pounced. In Luke's earpiece, Reyes was already giving orders on the ESU's internal line. They're all dangerous suspects. Open fire. F***CK. Luke cursed under his breath and leapt into the air. He activated the mini jetpack on the back of his armor and headed for the docks. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, but Frank and Matt continued to wrestle with each other as they dodged the incoming bullets. Matt, just you wait. Even if you don't die later, I'll still give you a concussion. Luke cursed inwardly as he threw out a series of smoke bombs. The ESU members who had just fired were caught off guard by the smoke bombs falling from the sky and were instantly enveloped. The suspects have accomplices. Repeat, they have accomplices. Everyone, be careful, the ESU captain immediately warned through the walkie-talkie. At the same time, he stared at the screen and asked, where is he? Where is he? The technician who was staring at the monitor was sweating. I can't see anyone. There are too many smoke bombs. A cold glint flashed in Reyes's eyes. Charge in and find them. The ESU captain turned his head in shock. What? Reyes said, they're unarmed. What are you afraid of? The ESU captain wasn't pleased. They still have guns. Reyes said, you guys are wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. There are more than 20 of you, and there are at most 3 of them. They don't dare attack, so the ESU can deploy a few men. The ESU captain gritted his teeth and turned around to pick up the walkie-talkie. A team, attack, capture 2 suspects. If there's any resistance, open fire. Although the ESU members were shocked by this order, they carried it out without hesitation. Behind the smoke, Frank and Matt were still fighting wildly. Matt was agile and skilled. Frank was strong and aggressive. The two of them fought hard. When Luke leapt off the container, Matt noticed him first. Luke said, "It's me, Puncher." Matt and Frank both paused. Matt reacted faster. "Help me stop him," Luke said. "Okay." Even as he said that, he stepped forward and suddenly grabbed Matt's hand when he reached him, activating the electric shock function on his glove. Ugh! Matt collapsed and twitched on the ground. Luke picked him up and said to the wide-eyed Frank, "Let's go." Frank looked at the twitching Matt and couldn't help thinking, "So, I'm not the only one who gets this treatment." But then he came back to his senses. "Wait, I need to catch Grote." Luke didn't waste any time. He threw Matt at him. "You take him, I'll get Grote." "Frank, bring him to West 57th Street, the roof opposite the Firebird Bar." Luke said, "Okay." The two of them finished their conversation in a few words and went their separate ways. Luke quickly approached the smoke. He knew better than Frank where Grote was. This fellow was being protected by a team of 8 ESU members in between a pile of containers nearby. Luke quietly jumped onto the container and then jumped down. He landed right in the middle of the team members who were defending the left and right side. Grote was squatting with his hands on his head. A noose at the end of a long rope in Luke's right hand flew at the two team members at the very end on the right. Basic roping, activate. The two team members were wrapped up by the rope before they could react. As the noose fell, Luke lassoed the two team members on either side of them with the end of the rope. The rope tightened, trapping all 4 members. The 4 team members couldn't hold their guns steady as they were swept up with tremendous strength. They staggered backward and cried out in unison. Just as they cried out in alarm, however, a second rope was already flying at 2 team members on the very left, who were also tied together as soon as they turned around. With a flick of Luke's left hand, a noose appeared on the end of the second rope, trapping 1 member on the left side. With a flick of his right hand, the last member was also tied up with the last stretch of rope. In less than 3 seconds, all 8 team members had been captured. They well and truly had their hands tied. Their arms were pressed tightly to their bodies in their bonds, preventing them from even turning their guns. The warning came too late at that moment. Enemy attack, enemy attack. "Ah, what are you doing? What are you doing, Falco? Stop it, you B***starred." In the command vehicle, the ESU captain broke out in a cold sweat. "A team, give B team immediate backup. Don't fire randomly, be careful of the enemy." A team had also heard B team cry out. Although they were nervous, they immediately carried out the order. However, they felt immense pressure in their hearts. It seemed that the 8 members of B team had been completely wiped out. Within a few seconds, there were no more shouts. As they approached, they still had to take care not to accidentally injure their teammates. It was a truly grim situation. However, those were their teammates. They had to provide backup immediately. 20 seconds later, a team finally reached the passageway between containers which B team had been hiding in. Their backs were drenched in sweat. "On my count, move in together. 3, 2, 1, the team leader ordered in a low voice. At the end of the countdown, 8 people rushed in from both sides with guns in their hands. Then, they were dumbfounded. Amidst the smoke, a large group of people appeared in front of them. It was clear from their outfits that it was B team. However, the 8 members of B team had been piled up together. Chapter 1052. Bound and naive. The 8 members of B team struggled as they tried to yell. However, they were muffled by the tape over their mouths. They were pressed tightly together by the rope around them, which made it difficult for them to exert any strength. In the command vehicle, the captain didn't hear anything. He was anxious. "A team, what's the situation? Are there any casualties in B team?" His words woke up the members of a team, and one of them quickly replied, "Negative, Captain, they should be fine." "Captain, what about the assailants? Did they catch them?" The team member looked conflicted. "Negative, it was their teammates who were caught. Instead, they were tied up in a pile and had even been gagged." 5 minutes later, the team captain and Reyes' faces were ashen as they looked at the group of ESU members in between the containers. Reyes unclenched her fists and suppressed the urge to curse. She looked coldly at the ESU captain beside her and said, "If all ESU members are at this level, I really suggest that you guys go back to the police academy." With that, she turned around and left. Behind her, the ESU captain looked extremely embarrassed, but he couldn't say anything to refute her. In front of him, only half of the 8 members of B team were up. The other 4 were still lying down. The rope around them was extremely strange. Cutting it once didn't necessarily allow them to escape. They had to cut it several times. However, the rope wasn't thin, and was a little difficult to cut through. After confirming it was safe, Reyes came over and saw the 4 ESU members lying on the ground like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. She didn't curse on the spot, it wouldn't make a difference. After a few yells, the 8 fully armed police officers had been tied up like dumplings. What was even more unacceptable was that it was a single assailant, who had only taken 10 seconds and a couple of long ropes to restrain them and truss them up. She really wanted to ask, are all the people in ESU dead pigs? No, even a dead pig wouldn't be trussed up so quickly. However, Reyes wasn't as angry as she appeared. Rather, she was more afraid. Not only was that person alive, he might even have a powerful accomplice. What should she do? Reyes was filled with worry. On the other side, Luke was carrying a twitching Groat, who had gotten the electric shock treatment, as he ran through a small alley. Groat couldn't move, but he had regained his senses. He was even more terrified when he saw Luke flying past the obstacles in the alley as if they were on flat ground. Let me go. I beg, Groat only got halfway through his words before he passed out from another electric shock. Luke pursed his lips. How could scum like this dare beg for mercy? If it wasn't because Frank seemed to have a use for Groat, Luke would have shot him in passing at the docks and killed him neatly. 7 or 8 minutes later, Luke arrived at the bar Frank had mentioned and went straight to the rooftop opposite. Frank had driven a car back, arriving 2 minutes earlier than Luke, and was now tying Matt up. He was using chains, however, as he tied Matt to a pipe on the roof. When he saw Luke return with Groat, he simply nodded and began to pack up his equipment. Luke surveyed the large boxes covered by canvas on the roof, all of which contained guns and ammo. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do with so many weapons?" Frank said, "The Firebird bar across the street is an important den for the dogs of hell." Luke said helplessly, "Do you have to cause such a big fuss? Besides, didn't I say that I would help you look into it? Why did you risk going to the docks tonight?" Frank said nothing as he continued fiddling with his rifle. Luke thought for a moment, then walked over to Matt. "He's awake. Don't you have anything to say to him?" Matt shook his head and looked up at him. "Puncher, you're with him." Luke shook his head. "I'm just helping him out for the moment." Matt said angrily, "You actually helped him with the massacre. Those are all living beings." Luke said, "I never met him before this. I just saved the 2 of you tonight to prevent him from being silenced and getting you dragged into it." Matt froze. Silenced. Luke turned to Frank and said, "Samantha Reyes was the mastermind behind that operation, and she was also the one who wiped clean the files. So, it's possible that she wanted to use the ESU to kill you tonight and make that incident disappear completely." Frank paused. "Got it." He then started checking his firearms again. Matt was confused. "What's going on?" Luke was still looking at Frank. "Do you want to tell him, or should I?" Frank remained silent with a cold face. Luke knew that it was tacit permission, so he turned around and told Matt what happened in the park over a year ago. Matt was stunned for a long moment before he spoke. "But you can't just kill indiscriminately like that, right? You can go through legal channels," Frank sneered. "Naive. There won't be an investigation. If an investigation is carried out, Reyes would be held accountable for the operation, and so would her subordinates." Luke shook his head. "Also, more than 80 gangsters in the park opened fire that day before they ran away. There's no way to check whether they were the ones who dragged civilians into it." At that point, he gestured at Frank. "Either he gets rid of those B***stards in one go, or he lets the person who murdered his wife and children get away scot-free." Matt's mouth dropped open, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. This was reality. Although not all of those 80-plus gangsters would have shot at Frank's family, they were all participants. It was the big fight between them that had killed Frank's family. It didn't really matter who the actual murderer was, they were all murderers who had caused this tragedy. However, the law required evidence. Even the 3 gangs themselves wouldn't know who had killed Frank's family, let alone the police. Appealing to the law was the same as giving up. The law wasn't omnipotent, and there was no way to give his wife and children justice. Tell Frank to let it go. Matt knew that wasn't likely. A harmonious and beautiful family was instantly reduced to one person. How could anyone let that go? Even Matt himself had only lost his father. Frank, on the other hand, had lost his wife and children in a horrible way. Frank stood up, walked over to Grote, and kicked him in the thigh. Grote screamed. He was already awake. However, Luke had already tied his hands and feet with rope, so he could only struggle on the ground. Matt couldn't help himself. What are you doing? He just steals cars and peddles some drugs. Frank glanced at him. Really? Chapter 1053. Conflict, choice, interference. Frank walked over, grabbed Grote, and punched him in the face. Here, tell our naive little friend what you did on the night of the 20th of December. Grote shuddered. No. Frank punched him again. Say it, or I'll kill you like this. Grote's face was covered in blood as he pleaded, I really can't remember. Frank smiled grimly. Is that so? Let me remind you then. Lafayette Street, room 207 on the second floor. Grote's expression changed. No, don't. They're the ones who forced me. There was nothing I could do. Frank punched him again. Then there's nothing I can do either. Grote screamed as he was knocked to the ground again. I don't know. I don't know anything. Frank pulled out the pistol from his waist and aimed it at Grote's head. Then what's the point of you being alive? I'll give you one last chance. Tell him what happened in room 207 on the second floor of Lafayette Street on the night of the 20th of December. Grote wept bitterly. Don't. I'll talk. They told me to kill a man. He got involved in something he shouldn't have. Frank glanced at Matt and smirked a little. See, this is the regular guy you're talking about. Matt suffered a huge blow, but still said, he should be punished according to the law, and turn himself in. Frank snickered and turned back around. What else? You're not finished yet. Grote hesitated again. Frank stepped on one finger and crushed it. Say it. Grote screamed. And an old lady. She shouldn't have been there. It should only have been the man. She was screaming. I couldn't help it. I had to shoot. Matt froze. You, Frank. Look, these are scum. They never have any good intentions. Matt said subconsciously, but killing them won't bring the dead back. Frank. Yes, but if they're dead, they won't hurt innocent people again. Look at this city, Red. It's full of rot, all this trash. They have no bottom lines. They can kill innocent people for their own needs. Why are you protecting them? Why are you letting those innocent people continue to be hurt and killed by them? Just for that little bit of ridiculous justice in your heart. Dog sh*t. Frank scolded. You come out to beat up these b***stards until they're seriously injured, but you have to wear a mask and don't even dare show your face. I dare. I know what I want to do, and I know what I'm doing. I don't have to wear this fake mask to deceive myself. I've broken the law. What about you? Wearing a mask only proves that you're a coward and running away. You don't dare face this evil world with your real face. You and we're just protecting the people of this city in our own way. Beside him, Luke scratched his head. It seemed that he was the one with the most masks here, but he wasn't running away from anything. Frank strode over to Matt and shoved the gun into his hand. Matt's hands weren't tied behind his back. Frank had simply bound his body with the chain. Matt could still shoot with a gun. Frank pulled out another pistol and aimed it at Grote. Now, I'll give you a chance. Choose to be your real self, or keep running away. At the end of the countdown, if you don't kill me first, I'll kill him. 3. Matt struggled. No, you don't have to. It's not worth ruining yourself for someone like that. Frank was unmoved. 2. Grote was scared out of his wits. He struggled and begged, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Matt. No, don't make me. Frank. 1. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt that his hand was empty. The gun that was pointing at Grote was gone. He turned around and saw Luke standing next to him with a gun in his hand. He weighed the gun in his hand and said, All right, how old are the two of you? Aren't you tired of playing such games? As he spoke, he tossed the gun back to Frank. That's the end of it for today. I'm sending Red home. Frank's mouth moved, but he didn't say anything. Matt was relieved, too. Fortunately, Puncher wasn't completely on the other man's side. Luke crouched down next to him and started to untie him. Not everyone can let go of the past or vengeance for their family. If you can do it, you're a saint. If you can't, you're just an ordinary person. You can't save him, and he doesn't need your help. Matt. But if he does this, he's not just hurting himself, he'll also cause ordinary people to misunderstand him. Luke said, he doesn't care. He only cares about his family, and they're already gone. Matt was speechless. Luke said, Get some rest. Don't worry about the adults. Matt looked up, puzzled. At that moment, he heard a soft hissing sound. He felt a sting in his neck, and looked at Luke in astonishment. What did you do? Luke raised the syringe in his hand. It's just a tranquilizer. It'll help you sleep well tonight. Matt, you $$. The second half of his sentence turned into muffled sounds as his head dropped and he passed out. Luke untied him and stood up. Let's go. Aren't you going to clean up the trash? I'll go with you. Stumped by Luke's action, Frank said after a moment of silence, aren't you his friend? Luke took out 2 pistols from his backpack and tossed one to him. But you're Gray Rabbit's friend. If you want revenge, I'm happy to help you get it. Frank caught the pistol and looked. It had a silencer on it. I have guns. Luke said, we should act quietly if we can. You're not afraid of NYPD, but you don't want to kill police officers, do you? If you carry on like this, you'll be surrounded by NYPD before you're done cleaning up your enemies. Frank had nothing to say to that. He had almost been besieged by the ESU today, although that was mostly because of Matt's interference. But it was true that Luke had rescued him. Luke handed him another 5 clips. Let's hurry up and finish this in 10 minutes. Frank was stunned. 10 minutes, Luke said, of course. I still have to take Red home. Frank turned to look at Grote. Then this guy, Luke said, let him go. Frank gave him a strange look, which was clearly saying, you're joking. Luke said, Red doesn't want you to kill him, so let him go. Frank had a strange expression on his face, but he nodded. Luke took Grote downstairs and untied him. You can go now. Don't let us see you again, otherwise. Grote's face was filled with joy. I'm going. I'll go as far as I can. As he spoke, he staggered and ran away. Chapter 1054. Interrogation, Harvest. Luck. Frank watched Grote disappear into the darkness and couldn't help but ask, are you really letting him go? He didn't want to let go of such scum, not to mention that Grote had heard a lot of their conversation. It would be easy for him to spill the beans. Luke glanced at him and said, I'm not interested in arguing with Red about who's right or wrong. Just let him go. I'm a man of my word. Frank frowned. Are you serious? Luke shrugged. I don't want Red to become like us, so there was no need to kill Grote earlier. Frank. People like us. What do you mean by that? As for Grote, Frank didn't really care. He would kill him the next time he encountered him. Luke didn't want to talk about such a petty matter. He took out a side mirror from his backpack and then gave Frank a wireless earpiece. After explaining how to use it, he signaled for the operation to begin. Leave the unrelated people to me, Luke said. Got it, Frank said simply. The two of them moved quickly and broke through the main entrance of the Firebird bar. He was in charge of leading the assault, while Luke provided backup. All the targets were marked out on a map project into Luke's lenses, thanks to the mini drone that had infiltrated earlier. The red dots were the enemy, the yellow dots were unrelated individuals, and the green dot was his teammate. It was similar to the X-ray vision cheat which players used in games. Frank had never played with such high-tech equipment before, but he had used equipment with similar, albeit inferior, functions many times, so he could use Luke's equipment with ease. Frank didn't say anything as he rushed through the door, raised his hand, and shot 2 guards who were smoking lazily inside. The map indicated that his shots were fast and accurate. Luke casually followed behind him and collected the 2 bodies. It would be too easy to find these 2 bodies if they were near the door. It was better to put them away first. After entering the door, he locked it with a metal chain. For the time being, no one would be able to escape through this door, making it easier for them to take action. He moved quickly, following Frank into a lounge. He saw several people looking over. Seeing the gun in Frank's hand, their expressions changed drastically. They opened their mouths to shout. But Frank had already raised the gun in his hand. Ta. A few guys who stood up and wanted to hide were the first to fall. Frank took care of them first. Luke had 2 guns in his hands. They moved at high speed, and the sound of something like a nail gun rang out. Ta. The second group of people who wanted to get up were shot in the chest and fell down. The first group had been Frank's handiwork, while Luke took this second group down one by one. Their reflexes couldn't compare with how fast Luke's guns were. Frank didn't hesitate to empty his clip. As he hid in a corner and changed clips, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, this kid seems much stronger than that weak chicken Gray Rabbit. As this thought flashed through his mind, He reloaded the gun in his hand and reached out. Ta 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 ta. The three criminals who had been the slowest to stand up and turn around collapsed. No one in the lounge moved anymore. Luke was holding a silencer in one hand, and in the other was a special tranquilizer gun which he used to take down people who didn't belong to the dogs of hell. Most of them passed out before they could even see Luke and Frank clearly. Luke signaled for Frank to head into the back and clean up the last of the gang members. After Frank disappeared, Luke took out his fake phone for a look. He then walked to the bar counter and found a surveillance camera. He dismantled it, along with the storage drive, and threw it into his inventory. He then started to clean up the place. All the heavily wounded bandits were shot, and their bodies were put away. He removed the tranquilizers from the unrelated individuals, and left them sleeping where they were. Of course, there were only 7 or 8 of them. All the blood at the front door was directly absorbed and broken down by a special cleaning fluid. Then, Luke collected the white powder that was formed from the mixture of the cleaning fluid and blood. Everything happened very quickly. Within 5 minutes, the entire bar returned to normal. Except for the fact that the dogs of hell had lost more than 20 members, it looked like nothing had happened in the bar. Frank was just as quick. With Luke's help and useful equipment, he easily wiped out the gangsters in the back. Luke cleaned up the bodies and the scene before he entered a large room. Inside, Frank had started his old business again, beating up criminals for information. The dull sound of flesh being hit, coupled with his low and cold voice ringing out now and then, filled the large room with an oppressive and violent aura. The leader was barely breathing. He could only say, "I don't know. I already said that the Irish gang found us. They didn't tell us the identity of the seller." Name. Frank punched again. He should at least have a name. "No, the Irish gang said that we would find out when the deal was made," the leader said weakly, but something went wrong before it happened. Someone from the 3 parties made a move. We had no idea who the seller was. Which party was it that made the move first that night in the park? Luke interrupted. The leader replied, "I don't know. We checked after we came back. It wasn't any of our men. However, someone said that it was the Mexican cartel who fired first." Exchanging a look with Frank, Luke raised his hand and gestured for him to go ahead. Frank grabbed the man's head, pressed it against the coffee table, and stomped down. Crack. The man's neck cracked, and the target turned stiff and stopped moving. "Let's go," said Frank. Luke said, "Wait." As he spoke, he walked over to a small fridge and gave it a push. The fridge moved to the side to reveal a safe. Frank frowned. "Don't waste time. We don't have a key or a passcode. Give me 20 seconds. Luke had already taken out a tool and stuck it into the keyhole. He jiggled swiftly a few times, and once it was fixed in place, he started to turn the dial. In less than 10 seconds, the safe door opened with a click. "Frank, Gray Rabbit taught you." Luke was surprised. "He knows how to do this." The corners of Frank's mouth twitched. Yes. In fact, Gray Rabbit wasn't half bad at opening safes, but his luck was pretty bad. The first time he opened a safe, there was only a little money inside, and the other documents it contained had nothing to do with their mission. The second time he tried to steal something in passing, he almost triggered a bomb in the safe. After that, no one dared let him open a safe again. Most of their targets weren't ordinary gangsters. It was normal for them to have bombs in their safes. No one dared let Gray Rabbit demonstrate his skill at opening a safe, for fear that he would send everyone to heaven one day. Because of this, a certain Gray Rabbit was very depressed and said that the heavens weren't giving him a chance to get rich. Chapter 1055, Aren't we meeting again now? However, this puncher whom Gray Rabbit had found clearly had better luck. There were more than 30 wads of cash in the safe, as well as a few gold bars and some jewelry. It was at least several $100,000 all up. Luke tossed them into his backpack. "We'll split it later." Frank didn't even bother to watch him pack up everything. "I'm not interested," he said casually. "You can keep it for yourself." Luke said indifferently, "I'm not short of money, but rules are rules. If we work together, we should split the spoils." As Frank walked out, he said, "Then you could have not opened the safe. It'll save you more trouble." Luke said, "It's also good to make people think that it was a robbery, in case the police or the FBI target us." Frank was silent for a moment. "Are you afraid of them?" Luke followed him out. "I'm not afraid, but they're not my enemy. They maintain law and order in society. Most of them aren't bad people. I don't have to provoke them." "Frank, whatever." As Luke moved past the leader's body, He put it away with a thought as he said, I don't want to learn from you. You took out a grenade launcher just now. What were you going to do? Do you want to set off fireworks in Manhattan? Frank was silent for a moment before he admitted helplessly, I was going to blow up the motorcycles outside and lure the dogs of hell out. Luke. Lunatic. He didn't mind Frank dealing with the gangsters, but if this went on, the case would eventually fall into Dustin's hands. Could Luke catch Frank and throw him in jail? However, Luke didn't want to say anything. After all, Frank wasn't quite right in the head. PTSD wasn't something he could run away from. He had been a soldier for many years and carried out countless secret missions. He was probably suffering from post-war PTSD. Fortunately, Robert had retired early and moved to a peaceful environment. Catherine had also been by his side for many years to straighten him out, which was why he didn't exhibit many abnormalities. However, they could never keep a dog at home, or Robert wouldn't be able to sleep. Frank's situation was much more serious. If he had been able to continue living with his wife and children after returning to society, and undergone the necessary psychiatric treatment, there was at least the possibility that he would be able to live a normal life. But the gang war ruined everything and instantly destroyed the thing he cherished most. This fellow had yet to turn into a madman who willfully slaughtered the innocent, but it could be said that he had a rigid moral bottom line. Frank was originally a leader who was calm in his thinking and decisive in his actions, but he hadn't investigated the original case, and had just gone after the three gangs. That was because he was afraid to see everything that had happened in the past. He was so afraid that he had never returned home. The home filled with memories was now empty. That would drive him mad. Without an external force, he might continue running until he completely collapsed. Or he could come back to his senses, regroup, and get his revenge on all the murderers. Now, Luke, this external force, had finally appeared. They walked out of the bar, and Luke followed Frank to the street where his car was parked. When Frank got into the car, Luke said, don't do anything for the next 2 days. Reyes will definitely want to catch you after tonight. Frank didn't acknowledge the words, but asked, what else? Luke tossed a black plastic bag into the passenger seat. The cash is yours, the rest is mine. Frank looked at the bag but said nothing. Let me know if you have any news. As soon as possible. Luke. Okay. Frank stepped on the gas and sped away. Luke returned to the roof of the apartment building, picked up Lawyer Matt, who was still asleep, and sent him back to his place. Without Lawyer Matt, this nuisance, he turned on his fake phone and looked at the tracking device on Grote. He couldn't help but curl his lip. Yo, you can really run. You're already in New Jersey. As he spoke, his figure turned transparent. The jetpack on his back activated, and he shot into the sky. Driving a car he had just stolen, Grote headed south to the Lincoln Tunnel first before he turned toward New Jersey. He didn't stop. He kept running west. He wanted to get away from New York. He didn't dare stay in New York any longer. That lunatic Punisher would definitely kill him. Even though he had just escaped a disaster, he knew that if the Punisher saw him again, he would still beat him to death without hesitation. After confessing that he had killed the old woman, he no longer had any value to the Punisher. It was Puncher who had stopped the Punisher this time, but from the name, it was clear that they were in cahoots. He might not be so lucky next time. Thinking that, Grote drove past Weehawken and entered the sparsely populated Western District. Suddenly, a streak of fire raced over his head from behind and dropped down. Grote instinctively slammed on the brakes. Boom! The car came to a sudden stop. The hood of the car was mostly caved in, and a person wearing a gray hoodie was standing on it. Grote's face turned pale. Puncher. He could already see the mask which completely covered the face. He was absolutely sure that this was that accomplice of the Punisher. Luke jumped down lightly from the front of the car and walked over to the driver's seat. He punched through the window and grabbed Grote. Horrified, Grote pleaded, wait a minute. You just said you would let me go. Luke tilted his head, as if he was thinking of something. Grote's heart began to burn. What if this person was just like that Red, a good person? He would be able to live. Suddenly, he heard a deep laugh, and his heart turned cold. Luke chuckled and said, I told you not to let me see you again. Aren't we meeting again now? Grote finally understood. F***CKU. You were messing with me. A moment later, Grote and his stolen car disappeared from the road. Luke looked up at the sky. Why, it's already so late. I can still make supper if I hurry back. As soon as he finished speaking, a scooter appeared in front of him. The scooter puttered home. The night sky was as dark as ink, but there was one less scum, and the world was a slightly better place for it. The next day, Luke and Selena went to the lab in Nassau County. Luke hadn't been in the lab long enough to officially start work when Jenny called. "You in the lab?" Luke smiled. "Oh, are you spying on me?" Jenny snorted. "I saw your car drive past the office window. Must I pretend that I don't recognize your car?" Luke pursed his lips. Jenny's office was on the 18th floor, and she could tell that the car on the road was his. However, he still said, "I'm sorry, my mistake." "Did you need something?" Jenny sighed helplessly. "Although you've already gone through the company's important documents, don't you care about the fact that the stock acquisition plan is complete?" Chapter 1056. Looking at the scenery with the female CEO, Luke hurriedly replied, "I know. We bought 1.57% of shares in Stark Industries. With a little more effort, you'll be able to join the board of directors." Jenny said, "Yes, I'm already working on that, but don't you know the other piece of news?" Luke asked, "What news?" Jenny said, "Tony Stark is already done with an internal cleanup of the company. He now holds more than 65% of the shares. From now on, no one can shake his control over Stark Industries." Luke said, "Well, that doesn't seem to have anything to do with us." Jenny said, "But Miss Pepper has already privately disclosed that the company will be undergoing a major transformation and will enter the field of science and technology." Stunned, Luke thought for a moment and asked, "Do we still have money?" "If we do, we can buy some more shares." Jenny's heart skipped a beat. "Don't say it over the phone. Come to the office right away." She hung up. Luke scratched his head. The female CEO sure knew how to act first and report later. But he hadn't seen Jenny in days, either. He had only contacted her via email and phone. Indeed, he should meet her in person. Jenny probably remembered how Luke had said that he knew someone at the top in Stark Industries. The last time he said this, the two of them had made more than $5 billion from the financial market. They might be able to rake in another sum this time. Thus, this wasn't something that should be discussed over the phone. After all, it was too easy for someone to listen in. Of course, their line was encrypted, so it was unlikely that someone could eavesdrop on them without their knowing. But Jenny just wanted to see him before they talked. Luke drove another car out of the garage and went to the phone company's parking lot before taking the elevator to the 18th floor. He and Jenny were the only ones who could use this elevator. It led not to Jenny's office, but to her lounge on the 18th floor. It might be termed a lounge, but was actually a luxury apartment. It was where Jenny lived in Nassau County. Jenny didn't show up immediately. Luke casually changed his shoes and wandered around the living room. He had never been here before. At most, he had only seen some of it in videos. He then noticed that there was a telescope next to the French windows which faced the road. As long as it was tilted down slightly, it would be facing the road below. Even the car plates could be clearly seen. Luke chuckled. All right, this indeed wasn't spying. At most, it was looking at the scenery. After wandering around for 10 minutes, Luke poured himself a cup of coffee and stood in front of the window. The building that Jenny had chosen for the cell phone company wasn't crammed with other tall buildings, but was close to Queens. Apart from this tall building, the other buildings were at least a few kilometers away, so there was an extremely broad view. Nassau County wasn't as crowded as New York. The expanse was covered in greenery, with only a few roads and scattered residential buildings. The good weather from yesterday continued today. The morning sun shone down, making the large stretch of dewy green plants even more vibrant. Most of the time, even when Luke was sitting at home, he would be searching files for leads or he would be thinking about the items he would work on in his free time. Now that he was at Jenny's place, and the female CEO could come out of the bathroom at any moment, he decided to give his brain a break. For a rare moment, his mind wandered. After a while, a fragrant scent drifted over. The perfume wasn't strong, but subtle. A pair of arms reached out from behind him, and Jenny hugged his waist and whispered, "What are you thinking about?" Luke turned around and smiled. "Nothing. I was just daydreaming." Jenny was stunned by the smile in the sunlight. A moment later, she mumbled, "Why do I feel that you've become more handsome?" "It doesn't make sense." Luke smiled. It was impossible not to be handsome. 40 mental strength also boosted his temperament. However, this was only apparent after a certain period of observation. But Jenny was very familiar with him, which was why she was very sensitive to any change. Secondly, Although he wouldn't misuse elementary pheromone control, he could release it slightly to put Jenny in a good mood. It was always good to get along well, and not with a belly full of resentment. To do this, he only needed a very minute amount of pheromones, which was no more than what an ordinary man released on a daily basis. However, an ordinary man's pheromones wouldn't necessarily make the opposite sex like him. This was similar to a key matching the right lock. Luke's pheromones had already evolved into a master key. Unless it was an unusual situation, most women would have a good impression of him. With the two new skills, it was normal for Jenny, who hadn't seen him in a while, to feel that he had become more handsome. He took Jenny to the window and sat her down. Her body temperature could be felt through the thin floral dress. Coupled with the scent from the shower, it felt like a warm embrace. Feeling at peace, Luke poured coffee for the both of them, and they chatted as they drank. The two of them talked about how to make a quick buck again from the fluctuations in Stark Industries' stock price, but they were very relaxed. Neither of them really cared about how much money they could earn this time. Titanium Phone Company was developing rapidly, and the company's worth was skyrocketing. Some of the profits earned from the plunge in Stark Industries' stock price last year had gone into the expansion of the phone company. The research departments of other mobile phone companies, which required substantial long-term investments, were still only dabbling around. Luke's plan could be used for the next 8 to 10 years, and Jenny didn't need to invest a lot in it. The real investment was in buying patents and marketing, but the titanium phones were already generating huge profits, and not a lot of investment was required in this area. Their cell phone company, which wasn't big in practical terms, had an abundance of funds. As long as it had money, the company wouldn't be under too much pressure. Luke decided to rest for half a day, so the atmosphere didn't change. The two of them sat by the window and basked in the winter sun, drinking coffee and chatting for a long time. Luke returned to the lab just before it got dark. Selena curled her lip when she saw Luke return in a new set of clothes. She was too lazy to jeer, so she said, "Didn't you say you're coming up with some face-changing program?" John Wick just left the Continental Hotel with a big bag of weapons. If you don't hurry, he might run away after killing the Tarasov family. Luke was intrigued. He found his target. Selena shrugged. Seems like it. As long as he can pay, someone in the hotel will sell him the information. Luke shook his head and sighed. You can't be too arrogant. Yosef is the only son of the head of the Tarasov family. He has everything he wants, but he just had to steal a super killer's car and kill his dog. Isn't he the stereotypical idiot villain? A real villain would have taken out John Wick on the spot. Alright, maybe things weren't that simple. Chapter 1057. Single Face Thousand Faces System. Yosef, this heir to a crime family, had taken a fancy to John Wick's '69 Mustang at a gas station. He wanted to buy it, but John wasn't selling. The next day, Yosef broke into John Wick's place when he wasn't home. He stole the car and killed the puppy that had been barking. Yosef didn't know who he had provoked. This idiot had even planned to beat up John Wick in passing. John Wick had been fully retired for 4 years, and had always led a peaceful life since. Who would have thought that all of a sudden, an idiot would break into his house one day, steal his car, and kill his dog? Looking at the surveillance footage, John could see who had stolen his car and killed his dog. This car was one of his few possessions. That dog was his last gift from his dead wife. John Wick didn't hesitate. He wanted to kill this guy. John decisively refused to negotiate with the head of the Tarasov family, leading to an irreconcilable conflict. Yosef was the son of the head of the Tarasov family. As a father, the latter couldn't watch his son die. A bloody battle had just begun. This was all information which Luke and Selena had been collecting from various sources over the past few days. John Wick and Tarasov had caused such a huge ruckus that the reason for it had already spread, and wasn't difficult to find out. Many gangs were waiting to watch a good show, and most of them were hoping that the Tarasov family would suffer. New York was huge but also very small at the same time. It was much more beneficial for someone in the same trade to die rather than a hitman. Wait a little longer. Whether John Wick died or he turned the Tarasov family upside down, it was the perfect opportunity. However, it was best if there was a buffer period for Luke's face-changing program. Thinking that, Luke said, I'm almost done with the preparations. I'm just waiting for a suitable opportunity. There's no hurry. By the way, where's Reyes? Selena said, her phone shows that she's still in the DA's office. Luke thought for a moment before he said, then, take Gold Nugget with you and go to John Wick's location. If he dies, get his body out of there. If he's still alive, just watch. Selena nodded. What about you? Luke said, I'll see if I can talk to District Attorney Reyes alone. I need to at least figure out what role she played in the battle at the park. If the main instigator behind the deaths of Frank's family was District Attorney Reyes, then she was a dead woman. Frank would never let her go. Frank had been crazy and ruthless during this revenge operation, but he did have a bottom line. He had killed many times without harming any police officer. Even at the docks, he had only used smoke grenades, and only opened fire as a deterrent. If he really wanted to kill someone, all he had to do was replace the smoke grenades with explosives, which would take out at least half of the ESU team. It could be said that Reyes was still alive thanks to her identity as the district attorney. As for those gang members who broke the law, they were even lower than ants to Frank, and he killed them all. Not long after, 2 people and 1 dog put on their combat uniforms and slipped out of the house. Luke wasn't wearing the V outfit that had been trending recently, and Selena wasn't wearing her second-generation beast armor. They were all wearing new, unremarkable-looking combat uniforms. The main functions were to turn invisible and conceal body temperature, sound, and smell. They were most suitable for reconnaissance and hiding. Gold Nugget had never revealed its dog face to anyone. It would continue to hide as it continued to wear the upgraded Hellhound camouflage. It was the easiest thing to handle. Sometimes, dogs were easier to deal with than humans. At 9 in the evening, Luke made a stealthy return. Selena and Gold Nugget were 20 minutes behind him. Luke asked, "Did you watch the show?" As Selena removed her uniform, she asked, "Any news from NYPD?" Unless it was a special situation, the two of them didn't keep their communication line open when they operated separately, to avoid being discovered. Selena had watched the show, and hadn't broadcasted it live. Luke didn't turn his head as he continued to fiddle with the item in his hand. There was an explosion in a warehouse on the outskirts of Brooklyn. You were there. It definitely wasn't a small incident. Selena put her uniform into the locker and started cleaning. The handsome fellow in a suit charged into the warehouse and killed more than 20 of Yosef's bodyguards. Yosef didn't even get to finish his sentence before he was shot in the head. That man's too blunt. Luke finally turned around and asked with great interest, what did Yosef want to say at the end? Selena grabbed the t-shirt which Gold Nugget had brought over and put it on. He was probably going to say, "It's just a dog." Unfortunately, he couldn't even finish the word, dog. "I see you have a deep impression of John Wick." Luke chuckled, and turned to her. He looked at the thing in his hand for a moment, then stuck it on his face. After a few seconds, he turned around. "Look, what's different?" Looking at his face, Selena paused for a moment, then scowled. "Turn around. Don't use that face to look at me when I'm changing." "Fine, my bad." Luke shrugged and turned back around. After a few seconds, Selena said, "All right, turn around." Luke did as he was told. Selena stared at his face and stepped forward to examine him. "Well, at first glance, you don't look any different from John Wick." Gold Nugget joined in curiously and immediately began to whine. Selena said, "It said that your smell hasn't changed." Luke said, "I'll wear a close-fitting combat suit to block my scent and release another one." Selena circled him a few times before she finally nodded. "There's not much difference. At most, there are some abrasions on his face. I'll improve on the loopholes bit by bit. For the time being, as long as I don't get hit in the face, I won't be exposed." Luke stroked his beard, satisfied that he finally had a beard to rub. Selena pursed her lips. "All right, you can have little snail. No, the AI program here is Sponge. Let it do the analysis for you to ensure that it looks exactly the same. Hurry up and change your face back. Seeing you with a beard is just wrong. It's not like I wanted a pretty boy face." Feeling helpless, Luke touched his neck and ordered, "Deactivate the 1,000 Faces system." John Wick's face rippled a few times before it turned into a translucent mask which Luke took off. Selena found it strange. "Can't you turn it directly into your own face, so you don't have to take it off?" Luke said helplessly, "Right now it can only be considered a single face, it can only turn into one face." Selena was stunned. "Then why did you call it 1,000 Faces?" Luke said, "Everyone should have dreams, who knows, they might come true someday." Chapter 1058. I want your face. This so-called 1,000 Faces mask was made from nanotechnology, which came from Stark. After creating the suitcase version of Mark V's battle armor, the tycoon already had some ideas for a nanosuit. However, his nanotechnology was still a little too crude, far from the requirements to make a nanosuit. Hence, the tycoon hadn't delved deeper into this idea. However, Luke wasn't wearing a uniform with complicated functions. He just wanted to change his face. If the technology for the nanosuit was the product of a PhD academic, then the nanomask was at most a handicraft by a primary school student. That was why Luke was able to put this experimental product together so quickly. This nanomask could simulate a high-quality face. It wasn't adverse to water or friction, and wouldn't come off. The only weakness was that it was a little sensitive to electricity. It could only store one fixed model of a face, which meant that the mask could only produce a fixed face. When the technology improved in the future, it could store more models and complete multiple switching operations. As for the 1,000 faces that Luke was looking forward to, there would no longer be a limit to the number of face models. It would even be able to scan faces on the spot and change into them instantly. This was all for the future. For now, a single mask was already very useful, and might be used for a long time. Because Luke had an inventory, it was a small matter to prepare a few masks in advance. It was safer and more convenient than using makeup to change his appearance. In addition, the complete 1,000 faces system would actually include armor, and the size could also be modified. However, due to limitations in the technology, Luke only had the face, and couldn't even put together a trial version of the armor. For now, he had to rely on his previous methods to change his size. Thus, there weren't a lot of faces he could use. He could only go deeper and gradually perfect the system in the future. By then, there would be many ways to play the game. For example, if Selina transformed into him, he could disappear for a day or two. They only went to the police station once every 2 or 3 days, and Selina didn't have to show up with him. Selina could then use his face one day and her own the day after to create the illusion that they were both in New York. After they arrived in New York, they had started doing more things on their own compared with in Los Angeles. For example, Luke went to familiarize himself with the terrain while Selina went shopping. Going out alone wouldn't arouse suspicion easily. The job of a detective was still the most suitable for both of them. Not only were they able to officially look for all kinds of information without arousing suspicion, they also didn't have to go to work and get off work at a fixed time. Their time was flexible, and they could arrange it however they liked. In the future, Luke could use a fake identity to earn experience and credit points in other places while he appeared to be in New York on the surface. No matter how amazing data analysis was, it would be impossible to connect him to major events and arouse suspicion. As he was thinking this, Luke asked Selina casually, "By the way, is there anyone's face that you want for your mask? Even a celebrity's face is possible." Selina rolled her eyes. "I want your face," Luke said with a smile. "That's already included. What else would you like?" Selina hesitated. She really hadn't considered it. Looking at her, Luke could only guide her patiently. "First of all, it has to be beautiful, right?" Selina raised an eyebrow. "Who wants an ugly one? Why is your first mask of John Wick and not Foggy? Don't tell me you've never thought about it." Oblivious to the woman's silent criticism, Luke asked, "Secondly, what type? It would be better if it isn't Latin American. How about African American?" Selina frowned. "African American," Luke said, "it's not like I'll prepare just one for you. I have my own African American alias and a lot of others." That alias was called White Wolf, and the public even called him the Angel of Judgment. How handsome was that, for an African American to be able to become an angel? He murmured inwardly. Selina agreed. "All right, just design one for me. I don't have any other requests." Luke was amused when he heard this, and he worked on the computer for a bit. "How about this?" Selina looked at the real-life-sized 3D projection in front of her. After examining it for a moment, she nodded and said, "This is fine, but this hair, can it be longer?" Luke said, "This is a tool, of course, it has to be practical. You'll probably be fighting with this face in the future, so long hair isn't necessary." Selina was convinced again. Fine, she was just a tool. Short hair was fine, and she herself had long hair. It was also good to change her style occasionally. It was an oval-shaped face, with a high nose bridge, long and narrow eyes, thin lips and a small mouth. It had an exquisite charm and would be considered pretty by anyone. The skin was a dark wheat color, and the short white hair was in the style of a crew cut. It was simple and refreshing apart from the fact that it was a military-style cut, it indeed wouldn't be easy to grab hold of this hair. After sizing up the face for a moment, Selena was satisfied. At least, she wasn't opposed to changing into this appearance. Now that she had experienced it for herself, she also cleared her thoughts. Then, I want a white woman with golden hair and beautiful features. Pick one for me. Luke laughed involuntarily and switched to another model. Selena observed it for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. I want this too. The reason she chose these two styles was very simple. Firstly, they were indeed very beautiful. Secondly, their faces weren't any that she recognized, including that of celebrities. Naturally, Luke wouldn't tell her that this was a famous actress in his previous life. The first face was that of Halle Berry, and the second was of Nicole Kidman, both of whom were recognized as top beauties. These two celebrities didn't exist in this world, nor did they exist in real life, at least not among American celebrities. Since Selena had chosen these two aliases, he would arrange for them to appear in America legally. It had taken Luke a little more time to handle something like this previously. Now, it was almost like an assembly line for him. After a series of online payments, two fake identities would appear in the United States within a month. Of course, these identities couldn't be investigated in too much detail. But if someone really looked into them, they could be abandoned right away. Whether it was the nanomasker creating a new identity, it was just a matter of spending a little money, and wasn't worth agonizing over. Suddenly, the laboratory's AI program, Sponge, sent a notification. Sir, there's an emergency. A virtual screen instantly appeared not far away from them. It appears that Frank Castle was ambushed in Brooklyn, and has been captured by the enemy. Luke was stunned. What? Chapter 1059, You Dare Kill a Hellhound? Given Frank's skills, it wasn't easy for ordinary people to catch him. Let's go, he said. You and Gold Nugget will be backup. A moment later, two people and one dog set off again. Selena checked the surveillance feed sent by Sponge in the car and confirmed the situation. It should be Frank. Two of the people who attacked him have police records. They're Irish. Luke had nothing to say to that. Anyone who haunted the night for so long would eventually run into a ghost themselves. Frank had killed so many Irish gangsters, and he didn't wear a hood. It wasn't strange that the other party would come for him. Selena continued, Frank was ambushed in a park, right, the park where his wife and children were killed. He was surrounded by dozens of people and couldn't run away. Luke guessed that maybe Frank had wanted to check out the place. The truth was about to come to light. Luke had torn open the scars, but had used basic hypnosis and mental communication to suppress most of Frank's violent emotions. After more than a year, this tough guy finally returned to that tragic place. But how was the Irish gang able to block him? It was a small park, and not many gangsters hung around in the park, so how had they found Frank there? Even as Luke mulled over it, he didn't slow down at all, and very quickly reached the park. When two people and one dog got out of the car in a secluded spot, the optical camouflage had already been activated as they hurried toward the park. Several police cars had already arrived. However, there was no news of Frank from these patrol officers. They had been late. They heard a police report that there were gunshots in the park. When they rushed over, there were only a few pools of blood. They didn't see any bodies or anyone else. Luke did one round, and soon picked up the scent of Frank's blood. Compared with other smells, the trail left behind by the scent of blood was like extremely bright street lamps in the dark. A few minutes later, they found the location, an old warehouse. The optical camouflage was basically completely invisible at night. Luke, Selena, and Gold Nugget snuck into the center of the warehouse without alerting the guards. They heard the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh. A man sneered, Punisher, you killed my brother and stole my money. Tell me, where's the money? No answer. That's right, you're a tough guy. Looks like beating you up won't help. You there, bring that dog over here, the man ordered. There were a few barks and the sound of paws scratching the ground. Talk, the man said, I won't beat you up again. I'll break this dog's bones one by one and let it die slowly in front of you. Selena murmured in her earpiece, he actually dares kill a dog. Luke was speechless. A few days ago, the Tarasov family had killed just one dog, and more than 50 people died. Now, the Irish gang wanted to kill Frank's dog. It was like this guy wanted the entire Irish gang to go extinct. Gold Nugget whined. Selena said helplessly, all right, Gold Nugget, no one will kill you. If anyone dares, I'll kill them first. Pleased, Gold Nugget settled down. Alright, these guys weren't just pissing off Frank now, they were pissing off the alien Doghead and alien Doghead's protector, Luke mused. He said casually, start at the front entrance and clean up the guards. Make sure not to miss anyone. Selena nodded and left quietly. Below, the man who was obviously the leader was already very impatient. He nodded at the man beside the dog. One of the criminals raised the stick in his hand, but didn't swing it down yet. He wanted to use it to pressure Frank. Frank's face was covered in blood as his bound body struggled. Wait, I'll talk. Stop. The leader raised his hand and smiled in satisfaction. Where's my money, Frank? West 45th Street, in the parking lot behind a small Chinese supermarket. The leader nodded in satisfaction. You better not be lying, or your dog's dead. Frank glared at him but said nothing. He slowly twisted his bound hands. He was already prepared to dislocate his thumbs so that he could slip out of his bonds. If it wasn't for the two criminals behind him, it would have been a lot easier to break free. Even so, he only needed a suitable opportunity, and had a 50% chance of killing the 5 people here, including the leader, the moment he escaped. This wasn't an empty park, and he was focused. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The expressions of the two criminals behind him changed dramatically. Under their gazes, the leader had yet to come to his senses, when he was slowly lifted off the ground. Behind him, a tall shadow grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Ta, ta, the two criminals behind Frank were shot in the head and fell backward. In their shock, they didn't even have time to pull out their guns. Ta, ta, the two criminals who were holding the dog on the side had just started to turn their heads, when blood spurted out of their foreheads, and they followed in the footsteps of the first two criminals. Luke appeared behind the leader. Is it okay to leave this guy to you? Frank grinned. No problem. Luke didn't waste any time. He dislocated the leader's arms with 2 punches and crippled his legs with 2 kicks. The leader's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. Luke tore off the leader's shirt and stuffed it into his mouth. He threw the leader to the ground and untied Frank. The dog, who had been held down earlier and had struggled non-stop, ran over to Frank and started whining as it shook its head and wagged its tail. Luke glanced at him. What's its name? Hellhound, said Frank. Luke. Selena. Gold Nugget. All right, it seemed Luke had avenged some distant relative of a certain Doghead's. Frank's dog was a mongrel with a square head and a fierce face. It could only be said, like owner, like dog. They both had square heads. HMPH. It was just a crying monster. It wasn't like a hellhound at all. A certain alien dog looked at Luke and was furious. A disgruntled dog head that had been deceived jumped out of the shadows and kicked the back of a criminal's head. The criminal was completely unprepared for the surprise attack. His eyes turned black and he was knocked unconscious. Blood oozed out of his mouth and nose as a certain dog head took out its anger on him. After Frank was untied, he picked up the leader squirming on the ground and chucked him into a chair. Luke simply said, "It's best if you get some useful information out of him. I'll clean up the people outside." Frank cracked his neck, and a sinister smile appeared on his bloodstained face. No problem, I have professional interrogation methods. Chapter 1060. Cleaning up, and, blacksmith, behind the scenes still worried, Luke said, "Don't be too loud." Frank wasn't a gentleman. The guards outside hadn't been cleared up yet, and the ghost butcher wasn't in the habit of letting his opponent get off a shot. Frank flexed his wrists. Don't worry, I'll leave him one last breath and then ask him questions. How meticulous. Fine, then Luke should be the same. Satisfied, he took out plastic bags and wrapped them around the 4 criminals' heads so that he wouldn't leave bloodstains behind, before he dragged them by their legs out of the warehouse. Frank's cold voice echoed in the warehouse behind him. You said you wanted to burn my eyeballs. Don't worry, I won't be so direct. Look at your hands. They're stained with my blood. Come, let me wash them for you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of a butane torch rang out. The boss of the Irish gang let out a series of screams, which were muffled by the shirt in his mouth. Luke contacted Selena. She and Gold Nugget had knocked out the guards in front of the warehouse. Luke told her and Gold Nugget to pack up and go home while he pushed back and killed the guards on the perimeter. He didn't want to force Selena to kill someone. Killing someone on a private assignment could easily trigger psychological problems. Gold Nugget didn't have any psychological issues, but Luke didn't want it to develop a habit of guileless killing. Unless it was a special situation, it wasn't allowed to kill. It was still better for him to wrap things up himself. It had been about 20 minutes since everything was packed up. Luke walked back into the warehouse and saw Frank interrogating the boss. The shirt was gone from the boss's mouth, but his voice was hoarse, and he had no strength to shout. Luke returned without interrupting Frank and allowed him to continue. Not only did this idiot boss attack Frank, he even threatened to kill his dog. There were some dogs you couldn't touch. John Wick was in the front, and Frank Castle wasn't far behind. After this, there wouldn't be many survivors of the Irish gang left. At the very beginning, Frank had killed 7 or 8 of them. Then, 15 had been taken down in one go a few days ago. Today, 27 more had died in this warehouse. More than 50 people had died, including the 2 bosses. Luke had crippled the former boss's hands and turned him into Swiss cheese. The current boss was the one in front of him. He was also the brother of the former boss. When his younger brother died, he took advantage of the situation to take over. In the end, he had only sat in this position as leader for a few days before he was sent off to accompany his younger brother. It could be said he was an expert at courting death. After another 10 minutes or so, Frank ended the interrogation and raised his gun. Pa, the boss of the Irish gang had a hole in his head. Only then did Frank breathe heavily and lean against the table. He was badly injured from the interrogation just now. These Irish gang members hadn't planned to let him live. He had broken 4 or 5 ribs, and a concussion was inevitable. Now that he had killed the other party, the savagery in his chest had eased a little. He felt intense pain all over his body and his vision turned black. Luke helped him lie down on the table. I'll treat your wounds and get you out of here. You should rest first. Frank grunted and slowly released his tightly clenched fists as he fell into a semi-conscious state. Luke shook his head and administered a tranquilizer to his neck. Then, he took out his medical kit and treated Frank's wounds before setting his ribs. If it wasn't for his injuries, Frank would have given the leader a good beating. It wasn't his style to use a butane torch. After dealing with Frank's injuries, Luke cleaned up the center of the warehouse and took Frank to an old car which belonged to the Irish gang. He then sent Frank to the nearest safe house. It was late by the time he returned to the lab. Selena was watching a video. It was a recording of Frank interrogating the new boss of the Irish gang. There was no need to waste time asking about it. After washing up, Luke came out refreshed, and asked, how did they find Frank? He was rather puzzled about this. After all, he had looked for Frank for almost a month before he found any trace of him. Frank was good at hiding his tracks. He shouldn't have been found so easily. Selena ate a mouthful of yogurt and said, in the end, I interrogated 2 criminals. They said that the previous boss was going to make a big deal in the next few days, and had $3 million on him. After Frank killed them, he took the money. The new boss wanted to get the money back and continue with the deal, so he told the other party that he was going to look for Frank. In the end, they really found him. Luke was lost for words. No wonder Frank didn't care about more than $200,000, however, it still wasn't the safest when it wasn't his own money, since he couldn't guarantee the original owner wouldn't come knocking. Thinking this, he was still a little uncertain. Would Frank be taken off guard? Selena sighed. Those 2 guys said they surrounded Frank. Dozens of guns were pointed at him, but he didn't even notice. He was probably distracted. She didn't say why Frank would be distracted, she and Luke both knew. It hurt to reminisce about the past. In the face of the tragic deaths of his wife and children, this man with steel-like willpower couldn't remain vigilant. After a brief silence, Selena changed the subject. However, the Irish gang boss knew who the supplier is. Who? Luke was very interested in this person. It was this seller who had initiated this deal, taking away all of Frank's hopes and destroying his life. Selena said, it's just a nickname, he's called Blacksmith. He hasn't been seen since the battle in the park. A few days ago, he suddenly contacted the Irish gang to make a deal. Only a few executives of the Irish gang knew about it. Luke was lost in thought. What a coincidence. He appeared just when Frank did. Selena nodded. I think it's too much of a coincidence. But what does Frank have to do with a drug lord like this? He's not from the DIA. Luke shook his head. Robert mentioned that they used to carry out missions in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. It's the Golden Crescent. Selena asked, then how are we going to find Blacksmith? The time and location of the transaction hasn't been confirmed. This blacksmith is very cautious, and he has the initiative in this transaction. Luke chuckled. No hurry. I'll ask Frank when he wakes up. Selena asked, if Frank knew who this person was, why was he focused on killing the 3 gangs? Could it be? Luke had a guess, but didn't dwell too much on it. Once the truth came out, he could verify his guess then. After that exchange, one went to train and one went to work. Chapter 1061. The new real estate project. Luke handed the files to Sponge, and continued to perfect the Thousand Faces mask. It probably wouldn't be long before Frank's matter was resolved. For now, the most important thing for him was still the face-changing program. Once he was done with this, he would be able to sneak into the belly of the underworld without anyone noticing. He would be able to find out from the inside how many human-shaped monsters with experience points were hiding in the shadows. However, searching for and helping Frank out hadn't been for nothing. He had obtained more than 4,000 experience points from the past few days. Currently, his experience was 57,500 300,000ths, and his credit points were 85,200. Besides, there was still the final boss, the drug lord blacksmith, waiting to be harvested. Even if he handed this person over to Frank to deal with personally, Blacksmith still had a large stash of illegal drugs, so the experience and credit points from destroying them should be no less than for killing this person. This guy had always sold drugs by the ton. He definitely wasn't like those small gangs who only had a few kilograms in stock. How could a big boss be that shabby? If he were to dump a few tons of goods into the sewers, no, that wouldn't work. Luke immediately dismissed the idea. If they did that, they would be producing a large number of rat addicts in the sewers. It would be best to throw the goods into the ocean further away. At the same time, he could also get rid of the pile of trash in his inventory. The Ghost Eater had returned with a vengeance during these 2 operations, and there really was quite a lot of trash in his inventory. As someone with OCD, he didn't want this trash to stay in his inventory for too long. He felt that it was a waste of space. As the saying went, flowing water wouldn't rot. After dealing with the trash, the inventory was ready for the face-changing program. This would be a long-term transaction. After Luke was done adjusting the Thousand Faces mask, Luke and Selena went to work the next day. In the next few days, Luke and Selena reported in on their own every now and then so that everyone could get used to them not coming in together in the morning. Luke's aloof real-life personality made it easier for him to carry out his plan. There were many people in the police station who were on good terms with him, but there were few he would take the personal time out for. The people from Los Angeles were all very busy. They had just had a gathering a few days ago, so it was unlikely that they would gather again anytime soon. In the police department, John McClane and Joe Lambert, these 2 old fellows, could be considered the only 2 whom Luke was close to. However, John and his ex-wife had fallen out again, and he wasn't doing great. He was hungover at work, and probably wasn't in the mood to go out drinking with Luke. It was hard for a middle-aged divorced man in his 30s to lower his head and tell a 19-year-old young man about the ups and downs of his family life. On the other hand, Luke and Selena's efforts started to pay off. Frank attacked twice more, but no longer left any bodies behind, and didn't create a bigger panic. The alert level at NYPD had already been downgraded. As for the conflict between the Tarasov family and John Wick, although it was more intense, the Tarasov family hadn't collapsed yet, so they were very conscious about cleaning up after themselves. Without bodies or a lot of witnesses, gunshots and a few pools of blood were nothing in New York. While they couldn't find the murderer in the 2 cases which Dustin gave to them, they didn't feel pressured either. The chief of the detective bureau and his 2 loyal subordinates saved the NYPD police force a lot of effort. In fact, no one was interested in rocking the boat. The big shots and the small soldiers just pretended nothing was happening, and enjoyed the pretense of peace and prosperity. In the afternoon, Luke returned to his house in Clinton, and dropped in at the office opposite. Foggy and Matt were there, but they didn't look too happy. Foggy's previous client, Grote, had disappeared off the face of the earth, and he had seen with his own eyes Daredevil and Punisher fighting at the docks. His feelings were a mess. Lawyer Matt was sulking, whether it was because he felt incompetent, or because he was angry with the Punisher for acting recklessly, or because of Punisher's betrayal, who knew? After making sure that the 2 lawyers hadn't been hit too hard by these unexpected blows, Luke made some idle talk about the community reconstruction and asked about the progress of the volunteer program. At that point, Foggy revealed that a new real estate project would be launched in the Clinton area, along with a charity fund to help relocate residents. Luke looked at Foggy and Matt. "What's the problem?" Foggy glanced at Matt, and got up to close the office door. Matt and I have a feeling that this is a follow-up of the previous demolition attempt. Luke thought for a moment. Like when the renovation workers went to Alina's place and tried to force her to move out. Foggy nodded. Yes, these people are still after the apartment building where Elena lives. We've checked the terms of the newly established charity relocation fund, and it looks more like it was made to get people out as soon as possible. There are a lot of issues with the terms, and it's likely that the people being relocated won't get the money they expected. Luke wasn't interested in these legal issues. He asked directly, "What do you plan to do?" Matt shook his head with a bitter smile. "The problem is that we don't have a good solution. If the other party does stay true to the conditions offered in the contract, most people will choose to move, and the few that remain won't be a problem. The other party can use a few small tricks to legally force them out." Foggy sighed as well. "Even if we tell the residents about the problems with the contract, many of them won't believe it. After all, they can get more than $100,000 for moving out. Even if there's a risk that the amount might be a little less, it's tempting." Luke spread his hands. "You're the professionals here. I can't help much. Try your best to help them fight for better conditions." The two lawyers could only go with this suggestion. They didn't actually have much hope that Luke could help them with this problem when they told him about it, and were just giving him a heads up in relation to the community reconstruction program. When they went downstairs, Selena asked, "Are you really not going to do anything about it?" Luke said, "Ask Little Snail to check the company's background. If there's an issue, tell Foggy and Matt. We can't stop the residents who want to make a quick buck." As long as Foggy and Matt continue to focus on the present and not the future, and ensure that the money's in the bag, whoever wants to move can do so. This isn't a great place to begin with. Selena suddenly had a thought. "Do you think there's treasure under the apartment building? Like a vault full of gold left behind from World War II, like in the movies?" Luke glanced at her. "Girl, your brain muscles are getting a workout." Selena was stunned. "Brain muscles? What?" Luke chuckled. "I'm admiring your strength. Your muscles have grown into your head." Realization dawned on Selena, and she spat at him. "You're the one with just muscles in your head. You're covered in muscles all over." "No, that's more like a compliment." Luke smiled, but didn't say anything. He was a real muscle man. He wasn't any smaller than Selena under his t-shirt. Not convinced. Bite me. Chapter 1062. Finding Blacksmith. And goodbye, old friend. That night, Luke met Frank to trade information with him. Luke probably knew everything Frank knew. What Luke knew, Frank might not know. A hypnotized district attorney Reyes had confessed her plan, and Luke didn't withhold anything from Frank. Frank fell silent. Luke didn't say anything. Was it revenge? How? How could it be considered revenge? There were countless ways to answer these questions. There was no doubt that Reyes wasn't a good person. When she had planned to capture the three parties involved in the chaotic battle in the park, she hadn't thought about how she might implicate civilians. Things hadn't gone the way she planned, which could hinder her attempt to enter politics. That was the last thing she wanted. What a pity that because of her wild ambitions and greed, she jumped the gun. She was worried that the three parties would be alerted and cancel the transaction, so she didn't have the civilians evacuated before she took action. Whether or not the three parties were alerted after that, if she had evacuated the civilians ahead of time, the tragedy with Frank's family could have been avoided. Looking at it this way, it seemed like she was the cause of the deaths of Frank's family. The truth was that this incident couldn't be judged so simply. It was a matter of course for the police to catch criminals. Civilians getting caught up in the danger while the police were catching criminals was an unavoidable problem for the entire U.S. police force. The difference was to what degree. In a gunfight between the police and criminals, civilians could be accidentally injured at any time. Did that mean that the police didn't deserve to carry guns? That was obviously impossible. Reyes had made a serious mistake in this matter, but not to the point that she deserved death. If she did, then there were more felons who deserved death more than she did. Frank's expression went through several changes for a while, and he didn't seem to settle on any one thought. Luke knew, however, that he had already made up his mind. When all was said and done, Frank didn't have an innate criminal nature. He was a soldier who had once done many dirty things in the country's interests, but he had always had a bottom line. The fact that he took so long to make a decision meant that he wasn't fixated on killing Reyes. Luke's rough guess was that Frank probably didn't care that Reyes tried to kill him. It mainly had to do with the fact that she wasn't directly responsible for the deaths of Frank's family. That was the real reason Frank hesitated. In the end, Luke said, I think we can put District Attorney Reyes aside. There's another issue. If we can solve it, you might not need to worry about Reyes anymore. After a brief silence, Frank nodded. Go ahead, blacksmith. Luke named the key figure. Frank's attention snapped to him, and he looked up. Luke said, the real key here is this blacksmith. He was the one to initiate the deal, which led to everything that happened. Frank, you're saying that you found him. But how was this connected to Reyes? Luke nodded. This blacksmith supposedly has a huge supply of drugs, at least a ton at a time. How does he smuggle in such large quantities? Frank frowned. If it's smuggling, maybe it's from Mexico. He's quite close to the Mexican cartel. Luke shook his head. No, the Mexican cartel does have a lot of goods, but they enter the United States in several batches, and very rarely in bulk. They prefer to split the goods and sell them to multiple gangs for even more profits. There's no need for them to gather the drugs together again after they've already entered the country in batches. It wouldn't do them any good. Frank nodded slightly. The one thing that the Mexican cartel wasn't short of was manpower. There were countless ordinary people who were willing to be drug mules for money. They acted as mules for the Mexican cartel and brought the goods into the United States in small batches via various routes. Doing so reduced the risks and wouldn't implicate the higher-ups. At most, the police would only be able to catch some thugs and car escorts. Pooling the goods together would only cause more accidents and losses. Luke paused for a moment before he continued, for the rest, you need to calm down. At least, until we catch Blacksmith and confirm that it's him, you need to remain calm. Say it, said Frank. Half an hour later, Luke helplessly took out his first aid kit and started wrapping Frank's bloody hands. Didn't I say we don't know for sure yet? Don't tell me you were going to run off and look for him on your own. Frank gasped, he's mine. Luke snapped, do you think I won't knock him out and throw him down in front of you right now? You have 5 broken ribs and you're not thinking straight. Are you sure you're not going off to get yourself killed? Frank glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Until he gives me answers, I'll be very calm. Luke pursed his lips and said, let's go. It looks like you can't wait any longer. Let's get to the bottom of this tonight. He and Frank were aware that it was very likely that their guess was right. Unless the other party refused to speak, Blacksmith was sure to die tonight. Naturally, the reason Luke was going with Frank was to use basic hypnosis and mental communication to squeeze out the last of Blacksmith's worth. Since Frank had saved Robert's life 3 times, Luke would leave Blacksmith to him. As for Blacksmith's goods and networks, those were Luke's. They were all experience and credit points. Ray Schoonover smiled and rubbed his son's head, watching as his wife coaxed him to go shower and sleep. He sat down on the couch and picked up the remote control as he switched from the TV show to several news channels. After a while, he stopped and frowned. No movement from Frank. There was nothing about the bloodbath he had expected on the news. He could only turn off the TV and ponder on the follow-up. With the TV off, the room fell into silence. Leaning back against the couch, Ray's heart suddenly tightened. Something wasn't right. Where was the sound of his wife coaxing his son to sleep? This little fellow would pester his wife every night to tell him a story. He also liked to ask questions and would only fall asleep after about 20 minutes. Ray had been watching the news on TV earlier, and hadn't noticed anything because of the noise. Now, the entire room was as quiet as a haunted house. Apart from his own breathing and the faint sound of the wind outside, he couldn't hear anything else. Ray reached into the side of the couch where a pistol was hidden. He slowly scanned the room. It was an unhurried sweep as he did his best to use his peripheral vision and look for any approaching danger. Crack. The door was unlocked. The sound of clinking metal was similar to a key unlocking a door. But Ray knew it wasn't his family. Only he and his wife had keys, and they were both at home. He was about to pull out his gun, when he heard a low voice from the door. Ray, long time no see. Ray paused, a surprised expression on his face. Frank, is that you? He stood up and turned to the entrance of the living room, putting his right hand, which held the pistol, behind his back. A burly figure walked in. It's me. Chapter 1063. Saving time, and quick to act. The man before him had a buzz cut and a square face. He had a cold expression on his face and there seemed to be a cold glint in his eyes. It made one's heart tighten. Everything was exactly as Ray remembered. He let out a breath. Have you been well for the past 2 years? Frank walked slowly into the living room. Not so good. Ray seemed surprised. Why's that, Frank? Maria is dead. Lisa and Frank Jr. died too. Right in front of me. What happened? Come, sit down and talk. Frank. No need. I just wanted to ask you a question. Do you know Blacksmith? Ray frowned and pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I've never heard of him. What does he do? Where is he active? I need to know this, so that I can check. Frank fell silent. Ray looked at him, the gun behind his back moving slowly. What's the problem, Frank? Tell me, I'll do what I can to help you. Since we're old comrades, Kai. There was a low hissing sound. Ray raised his left hand and covered his neck in shock as he turned around. Halfway through his action, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed onto the couch. Luke, who was still dressed in his gray hoodie, appeared behind him and unhurriedly put away the syringe. Let's not waste time. He was holding a gun behind his back. It didn't look like he was meeting an old comrade. Frank, when you first appeared, I also shot at you. People like us don't trust anyone. Holding a gun doesn't mean anything. Luke smiled behind his mask. If you didn't trust me, would you have come with me? If you trusted him, then why did you agree to my proposal? It seemed that this type of tsunere wasn't unique to a certain tycoon. It was just that the way this Punisher uncle behaved was slightly different from that young master. Roasting Frank inwardly, Luke said, his wife and kid are asleep. Let's start. As he spoke, he took out 2 more syringes and injected them into Ray's neck, one on each side. He'll wake up in no more than 3 minutes. You can ask him anything you want. Also, if he's Blacksmith, remember to ask him where the goods are hidden. With that, he left. As if he hadn't heard him, Frank walked over to Ray and searched him. He uncocked the pistol and tossed it aside. Then, he sat down next to Ray and waited quietly. There was a dead silence in the house. 2 minutes later, Ray's eyelids fluttered and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was blank and unfocused. Frank's breathing grew heavy and quick. 100 thoughts raced through his mind before he finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Did you kill Maria and the others? Luke walked out of the house and headed for a small wooden shed 10 meters away. After putting Ray's wife and son into a deep sleep, Luke had already done a rough check of the inside of the house. There were no obvious abnormalities, but there was the smell of gun oil and other things from the storage shed about 10 meters away from the main house. Opening the door, he ignored the various tools inside and walked straight to a wall. He reached behind a heavy industrial cutter and felt around for a moment before he pressed a hidden button. With a slight noise, a metal staircase slowly opened up in the ground. It was a basement. As he walked down, the lights came on automatically. He looked around, and entered a sea of weapons. There were no fewer than 50 handguns, rifles, and shotguns. There were also several types of machine guns, ranging from the lightweight M249 to the heavy 6-barreled M134. Then there were grenade launchers, RPGs, Mk2 grenades, smoke grenades, stun grenades, and other individual battlefield combat equipment. There was enough equipment here for 2 standard infantry units. Luke only glanced at them briefly before his gaze fell on a laptop. After inserting a decryption USB into it and starting it up, he took out his fake phone and got to work. A few minutes later, his eyes lit up. He looked at the files on the fake phone and smiled. Found it. He turned off the laptop and put it away in his inventory. Then, he looked around. With a thought, the grenade launchers, RPGs, Mk2s, smoke grenades, and stun grenades were placed in his inventory. He didn't touch the other guns and bullets. He had a lot in stock, and it wasn't difficult to get them. There was no need to take them away. When he was done, he walked out and closed up the basement again. When he returned to the living room, he saw Frank standing silently in front of the couch. Ray was lying on the couch with a hole in his forehead. Luke slapped his own forehead. You're really quick to kill them. Thank goodness I found the files, or I wouldn't have been able to find Blacksmith's goods. He didn't disturb Frank. He had to give him time to calm down after getting his revenge. He leaned against the table and took out his fake phone to check a recording of the earlier interrogation. It was a good thing that he always had a backup plan to retain as much information as possible. Ray's full name was Ray Schoonover. He was a Marine Corps colonel, and Frank and Robert's former boss. At the same time, Ray had another identity. He was an expert at doing the dirty work and carrying out secret missions worldwide for several organizations. Once a team member died on a secret assignment, they became mercenaries who had nothing to do with the U.S. military. As a result, Ray had a number of privileges in the U.S. Army. For example, only a few people had records of his and his team's movements. Many of the things they moved in and out of the United States were very sensitive and wouldn't be noted down by the military. With the existence of such a convenient means of transport and long exposure to dirty work, Ray's bottom line quickly disappeared. Looking at how the people above him made a fortune from the massacres he carried out, Ray started a new business, smuggling and selling drugs. He had many nicknames, Blacksmith being one of them. Even if they didn't have the details, the big shots who commanded him had a rough idea of this business of his. However, no one said anything. A black-hearted subordinate who liked to make money was more useful than a loyal and patriotic fighter. If Ray became a problem, they could just dispose of him and take his money. However, Ray's skills weren't bad. After more than 10 years, not only wasn't he dead, he even climbed from a major to a colonel, and his business also got even bigger. After roping in a few big shots as a safety net, the possibility of him being silenced was very low, and he led an increasingly comfortable life. It wasn't until Frank had been ready to retire 2 years ago that Ray sensed trouble. Frank was fiercely adverse to drug trafficking, and never held back when killing traffickers. Ray had never let Frank in on his side business. However, after Frank retired, Ray could no longer control his communication with the outside world. It was possible that someone would try to get information from Frank to knock him down. Frank, who didn't know about this side business, might inadvertently let sensitive information slip. How could someone as dirty as Ray dare let himself be investigated? When the time came, the radish would be pulled out of the mud. It was very likely that the higher-ups would take him down for the crime of drug smuggling. If that happened, many people would only raise their glasses to celebrate one less person who knew about their dirty business. Chapter 1064. Small Harvest, Big Harvest. Given these considerations, and a few failed attempts to rope Frank in, Ray chose to silence him. But he didn't dare do it in the army. Frank had saved every member of the team more than once. If he dared to show any intention of silencing Frank, it was very likely that Frank would kill him instead. Frank was such a simple and crude man. He would shoot his enemies without hesitation, even someone like Ray, who had been his boss for years. He could only wait for Frank to retire and return home. Having planned it all out earlier on, Ray chose the moment when Frank and his family went out to play. He knew that this was the only time Frank, a wolf on the battlefield, would let his guard down, as he would sacrifice himself to protect his family. Thus, the three-way battle in the park had been a plan to kill Frank from the start. The first to open fire was also a spy in the Mexican cartel. In fact, Frank and his family were the first targets of attack. When they were shot, none of the criminals had yet to sustain injuries. In a sense, the members of the three gangs were the funerary objects buried alongside Frank's family. D.A. Reyes had even worse luck. The police officers she sent only appeared after the fight started to control the situation. The truth was finally revealed. The only true enemies of Frank's family were Ray and his undercover agent in the Mexican cartel. The undercover man had long been killed in Frank's previous revenge operation. The mastermind, Ray, had his head blown up tonight. This could be considered the end of the matter. Originally, it wasn't easy to uncover Ray's identity as Blacksmith. To protect this secret identity, he had been very careful in everything he did. Robert wasn't as good as Frank at killing, but he was a lot more insightful. He had long known how big Ray's side business was, and had told Luke about it. The clues Luke obtained were as followed. Ray and Frank were very close. Blacksmith was closely connected to the deaths of Frank's family. Blacksmith was smuggling in a lot of drugs through mysterious channels. Ray was also smuggling in large amounts of drugs through military channels that were very hard to detect. With so many coincidences, how could Luke let Ray go? If his guess was wrong, then it was Frank who would apologize to his old comrade. Surely Ray would understand that his old comrade was acting impulsively because of his desire for revenge. After all, Frank had saved Ray before. At most, he would return the favor. But if Luke's guess was correct, then that was the end of it. Of course, there wasn't that much content in the video of Frank interrogating Ray. Luke put together the whole story from the results of his previous investigation and what he had found on the laptop, but he had already correctly guessed the gist of it. On the other side, Frank finally recovered slightly from the feeling of having killed his enemy. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked out. Luke scratched his head helplessly. Was it time for him to clean up again? He would call Robert tomorrow and make sure to tell him that he had repaid the favor with Frank. Luke would never have to clean up after him again. A certain young detective stewed in his indignation. After putting away Ray's body and erasing traces of their break-in, Luke quietly left the room. When they were about 100 meters away, he asked, "Where are you headed?" "Frank. West 45th Street, the building behind the Chinese supermarket." Luke drove in silence. When they arrived, he watched Frank get out of the car without a word and walk into the building. He started the car again and drove into an area without any surveillance cameras. A moment later, a small scooter puttered out from the other end of the area and headed straight for the docks in the southwest corner of Brooklyn. Ray was dead. Frank had completely forgotten to ask him where his goods were stashed. Thankfully, Luke had found some clues on the laptop. He was certain that the latest batch of goods, no less than a ton, had been hidden on a boat at the docks. Apart from weed, Luke had never destroyed drugs by the ton before. In the past, he only earned a few thousand experience and credit points after destroying a few kilograms of white crystals and taking down the traffickers at the same time. How many experience and credit points was a ton of powder worth? He couldn't wait to find out. 2 hours later, a pleased Luke returned home. In the face of Selena's questioning gaze, Luke simply smiled and said, "Do you want supper? How about Chinese skewers? You can have your favorite grilled eggplant." Selena and Gold Nugget were all for it. Luke was in a good mood and had offered to make supper himself, which was rare. All they had to do was eat. Luke moved the oven to the rooftop. They were on the top of the building in the middle of the night in the Clinton area. No one would bother with the smoke and call the police. Selena whispered into a drooling Gold Nugget's ear, "He seems to be in a good mood, far more than when he meets up with that female CEO or artist." Gold Nugget barked. "Agree, my ass." Selena said, "I'm asking you if you know why he's in such a good mood." Gold Nugget shook its head vigorously. It really didn't know, and it didn't want to die. The fiend's ears were super sharp. The big fiend indulged Selena, and nothing would happen to her for saying a few things, but it wasn't the same for Gold Nugget. But Selena spoiled it, and didn't mind if it played dumb a little. Turning a blind eye and a deaf ear, this was the best way to preserve its life. Gold Nugget was as steady as a rock, hiding its thoughts. In its eyes, there was only the roast in the oven. It was determined not to court death alongside this woman. While it only had a shallow understanding of the saying, it was extremely proficient in adhering to it, and the effects were immediate. Recently, the big fiend rarely found fault with it. A dog's life was naturally a very good one. Selena turned up her nose at the dog. Of course, she knew what Gold Nugget was thinking. It couldn't hide these things from her. There were pros and cons. It had been amusing to tease Gold Nugget in the beginning, and watch Luke deal with it. Now, this guy had learned from Luke, and was hard to play with. Luke also heard what Selena said to Gold Nugget, but ignored it. He was in a very good mood, and there was no need for him to hide it at home. System: kill the drug lord, blacksmith, Ray Schoonover. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 20,000. Total credit: 20,000. Contribution rate: 70%. Express plus 14,000. Credit plus 14,000. A huge part of the credit clearly belonged to Luke for uncovering Blacksmith's real identity. Frank had only killed Ray in the end, but took 30% of the contribution rate. This wasn't a small amount. However, this was just a small character. System: eliminate the core members of Blacksmith's group and destroy the illegal drugs. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 80,000. Total credit: 80,000. Contribution rate: 100%. Express plus 80,000. Credit plus 80,000. This was the main character. At that moment, the system showed that the host's experience was 151,500 300,000ths. Credit: 179,200. That was the biggest amount of experience points which Luke had gained in one go so far. He now had more than half the 300,000 experience points required for the next level up. While he had expected a lot of points, he hadn't thought it would be this much. It could only be said that Ray Schoonover's gang of drug smugglers and traffickers dealt in huge amounts. They had been around for a long time, and could be said to have done many evil deeds, which was why they were worth so many experience and credit points. Chapter 1065. Small talk, listening in, and sending off the god of pestilence on the boat at the docks where, Blacksmith, Ray had hidden the drugs. Luke found about 1.5 tons of powder. After capturing and interrogating the 8 guards, he realized that only a small portion of the goods had been sold. The other deals had been terminated because of Frank's appearance. These 8 guards were all loyal to Ray. If Robert and Frank had agreed in the first place, they would have been part of this group. Of these 8 people, 2 had more than 10 million, while 3 had several million each, and this was what was left over after spending extravagantly overseas. The other 3 were addicted to gambling, so no matter how much money they got, their pockets were always empty, they could be considered poor. This was enough to show that these 8 people deserved to die. Luke estimated that at least 4 or 5,000 of his 80,000 experience and credit points were from these 8 accomplices. Now that the criminals were in his inventory, Luke would take their money. Not only that, 2 of them were the people closest to Ray. Although Ray had still hidden most of his secrets from them, he couldn't hide all the clues. Both of them knew some of Ray's little secrets and hobbies. For example, Ray probably had several secret residences throughout the country, where he had stashed away large amounts of cash. Whatever Ray wanted done, these 2 would carry it out obediently. They earned millions of dollars every year, they weren't stupid enough to throw that away. If Ray died, the 2 of them wouldn't hesitate to take these things for themselves and run. They also knew quite a bit about the other big shots and underground contacts whom Ray interacted with. Luke's hour-long interrogation hadn't been in vain. This dirty money was just passing gains, it was those big shots and underground contacts that were worth experience and credit points. With these clues, Luke would probably be able to dig out several super express packages. That was why he was in such a good mood. It was still cold in New York in the middle of January, but the weather had been good for the last 2 days, and the ground was finally no longer wet. Although the roof was cold, it didn't feel like it with the hot charcoal oven. The 2 of them ate on the rooftop. They avoided talking about serious matters and only gossiped idly. Gold Nugget ate in silence. A few hundred meters away, a dark red figure was crouched on top of a building. He turned his head slightly so that his ear was facing Luke's direction. There's definitely something going on between Matt and Karen. Really? Then how come I see Foggy and Karen at the firm more often, and Matt's hardly ever around? HMPH, trust in a woman's instincts. Foggy doesn't stand a chance, that's true. Matt's a pretty boy, he can make a living with his looks. Upon hearing that, the face of the dark red figure darkened behind his mask. He cursed inwardly. What a cheap mouth. Jumping down lightly, he headed away from the 2 as he ran. Luke smiled and sipped his beer. His ears twitched, and he glanced over. While he had sharp eyesight, it wasn't to the point of being able to clearly see what was hundreds of meters away in the dark. However, who said that Lawyer Matt was the only one who could do some eavesdropping? This wretched eavesdropper, it was better for him to go beat up some hooligans. Thinking that, Luke picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Yes, the eggplant is done. Eat this first. Like a wild beast that had been rampaging for too long, New York City suddenly calmed down in the middle of January. Frank left. Luke passed by the building Frank had been living in the next night, and both Frank and Hellhound were gone. All the personal effects in the place had also disappeared, the only thing left behind was a large pile of firearms. Frank left a message on his exclusive channel. It was just one simple sentence: I want to be alone. So, he hadn't been caught again, he just wanted to spend time alone now that he had gotten his revenge. Luke didn't really care if he returned or not. It also didn't matter to him that Frank wasn't grateful for his help or wasn't judged a teammate by the system. It was best that Robert's debt of gratitude was repaid, lest he stepped out himself to risk his life again. Of course, Frank was a good potential teammate. He and Luke shared the same principles, probably the only thing they disagreed on was cleaning up a scene. That was also why Luke didn't want to deepen their relationship for the time being. If he was constantly cleaning up for other people, would he be the boss or the lackey in the future? Although Dustin as the boss often helped wrap things up for Luke, he was after a promotion. For now, Frank would only steal the monsters from Luke and decrease the amount of experience and credit points he could get. If there was a chance in the future, Luke would get the system to judge him as a teammate, only then would Luke do his best to support him. Frank left quietly, and Luke finally told Robert what happened. Before he hung up, Luke made sure to tell Robert to be good and stay at home, and Robert was depressed for days. However, Luke had done everything he could. The ringleader and his accomplices hadn't escaped, and Frank had gone off to take a break. There was nothing else Robert could do. But it didn't take Robert long to bounce back. Rubbing Catherine's belly, he chuckled. That brat, does he really think I can't do anything? When our little princess comes out, see if I don't go after him. Catherine didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hit him hard. Hey, what are you saying? It's only been 2 months. It's too early for you to get busy. New York saw off the cruel and ruthless Punisher, who never cleaned up after himself. As for the boogeyman hitman John Wick, who cut people down like flies, that matter also came to an end. Vigo, the current head of the Tarasov family, had become the former head of the family last night. Like his son Yosef, he had been shot in the head by John Wick, killed while he was in a helicopter. When John killed his son, Vigo killed John's friend, the sniper who had saved John at the church. Then, he tried to escape. In the end, Vigo had still been chased by an enraged John over the tarmac. Even his group of more than 20 bodyguards was wiped out. John, who had killed Vigo and his family, returned to his home in New Jersey with a body full of injuries. He had even stolen a dog from somewhere. What was even more astounding was that this dog was quite similar to Frank's hellhound. It also had pitbull blood. Could it be that every big shot who liked to take people down in such huge numbers owned a dog? Thinking of this possibility, Luke couldn't help but look at the dog lying on a cushion and eating and watching a TV show. This was probably the case. Putting the thought aside, Luke put on a transparent nanoglove. Activate the 1,000 Faces system. The glove flickered and instantly disappeared as a normal right hand appeared in front of Luke. Little snail, scan the fingerprints, palm print, and contours of this hand. Look for a matching target, he ordered. A faint blue light flashed over his raised right hand. The properties are a 100% match to John Wick, sir. Chapter 1066. Terms you cannot refuse. Satisfied, Luke flexed his hand and nodded. It was almost done. Once he was more familiar with the intelligence and was better at imitating various behavioral and speech patterns, he should have a chat with that boogeyman hitman. He would offer the other party terms he couldn't refuse, ensuring that they could negotiate a transfer agreement. In New Jersey, John Wick poured dog food into the bowl at his feet. He looked at the dog that he had taken from the animal shelter, and couldn't help but rub its square head. This dog was very obedient. It hardly ever barked, it just played by itself, and could understand many commands. John felt better after a few days. At least, it wasn't as unbearable as he thought it would be. More than half of the injuries on his body had healed. Only some of his wounds still hurt, but he was fully recovered within a week. After a simple breakfast, he went to the basement to clean up the broken pieces of concrete. Then, he slowly packed away the equipment and the Continental gold coins in the big case. Closing the case, he pushed it back into the hole and smoothed the floor over with cement again. However, he felt a little uneasy. What about next time? Could he really quit? It was late into the night when John leveled off the basement floor and began throwing a few large bags of garbage out the door so that the professional garbage collectors could take them away. He opened the door and had only taken a few steps outside, when 3 black cars drove over. Just as he was putting down the trash, one of the cars stopped on the side of the road not far from him. The back door opened and a pair of shiny leather shoes emerged. A 24 or 25-year-old man got out of the car. When he saw him, John's expression didn't change, but his heart sank. It seemed his thought from that morning was turning into reality. The man held out his hand. Long time no see, John. John hesitated for a moment before he stretched out his own hand. Long time no see, Santino. Santino, can we go in and sit down? John turned silently. 10 minutes later, John looked at the silver badge in front of him. Find someone else. Santino, who was sitting opposite him, laughed. John, the marker is not an insignificant thing. It represents a solemn promise to another person. It must be fulfilled under the blood oath. At that point, Santino again waved the badge, and gently placed it on the coffee table. He pushed it slowly toward John. The metal badge scraped slightly over the wooden table. John looked at the silver badge in front of him and struggled internally. Finally, he shook his head and said, I'm not that person anymore. He reached out and pushed the badge back. Santino's face was filled with anger. He picked up the silver badge and opened the back to reveal a bloody thumbprint. John, without my help that night, you wouldn't have been able to complete your mission and retire. This house, this life, all of this, strictly speaking, was given to you by me. All of this was possible because of this marker. You have no right to reject it. Looking at the conflicted John, Santino's lips curled into an ugly smile. Are you willing to listen to the mission now? John's expression changed, but he was already resolved, and was prepared to stick to his decision. At that moment, he heard a faint voice. Say yes, I can help you settle this problem. John's expression changed as he quickly scanned the room. Say yes. In any case, if you don't agree to do it, you would already be going back on your word. So, it won't make a difference if you do it later. The faint voice carried a teasing tone. John couldn't help but look around. His behavior made Santino frown and look around the living room. What's wrong? John twisted back to look at him. You didn't hear anything just now. Like someone talking. Santino looked displeased. No. John, are you trying to escape the blood oath by pretending to be crazy? John struggled internally for a moment, but Santino, the marker, and the cryptic words all came together to make him finally give in. All right. Santino was stunned for a moment, before he revealed a delighted expression. If possible, he really didn't want to fall out with John. This guy nicknamed the Boogeyman was a monster, and he really needed his help. Now that John had agreed of his own volition, that was the best outcome. I want you to kill someone, Santino said. What could John say? The thing he was best at was killing people. Who? My sister, Santino said heavily. John's heart lurched. He hadn't expected that answer. 10 minutes later, Santino walked out of John's house and said goodbye to him with a smile. I'll wait for your good news, John. John didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly and watched the 3 cars leave. Closing the door behind him, he walked back to the living room and scanned the area. What do you want? A dark figure emerged from the hallway on the other side of the bedroom. I want everything of John Wick's. John narrowed his eyes and saw a mask peeking out from the shadows. It had a curled mustache, and the corners of the mouth were pulled up to form an eerie smile. A thought flashed through his mind, and he said in disbelief, V. Luke looked at him with interest. Did Winston tell you? Not many people in the Continental Hotel know that name. John quickly suppressed his shock. What exactly do you want? Luke chuckled. Just like I said, I want John Wick. In other words, I want your name, appearance, and identity, to enter the Continental Hotel. John could no longer maintain his composure. What do you want? He had heard from Winston that this smiling man V had killed 126 veteran hitmen in one go and even left behind a statue that seemed to be of V himself as proof. After John, V was perhaps one of the most powerful killers out there. It was also for this reason that John had yet to make a move. Given V's rumored strength, it was unlikely John would have survived if he was ambushed. However, the other party came out just like that, and had no intention of hiding. Clearly, he wasn't here to kill John. Luke walked over to where Santino had sat earlier, and sat down. Sit down. We can talk slowly. I'll give you an offer that you can't refuse. John sat down slowly. What do you want? A moment later, John exclaimed, that's impossible. Crack, whoosh, 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 clang. The sound of items being flipped over and shattered could be heard. Ah, sh*t, f*cku. Ah, the sound suddenly stopped and the room fell silent once more. 10 minutes later, Luke slipped out of the villa. He couldn't help but sigh. I said you can't refuse, so you shouldn't refuse. Even if you're unwilling, so what? In the basement, there was another huge hole in the new cement which had yet to dry. The large case inside had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1067. Agreed, physically, and the high table. An hour later, Selena drove to the lab in Nassau County. After entering, she quickly went to the workshop. Gold Nugget went to a corner and looked at a gray, square-headed dumb mutt. The dumb mutt stared foolishly at this new superior, then took a cautious sniff and barked. Pleased, Gold Nugget stretched out a paw and patted the dog's head with a smile. While the 2 dogs were establishing their master and minion positions, the workshop was already sealed shut. But the protective screen hadn't been activated, and one could still see into the workshop. Selena activated the comms unit. He agreed. She couldn't help but turn around to take a look. What the hell, he even brought the dog back with him. Wasn't he afraid that the dog lover would blow up his head in the future? Luke was directing the medical AI program, Osiris, to use a robotic arm to cut into John Wick. He shrugged. Physically, he agreed. Selena was confused. Physically, Luke coughed. I subdued him and injected him with a tranquilizer. Selena looked at him in disdain. Isn't that just beating him up? I can do that too. Luke said, it was too much effort. If he still refuses to accept my proposal after he wakes up, he can just die. Selina thought that was to be expected. They had already investigated John Wick earlier on. After years in the hitman business, the number of innocent people who had died at his hands weren't a lot, but weren't few either. He wasn't a complete madman, but shooting him dead wouldn't be an injustice. But after some consideration, Luke left him alive. Last time, Luke had killed 126 elite hitmen in one go. He had a lot of experience and credit. If John really went to the Continental Hotel to report he would automatically take the same role as the bartender, Weasel, in the slaughter of the hitmen previously. If more hitmen died after this, how the hotel dealt with John would have nothing to do with Luke. Luke wasn't a petty person. Just now, John had rejected Santino's assassination request because he wanted to live a peaceful life. If he chose to cooperate with Luke, he would become a completely different person and spend the rest of his life under a new identity. No one would ever look for him to kill people again. The two paths were there. It was up to John to decide whether he wanted the easy life or the painful death. As he watched the robotic arm work, Luke said to Selina, "I'll be going to Rome in 2 days." Selina wasn't too surprised. "So, when I'm free, I need to drive your car around New York." Luke said, "Yep, I'll try my best to come back as soon as possible. You just have to pass by some police surveillance cameras. However, the torso part of the 1,000 Faces system hasn't been completed yet. The problem with body size hasn't been fixed. This will also be your first time pretending to be me, so it's fine not to do too much." Selina asked, "What mission did John Wick accept this time, that he has to fly to Rome?" Luke said, "Behind the Continental Hotel is the high table. Do you know that?" Selina nodded. They had found some clues about the high table before, but not much. They only knew that the high table was similar to a board of directors, and the Continental Hotel was just one of the properties under the high table. The head of the Kimura family, one of the 12 seats at the high table, is dead. He left the seat to his elder daughter, Gianna D'Antonio. His younger son, Santino, wants the seat, and wants the boogeyman to kill his sister, said Luke. His sister will be holding a formal coronation ceremony in Rome in 5 days, after which she will receive official recognition from the other members of the high table. If Santino kills her after that happens, the other members will probably find trouble with him. It will be very difficult for him to become one of them if that happens. Selina pursed her lips. What sort of life is that? They don't hesitate to kill their families for power and money. Luke said, they're the bosses of the underworld, not politicians. The rules of their trade are far more relaxed than the law. The higher the position, the more power there is, and the less restrictions there are. Once they lose reverence for external forces in their own hearts, it's only a matter of time before they lose their humanity. A lack of scruples wasn't a good thing. Perhaps there were people who could be unbridled for decades. If they met a stronger and more unbridled person or group one day, they would die even quicker. Santino had a big dream, but if he really succeeded, he would still be derided and suppressed when he joined the high table. Besides, his father had chosen his sister, Gianna. Presumably, Gianna's ability and influence weren't inferior to Santino's. In fact, she might even be stronger. Even if Santino got that seat, wouldn't Gianna's loyal subordinates retaliate? A public counterattack would be getting off lightly. It was more likely that many people would be biding their time. If they didn't stir up something a few years down the track, that would be strange. Of course, Santino had to do this. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to become the head of the Kimura. For some, the only optimal outcome was power for themselves. Sister or whatever, just die. It took less than an hour for the plastic surgery on John to be completed. Unlike the nanomask, this surgery involved implanting nanomaterials under the skin, or even close to the bone, in order to change the facial features and body contours inside out. John Wick still looked handsome, but at first glance, he looked nothing like his original appearance. The lines of this face were even more distinctive. It was a stereotypical Western handsome face. After the surgery, the general anesthesia was still in effect for some time. Luke gave John a medicine plus hypnosis plus mental communication package. Half an hour later, John's psychological defenses were breached, and Luke handed the questioning to Sponge. The AI program would ask John for all the information he knew in order of priority, and file the information. This task would be done in 2 days, just in time for Luke's private job in Rome. Previously, Luke hadn't known much about the high table behind the Continental Hotel. From Santino's commission to John, however, Luke sensed a brand new underworld. The Continental Hotel wasn't the main body, it was only an entrance into this world. Initially, Luke had only wanted to reap a harvest from the hotel. However, the information he now had proved that the Continental Hotel itself was only a small bit of wool. The true fat sheep was the high table. But when he learned more information from John Wick, Luke was even more surprised and delighted. This was because he once again realized that the 12 members of the high table couldn't be considered the fat sheep. At most, they were the fattest among the countless fat sheep. Put simply, the high table in the Continental Hotel had formed a relatively complete economic system in the underworld. Just like how the value of banknotes wasn't related to the paper it was printed on, the value of the gold coins used at the Continental Hotel wasn't in the gold itself. Each coin actually represented a credit, or an interpersonal relationship, which was a form of currency used in this underworld. Chapter 1068. Boogeyman John is hungry. This so-called currency was a contract between the owner of the property and the exchange market. It was essentially an agreement between all owners. The Continental Hotel's gold coins naturally also had their own basic currency value. It was an interpersonal exchange contract, and a mutual agreement between the high table and numerous participants. Just like how a country couldn't churn out money excessively without causing the economy to collapse, the Continental Hotel's gold coins couldn't be produced casually. Every gold coin required a person to contribute something in service to the underworld. Hence, the Continental Hotel wasn't a platform for hitmen, but an underworld business platform with broader significance. Assassinations were just one of the services it provided. Other professional services such as arms, equipment, intelligence, and various professional items could also be purchased with gold coins. As long as you met the price, the gold coin was more useful than USD. If Luke had access to the Continental Hotel, he would be able to buy most of the research equipment and materials he needed. Of course, participation in this system was restricted and controlled. The police could get a rough picture of a person's daily activities by tracking the activity on their credit cards and bank accounts. In the same way, the high table in the Continental Hotel could also monitor the people in the underworld through the use of gold coins. In the past, Luke wouldn't have joined the system since he had too many secrets, and it would be troublesome to be monitored. Now, his alias, the Boogeyman, John Wick, was hungry. In addition, his face-changing program was still in the development stage, but he had already gained quite a lot. System: you have defeated John Wick and have received a list of his abilities. John Wick's abilities: basic combat, basic cold weapons, elementary assassination, elementary firearms, elementary concealment X-gene. Prerequisites: 20 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength and 10,000 credit points. Sure enough, the Boogeyman wasn't an ordinary person. So far, Luke hadn't seen many people with elementary firearms. After Luke gave Frank an electric shock a few days ago, this ability was also made available to him. However, Luke didn't want this already lonely person to become even more unlucky, and looked for an opportunity to cancel the outcome of their fight. As for John Wick, it wouldn't hurt for him to be a little unlucky. After all, he had done a lot of bad things. Luke was using John Wick's abilities to redeem him. Elementary assassination was an added bonus, which would make him more realistic as John. But the biggest gain was still elementary concealment. In simple terms, this ability was like a small transparent halo. When in use, it could significantly reduce a person's sense of aura and presence so that they would be subconsciously ignored. As long as it was used properly, this ability was similar to invisibility. Of course, it wouldn't fool some people or animals, nor surveillance cameras or other monitoring equipment. However, this was already formidable enough. John's reputation as the Boogeyman was largely attributed to this ability. With it, John had infiltrated many places to assassinate many famous underground bosses while surrounded by guards. This ability was also useful to Luke as a police detective. He didn't need to use it fully, he just needed to use it in a critical moment to kill his target in one hit. It wasn't as obvious as other abilities, and wouldn't easily arouse suspicion. Luke decisively learned all three elementary abilities, which only cost him 12,000 points. He still had 167,500 points left. It wasn't that he had become arrogant recently, he could afford to buy these non-essential abilities in the short term, since he had yet to meet the prerequisites for the essential abilities. For example, What he wanted most was Stacy's elementary replication, which required 60 strength. After that was Ironhide Creech's elementary tempering, which required 80 strength. There was no need to consider these two abilities before his dexterity reached 40. However, he also wanted to upgrade the inventory's storage function. His conjecture was that the next upgrade would require 1 million credit points. He would need to level up to level 18 in order to accumulate enough points. I'm still too poor, he thought to himself. I'm counting on you guys at the high table. Don't disappoint me. On the 20th of January, a handsome man in a suit named John Wick boarded a flight to Rome. It was also Luke's first time experiencing how terrifying it was to be in first class as a handsome guy. If his original appearance and temperament could be rated as 7 out of 10, with looks that would make a person's eyes light up, then John Wick was at least 9 out of 10. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could make many women lose their sh*t. So, after he boarded the plane with John's face, the two beautiful flight attendants in first class kindly asked him many times if he needed their services, including but not limited to coffee, tea, or ahem. During the flight, even the two flight attendants in charge of economy class came to join in the fun, and asked if he wanted a blanket. Alright, it was a bit too much to put it that way. These two senior flight attendants were only in their 40s, and their appearances were quite outstanding among their peers. Luke could only stroke his beard. Was it the beard that made this alias so hot? As it turned out, many women liked rich men, but they liked handsome rich men even more. The other passengers in first class clearly didn't lack money, but they enjoyed less than a third of the attention Luke received. This proved that men weren't the only ones who liked to look at appearances. When the plane landed at Fiumicino Airport, Luke was still the center of attention. Before he got into his rental car, he had already received 2 small slips of paper with phone numbers on them. Shaking his head helplessly, he threw them into the rubbish bin at the entrance of the hall, along with the 4 slips of paper he had received on the plane, before he rented a car and headed straight to the hotel. He arrived outside an old building, and then entered a church-like door with a pointed arch. Inside was a majestic scene. On the dome ceiling of the long hall was a gorgeous and exquisite ancient mural which depicted all kinds of gods and angels looking down at the people coming and going. Luke walked to the counter, and the tall African-American receptionist asked politely, "Welcome to the Rome Continental. How can I help you?" He took out a gold coin, placed it on the counter, and pushed it over. "I want a room." A smile appeared on the receptionist's face as she deftly picked up the gold coin and placed it into a slot under the counter. A green light swept over the gold coin, and a small screen in front of the counter displayed the word, "Pass." It had confirmed that the serial number on the coin was correct and that the pattern matched. It wasn't a fake. She nodded and said, "Please wait a moment, sir." "Jonathan." A voice rang out nearby. Chapter 1069, Who Are You Here For? Enjoy the feast. Luke turned around and saw a short old man in his 50s walking over. The old man wore a white scarf around his neck. Coupled with his black suit, he looked like a Catholic priest. Luke recalled the information from John. He had paid special attention to the exclusive NPCs at the Rome Continental, and there was only one who looked like that. He was the owner and manager of the Rome Continental Hotel. Julius Winston was the manager of the New York Continental Hotel. The man already had his hand stretched out as he got closer. "Long time no see, Jonathan." "It's been a long time, Julius," Luke said, his face still calm. It couldn't be helped. John had always been that way. He usually didn't have much of an expression on his face. He had the air of an aloof Prince Charming. After shaking hands, they walked over to a couch and sat down. Julius's eyes flickered. "I can't remember the last time you were in Rome." "I heard you retired," Luke said. "I did, before." Julius held his gaze. "Let me ask you a question. I hope you'll answer me honestly." Luke nodded. Julius leaned forward slightly. "Are you here for the Pope?" Luke leaned forward and shook his head. "No." Julius let out a long breath and relaxed. "That's good." As he spoke, he took out a room card from his pocket and handed it over. "Thank you for your honesty. Take this, you can stay in the best room here." Luke took it. "Thank you. Enjoy your stay," said Julius. Luke didn't go to his room. Instead, he walked back to the front desk. "Is the sommelier here?" The receptionist smiled. "He's always here." Saying that, she raised her hand and pointed to a small door next to her. Luke walked in. There were rows of guns in the room. The firearms weren't densely packed together, but there were many types. There were quite a few models that were rare on the market, and there were even many modified products. A middle-aged man dressed in a black gown looked over from behind the counter. This was the so-called sommelier, who was actually a weapons master. A sommelier tasted and mixed drinks, while a weapons master judged and modified guns. The nature of the work was more or less similar. When he saw Luke, the sommelier smiled and bowed slightly. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Wick." Luke nodded. "Same here," but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Look at how well respected John was. He was recognized wherever he went. As a hitman, not only was he over the top, he was also stupidly handsome. If this guy didn't have elementary concealment, he would have been beaten to death long ago. But this was good. It worked in his favor right now. The thoughts flashed through Luke's mind as he spoke to the sommelier. 10 minutes later, the sommelier nodded. "They will be sent to your room tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Does the time suit?" Luke took out a roll of gold coins and put them on the counter. "That's all. Thank you for your service." The sommelier only glanced at the gold coins but didn't take it. He smiled and nodded. "You're welcome, Mr. Wick." Luke turned around. When he reached the door, he heard the sommelier's gentle voice. "Mr. Wick." He turned around, and the sommelier continued, "Please enjoy the feast." Luke smiled, nodded, and left. Then, based on John's information, Luke found the place which sold maps, and obtained a map of the D'Antonio estate. Finally, he ordered 4 suits from the tailor provided by the hotel, 2 for leisure and 2 for combat. One of the combat suits would be sent to his room at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. He would collect the rest when he checked out. Luke had paid a lot of gold coins for everything, but he didn't feel sorry at all. In any case, they were John's, and Luke hadn't had to exert himself. Okay, subduing John had taken a little effort. Luke had basically never worn a suit before. This was a habit carried over from his previous life. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary clerk. Usually, he just wore a casual jacket and shirt to work. When he got home from work, he would change into a t-shirt and shorts. In winter, he would simply wear cotton pajamas. It was impossible for him to wear a suit when he went out to eat skewers with his friends and colleagues once in a while. Wearing casual clothes to work, then going out after work in a suit to eat skewers, wouldn't that be crazy? After being reborn in this world, there was basically no need for him to wear a suit before he went to high school. When he became a police officer, he wore a uniform, and after his life as a detective began, he never bothered with this issue anymore. It wasn't until John Wick appeared that he realized that these so-called thugs in suits were still very flashy. The suit that he had just ordered was a special product. It definitely wasn't the kind that would rip and reveal his underwear. For a moment, he looked forward to tomorrow's operation. It was evening by the time he was done. He wasn't the real John Wick. There wasn't much danger in carrying out this mission. He wanted to take this opportunity to tour Rome. He had to return to New York immediately after the mission tomorrow. It was Selena's first time pretending to be him, and he couldn't stay here for too long. He rented a car from the hotel and drove through the streets of Rome. He hurriedly visited the Colosseum and the Mouth of Truth. He wasn't interested in the Trevi Fountain, but the salon where Audrey Hepburn got her famous hairdo was said to be next to it. Of course, the salon wasn't there, which disappointed Luke. Finally, as night fell, he sat in the Piazza di Spagna under the Trinità dei Monti. When night fell, the pool in the square sprayed out water in all shapes and sizes amidst colorful lights. There were still many tourists here. A foreign couple had just walked into the square with ice cream, when they were caught by a passing patrol officer. He gave them 2 choices. 1. Finish the ice cream before entering the square. 2. Throw the ice cream in the trash can before entering the square. In short, no one was allowed to eat ice cream in the square, especially when they were sitting next to the fountain. Luke smiled. This was also interesting. In Roman Holiday, there had been a scene of Hepburn eating ice cream while sitting next to the fountain. The scene of Princess Anne's tongue licking the ice cream, like a kitten, was vivid in his mind. Many young couples came here for ice cream. Unfortunately, there was no shortage of people who didn't care about public hygiene, and there was no shortage of tourists in Italy. There were many people eating ice cream at the fountain, and there were even more people throwing rubbish around. The city government could only forbid them from eating ice cream in the square. The young couple had no choice but to swallow a few mouthfuls of ice cream, and they twitched uncontrollably. Luke couldn't help but laugh. It was January, and eating ice cream in small mouthfuls was a pleasure. Eating it in large mouthfuls, however, was extremely cold. Chapter 1070. Strawberry Cone, Hooked, and Magic Trick. However, no matter how honest a person was, they would occasionally have rebellious thoughts. Luke had always been a law-abiding citizen, but now that he was sitting next to the fountain, he was feeling quite playful. He casually dug around in his backpack and took out a strawberry ice cream cone. This was a portable snack that Selena occasionally needed outside, and was coming in handy now. So, Luke watched as the young couple shivered and choked down their ice cream, while he ate his own ice cream in small bites. The gazes around him turned strange. There were many handsome men, but it was rare to see one as handsome as John Wick. It wasn't uncommon for handsome men to eat ice cream, but it was even rarer to see such a cold and handsome man eat a strawberry cone. Luke, who had already attracted a lot of notice, was now the center of attention. Can you give me an ice cream?" A small female voice rang out. Luke turned around and saw a petite girl in her early 20s looking at him. She was a little embarrassed, but there was a hint of excitement on her face. Obviously, she still felt a lot of pressure when compared to the handsome man in a suit whom she was trying to chat up. Luke was as calm as ever. He dug around in his bag and took out another strawberry cone, which he gave to her. The girl was pleasantly surprised. She thanked him in a low voice and took it with trembling hands. She was giddy and hadn't even thought about how the ice cream cone could be stored in the backpack. When Luke had taken it out, it wasn't even wrapped in paper. She took a small bite. Strawberry, sweet. A few hundred meters away, on top of a building, a woman with short hair was holding binoculars and watching this scene from beginning to end. The corners of her mouth twitched. Was this really John Wick? The boogeyman who killed countless people? He actually carried strawberry ice cream on him, and used it to seduce little girls. Okay. In fact, that little girl was the one who had taken the initiative to chat him up. But this was too ridiculous. The woman fell into deep self-doubt. She wondered if the legends she had heard in the past were true. Maybe she should call her boss. After a few years of retirement, this boogeyman seemed a little unreliable. She hesitated. At that moment, the patrol officer finally let the unfortunate couple go after watching them finish their ice cream. He took a glance at the important area around the fountain, and was about to get into the police car and leave, when he suddenly paused. He jerked his head around and saw a man and a woman eating ice cream next to the fountain. The girl was smiling as she said something to the man. The man's face was calm as he met her gaze. A moment later, the handsome man in the suit slowly stuffed the tip of the ice cream cone into his mouth. Crack. Patrolman. However, although the man had destroyed all the evidence, the girl was only focused on talking, and had barely touched the ice cream cone in her hand. The patrolman strode toward them as he growled inwardly, "This guy's blatantly showing off. If I can't catch you, I'll catch your girlfriend." Seeing the officer walk over, Luke casually said, "An officer is here." The girl, who was asking the handsome guy what he was going to do in Rome, was stumped. She followed Luke's gaze and saw the officer. She was stunned for a moment before she looked down at the ice cream in her hands. She suddenly became flustered. What should I do? Being caught red-handed by the police at the fountain might result in a fine. She panicked and looked around, her gaze finally falling to her jacket, as if she planned to hide the ice cream inside. Luke, who was slightly obsessed with cleanliness, couldn't help but sweat when he thought of the sticky mess that would make of her clothes in winter. He could only say, "Give me your hand. Let me do a little magic trick for you." The girl, she obediently placed her hands in front of him. Luke said, "The one with the ice cream." The girl immediately withdrew her left hand. Luke put his hand on top of hers and said, "Let go when I tell you to, understand?" The girl nodded blankly. Luke said, "Ready, let go." The girl subconsciously relaxed her right hand, and felt his hand pressing against hers. The warm and rough feeling enveloped her. She was dazed, and her face turned red. Not with shyness, but excitement. This handsome man actually made a move. She was so blessed. For a moment, she forgot everything, and didn't even notice the patrol officer who came over. The officer lowered his head and focused on the two palms that were pressed together. "Food is prohibited here, especially ice cream. Violators will be fined 10 to 50 euros. Luke slowly moved his hand away, stood up, and nodded at the girl. "Good night." He then nodded at the patrol officer. "Good night to you too." With that, he walked away. Patrolman. Good night. He hadn't expected this person to abandon his girlfriend. He looked down at the girl's right hand. It was empty. The girl also stood up. Wait, what's your name? She shouted as she chased after Luke. The patrol officer scratched his head. That's not right. She was clearly holding an ice cream cone. The girl, who had run more than 10 meters, suddenly froze. People were coming and going in front of her. The figure in the black suit was nowhere to be seen. On the rooftop far away, the short-haired woman couldn't help but put down her binoculars. She rubbed her eyes and thought to herself, I must have strained my eyes too much. How can the boogeyman perform a magic trick for a little girl? This doesn't make sense. Unbeknownst to her, Luke, who was turning into another street in the distance, glanced at the roof and smirked. Was Santino's dog a female? Hee. John, you really attract the attention of the opposite sex. He wasn't John. John walked a solitary path. Luke, on the other hand, had Tony Stark's technology and numerous superpowers. It was obvious who was spying on whom, and who was plotting against whom. He had only taken the opportunity to visit the location where Audrey Hepburn's classic movie scene had been filmed to check on the person who was following him, thereby killing two birds with one stone. Satisfied, Luke returned to the hotel and went to bed. The next day, he woke up at 3 in the morning. After eating the breakfast sent by the hotel, he started making plans. The difficulty of the operation lay not in the successful assassination of the target, but in how best to do it in John Wick's style. At the same time, this mission wouldn't be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. It would be too easy to scare off certain restless people. Pulling the snake out of its hole was a good plan, but if a dragon was placed at the entrance, would the snake come out? Only if it was an idiot. Santino was fierce, but he definitely wasn't an idiot. Chapter 1071. The difficulty is in acting a real idiot was probably someone like Yosef of the Tarasov family. As an heir, Yosef not only lost his little life over a car and a dog, a large number of his father's people had been buried with him. He was the real fraud. And Santino, well, whatever the case, he was fighting for the position of family head. He could be considered half a formidable figure. If he succeeded, he would truly become a formidable character. Therefore, the difficult part of Luke's plan lay in his acting skills. How to make the other party think they could take down Boogeyman John by increasing their forces, and send out a large number of experience and credit points. No, a large number of assailants would depend on Luke's acting skills. Fortunately, his acting skills had improved rapidly over the past year or so. He might not win a Best Actor award, but he could at least be considered an experienced actor. It wouldn't be hard to act like he was in imminent peril and could drop dead after just a few more moves. However, he would need plenty of professional blood bags and makeup props. If necessary, he could pretend to be injured. Of course, it was impossible for him to really be injured, much less leave behind a single drop of his own blood, since that could be used in testing. There were records of John's blood, fingerprints, and iris scans at the Continental Hotel. As long as they matched, this boogeyman alias would be reimbursed. It was like Luke always said, be prepared. Safety first. In the evening, Luke checked his gear in his room before he put on a black shirt and clipped on a necktie. The two Glock pistols were also in their holsters. The advantage of this gun was that it was fast, steady, and had enough bullets. It was more practical than other pistols for killing ordinary unprotected criminals. He picked up his suit from the bed and put it on. After tidying himself up in front of the mirror, he turned and looked around. The man in the mirror had his longish hair slicked back with hairspray. He wore a brand new black suit and shiny leather shoes. Satisfied, Luke nodded. This was an example of a proper man. He grabbed the flat bag on the table, slung it over his shoulder, and pushed the door open. When he drove away, a woman with short hair looked at the car's tail lights, took out her phone, and sent a message, the boogeyman is headed to the location. Far away in America, Santino opened the message and looked at it. He put away his phone and silently stared at the sculpture in front of him. He took a deep breath. Boogeyman, don't disappoint me. The car drove for over 40 minutes at night and stopped beside a mountain road. Luke got out of the car with his bag and quickly went up the mountain, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The D'Antonio family estate was located on a gentle slope. The main building was an ancient castle built on the hillside. It had been modified and expanded to become the ancestral estate of the D'Antonio family. According to tradition, the coronation ceremony of the new family head would be held on this special ancestral land. As a historical site, the part of the D'Antonio estate which the ancient castle sat on still existed. Especially the catacombs. Not only did the D'Antonio family not destroy them, they even invested a considerable amount of money into preserving them. After all, this was an ancient site. It represented the long history and ancient honor of the D'Antonio family, at least, that was what the D'Antonio family felt. This ancestral land couldn't be allowed to languish because of old age, nor could the shadow of the ancient building disappear. The more ancient parts that were destroyed, the worse the damage would be, and the history of the D'Antonio family would become a joke. Although there weren't many historical blueprints of this ancient castle, the Continental Hotel still had them. Using the route he had marked out on the blueprint, Luke quickly climbed the hill and cut through gaps between the buildings until he reached a small door in a remote area. This was a safe place where the master of the castle had stayed during ancient battles. The family could wait here as their knights fought the enemy, and could slowly decide whether to fight to the death or turn around and escape through the catacombs. There were also guards standing watch and patrolling nearby, but John Wick's elementary concealment was really useful. Luke slipped through the shadows. Even though the guards were only 5 meters away, they didn't notice someone sneaking past them. It had to be said that elementary concealment was indeed very formidable. Although it didn't seem very formidable on its own, it was a top-notch secondary ability for Boogeyman John and Luke. It was a must-have for ambush and assassinations. After entering the catacombs, his movements became more relaxed. There was only a small amount of necessary lighting here. Dark shadows were everywhere, which was the most suitable place for elementary concealment. The locations of the surveillance cameras were projected onto Luke's lenses. He examined the terrain that was suitable for battle as he advanced. If it was John himself, the surveillance would cause him some trouble. But for Luke, it was easy to interfere with the surveillance and freeze the feed for half a second. Even someone sitting in front of the feed wouldn't be able to see him pass by. Just like that, he strolled into the main building. Today was the day before the coronation ceremony, and a lively banquet was being held on the grass outside. There were singers, bands, and people talking everywhere. They were all here to celebrate the coronation of the Queen of Camorra. Gianna, the queen-to-be, had just sent away a big shot from another family. She was preparing to return to her room to take a bath and rest for an hour before going out to entertain more guests. Unlike the luxurious modern living room, the bathroom was a dark and old room with a high ceiling. It was more than 100 square meters in size. Most of the furnishings were ancient, and the bath was an antique stone bath from hundreds of years ago. The reason why this room was so big was to give the massive bath, on a raised stone platform 3 steps high, some space. Standing in front of the mirror, Gianna looked at her exhausted self and laughed self-deprecatingly. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. What a blissful worry. As she spoke, she took off her snow-white fur coat, revealing a silver-white fishtail gown. At 26, she was no longer a young girl, but with enough money and meticulous care, she looked like a woman in her early 20s, which didn't diminish the pride unique to a woman. As she wiped the corners of her eyes, however, she shook her head regretfully. It looks like I'll be getting more wrinkles this time. The coronation ceremony would establish her position as the family head and her seat at the high table, but she still had many things to sort out. For example, those of the 12 members who had wanted to seize the opportunity to cut off Camorra's benefits had to be beaten up, and her worrisome younger brother Santino had to be taught a lesson. It would take at least 2 to 3 months before everything was settled. Chapter 1072. I'm only 19 and a half, still a kid with that thought in mind, Gianna smiled self-deprecatingly. No one would dare say I have more wrinkles anyway. A dumbass like that wouldn't live for very long. Suddenly, her hand froze. The mirror in front of her showed her reflection and a black figure, slowly emerging from the darkness. Jonathan, she murmured, but there was a tremor in her voice. She slowly lowered her hand and turned around. She looked at the man in a suit who was 5 meters away. Are you here to kill me? Luke held a Glock in his hand and said calmly, yes. Gianna laughed. True, there would be no other reason for you to visit me, right? Even if we are old friends. Luke felt a little awkward. In fact, there had been something between Gianna and John before. Of course, it was Gianna who had made the first move. To be exact, John never accepted. It had to be said that it was really too much for a man to be too handsome. Gianna was a smart and capable heiress who had the support of the Camorra family. Her looks and figure were above average. Coupled with the unique charm of Italian women, Her overall qualities weren't inferior to the upper-class ladies in New York. But John just wasn't interested in her. Gianna had even taken the initiative to create an opportunity for him to treat her candidly. However, he had only said, "Sorry," and turned to leave. What was even more terrifying was that Gianna, a wealthy heiress who didn't have a good temper, didn't cause him any trouble. He was handsome and capable. He could do whatever he wanted. Even now, Luke could tell via mental communication that Gianna was terrified, but she was also extremely resentful. She looked at him quietly for a moment, then suddenly reached behind her and unzipped her fishtail gown. "I heard that you fell in love with a woman and quit for her. I thought that you would never point a gun at me in this lifetime, even if I dreamed of this particular situation many times." She removed the straps of her gown with both hands and let the material fall naturally to her waist. "But why did you still appear?" She pushed the gown down past her waist. Luke's eyes flickered. "The blood oath marker. Someone found me with it." Gianna paused, then raised her hand and pulled out the hairpin from her bun, letting her curly black hair cascade down her back. "Who?" Luke said, "Your brother, Santino." But he wondered. Gianna didn't know that her brother Santino helped John complete his exit mission. That wasn't very likely. After all, Santino had used a considerable amount of Kimura's resources to help John. Given Gianna and John's complicated entanglement, how could she not know? Gianna's hand with the hairpin stopped. Yes, of course it would be him. She stared at him blankly for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "But why didn't you come to me back then? Is asking me for help so unbearable for you?" Luke understood. Reality wasn't a romance novel. There was no way that Gianna and John would follow the pattern of the tyrant's daughter falling in love with the cool man. Becoming hopelessly entangled with this sort of underground heiress would get a person killed. In order to marry his beloved girlfriend, John chose to quit a few years ago and step away from the hitman business. Would he dare ask Gianna for help? That would only be shortening his wife's life. All right, John's wife did manage to escape this disaster, but she didn't live for long, and eventually passed away from cancer. That was why you should be a good person. As Luke thought this, he remained silent. Luke had nothing to say. This was all John's fault. Why should he help that guy clean up? More importantly, he was only 19 and a half. He was still a kid. He couldn't afford to offend this big sister. Gianna sneered at the look on his face. Holding the hairpin in her hand, she stepped onto the stone platform and into the bath. She then turned back to him and stood still. "I will not die by anyone's hand. I, Gianna D'Antonio, will die my own way." As she spoke, she held the hairpin in her right hand and cut her left wrist. Dark red blood instantly gushed out. Luke said, "Actually, we can still discuss it." Gianna froze. "What?" Luke was deep in thought. "What if I'm willing to help you kill Santino?" Gianna was stunned for a few seconds before she asked in disbelief, "Really? Really?" Luke nodded helplessly. Gianna was silent for a moment. Then, she smiled and lunged at him. "You still don't want me to die, do you?" Luke gripped her left hand and said, "Before we discuss this, shouldn't we stop the bleeding? Otherwise, you'll be committing suicide, right?" Gianna was stunned. She looked at the blood flowing out of her left wrist and finally regained her senses. "Bedroom. I have a first aid kit in my bedroom." A few minutes later, Luke sat at the head of the bed calmly and treated Gianna's wrist wound. She murmured, "I don't want to die. I still want to give birth to your child. I want him to be the next head of the family. Then, I can travel the world with you, save it, big sister." Luke chuckled inwardly. Gianna had lost too much blood, which was causing her to fade in and out of consciousness. This woman was really fierce. She used the hairpin to cut open her wrist artery, but was still able to chatter at him for a long time. Of course, her condition wasn't life-threatening. At most, she would be weak for a day or two. She was just seizing the opportunity to confess to a certain cold and handsome man. "But I'm really just a kid." Luke was helpless. 10 minutes later, a tall and strong African-American man entered the bedroom. He looked at the two of them and was a little embarrassed. "John, are you working?" Luke had crossed his legs in an armchair and was reading a book. Gianna was lying on the sofa beside him in a nightgown. Luke said, "Yes." The African man asked, "Is it going well?" Luke closed the book in his hand and placed it on the coffee table. "That depends on what Gianna wants, Cassian." Cassian, the African-American man, froze. He looked at Gianna, who was reclining. "My lady." Gianna held out a hand. "Help me up." Luke wanted to roll his eyes, but John wouldn't have such an expression. Thus, he silently reached out and helped her up. In the end, the woman shot him a resentful look, extremely displeased with the distance he put between them as he helped her up. Luke said, "Can we get down to business? I'm afraid we don't have much time left." Gianna gave him a hard look. "Tell me, and I'll listen. Cassian will cooperate fully with you." Even with Cassian's calm temperament, he couldn't help but scratch his head. It was over. It looked like this young miss of his was going to be stupid again. Is the boogeyman someone you can have? You didn't suffer enough last time. Chapter 1073. The Boogeyman's Massacre. An hour later, Luke walked out of the side door of the main building and entered the neatly manicured lawn. The lawn was filled with guests. Some of them walked back and forth, looking for an opportunity to network. Some gathered around to chat loudly, while others hid in the corners and whispered. Luke stopped at the fountain in the center of the lawn. Cassian approached from not far away, his eyes flashing with anticipation. "John," he called out. Luke tilted his head. Cassian, long time no see. What are you doing here?" Luke said, "I'm working." Many people around them heard their conversation. As Gianna's personal guard and trusted aide, Cassian was the center of attention. Hearing his conversation with Luke, many people were curious. Social class didn't make a difference when it came to the art of spectating. The most important thing was it had nothing to do with them. But the next moment, these people regretted it. Cassian's expression changed drastically. "Are you here to kill Gianna?" The people who were talking quietly suddenly stopped. The people who were watching also stopped breathing and their hearts skipped a beat. "Kill Gianna? Which Gianna? Could it be that Gianna?" Seeing Cassian's face turn even darker, the onlookers had a bad feeling. Before they could react, Luke and Cassian, who were 5 meters apart, moved simultaneously. The two of them reached for their guns almost at the same time. The difference was that Cassian's gun was in his holster, while Luke's was under his armpit. Cassian's hand was closer to the holster and he was in a more convenient pose, so he should have been faster. However, the two of them pulled out their guns at almost the same time. Pa, 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 a series of gunshots rang out. They were both hit simultaneously at close range at the same time, and their bodies jerked as they stumbled backward. Both of them looked extremely pained. Cassian snarled, "It's an assassin. Kill him." The 4 guards who were patrolling nearby lunged without hesitation. At the same time, they took out their guns. Luke rolled over the ground with great difficulty and ran away. Pa, 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 pa. Bullets chased after him but didn't hit him. The crowd finally regained their senses and scattered. Luke disappeared into the crowd. Cassian, who had just gotten up from the ground, saw this scene and cursed in his heart. F***ck. This guy was still so strong. Initially, he wanted to use this opportunity to test the skills of the boogeyman who had been retired for more than 4 years. Only now did he realize that even though this was just a show, the other party was still very strong. The fact that John had drawn the gun from under his arm and still matched Cassian's speed was proof enough. As the thoughts raced through his mind, Cassian also got up. As he ran toward the main building, he shouted into his comms, "The assassin is heading in a southwest direction. It's very likely he wants to escape through the catacombs. Lucio, Frenan, take Team 4 and Team 5, and go and kill this damned guy. All other teams, pull back and protect the main building so that he can't hide and double back." At that moment, the lawn was in a state of chaos. Guests were running in all directions to hide and there were occasional gunshots. Among the hundreds of guests, 7 or 8 men had their heads split open, and had died on the spot. Even though these people had bodyguards around them, they still couldn't escape death. The deaths of these people caused even greater chaos. Vittorio is dead, Quesip is dead, Alessio is also dead. At the same time, Cassian, who had run to the bedroom in the main building, opened the door. Looking at the large pool of blood on the pillow and Gianna, he roared, "Gianna!" The 2 Camorra leaders who had followed him could see that under Gianna's long hair, there seemed to be a hole in her forehead. They looked at each other in shock. Cassian, however, seemed to come back to his senses, and he slammed the bedroom door shut on them. Inside the room, Cassian's expression changed. Gianna, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Your acting needs more work, Cassian." Cassian smiled wryly. "I'm an assassin, a bodyguard, and one of your men. The one thing I'm not is an actor." Gianna curled her lip. "All right, it's been hard on you. How are things outside, Cassian? Don't move. Someone might want to see your body later. You can only get up after you've been sent to the private hospital to be saved. Gianna harumphed lightly but didn't move. How many of those old fellows died? Cassian pulled out his phone and looked at it. Vittorio, Quesi, Alessio, 8 dead. Gianna blinked and smiled. Indeed, the man I like is so strong. Cassian smiled wryly. This isn't the time to think about that, is it, young miss? Gianna, on the other hand, didn't seem to have heard him. Ah, my little boogeyman has finally started a massacre for me. Cassian put a hand to his forehead. At that moment, he could only be glad that he preferred a shaved head. Otherwise, he would definitely be losing even more hair. However, he was secretly shocked. The person from a few years ago had just been a very capable super hitman. But this person had started to use his brain. His methods were even more ruthless now. Boogeyman John was becoming more and more terrifying. It was a pity that this young miss of his seemed to be even more obsessed with John's charisma, and was unable to extricate herself from it. Cassian looked at Gianna, who was murmuring lightly as she lay on the bed with a faraway look in her eyes, and felt extremely helpless. In the bedroom of the main building, master and servant waited leisurely and played dead. In the catacombs, a fierce battle had already begun. More than 60 guards of the Kimura family had chased Luke into the catacombs and successfully stopped him. The battle entered the most intense state the moment the two sides came into contact. Of course, it was a one-sided destruction of the Kimuras. As soon as Luke entered the catacombs, he found his backpack and hid at a fork in the path. There was the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly, and the bright beams from flashlights swept around. In the face of an emergency, the pursuing Kimura guards were still able to maintain their formation and basic cover as they advanced. Their tactics and combat skills were quite good, and they could be considered elites. Luke stood silently in the shadows, allowing the two flashlight beams to sweep past him. Using elementary assassination plus elementary concealment, he could easily find the spot most easily overlooked or which couldn't be scanned quickly, thus enabling him to find perfect cover. Chapter 1074. Come, hit me. If the Kimura guards advanced in a slightly more stable manner, the chance of them finding Luke wasn't low. Unfortunately, they were really getting impatient. Luke quietly waited for the third person to pass the fork. When the fourth person was in sight, he immediately moved sideways, held the HK-416 steady, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The fourth guard fell and the fifth guard who had just reached the fork also collapsed. The sixth guard had come halfway out past the fork. He reacted quickly, his face filled with fear as he tried to pull back. But it was too late. Bang, bang. Another 2 shots rang out. Blood burst from his chest and abdomen, and he became the third person to die. Hostile. He's at the fork. This way, the assassin is in the second passage in the southwest zone. After 7 to 8 seconds of chaos, 7 guards covered each other and rushed in. The spot where Luke had been standing was empty. Bang, 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 bang. Luke silently emerged from the passage behind them. He aimed his gun at the guards who were in the middle of the passage and fired. The 4 guards in the rear were shot in the back at almost the same time. They were knocked forward and fell to the ground. Only then did the 3 guards in front realize what was going on, and they subconsciously turned around. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots were fired, and the remaining 3 guards fell on their backs. Luke, on the other hand, scratched his head and said, "That seemed a bit too much. It won't scare the others away, will it?" The main reason was that he had attacked too quickly this time. In less than 20 seconds, 10 of the Kimura guards had died. At this rate, it would take at most 5 minutes for more than 60 guards to die. At that time, why would he run away? Killing so many guards so easily was too intimidating. Keep a low profile. I must keep a low profile. I'm John Wick now, not V. I need to act, not be strong, he reminded himself. He took a deep breath and headed in the direction of the other guards. Bang, 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 ah, a series of blood-curdling screeches rang out, and there was an extremely intense eruption of gunfire, which lit up the underground passage. A few guards shouted nervously, "Southwest passage, hurry. This guy is too strong. We need backup. Steady, steady, we hit him, he's injured." Have Kira and the others surround him from that side, holding the HK-416 in one hand and pressing against his abdomen with the other. Luke stumbled around a corner, before immediately dropping his hand. Shaking his head helplessly, he raised his hand to look at the time on his watch. The second exchange had only taken 3 minutes and 15 seconds. 5 more guards died. If he hadn't pretended to be injured, these guys would have definitely started retreating. Acting was really too difficult. With that thought in mind, he quietly retreated. Bang, 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 ah. While the remaining half of the guards were still panicking, Luke ambushed the reinforcements 30 meters away. He stood on a crossbeam in the catacombs and looked down silently. 4 in a group of guards had already walked past under him. The 5th guard suddenly wiped his face with his hand and looked at the blood on his fingertips. He suddenly screamed and looked up. Above, bang, the top of his head burst open, and he could no longer shout the rest of the sentence. Bang 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 bang. The first 4 guards didn't even have time to straighten their backs before they fell to the ground. Luke, on the other hand, slung the HK-416 over his shoulder and slunk away up above like a gecko, turning a corner in the passage 7 to 8 meters away. By the time the remaining guards rushed in with their guns raised high, the place was already empty. Gianna was still lying inside the bedroom in the main building. She frowned and asked, "He hasn't left?" Cassian looked at the text message on his phone. "No, he's still entangled with Lucio and Frennen's men underground." Gianna felt uneasy. He should go, or they'll surround him. Cassian, our guards didn't chase after him, did they? No. According to the plan, I had the dishonest ones bring their men over instead. Cassian was helpless. His phone dinged as he received a new text. He took a look at his phone and his mouth twitched. After confirming the message sent by his subordinate, he said, "Miss, he's already killed Frennen. 35 guards have also been killed. It seems he was also shot once." Gianna started and sat up suddenly. He was shot. Cassian pressed her down helplessly. "Miss, don't move around. My makeup skills aren't as professional as his. If you mess up your corpse makeup, you'll easily be found out later." Gianna sighed. "Fine, I'll lie down, help me adjust my makeup." At that point, she couldn't help but mutter, "Enough. More than half of those insubordinate old fellows are dead. Why are you taking such a risk?" A blush suddenly appeared on her face. "Are you afraid that I won't be able to deal with these old fellows, so you're helping me eliminate them? My little boogeyman loves me to death. Cassian, my heart is so tired, I want to retire." The two of them continued to be bored while Luke continued his performance. Cassian's information was slightly out of date. In fact, Luke had been shot a second time, and it had hit his left thigh. Thus, Luke limped as he ran, and he didn't forget to throw the HK-416 at the guard who stuck his head out around a corner. Then, he swung his big backpack out in front of him and ripped open the nylon buckle to produce a Benelli M1014. Boom! The second guard who had just rushed out was sent flying with a large hole in his lower back. The third guard who rushed out had a face full of fear. He was too fast and couldn't stop himself. In his nervousness, he had already started firing randomly, hoping to scare Luke and affect his accuracy. The M1014 in Luke's right hand, however, was extremely stable, and the black muzzle burst with fire. Boom! The fellow was sent flying as well. His whole body slammed into the wall 2 meters away. He slowly slid down, leaving a large bloody smear on the wall. The hurried footsteps in the passage paused, turning into short, rustling steps. Luke curled his fingers around the large backpack and rebuckled it. Still limping, he quickly made his way to another fork in the passage not far away, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "I'm already limping. Come on, hurry up and call the remaining 2 teams over to take me down." Chapter 1075, Severely Injured. In dire straits, of the more than 60 Kimura guards that had charged into the basement, only 20 or so remained. "That's not enough. I haven't been injured enough," Luke thought to himself. If he didn't act more pitifully, these guards would definitely withdraw. In less than 10 minutes, 40 of their companions had died. Only those with abnormal brains wouldn't be afraid. Fortunately, the half of the team whom he had led off just now did their part. They used the comms to let the only 2 full teams left know that the assassin was injured in his lower abdomen and left leg, and he was headed toward the underground exit in the southwest to escape. They had to stop him. Luke listened to their conversation through his wireless earpiece as he headed toward the last 2 teams with sharp nose and elementary sound wave. The 2 sides approached from 2 passageways at a 90-degree angle. In the end, Luke picked up his pace and ran ahead of them. Of course, he was limping again. Not only did he have to send them off, he also had to do it with a limp. The highly nervous guards fired without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. Luke's back jerked and he fell to the ground. Then, he struggled and rolled into a corner. The guards perked up. He's in the fourth passage in the southwest zone. We hit him again. He's seriously injured. The other team that was still dozens of meters away was also pleasantly surprised. They sped up to surround him. This guy had killed so many people. Whoever killed this terrifying assassin would definitely be rewarded handsomely. A promotion, a salary increase, becoming a mid-level leader, finding a bunch of fair and pretty ladies, they would be able to enjoy all that. Thinking that, the leader of the guards ordered loudly, "Adjust formation, and get ready to chase him down." Luke hid in a corner and tossed his M1014 and gun backpack onto the ground. He was seriously injured and in dire straits, he had to demonstrate this. Otherwise, he would be letting down the 40-plus Kimura guards who had died. He took some of John's blood and smeared it on the wall. He nodded in satisfaction and took out his Glock. 25 men. 2 clips probably weren't enough. After all, he had to use John's most commonly used Mozambique drill technique, and it was best if each person was shot twice. But he couldn't really kill all of them. If he did that, there would be no witnesses to confirm that the boogeyman was seriously injured, which would make it hard for him to complete his mission. If he wasn't heavily injured, would Santino really dare chase him down? Let's see which one of you is unlucky enough to run in front of my gun on your own. Luke thought to himself as he prepared to retreat. He was now at a 4-way intersection in a passage in the southwest. The guards who had shot him earlier were in the southeastern passage, and the guards who were rushing over from the northwest had cut through to the west to block his escape path. In his earpiece, he heard the two teams coordinate. They were preparing to divide his attention and attack at the same time from the front and back. When they started counting down, so did Luke. When the guards behind him rushed out, he darted past the entrance of the passage and limped toward a passage in the north. F***CK. The leaders of the two teams cursed in their hearts. This fellow was really too slippery. Previously, this hitman had been trying his best to approach the underground exit in the southwest, making them think that he would choose to break through the guards in the southwest again. In the end, this fellow suddenly turned around and caught them off guard. However, the two teams had already started moving. Furthermore, they noticed that the man in the suit had slowed down a lot, and there was a large patch of blood on the wall in one corner, as well as on the ground. He's lost a lot of blood. He won't be able to run far. One of the leaders quickly shouted, "Follow him and kill him." Without hesitation, the 20 or so people ran toward the passage that Luke had disappeared down. After running more than 20 meters, they arrived at a hall. This was the place where the old masters of the ancient castle ate while they were hiding from their enemies. It was relatively spacious. More than 20 people guarded the passage on the southwest side. The safe command rang out one after another, and the entire team started to enter the center of the hall. Just then, gunshots rang out. Pa, 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 pa. The wall lamps in the four corners of the hall went out. Other than a few dim lights coming from the passageways, most of the hall was thrown into darkness. Careful! There was a tense shout. The leader of the guards was giving everyone a reminder. He already knew who they were facing. Boogeyman John was a legendary hitman who had killed more than 100 monsters. What everyone knew about the Boogeyman was how he viciously slaughtered people in the dark. The other party hadn't done anything like this earlier, so the nervous leader hadn't thought about it. Now, the leader suddenly recalled the people who had been hunted by the Boogeyman in the dark. But it was too late. Almost as soon as the leader yelled, Luke disappeared again. Close combat skills, activate. In the dark, he didn't need to pretend to be injured. He rushed to the leader's side in the middle of the hall almost instantly. He held out his two Glocks, pressed them under the armpits of the leader and another guard, and pulled the triggers. Pa, pa, the bullets entered their chests. They froze and collapsed. Luke shifted so that their bodies covered him. As he spun around, the muzzles of the two Glocks burst with sparks. Pa, 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 pa. A storm of gunshots resounded in the hall, followed by a series of screams. The guards were tense after their leader's warning. When they heard the gunshots, they retreated in terror and pressed themselves against the wall to try and avoid being hit by stray bullets in the hall. However, the bullets followed them closely, killing the guards closest to the passageway first, and then the guards who were retreating in all directions. Although this hall wasn't small, it was still just an ancient temporary shelter, and only about 30 square meters in size. This meant that none of the guards were more than 10 meters away from Luke. Within a range of 10 meters, Luke's accuracy was very close to 100%. The guards fell like wheat being cut, but the guns in their hands kept firing. Countless bullets whizzed past, and the hall was lit up by the continuous flash of gunfire before quickly turning dark again. Even before Luke could attack, some guards were hit by stray bullets, and they screamed as they collapsed. Luke, who had already put on his infrared glasses, looked at the people who were falling down. Instead of killing them all, he counted them silently. 10, 9, 8, 7, okay. The gunshots stopped abruptly. The hall turned dark again. In just 10 seconds, only 7 of the guards in the hall were still alive. These were the witnesses Luke was leaving behind for Santino. Chapter 1076. End of the first half. Endgames. Luke shook out his arms, and the leader and the guard whom he had been using as cover fell to the ground, their bodies riddled with bullets. Crossing his arms, he slowly tucked the 2 Glocks back under his armpits. He took another step toward the southwest passage, leaving the hall that was filled with screams and groans. He didn't move quickly, and was limping again. When he walked out of the hall, the few guards who were still alive and could shoot kept quiet from fear. Although the man's back was facing them, and he was staggering as if he was about to collapse, they didn't have the courage to open fire. They could only watch as the person disappeared down the passage. Only then did they let out long breaths and soft sighs in unison. Quick, call for help. Who is he? Who is he? Mom, I want to retire. I'm never going to be in a gang again. Luke, who was acting, limped out of range of the last surveillance camera in the catacombs, before he went back to normal. He quietly reached the foot of the mountain and got into his car. He took out a prepaid phone and sent a message to Gianna. Everything went smoothly. Follow the plan. Gianna, who was waiting for the ambulance in her bedroom, was about to reach for her phone, when Cassian stopped her. Cassian saw that it was a text. He hesitated, then handed her the phone. Gianna opened the message, then let out a long sigh of relief. Cassian. He sent it. Gianna nodded. Everything's going smoothly. Get your men ready. The moment those people come for the autopsy, subdue them in one go. At that point, she laughed coldly. I really have to thank my dear brother. The most troublesome old fellows were killed earlier, it'll be easier to control the rest. If he hadn't found Jonathan, it wouldn't have been easy for me to deal with these people. Now, these people's deaths are on his head, hee. Cassian nodded silently. Even if Santino was lucky enough to escape alive this time, he would definitely suffer. Even if the dust settled and Gianna came back to life, those people would still hate Santino. Who asked him to look for the boogeyman? Several old fellows of the Kimura family had been implicated and died. Their descendants probably wouldn't reason with Santino. Although this plan had been put together in a hurry, it was effective. In the end, it all depended on whether or not John could kill Santino. Once this goal was achieved, Gianna would be invincible. At that time, she would be the only descendant of the Kimura family, and one of the 12 members of the High Table. Luke drove back to the Rome Continental Hotel in a bloody state. When he arrived at the lobby from the hotel parking lot, many people only stared at him for a moment before looking away. They weren't too surprised. The guests here were all veterans in the industry. Injuries were common in this line of work. There was nothing much to see. At most, they would keep an eye on Luke and, when they were free later, ask around about what major incident had taken place in Rome tonight. Walking to the front desk, Luke said to the tall girl, "Book me a flight to New York for tomorrow morning." The receptionist nodded. "Yes, Mr. Wick." She glanced at his wounds and asked, "Do you need me to get someone to send you to the medical ward?" Luke shook his head. "No, have a first aid kit sent up to my room." As he spoke, he acted as if he was doing his best to keep himself together. However, he was still limping as he headed for the elevator. The Rome Continental Hotel was the final act. He had to pretend that he was heavily injured but was concealing it and pretending that they were ordinary injuries. "I'm sure Santino's dog will relay this information to her master." On a couch in the lobby, a young woman with short hair narrowed her eyes as she watched him disappear down the hallway. She picked up her phone and typed out a message. He's returned to the hotel and booked a flight back to New York tomorrow morning. In New York, Santino read the message and his heart raced. Confirm her condition. If his operation was a success, you can come back. The short-haired woman understood. After sending the message, she got up and left the hotel. Regardless of the strife within the Kimura family, Luke boarded a flight back to New York at 9 o'clock the next morning. This time, the flight attendants were even more solicitous. Compared with a handsome man, an injured, handsome man was clearly more effective in arousing their protective instincts. Luke was indifferent. During the flight, he read through the information on his phone. He only calmly said, "Sorry," or "Thank you," to them. The information on his phone was from Gianna. It was basically about Santino's forces and important subordinates in New York. It wasn't easy for anyone else to get their hands on this information, but Gianna had always had it. Clearly, she was also wary of her troublesome brother. With this information, at least half of Santino's life was over. With Luke added into the mix, the ambitious second young master was doomed. After reading the information, Luke had even more thoughts. It was impossible for him to directly destroy Santino. That would result in a huge waste of experience and credit points, which would disappoint Daddy's system. Just like now, when he looked at the system prompt, he felt that the cooperation with Gianna had been worth it. System: kill important member of the Kimura family, Vittorio. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 3,000. Total credit: 3,000. Contribution rate: 100%. Express plus 3,000. Credit plus 3,000. System: kill important member of the Kimura family, Quesip. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 2,500. Total credit: 2,500. Wait, out of the 8 mid and high-ranking Kimura leaders, none of them had less than 2,000 experience and credit points, which added up to a total of 21,000 experience and credit points. These 8 people were Gianna's assassination targets. She had even marked out their range of activities during the banquet. In fact, there were a total of 11 people on the list that Gianna had given to him. The 3 people who didn't get shot either ran fast or were far away. There was even one who he hadn't seen, and who had thus escaped disaster. In addition, the 2 guards whom Cassian had mobilized, Lucio and Frenin, were closer to Santino. Lucio and Frenin had charged into the basement with more than 60 guards to hunt Luke down, and most of them had died there. Gianna no longer had to worry about internal mischief threatening her personal safety. With more than 60 people, Luke earned another 15,000 experience and credit points. The system showed that the host's experience was 189,300 thousandths. Credit: 205,000. The 36,000 experience and credit points earned was just from the Kimura banquet as the first half. The second half would continue in New York. Chapter 1077. 2 rules that must be honored. Santino's influence in New York wasn't small. With him in the mix, Luke might be able to obtain a conservative estimate of more than 20,000 experience and credit points. He anticipated that it would take a few days for this large transaction to come through. In the end, killing Santino might yield an even more wonderful gain, opening the High Express dungeon that was the high table. The subsequent gains would come in a steady stream. Luke thought that if he worked harder, he might be able to turn the high table into a serial instance. As he cleared each round, his experience and credit points would increase steadily. At his level of experience, it was time to drop in on the high table. Thinking that, Luke couldn't help but smile. Not far away, the senior flight attendant who had been sneaking glances at him was instantly dazed. "Oh, is he smiling at me? He must be. I have hope." The flight attendant's beautiful dream didn't come true. Luke immediately got off the plane and took a cab to the New York Continental Hotel. It was already very late, but there were still 2 bellboys standing in front of the Continental Hotel, who opened the doors for him. Luke walked to the front desk and asked Karen, "Karen, is Winston asleep? I need to talk to him." "Sir is in the parlor," said Karen. After a pause, he added, "Mr. Santino is speaking with him." Luke nodded. "Thank you." Karen frowned as he watched Luke limp away with some difficulty. After some thought, he picked up the phone and made a call. "Sir, Mr. Wick is back and is headed to the parlor to look for you." He seems to be quite injured." Although Luke was limping, he wasn't slow. He quickly found Winston's parlor and knocked on the door. "Come in," Winston's deep voice said. Luke entered the room and met their eyes. His expression didn't change as he walked over to find a couch to sit on. Winston sized him up for a moment behind his gold-rimmed glasses before turning to Santino, who was also sizing up Luke. He raised his hand and said, "Just in time. He's here. You can ask him yourself, then sign the agreement before you leave." Santino's expression changed and he finally said, John, the mission is completed. Luke nodded. Yes. The people you wanted me to kill are dead. Santino. Are you sure? Luke said, yes. Santino fell silent. The room fell silent. It was Winston who broke the silence. Gentlemen, the oath has been fulfilled and the marker has been honored. Shall we finish this last thing? So that this old man can rest early. Luke looked sideways at Santino. Santino's eyes flickered and he suddenly stood up. I'm sorry, but I have to confirm the news before the oath can be considered fulfilled. Then, he looked down at the record book on the coffee table. Winston, you should take this back first. A moment later, the two people in the room watched him disappear through the door before turning to look at each other. Winston asked, did you really kill Gianna and her men? Luke said, yes. Winston took a few steps forward, picked up a glass of wine on the table, took a sip, and sighed. Jonathan, what do you want me to say? That was the future family head of the Camorra. She's dead. Do you think this is over? Santino isn't a good person. Luke said, he holds the blood oath marker. Winston was at a loss for words. After a moment, he sighed again. Every marker must be honored. Those who refuse a member of the High Table will be punished even more severely. Luke didn't say anything. In adult terms, Santino held John's blood oath marker. He could use this marker and request unconditional help from John. This was a rule of the High Table. As part of the power of the High Table, the Continental Hotel had to abide by this rule. At the same time, the Continental Hotel also oversaw the blood oath markers. Just now, Winston had wanted Santino to press his thumbprint in blood to the blood oath record book to prove that John's blood oath had been fulfilled. Why would you give a marker to someone like Santino? Winston shook his head and finally changed the subject. You won't have much time. Santino will have to kill you if he wants to be the new head of Camorra. Although he's the one who asked you to kill Gianna, he has to avenge his sister. As he said this, Winston's eyes were mocking. This was really ironic. Luke said, but he can't do it in the hotel, right? Winston raised an eyebrow. Of course, I'm willing to give the marker respect, but the High Table also has to respect my hotel. Luke nodded. Then give me a room. Winston shook his head helplessly and pulled out his phone. Karen, give Jonathan a room. Luke nodded and left. Thank you, Winston. Winston looked at his back and suddenly said, remember, you can't do anything in the hotel. Luke left without responding. However, he sighed in his heart. This old fox seems to have guessed a little of my plan. Just now, Winston wasn't worried that Santino would make a move, but that Luke would make a move on Santino. But Santino was in the hotel now. Should he kill Santino in the hotel? This was a problem. Luke immediately dismissed the idea. This wasn't in line with his plan. Moreover, only if Santino was alive could he send more heads. As long as the murderer who killed his sister Gianna wasn't dead, Santino's position as the new family head wouldn't be viewed as legitimate. Only when this boss was constantly summoning elite monsters to help him fight could Luke obtain the most number of experience and credit points. Besides, could Santino refrain from leaving the hotel? His sister had just died, and the position of family head was waiting to be inherited. It would already be pretty good if Santino could shelter in the Continental Hotel for 3 to 5 days. He would come out sooner or later. What Winston had just mentioned were the two rules that couldn't be violated. Luke, the fake John Wick, would definitely violate one of them, so he had to choose the one that aligned with his plan. At that time, there would definitely be a huge commotion at the High Table. John Wick would definitely go down in history and become the blackest mark in the history of the High Table. Although he had booked a room at the hotel, Luke left early in the morning. After disappearing into a civilian area, Luke quickly returned to his original appearance. 10 minutes later, he returned to his house in Clinton. After washing up and sleeping soundly for 2 hours, he got out of bed again and began to adjust his plans. Selena woke up at 6 in the morning and went to the lounge. Although the lounge looked no different from last night, she knew that a certain someone was back. She walked to the kitchen and smiled at Luke, who was making breakfast. How was your trip? Luke turned around and replied with a smile, not bad. It was just that there were too many beauties, which was annoying. Chapter 1078. Bottom line, choice, and good news. Selena was lost for words. Do you have any sense of shame at all? Look at you. Does it look like you're annoyed? Luke shrugged. That's because I'm home. Lost for words, Selena could only go and wash up. During breakfast, Luke told her what happened. After hearing the whole story, Selena's first words were, "You're not going to help John comfort Gianna, are you?" Luke looked at her in surprise. How is that possible? She's the young miss of the Camorra and is about to become the head of the family. I would have killed her if not for the fact that she can help me learn about the 12 members of the High Table. Selena knew him too well. Seeing his expression, she knew that he was serious. She couldn't help but scratch her head. No way, she's so devoted. I thought you would sympathize with her. Luke took a sip of his latte. Love, how many crimes have been committed under the pretense of this label? Unlike before, whenever Selena was free now, she would read some classic and well-known precepts to jog her intellect. Listening to Luke's words, she frowned. Are you saying that she doesn't love John that much, or maybe it isn't love at all? Luke shook his head. Whether or not she loves John and how many bad things she's done are two different things. Besides, she didn't do them for John, and I'm not John. Pausing for a moment, he then said, it's in our interest to keep her alive. It won't be much of a difference if there was one more or less of the 12 members of the High Table, but I can get a lot of information from her. I don't believe that they're close. There are probably enemies at the High Table, and it definitely won't be just one. This is more valuable than just killing Gianna. Selena was a little confused. But you just said that she's a bad person. Luke shrugged. I know, but technically, most of the magnates in this country are bad guys. How many people have broken down and jumped off a building because of Wall Street financiers? Even if I abhor evil, I shouldn't kill all of them first. Their names are all in the financial news, there's no need to investigate them. Selena nodded subconsciously. Wall Street financiers were all bloodsuckers. This was the basic understanding of the people on the bottom rung of American society. It was an ingrained understanding, like the daily habit of cursing out the president. Luke said, look, even if I hate evil, there are countless villains in this country on the surface, and I won't be able to get rid of all of them in my lifetime, so I can only rely on personal judgment to make a choice. Also, the Camorra may become my best spy at the High Table, so of course I won't deal with it right away. Pondering for a moment, Selena was still a little puzzled. But the Camorra has done quite a lot of damage, right? Luke was amused. I'm not a machine, nor am I a god. Of course I have my own thoughts. I can only say that if Gianna does something I can't tolerate, I'll kill her, even if she's my mole. Is that clear? Selena rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, will you kill me if I do something that you can't tolerate? Luke looked at her like she was an idiot. Firstly, that's not how you think. Secondly, there's no reason for you to. Thirdly, if you really did it, I would teach you the 12-word mantra until it's ingrained in you. Looking at his strange expression, Selena shivered. She was very familiar with that gaze, which meant that he was thinking about something extremely bad. For example, when he tortured Kilgrave with a basketball last time, he had pretty much the same expression on his face. She decisively abandoned this unpleasant topic and quickly finished breakfast before she went to train. Luke couldn't help but shake his head. This silly girl followed him every day, and still assumed that she could do something bad. Did he learn mental communication for nothing? His use of mental communication with Selena wasn't mental control. It was the subtle influence of their interactions, which made Selena conscious of her bottom line. Unless it was some kind of mental control or interference from some mysterious force, she would never lose control. But Gold Nugget wasn't a freeloader either. Whether it was direct mental control or something like Kilgrave's physical control, it was pretty much impossible to control Selena. You do something bad. Hee, just be good and be a righteous warrior in this life. The most you would do is earn a bit of dirty money to top up your personal stash. As for Selena's questions, he had already come to a conclusion. He had lived up to his 30s in his last life, and had been a master online user for many years in an era which had seen an explosion of information. His own worldview had long been set in stone. Luke had just one basic requirement for himself: don't be a bad guy. Naturally, he wouldn't force himself to be a good person or some emissary of justice. As the saying went, do your best to live up to expectations, but with a clear conscience. He tried to do what he could, and didn't bother with anything that he couldn't do in reality. It was for this reason that Luke didn't feel arrogant, even though he had killed a lot of bad guys and done a lot of good deeds. He also never felt that he was some high and mighty savior of the world who had to show benevolence and uphold justice. He was just himself. It was enough to be a kind-hearted, ordinary person. In the morning, Luke and Selena went to work as usual, reaffirming their colleagues' impression that they were still around. Once again, they dumped a large pile of cupcakes with Connie. Luke also accepted a major theft case from Dustin. After Luke left Dustin's office, he talked to Joe about whether or not Detective John was still being a sh*t recently. This was indispensable small talk. Joe's answer was as expected. Yes, he's a pile of sh*t right now. Luke and Selena could only shrug helplessly. They had lunch and brought food back for Dustin and Elsa, before staying to chat with Elsa for a bit. With little snail-collecting intelligence, Selena had more inside information of some incidents in New York than Elsa did. But the SMART program couldn't summarize things like overall law and order in New York, office politics in NYPD, and the meaning behind promotions and transfers in important departments. Elsa now knew a thing or two about this. She had discussed it with Dustin. To a large extent, her intelligence gathering had already started to turn inward instead of outward. Here, Luke heard a pretty big piece of news. Samantha Reyes, the district attorney who was interested in running for council member in the next election, had suddenly become a public enemy. There was evidence that she had violated regulations multiple times during her term in office and obstructed justice, and even caused the deaths of innocent people. Now, the federal prosecutor was about to investigate her. Chapter 1079. How does John Wick have anything to do with V? If the hearsay was true, even if just one or two rumors were confirmed, Samantha Reyes was in danger of losing her job and would likely go to prison. Luke simply nodded with a smile and didn't say anything. He didn't know if Reyes would lose her job this time, but he knew better than anyone else that she would definitely start to suffer. A small punishment wouldn't kill her. At most, nothing would go smoothly for her. But the news also came with another piece of information that had to do a little more with Luke and the others. Lawyer Jennifer, whom they suspected to be Dustin's girlfriend, had come to New York after her recovery, and had become an assistant district attorney. Elsa had no idea how Dustin had managed to charm Jennifer into moving and switching jobs for him. However, that was a private matter between Dustin and Jennifer, and nobody wanted to look into it. But after Jennifer came to New York and stepped into her new role, District Attorney Reyes, who disdained her, never made it official. This time, Reyes had been too busy protecting herself, and Jennifer successfully took formal office. Now, they had to call her DA. Jennifer. There were plenty of district attorneys and assistant district attorneys in New York's DA's office, so it actually wasn't anything surprising. But for Dustin, this small-time leader, he now knew someone in 3 government departments, which would prove very convenient when working cases. However, Dustin had kept Jennifer hidden very well, and she hadn't shown up as his girlfriend yet, so there was no need to celebrate her position. Everyone in Dustin's department was told they could look for Jennifer if they needed anything. There was another piece of department news, which was that HQ might be moving against the 15th precinct. It was impossible for HQ to get rid of all the police officers of the 15th precinct, it was just that they were getting a new precinct chief. For now, no one knew exactly who this person was. Luke guessed that this might have something to do with his and Matt's part-time job. When Kingpin's forces started to pull back significantly and go into hiding, they no longer provided the dirty cops with any more help. The other gangs were also left to flail around haplessly, and law and order in Clinton improved significantly. Perhaps HQ had discovered something, which was why they wanted to tidy up the 15th precinct. Transferring a chief over wasn't a big move and might not be effective, but the new boss of the 15th precinct just had to refuse to work with the gangs. Those who didn't want to be dirty cops, like Sergeant Mahoney, would definitely cry tears of joy. While it didn't affect Luke and Selena much, this was good news nonetheless. After listening to Elsa share her information, Luke and Selena left for the Nassau County lab. At the lab, Luke dropped in on John Wick, who was in their custody. In the lab, an unused workshop had been tidied up to serve as a temporary dark room. Of course, it wasn't really dark. It had lights and a TV, and all kinds of books. Except for the fact that nobody was talking, it actually wasn't too hard to bear for a typical shut-in. That dog with the square head and no name was also with John. However, it enjoyed much better treatment than John. It came out of the small pet door twice daily for some fresh air under Gold Nugget's watch. So, while John hadn't been doing well in the last few days, it hadn't been hard either. The lab door opened and Luke walked in. At that moment, he was dressed as V. Looking at the strange smiling face mask, John was a lot calmer. He wasn't in a hurry to say anything, and just looked at Luke silently. Luke didn't waste any time. He said directly, "Have you thought about my suggestion, John? Does it matter if I agree or not?" Pondering for a few seconds, Luke nodded and said, "Yes. At the very least, I'll feel a lot more relaxed when I take the blame in your guise." Stunned for a moment, John had a bad feeling. "What did you do?" Luke chuckled. "Your old line of work, of course. You charged into a Kimura party and opened fire, killing dozens of people." John's eyes widened. "WTF?" Luke said, "Poise, preserve your poise as a super killer. Also, don't worry, your old lover is fine. Hee, no wonder you refused to fulfill the blood oath." John, who had been poker-faced all this time, finally couldn't help but open his mouth. "What? Gianna and I were never like that," Luke said. "How do you know which old lover I was talking about?" What a hypocrite. Looking at the changes in John's expression, he stopped joking. "It seems you're not refusing my offer, right?" John's lips twitched. "How can I refuse? You locked me up here, **T. Luke simply continued, "Now, let's discuss a new situation. For example, let's say that you kill Santino instead of your old lover. How will the Continental Hotel react? How will the High Table react? Who will they send to deal with you?" John was immediately enlightened and instantly understood Luke's meaning. "You want to use my appearance to kill Santino? And you want to deal with the Continental Hotel and the High Table? You're crazy, you'll be excommunicated. The High Table and the Continental Hotel will refuse to provide you any services." He was suddenly stumped. Luke tilted his head and chuckled. "You get it now. Indeed, the one who will be excommunicated is you." John couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, it was John Wick who was about to do these earth-shattering things. What did it have to do with V? The High Table and the Continental Hotel would issue a double bounty, and countless hitmen and mercenaries would come running for the massive rewards as well as special contribution bonuses from the High Table. But they were all after John Wick. Did V care? Obviously not. John was a hitman who lived within the High Table's range, but nobody knew V's real identity. Thus, the bounty would have nothing to do with V, and nobody would make trouble for him. As for being excommunicated, that didn't affect V at all. V had never used the services of the High Table, and lived as a free man. All that was John Wick's problem. Luke looked at him with great interest. "Now, are you interested in giving up your identity?" After a brief silence, John Wick asked, "What if I still don't agree?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Then I can only lock you up for a few months or a year, before I send you to South America or Africa. Whether you live or die after that will depend on your luck." John was surprised. "You won't kill me," Luke said. "I will be doing things under your identity, but your life is yours." He was telling the truth. John barely attacked ordinary people, and had been retired for years. For the sake of his handsome face and for helping Luke take the blame, letting him live was a small matter. "All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you."